There he is. And about how you living, Pam?
The house got party after the house kids.
Right. We were talking about the Disneyland game. It was amazing. Um, those are the big
My
games.
childhood Nintendo parties.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So the big thing. Yeah. And I guess this is how they built these games as well, so that you couldn't beat them in a whole weekend, so that you had to re-rent them. That was like part of the marketing strategy with the video game developers. And
Yeah, 40-hour gameplay and 100-hour gameplay.
yeah, there you go. Um, and we would just race to try to beat the whole game, and it was like such a big deal. If for whatever reason you were on like spring break or something, and you got a video game during it, like so you got to actually focus on it as opposed to like having to do whatever else. I don't know. These were like pre homework days or whatever. Um, I I got into so what I was talking about when I got my first Nintendo. It was such a big deal, and then I remember the first person I learned it with my friend's sister who beat uh, Super Mario Brothers. That was like a big event. Like I didn't know. Like, well, I believed her. It was like a big deal, but like it was like I won't believe it until I see it. And then I think my cousin said that she beat it, and then she came over one day and I think beat it, and so that was a big deal. Um, then okay, so there was Super Mario 2, which was actually like a different game, just masked over. They changed like the main player, but that was kind of a weird game. And then Super Mario 3 was baller, but also a weird.
The few characters in Toad.
It does have.
Toad's sweet. Yeah, he's cool, man. Like,
He is sweet.
That's when I first started drawing. Was I would always draw Toad because you didn't have to draw hair. You just draw a mushroom on top of his head.
That's true. Yeah. So two. So I guess one just at least as the protagonist, the allies. One has Mario and Luigi, and that's it. Two, oh, Princess. Okay. Two, they somehow they worked in Princess Daisy or something into it. I could be wrong if that was in two, but it wasn't. Maybe it was no. It was there was Princess, and then they were calling her Peach or something. I forget. But
that princess can kind of float.
Right.
And, Luigi could jump really high. Mario was just like the medium to do everything. Was super strong.
That's right. You could be characters, which was a game changer. And it was the first girl I had ever played as in a game. And she was good. Princess Peach was.
Speaking of game changing, did you
Yeah, I did. Time Adventures.
Now you can change character in the level.
Right. That was a game changer, definitely.
That made it fun.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, I played that game.
X-Men, you like that too. X-Men? Did you ever play X-Men on Genesis?
Yeah, I did later. Did you ever play the Simpsons game? It's like Bart has spray. You have to spray paint stuff purple, and there's like an alien. There's like an alien civilization that's taking over the Springfield. Did you ever play this game?
It was always too hard for me.
I was just gonna say,
like you're like Bartzilla.
Yeah, very difficult game.
Very difficult, and then it was random in the levels every time. Like you would go to do random stages.
Wait,
the stages were always inconsistently hard.
I think it was called Bart versus the Aliens. Was that it? They made them make multiple games because I thought Bartzilla was a different game.
I remember all of the Simpsons games were off the charts difficult.
That's true.
Except for the arcade game, which
That
awesome.
which was amazing. You're absolutely right. 4 different joysticks, and you could. That game was amazing. That and the Ninja Turtles game were always the most popular games, like X Men.
What made that game better than Ninja Turtles was there's like if you're Bart and Lisa, they would together do a special move.
Right.
Lisa and Homer together, or
you
can
can
choose the characters.
be on each other's
special things.
be on each other's shoulders and stuff. Yeah,
exactly.
That was amazing. That arcade game must have made. I mean, thinking like where's like joins, but I'm sure it didn't. I mean, that was such a game-changing game, and it was so colorful and really pretty. Like that's a big thing for games to be attractive to children. If you want them to play it, is what you had seen on television, and that was an amazing game. Yeah, but the games that were on a console that were Simpsons games were so difficult. Yeah, and then okay, there was that game. There was also I never had this with my cousins did. Paper. That was a tough game. I don't think I don't know. I don't think we ever beat it. They might have, but I never did. Um,
I never see Game Boy. I can never like it. One of those. It just got so difficult after level 2.
Right. Exactly.
Like with death coming at you and the random lawnmowers
and dogs and like cars that. Yeah, it was. Oh, and then the whirlwinds, just a random tornado. Yeah, that was so difficult. There was a game. Okay, so there was Batman the game when Batman the movie came out. Batman the game was a big game. I don't recall that much about it, but I remember thinking like this is cool. Anything that had a movie was super cool. And that's like I'm trying to think of any other regular Nintendo games that really was big.
You're gonna love this. Hey, really quick. You're gonna love this, ready? There's 27 Nintendo titles with The Simpsons.
Oh no way! Regular Nintendo?
Yeah, Bart versus the Space, Bart versus the World, Krusty Funhouse, Bart's Nightmare, The Itchy Scratchy Game, Virtual Art, the Simpsons Hit and Run, The Simpsons Game, The Simpsons Wrestling, The Simpsons Skateboarding, The Simpsons. Yeah, that's it.
Okay,
that's the game.
They're all on Nintendo, though, right? Because some of those I played on like PlayStation.
Nintendo and PlayStation.
Yeah, exactly. Which, okay, so they made a really cool Simpsons game that like Grand Theft Auto, except you drove through the Simpsons world or whatever. That was an amazing game. To Simpsons versus the Space Mutants, that was incredibly hard. The Itchy and Scratchy game was really good. I remember, but it was like impossible to find. It was always like, if any, like that was another. You were renting a game, it had to be in stock, and it was just a lot of times not in stock. And you would like, you'd run to the video game section, and it would be like, what's available, and you'd see the box, and you'd look behind it, and it was gone. Like breaking. Okay. Then. Yeah, that was.
Everyone had to buy that game. It was
always rented. And it was a really hard game. And it's yeah.
Bike was always rented out in the beginning.
It was a really hard game too. To get to Mike Tyson was like in a weekend was like really hard. Okay.
I don't think very many people. I don't think most people got past the bag that bull rushes you.
Right. Yeah.
I had to put a piece of tape on the TV to know exactly when to press the button.
That's smart.
I did that game for a few of those bosses, just to put the tape on the TV to know when they're there, when to press the buttons.
There was the game. They had these buy-in games. I remember Spy versus Spy had a game that was cool. And then
that
they
game's
had
so cool.
they
That's
had
one of the games, man. It's the best player game.
it was very good. And then they had the Noid game. Do you remember the Noid game from Domino's? But like,
Yeah, it's Domino's Pizza Noise.
yeah, he had his own game. Like the '90s, as they say, were like a lawless wasteland when it came to some of these tie-ins that were just like ridiculous, like things that you wouldn't necessarily see today. You wouldn't see a video game studio putting out a game for like the Jolly Green Giant or something like that. Like it would just not. There's
Yeah.
just too much development. But back then, they would, or they would change.
I'm surprised though that you know what was so undeveloped though that never got its own thing.
What's
Bugsy. Remember the Budweiser?
Absolutely.
Song? McKenzie?
I think they didn't want to be marketing to kids.
I got you, but I'm just saying that like McKenzie was cool, man.
Oh,
I
totally.
was really surprised he never got his own like show or like
That
cartoon or something.
That Bull Terrier I always thought was so cool too, but I think they got in trouble around that time for marketing to kids, and they had to do away with him because he was. I always thought he was really cool too.
I think he was pinnacle. If they would have allowed him to make movies and everything else, like there would be no other beer but Budweiser.
And he'd still be a thing.
Yeah, definitely.
He'd be like the Clydesdales for a new generation.
Totally.
Yeah.
The game's called, by the way, Avoid the Noise.
Avoid the Noise. Okay, very cool.
1989 is when I was made, but I don't think I ever. It was on Commodore 64. Yeah,
It was on Nintendo too, wasn't it?
it was. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
but it was different on Nintendo.
Yeah, and that would be a thing too. They would, and sometimes the games on one console were easier than they were on another console. So now we'll move into Super Nintendo, and this around the same time, Super
Well, I
Nintendo.
got one last question though.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Final Fantasy? Did you ever play it?
Yeah, I did. I played it. I thought it was amazing. Well, I don't remember. I mean, I was little, but I remember it being like, couldn't you? Yeah, I'm trying to think. Could you use any guns in that game or no?
No, it's a fantasy game. You get to choose like a fighter, a thief, a white wizard, a black wizard. And
Right.
it's like a Dungeons and Dragons set game.
That's right. Like Zelda. Zelda.
Yeah, sort of. Every there's a battle though, it goes to a cut screen and you have multiple choices in
Okay.
the battle. Whereas Zelda is like a twitch shooter, like real time.
Right.
This one's like turn based.
Okay. Let's talk about Zelda for a second. I never had it, and I didn't know anybody who had it. But like occasionally I would like play it somewhere. If you are into it, it's kind of a boring game because there's a lot of reading to do in that game. And I remember just being like, "Oh, that was a thing. I couldn't read yet, or I couldn't read really well." So like, when he would talk to people, or Link would talk to people, I didn't know what he was saying, so I just hit go, 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 and then when you do that, you don't know what to do in the game. Does that make sense?
Totally.
Yeah.
You have to be able to read. Zelda's a lot of reading everything. Yeah. There's all these clues that they give to find everything.
Exactly. And so that's why it was never that attractive a game to me, because then when I could read, it was kind of an outdated game. But I remember it was gold. I remember that was like a thing that like, you mean it's not gray like all the space gray like all the other ones? Okay, one other thing. This is such a cool statistic that I always think about, that I don't think it's possible to necessarily prove, but I think it's accurate. Okay, so imagine you're going to play Super Nintendo. Apologies. You're going to play Super Mario Brothers on Nintendo, not Super Nintendo, Nintendo. The first time. It starts up, and the first bad guy that you encounter is like a Koopa. You know what I'm talking about? Like the first guy in the first level. That bad guy allegedly has killed more people in video games than any other bad guy. And I think that's such an statistic because I think it's true because a lot of times that was the first game that anybody was playing, and that you didn't know that you had to jump. You know what I mean? Like you just maybe I can run through them or whatever. And and everybody had that game because it came like games don't like consoles don't come with a game anymore, but everyone had that game, and so um, I've always thought that's
I bet Blanca from Street Fighter 2 is like second.
that could be now Street Fighter. That was
so mean. Like no that like when the computer on hard Blanca.
that was Super Nintendo, right?
Yeah.
And I loved that game. On I would always play as Blanca, but then and when he would be like he'd win, he'd like I remember like grab his chest, but uh, yeah, exactly. But then I'd learn like okay, so then the oh what's his name, the Indian guy with with the arms. He was so hard to beat if somebody would just use those arms on you because it's like how am I going to beat this guy? So then I quickly started learning like some are better than others, and Blanca, even though he's green and cool and stuff, maybe he's not better than this other guy. But then if you knew someone who really knew how to play with Ryu or Doom or whatever, like that, like he could beat a lot of other people. Then there's E Honda, who was pretty badass as well. Yeah, Street Fighter was amazing. Um, yeah. Who? Yeah, with her leg, she'd just kick you. And I don't know, a lot of people would choose her. I mean, nothing against her. And then there was like there was like a military, American military. I forget. Yeah, exactly. Right. Sonic Boom, and that was the thing. You would hear that, like. Fortunately, I never worked in like an arcade or anything like that because you would just probably hear that 8 hours a day, and it would drive you bonkers. Ooh, a doom kick, Sonic Boom. You know what I mean? Like, but just incredible. There wasn't that much variety to it. Okay, so.
Well, you know that character in the arcade could like glitch out the arcade and just freeze the game.
No, I didn't. Like, and ruin it.
Yeah, it was so cheesy. He would just freeze the game, time would run out, and then he'd win. So check it out, ready? Here's the very beginning of the match. He jumps, if he kicks the beginning, the game then freezes, right? Neither character can move, and then the time runs out and he wins.
No way. And then does
the glitch.
Does it let you proceed?
No, and he wins. Yeah.
No way. Yeah, I know. Okay,
it doesn't work against the computer. It only works with both players.
Interesting. Look at all this stuff we're learning. Interesting. I'm kind of obsessed with something. I don't know. I'm not like it's this thing that when I have an opportunity, I really want to delve deep into the backgrounds, not their personal backgrounds, actual backgrounds of the games that show like Mount Fuji and like like people sitting around just like watching this fight. I find that stuff to be super like fascinating. Like I don't know, there's something about 1980s Japan that's like really interesting to me because it was a time of of unparalleled wealth of the country, and also like it was very advanced, but yet still very traditional. Like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it was. I mean, they were still had deep roots, right? Like,
right.
Weren't the last samurais walking around and like
robots and like video games, and it was just wild.
Sure. A great movie they made. So there's this movie made in robot, then during the daytime, it becomes like your farmer. It does all your farm work for you, and then turns back into your house that you live in. And they destroyed the movie because they thought that people would believe that robots were going to like take care of them, and they didn't want the movie to like get out there. And so there's only like some survived photographs and like part of the film.
That's wild.
But
I love lost footage.
yeah,
That's like one of my.
I love lost movies.
Yeah.
Those are my favorites from the early 1900s.
Right.
There's so many good films. And they were really into propaganda back then. So anything that was good got repressed or destroyed.
Right. And then they had that Warner Brothers fire, like maybe 15 years ago, that took out a lot of that stuff, which is heartbreaking to me.
I love movies that are fired once too.
Wow.
Yeah. It happens a lot. What do you think?
Yeah.
Because it's really small. The solenoid is combustible. It's going to happen if it's not stored properly. It just catches on fire and explodes.
Exactly. Okay, so then we had Super came out, and okay, so you had Mario. Well, wait, back to Nintendo. Mario 1 game, obviously. Mario 2 game changer because you could be different characters. Mario 3, in my opinion, game changer because you could fly with the raccoon. You could wear different clothing. Wait, that was Super Mario 3 or whatever.
Super Mario 3 had the match game where
right. Oh, absolutely. And you could get 1-ups or like 3 lives and stuff.
The code was always on the very right hand, second down the right. You do that one first to tell which one it is because that one's always different. There's only 5 different maps.
We never figured this
out. And then my friends and I, we had it all mapped out and we figured out where they all were.
Now, which one? Maybe it was Mario. Mario 2 was not like made to. It was another Japanese game that they made into Mario 2. Are you aware of this?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, and then is it Mario 3 where you have you can wear like the Frogman suit?
Yeah, and the Takuni.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the raccoon just goes statue.
Right, which is a game changer. That like you could transform, like shapeshift. Exactly. That was amazing. Aside from just having a star. That was amazing. Okay, then Super Mario World we talked about, and I just dominated that. I got older. It was like a game that I just played all the time, and I don't like. I got so good at. I would go and play the Koopas. I would just go and just because like bored. Like don't have anything else to do. You have one video game basically to play. You'll just dominate. Okay, so that game.
In that game, I used to just launch myself and just farm in the air like that.
Yeah.
And then launch myself pipe bomb down and try and mess with the gravity in the game of like the flying.
I would too. I got so good at flying that like I would practice it. Like, or I should say, I practiced it so that I would get really good. And then there was one secret level that you could go do that you would get. That it had like it was just all coins, and you could go like, wow. It would make this sound, wow, 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 like almost like a cat. And then you could just go through and just try to get as many as you want. And I remember getting like 99 lives, and then just being like, I guess like, I could like I don't have to do this anymore. That game was amazing. And then having
pilot wings.
Well, the pilot wings sometimes you do like a secret part of the level. If we're talking about the same thing.
No, the game pilot wings. You have to play on a hang glider, and you have to be in a different. It's all about like how to parachute, hang glide.
Uh, I, that's sort of that. Um, that triggered something. Do you remember the Olympic game on
For
Nintendo
Nintendo with the
with the
yeah, we had a power pad.
with the pad? Oh yeah, and we talk about having the gun. I had a gun. I didn't know hand. Did you know anybody who had the hand?
You know, I knew someone that had the hand. And they returned it.
Okay, I could see that
They
because
only had it for like a month, and we were like, this thing's dumb. And I tried to use it, and it was just stupid. It's like it's not cool.
isn't
It's
it
just a
amazing?
controller on your wrist.
Isn't it as amazing that they like after a month back then?
Yeah, I guess it was maybe like a week, but whatever. It's just a controller on your arm. It
Right,
doesn't do anything.
but it was really hard to use. Then the
Yeah.
the power pad, that thing was a game changer. That like you could do something. It was like so early, you could actually do something physically beneficial, but like with your body and have it affect something on the screen. It was like very early virtual reality. I don't know how else you want to describe it, but that was a game. Haptic response. There you go. I remember we not often, but like once a year, there was a kid who had that, and for gymnasts, they would let us use that, and we would just get so excited to be able to use that pad. It wasn't really well, like not a lot of people had that I remember. And then it was hard, to make your guy run on the screen or whatever. But yeah, I remember that Olympic game was really interesting. They had like long jump and
We
everything.
used to cheat on that game all the time.
How do you do?
We had the pad, right?
Yeah.
And then we learned that your hands and knees and use your and just hit back and forth in your fist really fast.
Yeah.
That makes you run. That's the only way you can beat like the cheetah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because no one can run that fast.
Right.
Like, and then the timing, you're right, is difficult. It has to be like one in the perfectly.
Exactly. Right.
So your hands, you can get that cadence down really easy, but your feet, it's difficult.
I can totally see that. Yeah, that game was wild.
That's how we cheated and won and beat all the games on that.
I can see that. Okay, so
did you have the bazooka? We had that. Did you ever have the bazooka?
No, what was that?
Oh, it was so awesome. Dude.
For what game?
It's like it's a Nintendo accessory.
For what game? Oh, Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
No, I don't recall that. I'll look it up.
Here, I'm bringing it up right now. It's called the Super Scope.
Yeah, now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I have.
I call it the Bazooka, but yeah, Super Scope. Did you ever use Mario Paint?
Yeah, I was just going to talk about that. That was a game changer. To have a mouse, it was the first mouse I ever used, and I don't think my parents really recognized how great a gift that was, because it was like my first entry into computers to some extent. It was the first mouse I ever used, and I didn't even know what it was. And yeah, you could create it was like such a different game than anything else. One thing I always regretted is you couldn't save or like I don't recall being able to. You could save like very little in that game. But I remember they had a fly swatter game, and that helped my like hand-eye coordination. Bat attack. Nat attack. Okay, yeah. So you were, and then making music, in that game, and I just remember that was like it opened up different parts of my brain. That part of the game, like that kind of game, it was so different. Yeah, and
The composer was amazing. To understand like
music. Exactly, absolutely. And when it hit me, anybody who composed music like that. Like I knew music existed, but I didn't know that you basically have to put different notes in different timing. I mean, it was incredible to me, and I still don't think my parents recognized like that was such an eye-opening game. It like literally unlocked parts of my brain that I didn't know I'd be using later on in my life. It was my first entry into that. Um, and to be able to use like to color stuff, it was like the first time I used like a paint program that allowed me to like I didn't yet have computers doing that. That would come with like Windows 95. Um, so that was an amazing game. The one thing I regretted was there wasn't that much to do. Like I mean, there was a lot, but it wasn't like a game. It was more like a, a an art platform, whatever. But they had that fly swatter, that attack, and that was cool.
When you said that a game that unlocked my brain that way was Excite Bike, because you could create your own racetracks.
Well, that's cool. I don't recall that one.
You remember Excite Bike?
No.
Beep, 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 beep.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now I know that. Yeah. Now I know that game. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, now I know that game.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could create. That's baller.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, you make your own bike tracks on that game.
Yeah.
And that was always fun.
I did not recall that until you did that noise. Yeah, that was a cool one. Okay.
That game. Did you play Pole Position?
Yeah, that game sounds familiar game, right?
Yeah, it's another one.
Okay. I had another racing.
Where like you're a red Ferrari.
I had another racing game, but I don't know what it was. It was very basic for Nintendo. All right, so
You played Top Gun on Nintendo?
oh, I think I rented it, something like that, and I thought it was really hard.
Yeah, landing was difficult, but once you learned how to land, it became easy. But it took a while to figure that out.
All right, so then Super Mario. The games that stick out. There was this game that I played. It was the first gambling game I ever did. It was called Vegas Stakes, and um, it was interesting. It was like kind of a grown up game. It was for kids, but it like taught you how to gamble. And I don't know if it was for kids. It wasn't for kids. It was an adult game that was on Super Nintendo, and I got it as a kid. You start with like nothing, and you like make your way to Las Vegas with like this of like design, make it big and change your life. And so what you do is you start with $0 or maybe like $100, and then you work your way. And eventually, you want to try to get to $100,000. At $0, the shitty like big casino kind of deal, like nothing really fancy. Once you get to $100,000, then you get what they call Caesar's Palace, basically, and then your goal is to make $1 million. And like throughout the game, women will come up to you and be like, "Hey, do you want to spend time with me?" It wasn't like prostitution, but it was like, but then you'd say yes, and they'd steal your money or something, or like some guy would be like, "Hey, can you please help me? I need $10 for gas." And if you helped him, he would be like, "Thank you for the gas. I went to the bank, and here's $100 for all of your help." Like things that never happened in real life. But I remember I was playing that game with a friend, and he was, he's like, "Do you want to try to stay up all night?" I'm like, "Yeah, let's do the same thing." And he ended up falling asleep, and I ended up beating that game. And that was one of the first games I beat as well. And the reason why I was able to beat it is it had the save feature. The big thing about Super Nintendo is the fact that you could save stuff. That was a game changer to me. And so it was kind of cheating, sort
You
of.
remember in that game? You remember in that game where the people would try to steal money from you or like give you money?
Yeah, in Vegas Stakes. Do you remember that game?
Yeah, no, I remember Vegas Stakes. That's a fun game. That's one of memories of learning how to play like Vegas games.
Same here. That's where I learned how to play uh, blackjack, and I mean I knew how to play slot machines. Um,
Roulette too. And,
yeah, roulette and craps. I believe it has craps as well. Never played. That was too complicated for me. But I would play blackjack and then I would play roulette, and then what I would do, which is kind of cheating, is I would put all my money on either black or red and save right before then. And if I won, then I would proceed. If I lost, I would just go back to my save point. And once you start doing that, you can beat the game pretty quickly if that's what your strategy is. And then when my oh totally. Then when my friend awoke in the morning, well, when we when you went to like Caesar's Palace, because I was like, no way, there's a new level, and he was like, just asleep. And then when he awoke in the morning, I was like, I think he awoke and I was still up, and he's like, what, like, I thought we were gonna stay up all night. I'm like, I did. You fell asleep. And he's like, oh, yeah, I was just smashed. I'm like, dude, you slept for 6 hours. But I beat the game. He's like, how'd you beat it? And I'm like, I told him, like, all you do is, like, save it and then bet all your money every single time. And you can beat the game in, like, I don't know, 20 or something like that. And then he was like, wow, that was impressive. That was a sweet game.
Our friends would get together and rent a game, and then the 3 or 4 of us, or sometimes 6 of us, would try and beat it without sleeping the whole weekend.
Same.
Like we take shifts. Like we'd sleep sometimes, but for the most part, we're just playing the video game like the whole weekend long.
Yeah, that was a big thing on Saturday night. We would watch Saturday Night Live though. Like that was really big. Then on Monday, you knew all the funniest jokes. Like you wanted to be in on the in crowd. And there were only, so many jokes that people would have. So, and it would be a big thing if your parents would let you watch Saturday Night. And my parents wouldn't always let me, but occasionally, or we'd sneak it or something like that. But that was a big deal. Saturday Night Live was a big effing deal back then.
Yeah, we were playing. We never really watched TV. We playing Dungeons and Dragons.
We had like. Okay. Oh, okay. So this is a game, Double Dragon. That was a popular game. That was like a fighting game. Remember that game?
Yeah, and then Double Dragon 2. Did you play that one?
Yeah, I recall it.
Well, the reason why I bring it up is because it had a player versus player mode. Where
That's
you
right.
could just fight each other in practice.
That's right.
It made it a lot, and it was fun to play that, like just against each other. Just for fun to kind of like play the game as a fighting game.
A great
as opposed to the storyline.
A great Super Nintendo game that just came to me was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, I think, Turtles in Time. Ever play that game?
Oh
yeah. Yeah.
That's one of the best.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so cool that it was like history too. That like you'd be in like the Old West or like ancient ancient Japan or where it would be. That was a great game.
That game felt super advanced for that system.
Exactly.
Like that's one of the few games that even today, when you look at all the games, that's one of the few ones that just the graphics and what they fit into that cartridge is a lot.
And okay, so the game that did that to me, and it did it to a lot of people as well, was Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong looked like a different console. It looked 3D, and that was a big game. When that game came out, I never have it, but it was so big because you could switch the guys from Diddy Kong and Donkey Kong, and the graphics were so much different than any other game I'd ever seen. It looked real, and
yeah, they really hit the balance between Mario and Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah,
fun and speed and puzzles.
That's right. And the idea,
it's like a combo between the two with like a lot of the same graphics. Like it felt like Sonic the Hedgehog, like they kind of maybe just re Sonic. You know?
Right. Now, Sonic. So I got a Super Nintendo one year. Then, like the next year for my birthday, it was like a Sega, something like that. And but I had seen Sega before, and Sega just seemed really, really fast. It seemed like older, and not for like older kids, I should say. And I mean, they had different games that were like faster. I think it used graphics differently. But one thing, so there were some games that I would get. Okay, one amazing game I played this on Genesis was Aladdin. Did you ever play that?
Yeah, but hold up. Did you ever play original Sega on the little like credit card looking games?
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, those games that just were absolutely for adults.
Wait,
Exactly.
hold on. Are we talking Sega Genesis?
No, Sega.
Oh, I don't even know what that is.
Okay, so Sega came out with Nintendo. And Sega, the games were like on they looked like credit cards. Like, they were like a little credit card. Yes, that you put into the game, into the console.
Was it called Master? Oh yeah, I've never even seen it.
Yeah, we had one growing up. They're awesome. And then we got Nintendo after that. But it was for adults. The games were all difficult, and they were like they had like it was just it's just harder games. That's all I can say.
Right. Um. I should say that I didn't play Atari until I was older, and when I did, it was it was like I was like I can't believe people used to play this. It would just seem like cheap to me. And uh, but I just wanted to say that about Atari. But it had a lot of games. It seemed like it had so many games, cool games. But then you would play it, and at least I was older, and it was just like this is nothing like what the cover looks like. Like it's supposed to be billiards, and it looks like action packed, and it would be like super boring. Okay, um, so Aladdin on Sega Genesis was a game. I thought it was really because the movie was similar to the movie, but I didn't have many really good hacks for games. But this one I had was really good. Everybody who I've ever heard who plays game always had issues with this one level. It's the flying carpet level. I don't know if you were on this level, and I very early on figured out a hack to it, which was to use the pause button a lot. So like you would go like maybe 10 feet and then hit pause, and then 10 feet again and hit pause. And when you would do that, you could see the um, obstacles coming and avoid level super easy. That was like the first time I ever had like a hack for a game. If I just kept hitting pause, I could basically play the game in slow motion and level. That game was amazing to me. Like there was a level that I thought was super cool, and I loved the soundtrack to it. And you had a boo, and that was just a really cool.
Yeah, you throw apples at that game, right?
Yeah, exactly. You throw apples, and you also, I think, get a sword, and you can like strike guys in the sword. And it was just a fun. I remember the sound was just da 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 da. It had all that. Really liked that game. So speaking, it was
Did
easy.
Robin Williams do it on that too? Like the Genie Williams.
I think so. There was something like try to say it was like really close to the the movie. Um, then okay, but if you played Aladdin, I believe on Super Nintendo it was much harder. It was something like that. And I know that Lion King was extremely hard on Super Nintendo. And
It was so stupid. Lion King was like the game, but I remember spending like $60 on that game because that's gonna be awesome. And I got it. This is the worst game ever. I played it maybe for like a week and then just was done with it.
you would think
It
it
was
was
so boring.
You would think it would have been an amazing game because Aladdin was an amazing game, or I thought it was, but a lot of other people do too. Aladdin was a really good game,
Yeah.
and Lion King people just thought was way too hard and also boring. Um,
When you said Lion King, for some reason, it made me think of the Nintendo game Willow. Did you ever play that? So like, you ever play Robin, the Nintendo game?
Prince of Thieves,
Yeah.
I did, and they had like, yeah. Now that you say that, it like triggered in my memory. Um, they had like Kevin Costner in the game, but it was like 8-bit, right? 8-bit,
Yeah.
right? I do remember that. That was a hard game. At least it was for me as a kid. Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
that.
difficult. It had a bunch of different, it had different ways to play it. Like you had to play in the overhead and in the scrolly,
That's right.
and you had to make decisions like from a bunch of different standpoints.
That's right. I love that movie. Everybody makes fun of it today because Kevin Costner plays the same character in all his movies, but I thought that was a really cool movie, and I liked Robin Hood a lot. Just I like that idea of like helping the poor, and I don't necessarily like stealing from the rich, but I do like the idea of just helping people. And then the idea when he had the
Well, originally Robin Hood didn't steal from the rich. The original story.
there you go, we're bringing it back.
All he did in the original story was kill the king's deer to feed people.
That's what I recall too. Yeah, something like that.
Which isn't really stealing. It did kind of glorify it where he's stealing gold and all that other stuff. But
You're right.
Robin Hood, the original story, is the guy that decides to kill some deer to feed the poor people is, and you're not supposed to kill the deer in the king's forest.
Exactly. And then Morgan Freeman was in that movie, which was like cool to see like this interracial tag team, and they were fighting for this lady. And then Prince John was, I can't remember his name, but he played it really well. And then they had this one character who creeped me out as a kid. They had like a weird fuck eye, and I forget who they were, but that was a fucked up. Yeah, that was fucking creepy.
Visible at one point. Yeah, she was crazy. A weird birthing thing where he wants Marion to get knocked up by.
That's right. How creepy is that?
So creepy. So weird.
Right, and there's a little kid I remember being like, "This is fucked up. Like, this is not. This is creepy. This is scary to me." I love
it. Feels like the Black Cauldron all over again.
Right. I love the scene though, where Kevin Costner training the merry men or whatever, and they're like doing bow fights on like a log or something. I just think it's so cool. I thought it was such a cool movie. And then the other cool thing about that movie is the arrow camera, where he's like you've never seen that before. What a camera looks like with an arrow in front of it, and like splitting stuff. Yeah, but that game.
Totally immersive. That movie from the beginning was just immersive and took you into a world.
Right. But everybody makes fun that Kevin Costner's he doesn't really have a accent. It's not like he's trying to play a British person. He just literally plays himself, which is fine. I mean, to me as a little kid, that was totally fine. But people give him shit for it. It's whatever.
I took a junior college class in economics, and then had to write a paper about it.
What was considered the biggest flop in movie history? The biggest.
Yeah, but it wasn't their fault, though.
The biggest box office bomb. I remember.
But the reason for that, though, is because quadrupled their budget because their sets kept getting destroyed.
Right. And
so it would flop if they didn't have all that bad weather.
Right.
Like, trying to make a movie out in the ocean. Like, making a movie in the ocean is probably never going to be done like that ever.
I agree with you. I thought it was a cool movie, even though.
That movie's amazing.
Yeah. And what is it like? There's something that is like really important, like currency in it. Isn't it like branches or something? Or do you remember?
The water.
Is it just water?
Yeah, that's why Waterworld thinks the water is the currency for everything.
Okay, that's what it is. All right. Um,
Yeah.
that's a
They're
lot.
trying to find a place where he's got a map to the place where there is water.
That's a wild movie. And then Dennis Hopper
Yeah.
just playing this wild bad guy.
Oh, man. He's such a good actor. Even his opera is a good one.
And then the gills in the neck, that's wild. That was a game too. Waterworld. I think it was a Super Nintendo game. It could have been on other stuff. Didn't play it that much, but I do recall that.
It's one of those like side scrollers,
Right.
mind-numbing games that no one would play.
Right. Now another game that was a game changer to some extent was uh, the Dolphin game. What was it called?
With the Nemo one?
Echo the Dolphin.
Echo, yeah.
That game was amazing because you could play as an animal, and but it wasn't like an anthropomorphic animal. You were just like a straight up animal. And I remember just thinking that was for Sega, or at least that's how I found it, and that was a cool game. Now Sonic, that was a wild game. It was so fast, and I think that's the advantage it had over Super Mario. And you could go upside down.
It addicted you to that sound too. The coins wasn't the whole level.
Right.
In Sonic, the whole level is you just chase.
Right, and here we're talking about Sonic. I'm literally wearing Sonic on my shirt, on my pants, and my bedspread. I mean, because it's a cryptocurrency that sponsors me, and it just shows like,
Oh, I didn't know that.
yeah, it's worth $50 million, and it's just it's just like a symbol of like that time or whatever. But like, I played it. I wasn't obsessed with it. Like, you would like a lot of people. They come into my Discord and they're like, "Why do you like this video game so much?" And I'm like, "Huh? Oh, it's a cryptocurrency." But yeah, that game was. I mean, it was a game changer. You could go upside down. That wasn't something they saw in a game. And it was just fast. And you're right, the sound. And then also how you couldn't die if you didn't have any gold or any coins. That was another thing. And then when you got hit, you had to collect them all. It was like a new way. Like normally you just had like health. If you got hit 3 times, you died. But in that game, you could get hit up 500 times. So long as you had a coin, you were good to go. That was a total game changer. Love that. And it was very colorful. It was just the speed of that game, though, was like faster than any other game. And then you do the like power up and like, all of that stuff was really cool. Yeah,
The whole speedball thing.
right.
Where you go flying through the rocks.
Exactly.
Yeah, that game. It was also open world. Like it's not like that game. You could go any direction. You didn't know which way your character was going to travel on the screen.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, it was definitely more 3-dimensional. It was 2-dimensional, but it felt like a lot of things could happen. Then, there was.
You're like Strider.
What is that? Sounds familiar. What is that?
You're like a ninja, and it's kind of like Sonic. It's on Genesis, and you jump around. When you swing, you have like it makes a big like swoosh in front of you, and when you jump, you have like a double jump, and you can basically, you're just fighting through different screens, levels as like a ninja.
Okay, speaking of ninjas, the game that really was a game changer as well was Combat. That game, first game ever that I recall you could ever see blood, and kill a person. Like that was a big deal, and they have like different, if I recall, where like some of it was gorier than others, and I that was a game changer, and all the different characters, and then they that was an interesting one where the video game came out before the movie. So like they usually it was a movie came out and then to coincide they put a video game. But this time it was like reversed. That was interesting and a game changer. Uh, and also changed like how people were speaking. Like people be like fatality and finish him and that kind of stuff. Uh,
I love that there's a block button.
Definitely block
It's
button.
good that the block button. Wow.
Right.
The street just had, like you had to press backwards.
Right. Yeah.
Block. And you only had high block or low block. But
Right.
Yeah, it's still a lot more. I just like the idea that I can just block.
It's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay, then another game that I remember coincided with Mortal Kombat was one called Primal Rage. Did you ever play that game?
Was Triangle Rage like Night Killers?
I thought it had to do with like giant apes, but I could be wrong.
Primal Rage, so Primal Rage and Triangle Killer are the same game. Primal Rage you can play. It's like a claymation game.
It could be.
Yeah, and you play as like different dinosaurs, like an ape thing.
Yeah,
like different, and they just beat the shit out of each other.
Right.
And
Yeah.
Everybody. Yeah. Did you play Killer Instinct?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, dude, you just triggered back to Nintendo Rampage. Did you ever play Rampage?
All the time.
That
One
was
of my favorites.
And that to me was a game changer because you were playing vertically, and unfortunately, I was a
Yeah,
little
what's
kid.
up? Uh, well, being some.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Your
Yeah,
turn.
just give me one second.
Take your time. Now use Sora, AI, or Grok to make 10 or so AI videos to populate some of the content. Period. Use hashtags in the title and description, and this will allow you to rank highly in search engines right before your launch on December 7th. Are you there?
Hey, quick question.
Yes, sir.
How do I post stuff
In here,
in Discord? Yeah.
you can't. To let people do it, and then some guy posted a GIF of somebody self-circumcising themselves about 500 different times in every single channel. And after that, I was like, nope. If you want to post stuff, you can post stuff in somebody else's Discord, but not this one. At least until I get moderators who can be here full time. But until then, that guy kind of doing the party.
That makes sense.
There's also a way that people can sabotage your server. I learned, and this is how they do it. So until I have a bigger team, I don't want to allow anybody to type anything. What they do is they dox themselves. They'll say like, XYZ lives at 1-2 Main Street, and then they get on another account and report it for doxing, and then they take down your whole server.
Hey, figured out how to do it.
And
No, did it on the Spaces.
you send it on Twitter Spaces?
In Twitter Spaces in the pill, the little blue pill on the right, I just, on your Twitter Spaces account, you're open right there, you join that, and then I can drop stuff in there.
Oh, tight. Do you see its video?
Do it really quick. Yeah, it's video.
Tight. So you can see me from a different angle, right?
Yeah, I see. It's actually a nice close-up of, you're like a good kill model right now. It's like a foot model.
There you go. Yeah, there's a lot of that footage.
Yeah, get those tipsies on there, man. That's your money makers.
Oh yeah, big time. People are gonna go crazy.
Yeah, later they're gonna be screenshotting it.
They already do. I'm in a program that's right by that camera that you're seeing, and we randomly take pictures all the time. I mean, it's got 12,000 people in it, and they share those. Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I was saying, I just put the last project in my YouTube channel in there, in that project that I worked on. If you get, whenever you get a chance to watch it.
Just one moment. Did you ever Jurassic Park the game on Genesis?
That's another one of those that it was too hard.
Way too hard. But you could play as a Velociraptor or Dr. whatever his name was. Dr. Harris.
I forget that character's name.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know you're talking about.
Super hard game though. But I really, well, I shouldn't say that. It was really dark. And I remember it was like really hard to beat.
Jurassic Park was traumatizing theater experiences I ever had.
I could see that.
Like when the kid got electrocuted by that fence and it didn't kill him, I was so pissed off. I was like, this is stupid.
Yeah.
Kid's just gonna go for a ride on a 10,000-volt fence like it's like nothing. You know, like, come on, what's going on here?
Right.
Madness. And just the whole thing, the sound effects in it scared the crap out of me. I saw the latest Jurassic Park and thought it was the worst movie ever made.
What did you was the worst movie ever made?
The newest Jurassic Park.
Like with Chris Pratt?
No. They weren't like Scarlett Johansson. It's just her. It just came out I saw it like 5 months ago.
Right. Okay, I remember hearing about that. I did not see it. It's bad.
Oh, man. Cool.
Oh,
Really watchable.
I always hated the games. I shouldn't say I hated, but I was always envious when I would see screenshots of a game and I never could get to that level. And that always happened with me in Jurassic Park to drive the Jeep. I don't ever recall driving the Jeep. Maybe I did, but I don't really recall doing it. Um, I do remember it was super cool being a velociraptor, being able to jump really high. That was cool. Back to okay. So I always one thing and because I didn't have anybody to I had to do all this on my own. I didn't ever have anybody teaching me how to play, and I would always mess up. So you could be like King Kong or the lizard or something else. What was the other thing?
Wolfman.
There you go, man. And I would, yeah, exactly. And I'd break down the building, and I would always drink the bath water, which was not a good thing to do, but I didn't know. And you know what I'm talking about?
It spray you in the face and so you fall off the side of the thing because of it.
Right. I would always choose. That was a cool game. I remember because you could choose between the three guys, but I always choose the lizard because he was green, and I like the color green. That was cool.
You can also accidentally hit your friends.
Yeah, that's right. Multiple players that do that.
And if you played multiplayer and there was a streetcar, you could just ping pong the thing back and forth for points.
Okay. All right.
That was fun.
That was a cool game.
You could eat the tanks, you could eat the people.
That's right. Yeah, I thought that was always really cool.
If you hit the dynamite, you'd blow up and it would take damage. That was always funny.
Right. So that's the thing. I thought you were supposed to eat everything, but then I learned that you didn't. And then I remember they have giant chicken legs or something. I could be wrong on that, but there was something like that. Where you would
eat. You're right. Yeah, it looked like a big chicken leg.
Exactly.
That was south.
Yeah, exactly.
That reminded me of a Gauntlet. Did you ever play Gauntlet?
Now that sounds familiar. What is that?
The red wizard needs food badly. Use keys to open doors.
Sounds familiar.
And you get to play as one of 4 characters. You play as a wizard, a Valkyrie, a fighter, or an elf.
Okay. What were your thoughts on Mega Man?
So, Mega Man 1 was damn.
That's what I heard. I think I played it, but
hard. Mega Man 2 at least was easy to playable. Once you got up to Mega Man X and those games for Super Nintendo,
yeah,
it's became very complex and critical to play, and just tedious. A lot of tedious, just constant tediousness.
There was a game. You're gonna know it. I forget what it was. But it's you had really okay. It's you were 2 American soldiers or something, and you had really big guns. And let me look it up. What was a Nintendo game? don't think.
Atari Warriors?
No, they were American, and you had like maybe you could make your arm into a something. Uh,
Not Contra.
no, Contra. Contra was a game, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it was a Konami game, so the up, down, down, left, right, B, select, start,
Right.
works for it. All the Konami games that's turtle to get 30 lives.
Exactly. What was a Nintendo game? Oh, maybe with Double Dragon. Did we mention that yet?
We did, yeah. But back to this, you're talking about it's like two Americans in the game?
Yeah, maybe it wasn't Double Dragon. Wait, let me look up Double Dragon. Double Dragon was just hand-to-hand combat, right?
Yeah, but it's two guys and they're trying to save the kidnapped girlfriend.
Yeah, maybe it was.
Or something.
Double Dragon. Once I see the art and the game,
Did you ever play Metal Gear Solid?
the original?
Or Metal Gear? Yeah, on Nintendo.
No.
Yeah, I never played it either, frankly. It was just not for me. Did you play Metroid?
Yeah. A little. Like maybe I rented it or played it at somebody's house.
Yeah, that was a tough one too.
Right. Okay. So then I don't know if you ever got into 32X or Sega CD. Did you ever get that?
Oh yeah, I had a Sega CD.
Amazing. So you had the Sega CD.
Yeah, the sewer game where you go.
I think we talked about this at one time. Maybe we didn't, but yeah, sewer. It's called sewer.
Yeah, you're killing all the rats.
Yeah.
Cleaning up the sewers in a little spaceship.
Right. Sewer. Sewer. And
yeah, that's it. Yeah.
And
kind of people think that was a precursor to the Matrix.
I could totally see that.
Yeah, that was what inspired the Matrix. That they obviously just watched that and then kind of like, oh, that's how all the underworld, the Matrix is gonna look.
I hated Sewer Shark because there was one part that I could never beat. That like you had to pay attention to. I didn't know what to look for, and I played it so many times I just never could get past it. I would die every time. That was the first.
I got Sega CD just for Dragon Slayer.
That was
just so I could play it because I spent so much money on that game and never beat it in the arcade, and then got the Sega CD just so I could play Dragon Slayer and beat it. That
was the first console that had a CD. Game changer, because then you got like video in a game, and
and the video back then was way more than they ever did now. Like it was so interactive and cool, and like it made you really feel like you're a part of the game.
Do you remember the boxing game they had for it?
Oh yeah,
that game was amazing.
The game was so in depth.
Right. I'm gonna look it up right now. It was called Prize Fighter, and it was amazing. And I remember playing it, and like I wasn't very good at it, but then I got better. And I remember there was this girl you could flirt with, or like she flirted with you in the movie, and it like treated me. It was like, or in the game, it was like, I gotta win this for this chick. Maybe she gets naked at the end of this. You know how it is as a kid. And because it's like you're seeing like adults, like who knows what's this game. That doesn't happen. But yeah, that game was amazing. They didn't make a lot of games on Sega CD though. Like it was kind of a half-assed attempt. And then it came and it just knocked it out of the Sega. I mean, the Dreamcast was okay, but Okay.
So, funny story about Sega CD. Right?
Yeah.
Myself included, and a lot of other people, your game got ruined.
Yes, they did. But why did yours get ruined?
Because you don't take care of them. You pull them out of the thing.
Exactly. I thought you were going to say because there was something. Yeah, they were CDs for the first time, and if you've never dealt with CDs, you'd think you could just.
Really easily. Like those games scratch like simple, like you just leave on your desk or whatever, and the game scratches, and then wasted $70 on it.
Right. Okay. So, do you remember the game Three Ninjas Kickback?
What game?
Three Ninjas Kickback.
Oh, yeah, I didn't play that, but I know that movie.
Yeah, so that was a movie, that was a game that I played that was really cool. You could be like, they call them like Tom Tom and like Colt and um, let's see, Colt and Tom Tom. And I really liked that movie. That was like the first, because like Karate Kid was a movie, but it was a little before my time, at least consciously. But Three Ninjas was like a martial arts movie. Might have been the first martial arts movie I ever saw. And the another interesting thing about it was the grandfather was the same guy in Karate Kid, the Miyagi guy, and his grandkids were like kind of white looking. Like he was the grandfather, and so it was like two generations, and it was like, oh, you mean like an Asian guy can have like white grandkids? I didn't really understand how it all like. Yeah, and he can love them and care about them and all this stuff. Absolutely. Like basically, there was just something interesting to me about that. Like an Asian guy didn't have to have. It could be like a mixed family. It would be like still really fine. Way ahead of its time. That was just like I'd never seen something like that. All right. So then, Adventures of Batman and Robin. I remember playing this game at some point somehow, and I remember it was hard. All right.
All the Batman games have always been difficult.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think it's because they have a lot of adults play them as well, and they don't want it to just be pushovers. Yeah.
Because no one's figured out how to flawlessly just use the accessories that Batman has and make the game fun.
That's right. Unlike Spider-Man games, which are usually amazing, a lot of it's like this open world and everything. Bat games have always been very clunky. All right.
I've never, Batman is a character I've never liked because he's such a jerk. He's a millionaire, and all he wants to do is go beat up like street level thugs. And if he would just spend his money, like, getting a better police force, everything would be fine.
I get that. We haven't talked about sports games too much, but I've always been into sports games. Bill Walsh college football. That was big on EA or on. It's my first like sports. I'm looking. There was one, Bram Stoker's Dracula. I don't think I ever played it, but I remember it was from like there weren't that many games I remember of this. I'm through them right now and like what ones really recall. Let's hear.
Baseball All-Stars?
So I played a bunch of baseball games. The big game for me on Sega was Triple Play. Do you remember this game?
I don't.
Oh,
the reason why I mentioned baseball
it was amazing.
It was on Nintendo, and you could save.
Oh yeah. That's right. I do
So you can build your team, and then every time you get money for the game that you played. If you won or lost, and you could use that money to play players.
And how did they do the little battery in it, right?
forget. Yeah, like and then some of those batteries run out and have to be replaced.
Exactly. I do recall some. Okay, ESPN Baseball Tonight was for Sega CD, and I had that, and that was cool. Um, let's see here. Uh,
You ever played Jaws?
the game
Yeah, the video game.
on what? I don't recall.
Yeah, it was on Nintendo.
Yeah, maybe I played it. That might be a thing. All right. Um, just one moment. Yeah. What else? Okay. All right. I'm looking. Did you ever play the Terminator?
In the arcade or on the Nintendo? I played the arcade version.
I say here. All right. See, like, okay, I'm gonna read these games. All Sega CD games. They say these are the type. Like, I've never heard about any of them. 25, Lunar, Eternal Blue. 24, Brutal, Paws of Fury. Stop me if you've heard of any of these. 23, Night Trap. Like, I never saw it. 22, Popful Mail, Magical Fantasy Adventure. 21, Flink. 28, 19, Keo Flying Squadron. 8, Fatal Fury Special. Looks familiar, but I only played that um, in a. I'm sure you probably did too. If you saw it, you'd be like, yeah, I remember that. 17, Soul Feast. 16, Shining Force CD. 15, Earthworm Jim. I played Earthworm Jim. I played it on Sega CD necessarily. It was always an interesting idea that you're playing an Earthworm. Oh, dude. Um, Back to Nintendo. Did you ever Battletoads?
Oh, yeah, I've beaten Battletoads. I've gone all the way through.
That's a hard game.
Yeah, the hardest part is when you're on the bikes and you gotta go through the super fast level up and down, back and forth. We had to like map that one out to beat it.
Right. Um, there was some CD. I played that on Sega CD. Uh, Dude, all of the games that they listed here, I remember them any of them, except for Sonic CD. Uh, I just, you were absolutely right in terms of like, I'd never had to take care of these before, and didn't know that you couldn't just, like you said, leave them on a table. Or, fortunately, I don't ever recall not being able to play a game because it was scratched. Um, but like my games got really fucked up, like, but they still worked. Um, all right, and then try to think of any other uh, games that I had that were like.
Did you ever play pro wrestling?
Oh yeah. Okay, so on Nintendo, I played WW WrestleMania. I played a bunch of. Okay, so there. Well, I think there was a pro wrestling game, but then there was WWF wrestling. I think it was called WrestleMania, or maybe just the WWF. Let me look up the name of it.
Okay. Let's gotta grab a bucket.
You're good.
It's just like a lump more than.
Yeah, it was WWF WrestleMania, and it was amazing. You could be Hulk Hogan, you could be Honky Tonk Man, and I used to love. I used to think he was Elf. You could play as Andre the Giant, Macho Man Randy Savage, $1 Million Man, who I thought was cool. Bam Bigelow, who I didn't really like at the time, but I kind of like a lot now because it's like flame. I don't know how else you want to call it, like cars that like hot attitude became really popular. The Honky Tonk Man.
Well, yeah, cartwheel move too.
Yeah, that's right. I do remember that, and that was a really good game. And then for Super Nintendo, I would rent these games a lot. Uh, they had there was another WWF game for Nintendo. I want to say it, it was maybe there was only one, but no, there was one that had.
Royal Rumble game.
Yeah, that's right. I had that on board. There was one that had the Ultimate in it, and um, he
You can
was
play as Earthquake and Typhoon as well.
yeah, exactly. It was called WWF WrestleMania Challenge, which was different. Um, and they also had in it uh, the Big Boss Man and, and you could play as um, they don't say who you play as. It looks like Ultimate Warrior, Macho Man, Andre the Giant, Big Boss Man, Hulk Hogan, and I want to say you can play somebody else. I'm not sure. Uh, you knocked yourself out. Here's who you could. Here's who you could play as: Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant, Macho King, Randy Savage, Ultimate Warrior, Brutus the Barber, Beef, Ravish, Hacksaw, Jim Duggan.
In the tank and make sure it's clear. Okay, I'll do that too. Yes, Ben, yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Some sleep, catch up again.
Yeah, but this, I was talking to you about all these games.
Nostalgia F, man. Nostalgia fuck.
If you have 4 days, watch the thing that I dropped in the Twitter space.
I was just looking at it. The quality's great. So now that I have to pay attention to it,
Yeah, cool, man.
take care. What up, big dog? How are you, Legion Whisperer? Long time no see. Okay. How are you? Excellent. All right. Did you make your videos yet?
Yeah, don't couldn't do it because of my phone.
Okay. So where can I see your videos?
I will try sending it to you now. Should I send it to?
You can send it to Discord, or you can send it X, whatever ones we've been communicating. Send it in X. We've been communicating on X.
Okay, okay, that's me. That's an issue with my phone, so I couldn't do it. I'll try doing it. In the morning, probably.
All right. Well, I'm not the guy to go to for. That's for you to be able to market yourself, and you get money, big man.
Yeah, I'll try my best. So how have you been?
Every day's a holiday. Every day is a feast. I've been really well, thank you. Seen some really great growth on Twitter, and I want the same for you.
It's been a while doing your I'll get back to you.
Okay, hey, you should also know if you can't get Sora to work, you can use Grok. Download the Grok app, and you can make videos. Okay?
What's the name of the app?
Grok app. GROK.
Okay, okay.
You're welcome, big dog. Take care. Thanks, big man.
Moshe, Kach es kol Russia sorry, Kach es kol Russia says that actually the Gemara brings up the Raya from Bahuk Anum. It's actually the story in Navi. It's right in Shmuel days where Shaul went ahead and killed out the Gibeonim inappropriately, a segment of the Gibeonim inappropriately, and again, the Gibeonim took revenge upon Shaul by his sons. So the idea of here is use Lashon Bahuka to mean. So we see from here again that the Torah is referring to execution of all the Zara, and it's telling the execution of Avodah is done neged Hashem. It's done opposite the sun. Opposite the sun. So from here you see the execution is only carried out by day. It's the worst. Just as an aside, remember the passage that we quoted before by Baal Pa'ar, when Chai's worship Baal Pa'ar says, "Vayomer 35a down. Ersham Moshe Kas Kol She'an in Hamuchatu Rosh She'am Machatu." Understand? Remember, the question indicates to us that Hashem says to Moshe Rabbeinu, "Gather up all of the heads of the nation and punish them." Understand? If the people sin, why are the heads of the nations responsible? So I'm going to by the way, what's the pasuk of that? Right? If the people sin, why is the leadership responsible? Because that's what leadership is, right? Leadership between 1798 and 1806, was decisively right? Even if halacha l'maisa he tried his best. This is, let's say, this is north and south, and the world around in the center But what I was profound piece is, at least of the Jewish conception of leadership, is that if the person was a leader, stop for them. So again, things go well, things don't go well, things disintegrate within the constituency. So the way that Torah is that it is a reflection on the leader. Again, it's not always a reflection on the leader, but the leader has to treat it as if it is a reflection on his leadership or lack thereof. That's what the Pasha said. But again, no association is something deep about it. Interesting. So here when Hashem says to Moshe, Kach es kol Rosh Ha'am, what Hashem was actually telling Moshe Rabbeinu was, gather the people, gather the heads of the nation, and establish a team, set up courts. Now why are you setting up courts? In order to adjudicate all the people who worship the Holy Zara. We want quick, and that's judgment. So the Gemara says, my time, what's the reason? Even in the Shem Dana Shnayim Bayom, remember, there was a question here. Remember again, this already gave Moshe Rabbeinu just a couple weeks ago from the Shmo. So what's going on over here? Why? Moshe Rabbeinu to set up extra courts. Why was there a need for extra courts? So maybe you'll say, Shem Dana maybe a case that is not allowed to adjudicate capital cases in one day. So here, what do we have? We have over here a number of problems. So that one of the unfortunately went ahead and worked several results. The words idolatries. Now, usually what are you going to say? There's a question more. You can't have one court judging one capital case. So maybe halacha l'maisa again set up more courts. When can't a court adjudicate capital cases? That's only if halacha l'maisa again, it's two different types of capital cases. I have a hereg and a chayach, a skila and a search, something like that. About the misa achos, done. It's actually interesting, but essentially with halacha l'maisa, you have two of the same type of case. In other words, two of the same crime, the same capital crime, those can actually be adjudicated by the same different This is actually says over here. So we get almost like across. We get done with these things like almost. Sorry, we start coming to the and the Asi like Kulei Shemalo Yektusu the Khalatsola. So this is interesting. There's two different cases. These are guys' capital cases. And remember, we've already seen before that really basic is obligated to find a way to examine it. That's really what's happening over here. So maybe when it's two different types of capital cases, so halacha l'maisa, they can judge it, but if it's one type of capital case, maybe they can. So the Gemara says, "Misa achas done elo kidei." So halacha l'maisa, they will say this is not a bit of a problem with one case who's judging multiple cases. Why? Because halacha is basically to judge multiple capital cases when they are the same type of capital case. That's permitted. So why the need for extra budgeting over here? To which the Gemara answers, in order to go ahead and halacha expedite judgment, so that really again the wrath of HaKadosh Baruch Hu should be incredible. Particularly Rashi says over here, Allah Yashav Haran Af, Shakhish Baruch Hu Shekula Masukim B'Davar in the Torah of Kodo. What says very interesting. How do you take away the divine wrath? How do you take this interesting idea? The Torah is saying, how do you remedy that? How do you remedy? Do whatever you can to expedite to as expeditiously deal with the problem as possible. How do you take care of that? Fix the problem. Fix the problem. That's how you take care of divine wrath. And therefore, again, if Allah relates to the right people, what's the best remedy to divine wrath? Go ahead and set up as many buckets in as you can. Cases to be adjudicated, judgment could be dealt, and move forward. So let's say such a profound mistake. When does the Rebbeinu Shalom get sacrifice? It's not when we sin. It is when we sin. But that's not real. That's not real divine wrath. From why? Because God is no we're going to sin. We always sin. We get stuff up. So when does he get upset? He gets upset with us when we don't fix our problems. That's confusion. When I walk in life and I know that I have rarely issues, I just refuse to do it. So sometimes in life, I'm not sure the problem is. As we get older, I recognize 98% of it. I know exactly what the problem is. So what's the issue is I'm just not ready enough to fix it. And that's where divine wrath is. He says, I can forgive the transgression. I can forgive the mistake. But I need you to engage in decisive action to remedy that which is broken. If you also do that, that's when I really get upset. To make a mistake is forgivable. But fix it, that's incredible. All right, let's go back. It says Dima. Let's go and bubble. So let's just remember again. Dima, military law, is adjudicated, and the verdict is delivered that day. Dima, in the cautious, in little cases, how can we wait to the verdict until the give that night? After we told the next day. Wait till the next day in order to go ahead and make sure the basin has sufficient time to find the reason. So teenage flowers from where we know from where we know that we don't deliver the verdict in capital cases for the next day. Or the Amina Damasha, Melisi, Shpat, Sadek, Yalin Ba, the so we'll say this is very no, because quotes are passing from Mishnah. So literally again, Melisi, Mishpat, Sadek. So this is how the Gemara is dashing in the passage. So how do you go ahead and ensure that Sadek, that Mishpat Sadek, that justice is fully served, that it's Malay? How? Young is boss. So what is young is boss? What is young is boss? Or really better stated, delay it. Because if you don't do this, it's like you're engaging the bloodshed. Whereas actually, we go and we believe the verdict on the capital case. Or rather, the issue praiseworthy is the judge who literally makes judgment comments. Also understanding. You delay, right? You carry. So praiseworthy actual comments. Praiseworthy is the person. Ultimately is the judge who delays his verdict. Again, Gemara interprets this to a capital case the next day. As I was saying, there's another member Chazal. What's the other member Chazal? Right? If a mitzvah comes your way, do not allow it to become chametz. So which one is? So even if that's so in general, the halacha is whatever comes your way, whatever you do, like don't carry. And yet here, so apparently there's only one thing in life that you're supposed to allow to become chametz, and that's judgment. That's judgment. So let's say a very profound episode. For everything else in life, alacrity is the key. One thing, don't be sorry, and that is passing judgment. again, if we just apply this for our own lives, everything else in life, quickly, fast, alacrity is useless. When it comes to passing judgment on people, Ashram Danish don't be so quick to judge. Let the judgment become comments. Sit a little bit. Make sure you actually know what you're talking about. Try to gather all of the facts. Life, avoid comments at all costs. Judgment, strive for comments. Rabbi will say, Ashram comments, what does this mean? Ashram below comments. The other thing it says, or another interpretation also is, literally again, praiseworthy is the one who is the aggrieved party and not the aggressor. Meaning, Rashi points out that when a case sits in session, so they should try to make sure to add to the victim a little bit. In other words, that try to go ahead and address the needs of the victim before one addresses the needs of the aggressor. These are high the least mishpat. What does the other thing do with this noise? So keep Rabbi Loz's Rama, one of those Rama, cult is very interesting. Cult kindness, so this is incredible. Any fast day, or after the fast day, Balabatim delay in giving tzedakah is as if a person has spilled blood. Now, what is the Shneimar? Milesi Mishpat said. What's the stuff like that? Take a look at Rashi's flow. This is really fascinating. Rashi says, cult kindness. Receiving how you believe in kindness, last tzedakah, but how you any ha'aniyim yisuos lekach. The end, yalinu nimsu aniyim le'edin, yishalokach. So there's a very beautiful custom, always a custom, that after a fast day, people would give tzedakah to the aniyim, right? Because the aniyim, again, is very general, so people would have to give tzedakah after the fast. If you delay it, and the aniyim will look forward to that. If you go ahead and you delay giving fast, there's almost like probability for shedding blood. The aniyim are looking that in such a dramatic. If you don't do it, it's culpability. Wasn't, by the way, the honeymoon economy, but that's only assuming the person was dispersing bread and dates. After the 50, but again, sorry, so Taliban is giving out money or wheat or barley, meaning not ready to eat food, less than bulk. And there is no culpability for that. So say really everything's in the okay. But again, just to kind of keep on track, that's absolutely beautiful, but just to keep on track, remember again, for our purposes, what we begin to see over here is that halacha l'maisa, so capital cases can only be started by day, and a verdict cannot be delivered as opposed to monetary cases. It needs to be started by day, but verdict can be delivered by night. But now we see capital cases have this additional component. We don't see the verdict being reversed that day. Again, if the business is going to exonerate, that's a different discussion. But assuming that they're not necessarily set on exoneration, they have to wait till the next award. And again, all of this is part of the motif that we spoke about yesterday, which is that the halacha wants things to exonerate. They want to find it, they want them to deliver this verdict, and therefore you're going to make them delay delivery of the verdict to the next day. Okay, incredible. As a result of this, now that we know that any crime before capital case, what's the minimum duration? 2 days. 2 days. Right? That doesn't have to be done, right? The case is going to exonerate. You can accelerate that day. But the nice whenever you begin a capital case, you have to look at a minimum of a 2 day duration. As a result of that, what it means to say, because if you take capital cases on Erev Shabbos or Erev Yom, right? Because again, we'll see why. Can't do Shabbos, can't do Yom. Okay, so let's analyze this. He's off in Giants. Therefore, the Mishnah said, therefore, we don't adjudicate capital cases on and then Shabbos or in Erev Yom. So the Gemara says, what's the reason for this? We shouldn't go F-sharp because we can't structure the legal process if you're starting on an Erev Shabbos or another. Why not? So how do you figure out? Like, I was the guy made the knowledge. So, for example, let's say begin with the Torah. It's very capital. Look at this conjunction. Now, Beis is going to be inside. What are you going to do? Start on Friday. So, start on Friday. Let's say the guy made the knowledge. So, the Likmarei is Shabbat. So we start on Friday, say Chevra. It is our intention to finish on Friday. Right? We start on Friday, finish on Friday. We said it's just doing a scene that looked like Friday morning. Friday morning. Early again, pieces everywhere. So again, it's not just even on a church Friday. It was a very different. Still say so nice, but yes, let's say everyone's going to go and start it on Friday, end it on Friday. You can't do that. Why? Again, that could work. Technically, how could it work? How could that happen? And listen, right? If you exonerate, you're right. You've done all things in one day. However, see, the problem just is maybe there'll be a reason to keep it or grounds to keep it, in which case, by definition, we have to go on to day number 2. I will say, and therefore, again, that would push us onto Shabbos. Okay, so anyway, so it says in Gemara, ordinary Bishop, so the lictor. So fine. So let's go ahead and right. You're right. The case. Adjudicate the case on Friday. And what's the worst case scenario? If you find them guilty, deliver the guilty verdicts on Shabbos and execute them on Shabbos. Which means no. Aim with sicha no chesed. You don't execute on Shabbos. So that's good. So let's say, what if I say, are you allowed to deliver a Torah session on Shabbos? What's your subject? So the halacha is you the Oraisa, there's not a problem. Don't reading Torah on Shabbos. Why? It's one of the zeros lest you come to writing. Right? Six ways to read the business section. Right? Business discussions. There's a whole bunch of zeros, lest you come to write us. So interestingly enough, adjudicating a case on Shabbos, technically speaking, there's nothing wrong with it. It's an indrabanan. So point out that doesn't show up there. Exactly, it doesn't show up there. Obviously, again, that level of legislation wasn't yet in effect over there. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, okay, so let's adjudicate the case on Shabbos. And let's begin the case on Friday. One or two things are going to happen. If we find it innocent, and it's innocent on Friday, and if there's a reason for the late judgment sold Shabbos, and go ahead and have capacity for the guilty verdict on Shabbos. Okay, guilty verdict on Shabbos. So let there be a guilty verdict on Shabbos and execute on Shabbos. Game with Sicha, no class on Shabbos. We do not execution, right? As I was telling someone, right? Shedding blood, each blood of the lamb against the locals of Shita. When we don't execute on Shabbos, even though this is a mandate case in execution, it's not go for Shabbos. The lick delay, they will executing not to Shabbos. So, adjudicate the case on Friday, deliver the verdict on Shabbos. Deliver the execution on the Shabbos. Which was no, we just have more. That is one. Also, when it comes to execution, what's that to be done? By day. So, okay. Deliberate the Shabbos. Delay the Shabbos. So, why don't you do this? Adjudicate the case on Friday, deliver the verdict on Shabbos, and have the execution on. Is that right? So let's do that. Let's do that. First, so we're going to talk about this. There's a concept of Helium, ultimately again means unnecessary delay of judgment, which goes ahead and causes the parties unnecessary. The idea over here is the notion, and this is fascinating, the notion that we're going to judge legally on Friday, given his guilty verdict on Shabbos, and deliver his that's just It creates unnecessary. So I just want to point out how fascinating this is. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, no, actually, no, sorry, Rashi. So what's that fascinating? If they is condemned to death, what is target? So that's how he's not a good guy. He's not a good guy. Yes, one example. It's quite fascinating. Even though he is liable to a death penalty, obviously, he's such a huge trouble. Just because someone thinks something really bad does not mean that part of his life to go ahead and treat him. And this is saving yourself from success. Because if it feels worse, let him sit in the verdict for him. Why does that matter to us? It's not us. Because even if people have to be punished, it's still a person that's in the team, and it's still a person that does not any unnecessary as well as guilty party. It's incredible. I swear, Danny the Mali shot. You never had the shot something. That's a great idea. The Judici party. Don't verdict and shot said when to deliver the verdict. Sunday. Just delay it to Sunday. Deliver the verdict to Sunday. And that way, again, that seems to accomplish everything. That way, you have that verdict yesterday. He's guilty. Executing during this on Sunday as well. Gemara says, this is our most concerned question about this, that halacha l'maisa, the judges are going to forget. Like this case is discussed, and then there's Shabbos in between. Until Sunday. This is going to forget their rationale. So you must this is incredible. Now, how about that? The Shmei Sofer Hagayam, the only with man. The closing to the Hamazim, the Hamisaki, the Divrei Hamachayim. Even though, remember, there are scribes, there's the first who write all of the reasons, right? So they're writing down those the judges want to find this interest, all being murdered, right? The Gemara says, never zero hybrid, this is incredible. He did the Puma Kasira, so remember again, what are the stenographers, what are the scribes, what do they write? They write that which the judges articulate. Liba the Inish, ultimately, again, what's in my belongs to me. What's in my heart belongs to me. I wasn't which is his face to me. Lady Mars, Lady Europe is liberty in she, which means that which is in the heart can be forgotten. Now, what that means is the Gemara says is that essentially the heart of the judge is what the judge articulates, right? And what he articulates, but then part of it, by definition, also has what? Like a little bit like what you're feeling with tissues. And that you can't articulate. But yet, you just believe that it's absolutely part and parcel of the tissue process. So the issue just is the stenographers can write down whatever the judges articulate. They can't write down what's in the tissue. What's in the tissue also necessary. So the problem is by coming to Sunday, and then again, if Sunday morning they're revisiting again or revisiting things, the judge may have forgotten something that could compromise the effectiveness of the judgment. So we don't want to enter the way. Also to point out that you can read that phrase over the Iraq is over here. Rashi said, Liba di inshi lo kasvi, Ra'aka davshi zotalo yisod hatam, Nishtach mi libo yishubo l'tamo, so again, what's now the way you must understanding it over here is what like Liba di inshi is in a person's heart. He forgets. But you can also read the phrase, Liba di inshi. What's in your heart is yours. It's yours. No one else knows what is in your heart. I would say this is incredibly important for a couple of things. So number one, sometimes you see people do things, like you see people say things, they act and you are ready to go ahead and judge them. Understand, you never know what's happening in a person's life. You never know what's happening in a person's life. And if you operate with general principle, that at that point people are good. If you see good people doing something bad, chances are something going on. You see the play that just seems out of character, chances are there's something going on inside of it. You can't see it. Why? But the issue is happening inside of the person's mind thing about no one else knows about. There's another aspect. No one knows what is happening. Sometimes we expect people to be there for us in difficult times. We expect people to help us when we're struggling. This is important to know. No one knows you're struggling. No one knows that you have time unless you tell them. Even people who want to get Christians, so they have such experience because people who love very much expect to know how they are feeling, even though they don't articulate how they're feeling. Remember, you are everything it's the only way someone knows you're feeling to tell them. And people tell them they improve certain things, but remember, leave the inches. The heart is yours. And no one else really has a little bit of incredible. Okay, let's go like this. Different Hilchah. Also, it's just all the possibilities. And therefore, Hilchah. So now we understand why the Mishnah said that you can't be the capital case on a Friday. Essentially, again, there's no way to have this come out in a proper way. Incredible. Hey, for us, this is a dope church couple. Listen, now this is thinking about the US. So one of the facts that came out of is that halacha l'maisa. So basic execution does not go ahead and override. Doesn't override Shabbos. The Gemara says, huh, interesting. The Gemara says, we take for us this, what's the dope Shabbos couple? The burial of a mitzvah, remember, I'm walking the road, I see an unburied body. That's called the mitzvah. You know what they bury it? I don't know. Yeah, we need to bury a mitzvah. Should be Docha Shabbos. Right now, remember, Avoda, sacrificial service in the business, right? But it's an service is the even though based on your service, there's a lot of officer, right? Part of the tummy, you check the cover, right? You go ahead and you're putting the Torres on the coals, right? Right? You do a whole bunch of halachas, but you say temple service aside overrides the halachas of Shabbos. So this Ma'avor Shabbos Shabbos mitzvah. Zofa also Milah Soros. Listen to this. Okay, this mitzvah supersedes avodah, overrides temple service. Where do we learn that from? We learn from the word Ula Achos. So we're not going to go through this whole drama, although it's great to look at on your own. The pasuk is saying, "La'avi mola Ula Chason lo yitama lehem motzam yisal kav al rosho." So this person is a Nazir, right? Ultimately, again, do not become tummy for anyone, even the closest relatives. Now, what's that here is, all we can say is that Nazir can't become tummy for anyone. You didn't have to say Ma'avir, Imal, Ma'achir, Ma'afuso, so there's different trushes. What are you going to ask about? So, he decided to speak. The other way, not how Lomar. Why does the pasuk have to say even for his sister? Watch this. Hare, Sheaholet, Lishkotes, Kisha. Here's what the Gemara said about it. I should point this out. We're talking about here. This is the point right? A Nazir who is calling God. Okay, now let's imagine the following scene. So, Hashaya, like Lishkotes. Let's hold on, let's what let's focus on current Pesach. So the note of the current Pesach, sacrificial days, any herb that his girl, one of his relatives passed away. Your phone, you might have thought, listen, when he goes up, you have to turn around, go back and become Amrit, lo yitama. Now, what is become right? Again, trying to go his nose here, you can't become coming for anyone, even his own family member. So, the same way that he can't become coming for a family member, he also can't become for a mitzvah. I'm a Loma or La Chos, they're going to cause his no for a sister. La Chosu, they're coming, ultimately, again, but he does become coming from his mitzvah. So what is it from here? You see from here, the mitzvah is still everything. That even, so again, if the Kohen Gadol Muslim has a choice between a mitzvah offering up on a Pesach, what does he do? Now watch this. So now what we establish, let's follow the train of thought over there. What we establish is mitzvah overrides avoda, and avoda is docha Shabbos. So I will say what it says. A equals B equals C, A equals C. What is that? Good. Right? So good. So nice, right? So therefore, again, right? So here's what I have ultimately again. I have right. If mitzvah is docha, avoda is docha Shabbos. Therefore, the logical conclusion would be that mitzvah is docha Shabbos. So therefore, again, if I'm not going to read the shul on Shabbos, and I go ahead and I see mitzvah, halacha, again, I should be obligated to go ahead and so by the way, also qualified excuse for beats. So the Gemara says, Shabbos increases the avoda. And if Shabbos is right, Shabbos, everything should take one mitzvah for himself. Ultimately, the better mitzvah, Shabbos. That's so the argument. Now listen, I want to point out, mitzvah is not Shabbos. Right? It's not Shabbos. You don't carry anyone. Right? And that's not a regular person. So I love for the mitzvah, the Lord's asking I understand the logic again. It makes mitzvah docha avoda, and avoda is docha Shabbos, and mitzvah should be docha Shabbos. I'm going to say, Tokia, docha avoda. The inner docha Shabbos. I'll tell you the pure, so to speak. The refutation. So execution itself will refute this argument. Why? So most I want to see execution is docha avoda. Now, what is that? Take it Rashi. Rashi's third short one. Because of docha avoda. The sieve making is used to do bubbles. Says there's somebody who's liable to the penalty. You take it even from the altar, even from the staff. What does this mean? It says, "I have coin or seach, lots of labo." There's a coin. The most they was telling right, he's liable to a capital punishment. Liable to that punishment. Yet he wants to do the avodah. And here also this could exist. Or the back from you do me out of the expression. But this should name this your back. So let's say you have a coin, your coin, so you found guilty of a capital. Yet again, if this coin is serving this in the brush, see the avodah. We don't say let him do the avodah and then he will execute him, but rather again, that penalty overrides his obligation to do the avodah. Now, what we're going to see that is different in a case where, let's say the person already started to do the avodah, then was found guilty of the crime, or was already found guilty and started doing the avodah, we won't take it off his right? We won't stop him in we're starting, we'll let it finish, but if he wants to start, we're not going to let him start. So the ideal here is like this. The ideal here is like this. The Gemara says, so there's a secret up there. So here, execution. Execution. Docha avoda, ve'ila docha esasha. So you see this ultimately again from execution. So execution is docha avoda. I mean, if somebody you don't execute someone else. The formula doesn't necessarily because something is docha avoda does mean that it is automatically docha Shabbos. Okay, so let's say, well, second, let's come back on his head. Guys, so let's go ahead and say, and it should also be docha Shabbos. Why should it be docha Shabbos? After all, again, I say, why don't we say the following? It should be docha Shabbos. So again, avoda is docha Shabbos. I mean, the Shabbos to do temple service on Shabbos. And halacha, remember again, requires malacha. Yet you're still allowed to do it on Shabbos. It says, Ma'avor is docha Shabbos. Also, remember again. So now you have avoda is docha Shabbos and execution is docha, right? So flip it right. So if execution is docha avoda and avoda is docha Shabbos, then what? Then execution should be docha. The way the Gemara says, then again, if execution is built Shabbos, if execution is built Avodah is built Shabbos, then execution should be built on Shabbos. Amarabba, so this is really passing on, or always passing on. So you find very small, those Sivaru is here. So the Torah says, you shall not go ahead and fire on Shabbos. And also, interesting enough, remember, we know this, that the Mamet has lost. So 75 categories of labor on Shabbos are not exclusively where they learn from, the juxtaposition of the Mishkan to Shabbos. And I think that other labor one is for the construction of the Mishkan. Ultimately becomes one of the things that categories of labor for Shabbos. There's one malacha which is stated explicitly, and that is Havara. So why was Havara singled out? Why was it singled out? So the Gemara says, even Rabbi Yossi, it's for the purposes of Allah. What does that mean? It's there to go ahead and look at the teach us that whereas every single other malacha is punishable by a death penalty, ultimately again, Havara is only quote unquote punishable by Allah. Ultimately again, to distinguish between malacha and teaching, the same way that Havara singled down, if a person does multiple malachos in one hammer, like one we call it moment, right? One span of time that they're each for each of those malachos. Rabbi Yossi says that Havara was singled out in order to teach us punishment like that, but rather again, Havara is punishable by Allah. Rabbi Yossi says Bachari gets us up. Ultimately, again, Havara singled out teaches that just as Havara singled out, so too is individual liability for every malach that is performed. Now, remember, there's another point to this. What's the other point to this? Is that remember, certain misos, certain types of misos, which is which hot lead requires Havara. The fact that the Torah goes out of its way to say that you can't do Havara and Shabbos, the Gemara understands even so execution. So therefore, no one could construct a big halakha, right? Which essentially execution, if execution avoda and avoda overrides Shabbos, execution should override. It's a good logically sound argument. Because the Torah goes out of its way to there is no singling on Shabbos. The misos basically required. Therefore, Allah Ta'ala and execution is on Shabbos. Allah Amarava, Moshavos, the Tana was bothered by someone else. Right, the Tana was bothered by someone else. He was bothered by the use of the word Moshe. First, Moshe is the call Moshe. Most safe these are not people that fire all of your down south, all of your zones. Now, in general, whenever the Torah uses the word most safe, and what does that come to teach us? This halacha applies both there to Israel and out of Eretz Israel. The issue is it appears to be unnecessary in this passage. Why? Let's say, in general, whenever a mitzvah is what we call a individual, it applies everywhere. I don't need most of the so this is Hilchot Shabbos. Why do you become the Hilchot Shabbos? Specifically, Havara applies the whole Moshe Oseh. I understand that. Why would they think that it wouldn't apply? First, you might say, why did the Torah need to say Moshe Oseh and by Havara, by Shabbos is understood? Shabbos is Hagufi. Shabbos says the Chol Hasagufi. Remember again, what does it mean the Chol Hasagufi? It's an obligation on the individual. Like in other words, it's not geographic, and it's not agricultural. Individual. The Chol Hasagufi, Haggis being bar is in the class. And also every Chol Hasagufi, remember again, applies automatically both in Eretz as well as outside of Eretz. So why do I need the Torah to say most? So say time we should not be small, Amar because one of the Talmud Rabbi the issue Torah says if a person will be liable to a death penalty and he's put to death, so may I would have thought extras both during the week as well as on Shabbos. So the Gemara says, "Oh, nani mekayim kamal most." I so what does it mean? But yet the Torah says that if you buy it on Shabbos, you chai for that. So again, isn't going ahead and organizing an execution in itself in the form of Shabbos violation. I would have said no. That applies to Shabbos misos, courts misas things. That applies to other malachos, but doesn't apply to an execution or any veterans. Execution or veterans should be fine. So the Gemara says, "Oh, I'm not allowed to do this." Maybe again the prohibition of Shabbos applies even to days in markets. I'm in a tiny book from us. I want to do this is the days to execute someone. The chol of our Lord Shabbos. That's only during the week without Shabbos. Oh, and I allowed to be Shabbos. Maybe even on Shabbos days to execute. I'm a little most the chol most most. Yes, I was like, again, so it says, do not find all your domiciles. But why you got older? Now you ain't on the fan. The kukas mishpat with dorosechem. This should be for you a statute of law. Mama was on days in after Shabbos Amar time days. So also this is the correct purpose of why? Because Komos Shabbos is also used in the past that teaches you about establishing courts, establishing Bate Din. Here's us establish Bate Din everywhere you live. And it's already used of Shabbos by Beis Din and the Shabbos by Shabbos prohibition. To teach us what? The same prohibitions that apply for Shabbos individuals apply for Bate Din. Therefore, again, the Beis Din is not allowed to execute on Shabbos. I'm not one of therefore, the Torah says you have to fire all of your laws. That's the use of, remember again, I don't need Rosh Hashanah by Shabbos. Why? The Shabbos is a chiv on the Gavra, chiv on the individual. Any chiv on the Gavra on the individual applies itself in Chuzla. That's why I didn't Moshe Sechem. Moshe Sechem because it's used by Bate Din to teach me that the same Shabbos prohibitions apply to Bate Din. Therefore, Beis Din is not allowed to execute somewhere else. So they'll say, we're not finished with this yet. We're just like to start. So, everyone's having a wonderful day. Good to see everyone.
Rothschild relocated to Maratha territory, only to return once the British withdrew at the height of the monsoon. In mid-1800, Wellington attacked again, but this time he exploited his relationship with his brother, authorized him to offer the local Maratha lords some land, so they made an effort to seal their border. The Marathas agreed, and together the two forces boxed Wag back into Mysore territory. Short of his mobility, Wag's days were numbered, and within a few months, both he and his army were destroyed by Wellington forces.
Good morning. It was a great football for the Italian documentary of Hamid Ben Other activities is still fighting back in the first place, incredibly and the family in the coma. And you think that that means the thing is the birth of the red side, not the capital, born to UCL, then the magical level, that seems to just allow me some of these. And that will tell you the football organization. That's looks like she just gives that one and puts three countries has to do is return to Bobby Slow yesterday for also some of the video clips which were just so amazing, so overwhelming, so beautiful. But it reminds us that there's still so much more that has to happen. You have to use that a lot effort, try a little harder, tap a little harder, do a little bit more pressure, a little more stuff, whatever we can do. However, what they showed us is that it is possible. It is possible. Simple is going to be a happy ending for you. Always to get this principle of what you just pray. But it's not a disaster. It's like a life. Judaism, the one that works for us, there's two different types of stories. Maybe more than two things to this. There's mythology and else. So in mythology, you have to read Greek mythology, so I can understand that. So, the stories are all very strange. You have the gods who are very human-like, and the gods are always trying to foil the actions and plans of men. And then you have fairy tales. What happens in fairy tales? Every fairy tale always ends in the same way. That's how. And everyone lives happily ever after. And it's that it's like a rough deposits that certainly in Yiddish you don't have mythology. Because you don't have someone who wants us to be more successful than we want us to be successful. And we're going to be reading and advocating and cheering for us. We don't need mythology. And at the same time, in Yiddish we have no fairy tales. We have no story that ends and everyone lives happily ever after. That's how that goes. That's how you go ahead. So I just make sure everything's dead. Almost everything else you get, all you want is comes down to yourself. And he's taken from this world with just mere steps of where to show. At the end, on Purim, when we do the Sester, and we do a whole world celebratory and everything, what happened? The heroine of the story, Esther, is locked in a marriage she did not want to be in that husband life that she did not want to be in. Judaism doesn't really live happily after stories. It's not the way it works, because that's not the essence of life. The essence of life is not everyone lives happily ever after. The essence of life is one that ends the marriage and everyone kept on living, growing, and accomplishing. Despite the pain, despite the setback, with all of the broken hearts, we keep on seeing these incredible images of the house of the being returned. And on one hand, feeling of relationships between us, we at the same time forget all of those who are still in captivity, literally in captivity. Because the soldiers who have give lives up in the Hashem and the course of Europe. You can't forget October 7th. You can't forget all of the incredible tragedies. So, as much as it's like a week of it's not, and it's nothing, and everyone lives more. But we also have to take this into judgment, but at the same time, before we double our efforts to bring last of our brothers and sisters home. And there's one story that will end, and everyone lived happily ever after. That's the Ula. And you can do it. Let's see that let us do this. It's very bad. It's not 34. Let's pick up on the days 33B. And we will talk about the two dots. Right? Yes. Good. Do you remember this? What's this number again? So the next one said, do you remember this? In the Cobalt. Do you remember the when it comes to being right monetary law, everyone, everyone is ability to go ahead and be Milani's to advocate right on behalf of the defendant. And to also go ahead and bring condemning evidence when it comes to dealing in the process, when it comes to capital law. And the halacha is like this. Everyone has the ability to go ahead and bring the source. I don't know as a going to be on that defendant, but not everyone has the ability to go ahead and do the money or to do some evidence. Let's analyze this. What is Hakol? So we went to about even 18 witnesses. They looked at what is the truth about he ended up about Hakol. She said, so listen to this case. So now what happens? Somebody comes into the I'm not saying this is going to be true. This is going to be true. Whether it is the anonymous or the cautious. That look is going to see which goes like this. So the witnesses come and they introduce evidence, they examine evidence against those very same witnesses, Rabbi says, could then turn around and issue some type of exonerating evidence for you. This is something, right? Even though again, so let's say witnesses found some additional piece of information, or they retract about rethinking or retracting testimonies or what complicated it is. But the idea of the saying that even those original witnesses to come along, whatever they did, the damning evidence, to come along and give some type of exonerating evidence. Because maybe must be say that I'm just going to you
demonstrations, and especially after the British taxes. The British once struck back with near unchecked power in this was a big shift from practice to intervening in circumstances. The
Deposit says a singular witness should not give testimony that will result in someone being put to death. Now, the sound cities of deposit sounds pretty straightforward, but you can't have a singular witness. The covenant also the Torah already taught us that you can't have a singular witness. So what is the so the Gemara says, Idachad is not believed no matter what kind of comment says, and it's not has two credibility. It's the source, whether it's the whole only on the scene, only on the whole. Seeing it as a moving principle in course, the single witness had some positive testimony discovered that these were worthy even though the British were compulsory services, able share suggesting over here that what it means is that even if one of the original witnesses who did testimony, then find some other exonerated what does that mean?
this thinking by the British
we often have like rows of students who are there in front of the building. Now that was for two reasons. Number one, best way to train the new judges is how? Training new judges, right? Let them be there as the Dina Torah happened. What it also allowed for was a judge school. Right? Should something happen to one of the sitting judges, they were able to pull someone from the literally bench, from the bench, and out there. The opposite is that as the proceedings are going on, one of the students in the courtroom sees some type of exonerating evidence for the defendant. You might stop and roll down now. My family is in Europe. What's the real story is happening? So the Lord says, Ramachan, the Pastor says, Eight Echad and Yada the Nefesh Lamos. And Eight Echad should not testify about a person that they should put to death. Lamos would get in the honor. So you can't go and testify that somebody should put to death. About the source of that, she looked there again, but to exonerate, she absolutely can say something. I won't say that again. What an Echad could actually accomplish is a different thing, right? So what is it? He exonerating evidence. And what? Okay, so we'll see in that session. But the idea is that he's listening to an effect. I'm going to instruct you to the message to a dead baby. Did I want to say no? Did I want to say, once a witness gives his testimony, that's you can't go ahead and then afterwards introduce witnesses came along and they gave testimony, right? Obviously, there was so much testimony, but the testimony is then reflected on the defendant. So that I want to say, for one of the witnesses will say, oh, you know, I just thought of something in a context. You can't do that. You can't do that. That's trying to cover your bases. And in the event that you found out to be false witness, you can't do that. Once you do testimony, and that's it. Right? Almost not that today. So what does that want to do with the actual mental pasuk that says, "No, I never nefesh lamos." What do you do with that? And look who gave the akam. So they say again, the first time they again, if one of the students in the court sees some point of exoneration for the defendant, and ultimately again they are believed to give that testimony. The Isanya Amar Achamina usually around the source. If one of the students in the court says, "I have some way to go ahead and go ahead and find something." Uniting saying Shomelo, how do we start? Uniting Shomelo is one of the witnesses, I'm sorry. One of the witnesses says, it's the plain case. One of the witnesses who gave guiding testimony, right? Negative testimony about the defendant, then turns around and says, I have some positive testimony, uniting Shomelo. How do you know that ultimately again you do not listen to that individual? Once you said your piece, you said your piece. Such a such a tremendous also has right in this, which witnesses, once they say something, you're locked in. They'll say, it's a good way to hospital life. Imagine, by the way, if we measured every word by this metric. And once I say it, I can't take it back. Once I say I can't take it back, imagine how much differently our speech would look like, right? How different our actions would look. If you guys said, once it came out, cannot change, right? If you shouldn't have called your mind, once you say it, you can't retract it, you can't reframe it, you can't reprove it, you can't reword it. I think how different, again, our speech would look. Incredible. So the Gemara says, how do you know halacha l'maisa again? If one of the students in the basement, like the conversation is going on, and one of the students in the basement says that halacha l'maisa again, I have some negative, I have some guiding testimony to go ahead and give me an so not give me so you don't listen to the students, you're going to have something positive to say. And if something negative to references, then come on, I've got the intentional, it's incredible. So there's a lot of things to learn. So first of all, we're going to say, that is to care for the OC, even though it's a which is negative testimony, positive, have the ability to go ahead and introduce them to the court proceedings. I want to disagree with that, but I would agree that the students in the court, if they see some point that could be helpful to the defendant, believe to do that. Incredible. Okay, that's what I said. Doing the just Hamalam is also the next part of the instruction. Mishnah said, doing the process, Hamalam according to Mishnah, Hamalam is close. About Hamalam is close to the Rothschild with Hamalam Choma. The way it was in capital cases is that if you go ahead and, let's say again, so say Hamalam Choma, so the witnesses goes ahead and wants to find the person guilty, they can change their mind and the person innocent, argue for his innocence. Conversely, if they argue first, they can't change mind and argue for their guilt. Let's point out. Especially yesterday, when you see this, I want to ask some people, they can want to put someone to death. On the other hand, it doesn't sound like the way a legal system is supposed to work. Like in other words, we're tying the court's hand over here in capital cases, right? So just understand how it works with a basic premise, which is human judgment is never perfect. It's never perfect. Right? So there's this understanding of that one of the key phrases to keep in mind is the Gemara says what wrongs. A judge could judge based on what he is seeing. And again, witnesses, even some are truthful witnesses, but witnesses to testimony, they're giving over the truth. What is that truth based on? What is that truth based on? Right? The way they perceive truth, we all perceive truth in different ways. So if you think about this, every single form of human judgment, right? So the witnesses are presenting truth based on the way they perceive it and see it. The judges are interpreting facts based on the way they perceive it and they see it. So if you think about it, from actual truth, objective truth, it's filtered through witnesses, truth. Again, everybody's two people. Witnesses truth, judges truth, and then we arrive at a which means it's possible that you are at least two removed from what actual reality is. So in monetary cases, play this out. Let's do this case here. Let's get there. Money ends up in the wrong hands. There is bonus shalom. That's so put money in the wrong hands with all the best intentions. No problem. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to say more, but that's the wrong word. That's the wrong word. Right? You go ahead. There's a car. There's a car part. Right? Wait a second. He can move the money. Capital cases is much different. Right? So I'm thinking to its life again. Even with all the true facts, that is a reversible course of action. So essentially, let's say this medicine, someone for death, is this recognition, human judgment. not saying this word is inherently flawed, but it's inherently limited. So that's what's true. We are very, very reticent on the basis for someone to So that's why, again, you have this idea. But once he went ahead, once a basis was deliberating, and they were seeing the power, they were seeing the generation, they can't stop that all. So I'll be like, first I was asking not so much. When is it true that they can't reverse court? That's when we're arguing the facts. Right? When you're deliberating the case, like if the basis feels like for a generation, stay that course, and keep analyzing those facts. Don't change course. About the Shansky Martin, by the time that the verdict is going to be delivered, right? You might say, Malami is a close, Malami this is fascinating. The time of the verdict, and that's going to be essentially the time of the verdict, you really worked this through. After you've worked this through, you were ready to exonerate. And now you feel that there are grounds to implicate, you can change your mind, because then you're seeing going through the entire process. That is like, it's so contradictory. I would have just the opposite. Really not so, not done. If you want to change your mind, before verdict is being delivered, before verdict is reaching your mind, you can flip up, you can change your mind. How many verdicts you can't do it? Where's the deal? If the victim sees you to exonerate, see that process through. Go through the master. Okay, get to the time of the verdict, and now you see the other side, you can go change your mind. So the Gemara says, Mitzvah, L'machlas Nashkim Uvan, this is the right says as follows. These capital case. So what happens? L'machlas, the next morning. What is next morning? So basically, the Gemara goes in source before. On capital cases, verdict is delivered that same day. Basin has on the verdict, and it is delivered the next day. For the Basin says that South will not call out the next day. So let's say again, Basin sat in session on Sunday. Now again, we're sleeping on it. So comes Monday morning, the Machalas, Mashkin Uboy. The next morning they come today, they come back to the day. So what happens? I'm exactly, my name is Zach. So the one client who wants to says, I'm exactly, I need to go and I stay in my place. I'm going to stay in my guy. I'm a kind of my name, I'm a kind of the for me. The kind says, I want to find him guilty. It's my ground. I'm let me call him around this list. Yeah, what's the one who wanted to change his mind. I'm allowing supposed to get a lot to allow it. But one ultimately didn't want to design and change his mind. I both said every time he's talking about what the whole amount of the man gave me. This is talking about the verdict. I want to see the verdict to be right. So at the time of the verdict, you can't change your mind. So what's going on here? All the time, and using that same message, Makaras, Masak, and Makan, me Laka. Now you're going to say, for the next morning, ultimately again, so what follow my class, the Martin about Ultame or Makaras, Master Maka, me Laka. And even the next morning also, you really get up in the next morning. Okay, I said we can't deliver the verdict until the next morning, but at least to say there's not some back and forth the next morning. Maybe there's still some more back and forth. Just like it's not so much, you're right. These prices actually talking about the next time of the verdict, rather than it's talking about again the time of the back and forth. So supporting what rather during the Masa Umaton, no one can change their mind. Why? What's very important? What's one thing is like this: if you're going to choose an approach, you're going to choose a mahala, and you're going to choose an opinion, stick with it and see it through. It doesn't completely change your mind, but be a well thought out individual. I can see this all the time. People like to change their ideas, they change their eyes. Let's change our approaches. So you're not going to be immersed. Don't try to master Makan. Be thought out. Think through what's one way. You're going to arrive at a decision. If you want to change your mind, there's always the ability to change your mind. Trust master Makan, you can't change your mind. But trust Makan, before the verdict is delivered, you can change your mind. You've got about Tashma, done it in this negative, a little Achira Achman as Achira Achira then I hide in dinner Hamizaki. Because what happens when a business is adjudicating the case, assuming you have a split opinion, so what happens? We allow the case to kind of hash it out until ultimately, again, one of the judges who wants to find guilty switches over to the side of innocence. Therefore, you have a majority for the judge to find it innocent. You saw this thing on the top, I'm going to both say it sounds like familiar. So the verse is also possible. But you can have, let's say again, a group with a majority of some Chavra is holding that he's innocent, some Chavra is holding that he's guilty. Let Rabbi also say that we allow them to debate it until the Jews have the majority. Not because the Kana is looking for an innocent outcome, not for a guilty outcome. So let's say one of the members of the court, one of the students would be another found grounds to exonerate. And then what happened? He died before the verdict was delivered. Lord also to have all this fascinated. He viewed as if he's still alive since he's part of the deliberations, and therefore counted his opinion as an innocent opinion. The Anai, Nema, you have a kind of holiday. What is that? We just said before, you can change his mind. Maybe even if he was alive, he would have changed his mind. Depending on the holiday. Still, he could have changed his mind by letting out people. I measure the heart. Don't when you come and Motsi in the cloud of it. I write the Motsi. And you are not excluding yourself from the decisions of the It's rich. He's not excluding himself. Alright, so that's not what it's about. So we're trying to figure out what we remember here's the purpose of that. So you indicated to us that in the case, once there's been expressed an opinion for acceleration to get guilty. So that comes along and says that is only during the time of deliberations. Deliberations, you gotta stick with the team. But during verdict of the debate, during verdict was what we mean during verdict. Before the actual verdict was delivered, someone already to deliver a verdict, at that point, the time is switch teams. That's what I was analyzing. Shneis no fair, they are under the thing, so as they see this, as the court was recording their opinions, there were two scribes here there. Why two scribes? I probably don't remember that from the rest of them. One on the right, one on the left. Because and the scribes will record again the words of the judges who wanted to find guilty and the words of the judges who wanted to evaluate. So let's analyze this. Which one we want to find? So I understand why I have to record the words of the one who wants to find innocent. Because you time after you finally offer it. Right? How about it? So let's say because again, you want to record the opinion of the one who wants to quickly. Yeah, because the truth is that it's actually too much like this before. And you're going to want to review their decision and actually able to see a reason to exonerate. It's nighttime, but why do you have to record the opinion of the ones who want to find innocent to record their last? You can go say, why? Because my title, life should be covered time after the Jehovah. What must you think about it? It's not because that even if they find a reason to implicate, will point to their recorded opinion and not allow them to reverse their opinion in favor of implication. What you see here, that Allah so once members of the nation find reasons to exonerate, they cannot change their opinion. If they went low, they sure you'll now you can activate the drugs. So it's now the issue. So because even the judges who exonerate, those are going to see two judges can't espouse the same halakhic concepts from two different cities. So let's say the operating word is having a visible that the Ribono only says things once. Right? Every parent has that moment where they say, listen well, you say this once. So the Ribono says things once, but simply multiple psukim in the Torah. That relate things. Remember, the way you operate is every relation is for life. Interpretation is kaddish. There's always some piece of information. Because of that, to be able to go ahead and go out the exact halakhic from two different sources, there's a problem. Someone is mistaken. So the Gemara says, why do we record? Why do we record the opinions you want to exonerate in writing? In the event that they find grounds for exoneration, same grounds from two different people, is something flawed in their Rashi. It's for Yom Shnayim Ham Echad Mishnei Neflas. The dividing up of this is Am Shnayim Ham Echad Mishnei Neflas. The two judges said the same concept. Ultimately, again, from two different sources. Again, they say the same exact from two different sources. In molding up an Ella Echad, but they ultimately again really count them as one of the units. Look at that, which is remember, it's 3 lines up from the lines here, right? In molding up an Ella Echad, the fact is Ella Cry, Lav Lahaki Asa. So let's remember again, there's no such thing, it's very important, as two psukim espousing the same thing. So therefore, again, if you have two different opinions espousing the same exact opinion, and according to the opinion, one of them is wrong. One of them is wrong. Two cannot be saying the same exact thing. Rashi goes to explain the law, but look to which one it goes, which can't effort. If you have a concept that two people cannot teach the same thing, and therefore, one of them is mistaken. One of them is mistaken. So you must listen to this. So you must listen to Amalei, in total line of that. So therefore, if you have two judges espousing the same thing, according to different psukim, something only has one opinion, because ultimately one of them is mistaken. So you have to run out of them. Rabbi, Lomacroft, Achos, Zidai, Elohim, Shaim, Zu Shamati, the old Elohim. Quotes the pasuk from Tehillim. After these Elohim, Shamati is interesting, right? Shaim Zamadi. One thing that the Baruch Hu says, I've heard for two different things I've heard. The old Elohim focused together. So what does this mean? Listen to this. Mikra Apple Yom for Kamisani. One pasuk can be interpreted multiple ways. Because it's right, in other words, clear, obviously, all marriage is based on multiple definitions of the same passage. So one passage can be interpreted ways. The aim of Echad comes, but you can't have the same concept coming from multiple. You can talk about what the passage puts out Salah. It's like Torah is like a hammer that strikes against the stone. Not have to send this kind of hammer with those, just like when you hit it on against the rock side, a hammer against the stone, it's going to shatter the multiple pieces of Mikra, Echad Yotzim, the Kamatani. So too, one concept can be interpreted multiple ways. But again, it's multiple ways. It's not what you do. It's every time I find something else. Example of one concept, of two being interpreted in the same exact way. Rabbi, here's a good example of this. Mizbeach is having a contract, but the Mizbeach ultimately sanctifies anything that is fit to come on the Mizbeach. Never said, well, we're going to see what that means is, if you accidentally put something that is possible, like on the Mizbeach, you don't take it down. Right? The Mizbeach essentially is the kaisership. There's no such thing we're going to see as, again, this is that you're not going to put on the possible, like a natural triangle. Again, anything that's technically speaking could have gone in there, but at some disqualification associated with it, or should have put there. But it was put there, doesn't come down. When Yeshua Omer, already Yeshua, and all over the Yeshua says, and it's fit for the fire. Right, so let's say disqualified for some reason. End up putting it on his back, you take it down. Allah Ne'emar, Ha'ola al-Mukdah. Ha'ola al-Mukdah. Not Ola Shiva Yishim, just like an Ola stitch. For the fires, sacrificial fires, but also located. But for some reason, he wants to disqualify. Right, it's all disqualified. If one just went around, you do not think it's out. Apple to learn Yishim in other letters. Like anything else that was fit for the sacrificial fire. But for some reason, why we don't do it? Anything put in his back, it's Allah Mo'Zarat. Ultimately, again, it's part of his back, it does not come down. And Ya'ola al-Mukdah al-Mizbeach. Ma'ola she'le'ila got in his back, and also located, Afkol she'lay in his back, and other located. I was that value, my kamikaze. Say, what are you trying to watch on his back? It's not supposed to come down. So what we're talking about here. That's in halacha. That if you go ahead and you put something that is possible on there, which should not have been put there, once you put it there, don't take it down. Don't take it down. So the Gemara says, "Mar ma'aseh min Torah, Mar ma'aseh min Mizbeach."
That's a
What's
British
interesting
would
enough,
have always
I love
had
myself,
force.
they're both espousing the same idea, but two different psukim. Was the eye the Hasham and Niflat the Tony Shefa in the Zira the Real Yeshua Allah Hadam about Hasam. But it's not true, they're not saying the same thing. There's a distinction. What's the distinction? Blood and wine. Blood and wine like this. The real one years ago, the real says blood. That was the one she placed there. Oh, wine like this, no, it's trying to have an example of this concept. Right? The mind is this concept which we never knew before, which is that if you have two things, the same effect, but when you have the two different signals that are someone's wrong, someone's wrong, which was about is also tremendous. You got it right. Not everyone's right. Everyone's right. You know, we live a little bit like this society. It's this idea. Everyone is entitled to an opinion, and everyone is right. Now, everyone is entitled to an opinion. But again, not everyone. And this is an incredible point because if everyone's right, then there's madness. Some people have to be right, some people have to be wrong. But it's just the so where's that concept come from? It comes from you. Two people saying the same thing from two different sources, the same God. They're totally saying the same thing like this. It says like this. Allah Papa, I'm saying that this is the news that we talk shit out of us on the days. I'm really proud of it. Yeah, sure. All right. So let's say, tomorrow's the goes. I'm not saying that this you talk shit out of us. Yeah, then anything outside, anything out, again, it's talking about invalid sacrificial items. Sacrificial items. Ultimately, again, it was consecrated. Consecrated. Shaman being right, what does that mean? Then items that are fixed in his bayah and not fixed in his bayah. Yeah, okay. That actually points out there's a very interesting example. For example, what about Sha'ar Igbash? Honey, 11. Now, in general, again, those items are never offered up on these days. That even if you actually put those items on these days, that's what you do. I would love to kavasi. Therefore, the part says cheap, not kavasi, even called value. So it's very important. So, and this principle says that if you put something on the mizbeach that should not be put there, what does that mean? You have it in a blemished animal, right? Or for example, sacrificial meat that something happened. You should put on the mizbeach. But you do, don't take it down. But that's all something that is technically fit for the mizbeach. If you put something that was never fit, invalid, for example, honey, let's say there's no ever part of any covenant of any sacrificial life. But you actually put honey on the mizbeach, that automatically becomes easier. The Hebrew says, Ola, not Ola, so just like Ola is fit for the mizbeach, for the mizbeach, but invalidated for some reason. You went ahead and you put it on, you dumped it. You my coming out to and both leave the things what are they executing? So the Gemara says, they're going ahead and excluding items that are inherently invalid for the mizbeach. So my mind's them with my mind's one is really from Kavas, one is from Kavas. Supposed to be two things learning the same concept from two different sequences, two different parts of the system. Two different Bossy actual animal sacrifices that you put it in the mizbeach, don't take it down. But if you put it in the mizbeach, then what? Take it down. And the Gemara says, Ola Sa'od, if you accidentally put Ola Sa'od in the mizbeach, once again, you're not really saying the same thing. Actually says as follows. גם יחשב לפי שבור, גם סבא, ורבוס אס הזורק ליבר וישמע. So, totally different stuff. Not different stuff, give you an example. This is talking about here, stupid quotes. Stupid quotes. Those stupid quotes, halacha is, you are not allowed to offer a carbon outside of this. And if you do that's called stupid quotes, that's called offering something outside of carbon business, it's liable to that. That's what that is. So down your conservation is really again capitalized with a person who does this. Down the person the rabbis as I said. This comes to one who offers a carbon, even somebody does by the offering of a sacrifice, sacrificial blood, really small. And here the giver says, oh, Zeba, Zeba, the rabbi says, it also comes to include someone's drinking cups. Also, let's see here, what are they doing? What's happening over here? Two opinions say the same thing from two different sources. The Kaibani, my Kamarabu, one of them both come to include in the category of stupid. So, Srika, my Sila Nizami, Kashin, my Sila, Bahama, Zosa, so again, Salaha, I said, and this example of two opinions learning the same thing from two different places. Baha Amra Biabal, shut up, Nizar, Ibelanani, but Biabal is doing not real, it's not from shut up, Nizar, Shita, and Zita outside. So you have Mishmo and your kind of Alash, the Sunday Mishmo. So it's interesting. Let's say person is Shita and Zita on a carbon outside of this nature. So it's in the friend of Mishmo, one Kai once. Everybody can be a Kiva, Kai Shtai. So it's even not saying the same thing. Ishmael, Rabbi, after the Rabbi Akiva, Nani, and the Kai Alash. So I'm going to also the Kai once. So I'm a club, Shantala, or Shantala. I think we'll have more of a cool last year. So once I was told it includes essentially kind of remarks all sexual activity that trying to get into one category. And if I love to you should really agree that if you were to shop, if you were to shop and do Zika for this winter, one would be highly only for that. So once so I love for myself, I love for myself, that would be a solid. It's an interesting concept. If you're shipping, learning the same time to do different super, somebody's wrong. Somebody's wrong on the website. So again, why is that for us? Because if you have two dialogues, offering your opinion, right? You're both offering your opinion, two advocating or examining. And the both is arguing, and it's basically the same exact concept on two different seats. I'm up to this. Let me count it as one opinion. Someone is wrong in their analysis, and therefore, again, you don't know which one is so, but they only count collectively ultimately as one opinion. Because that's what I say. What's it like to do? Second one. So, Dini Mamadis, some of them don't. So, now we're going into more logistics. Let's have a whole. So, Dini Mamadis, you can go ahead, you can adjudicate a case by day, and you can even go ahead and finish it at night. Dini the Farshas are judged by day, and you have to leave by day. Like, you cannot pursue the capital case at night. Okay, because otherwise, you're actually going to Dini Mamadis, you can go ahead and adjudicate and complete the case that same day. Functions, you can't complete the case, can't live in the building. That's analyzed. So, Dini Mamadis is done by you. So, where do you want Dini Mamadis is by day? And it was the other way. It's adjudicated day, and can be finished that same day as well. I'm going to see that Papa comes across the shop to us on the police. As I you get and I just adjudicated by day, I'll finish it by day. That's what but in the hand is very noticed. If you get even conclude at night, I will give my Papa the shop to us on police. The party says you should judge people at all times. At all times, so you see from here that you would even complete a judgment at night. He argues, not to do it tonight. But that's the reason why you begin, of course, proceeding at night. But beginning at night, was the figure of us between the ones of the Rabbi went ahead and they touched us at Sukkot. But Rabbi said, the chakras are the colors, the particles which are touching the altar. It sounds like that. You should be able to do a proper proceeding. And then, Book 7, the Pasuk says, there was a dynamic for the Pasuk says, it sounds like now completion is something this is a state law. So state law is going to be done when by day. So it's one of them. All this is monetary law. So can monetary law be done at night or not? How to exactly know? Then the last thing, so if there is a case, it only be initiated by day, but the light of the monetary. So they tell you that is out of the you only initiate court proceedings by day, but not to complete it and finish it at night. So it's easy to look at it. When we try to not go back to the other side, higher there, when they said, higher there, not only the right, up P and D, F, code, Omega. So the Pasuk says, based on the base, like facing the I was saying that what is next? The Pasuk measure for the us. Because why is Salah? Here is the context of the market even in the dark. Now, George coming to compare, like, context doesn't conflict, kind of good for you. So just like Saras, right? Saras can only be seen by the time. By day, you can see it from nowhere all the other else go. Having so to again, the adjudication of court cases, you only become by day. Very slow to see this. It's just like what's up. Again, like a person who is blind cannot rule it's in the whole matter of legal for the suit. This is fascinating. I like myself. Judges can't be blind. Isn't that right? You cannot have a perfect judge. That is based on the adjudication of truth, and it doesn't set up. That's in the coin. He's got sight. Just like the balance that sight, the judges have to have sight as well. So, it's by the way, it's fascinating. You say to yourself, why? If you just the information, judgment, seeing people act, seeing people present, seeing people react to information being said for them, is let us be important in the process as well. Yeah, that's it. Not reading from the point, not going to take it for more getting something there. Just like the adjudication of cases, you can't have judges who are relatives. After the guns for the court, it's interesting. So apparently by you can't go to a coin who is related, which also makes sense. In that case, he's not even the slow shot to bet the slow shot. But then you should say, just like the base thing that we has to be comprised of three people. So maybe Saras also has to be seen by three people. Those are Mamono for slow shot, people go to him. If not, the case has to be adjudicated by these three. So the case is involving your physical body. So require these three. However, Beruba al-Akoin, all Akabibara. However, Shaki Bitcoin Afro-Ross and Rabbi. That's what the comparison stops, because by the time that is quite exclusive, the junction you shall be brought up, which indicates to us the new coin and how many of them do you need? Only one in order to win our last case. This is incredible. Really tells the story. How is it how the distribution of everyone was a blind man who looked around the neighborhood? Like the hottest guy is, you know, and you adjudicate cases acting as judge, and you often never say anything. You just said the point of what a blind person can't do as a judge. So he's talking about the allergy, he's telling you, I like to establish no. As a real person, I also like to establish no. I want to be present tonight. Whoever is fit to give judgment is fit to give authority. The culture of the heart is what you come up. By the way, so this works in one direction. Whoever is fit to be a judge is always fit to be a witness. But whoever is fit to be a witness is always fit to be a judge. But the idea was what we just said before, so one person can be judged. So how we could be also allowing these guys to operate in this neighborhood without saying anything. But Rabbi Yochanan says, "La'asui suma ba'achas me'ila." So the interesting Rabbi Yochanan said, it's going to include someone who's blind in one eye. That even someone who's blind in one eye is not allowed to be a judge. So it's too much. And you're right, Rabbi Yochanan is Rabbi Yochanan has another standard. Don't understand this, no? So once again, I'm going to say, by your own going, by thy law, monetary law, you can begin to by day and finish your own night. So the Gemara says, and to finish, you should be done by your own, but done by thy, to finish your night. So it's interesting enough. So you know what goes out to do, we'll stop over. Why is this Islam Mishnah? Why is this e-bites in the stomach of Rabbi? So first of all, again, this second stand is stated more in the Rabbi. E-bites in the 20 Rabbi, ultimately, again, furthermore, again, this second stand Mishnah is Halacha quoted in the context of other courts in the movie. So because of that, what's the Rashi says there's stomach the machshir. So let's say, so now, how does this second stand with this? How does this support blind judges? Because of the essentials like this. If you can adjudicate or conclude a case at night, everyone is considered to be lesion impaired. So since you have to deliver a verdict that is therefore what? Therefore, Rabbi posits that even a blind judge is taken adjudicated. So stop over there again. We'll get resolution of that because that's actually very fascinating. We'll get resolution of that tomorrow. We'll try to
the results severely compromise the outcomes of subversion in Hindu. After war broke out in August 1803, Lake spent a month finalizing his preparations before advancing first against the major fort of Aligarh. On the way, he clashed with Shende's army under the compromised Jaipur. He ordered a token resistance.
All right, good morning. Good morning. It was a great discussion. So we begin.
The new Maharaja Lord hastily appointed a new French mercenary who come to command.
By taking all of our sponsors to thank our Torah sponsors for Fashion Page 5785 until English being all the German transfers years as is it was from Soros Travels and Israel. Some Torah sponsors for the month of Pages Marlin and Torah. The Helm Mishpacha memory of Amit Ben David Levi's from the Zafa, brother of Itai Rebbe, who was killed fighting in Gaza the first night. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, it's precious to Shalom Havna Aliyah and the family in the Chama. And we thank our Dachum sponsors for today. Michael and Sariansky, in honor of the birth of their grand Mazel Tov, born to Yitzhak and Jenny Cheriansky, Mazel Tov, Michael, that finished with Zofalach, Lisa Mavisa Vino Zimano, the Gal Torah, the Chopa. We dedicate our learning in the schools of three precious hostages returned to cloudy Israel yesterday. Sure, we also got some video clips which were just so amazing, so overwhelming, and so beautiful. But it reminds us that there's still so much more that has to happen. We have to redouble our efforts, work a little harder, dabble a little harder, do a little bit more chesed, a little more fun, whatever we can do. And Halavai, what gets showed us is that it is possible to say that there's going to be a happy ending to the story. I always figure out this. Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, who writes that Judaism, the world of literature says that there's two different types of there's more than there's mythology and there are fairy tales. Mythology, if you ever read Greek mythology, which I happen to like them. So, the stories are all very strange. You have gods who are very human-like, and the gods are always trying to foil the actions and plans. And then you have fairy tales. What happens in fairy tales? Every fairy tale is the same way. And it's happily ever after. Sachs, because I was referring to that certainly because we don't have, the Torah wants us to be more successful than we were success. And most of us always reading it as we doing and cheering for us. But at the same time, in Yiddishkeit, we have no fairy tales, no story that ends and everyone lives happily ever. So as Moshe Rabbeinu's death, all Moshe Rabbeinu wanted to get, well, all he wanted was to come to Eretz Yisrael. And he's taking over just mere steps away from Eretz Yisrael. At the end, on Purim, when we read Megillah, and the Megillah ends and we're all celebratory and everything, and what happens? The heroine of the story, Esther, is locked in a marriage to be in Achashverosh, living a life that she did not want to be in. Judaism doesn't have an everyone lives happily ever after story. It's not the way it works, because that's not the essence of life. The essence of life is not an I live happily ever after. The essence of life, everyone, the sense of narrative is, and everyone kept on living, growing, and accomplishing. Despite the pain, despite the setback, with all of the hearts, we keep on going. So, we see these images of the hostages being returned. And on one hand, there's such a feeling of elation, such a feeling of celebration. Yet at the same time, we cannot forget all of those who are still in captivity, literally in captivity. We can't forget all the precious soldiers who have given their lives to Kiddush Hashem over the course of the last year. We can't forget October 7th. We can't forget all of the incredible tragedies. So, as much as there's like a wave of simcha, it's not an everyone lives happily ever after moment. But we also have to take in the simcha, take in the excitement, and at the same time, as you mentioned before, redouble our efforts to bring every last of our brothers and sisters home. And there is one story that will end, and everyone knows the story of that. That's Mashiach. That's Geula. And we eagerly await that day and may come to Rabbi Amina. So with that, let us begin. So today's daf is on the 34. We got a lot to do today. Let's pick up on Lanu Jewel on page 33. We left off with
increasing influence with his official list,
right?
even
Yeah.
through other relatives.
Good. Hey, Mamanas, let's remember again. So the next one says, Human Mamanas,
See resources
the function monetary law, everyone has to go ahead and be the runners to advocate right on that. And the Rabbi called off and to also go and bring evidence when it comes to reading the thought of the Harok is like, I call on the course. Everyone has the ability to go ahead and bring a source, right? Everyone has the ability to advocate on that defendant, but not everyone has the ability to go ahead and be the one Hakol. What is Hakol? Hakol what? What is Hakol? What's the doctor? Even in this, what is this? You are looking about it. Hakol. She says, so witnesses come and they introduce evidence, maybe evidence against reason. Those very same witnesses could then turn around and introduce some type of, this is interesting, right? Let's say what this is counseling, this is information, or they use well, we think we testimony. Testimony is real witnesses, what did we give with them? What we go and give? And God did it. They must listen. They must listen. Singular witness give testimony that both someone do now. Sounds really like consequence to the Torah. And have a singular witness. Also the Torah always taught us that you can't have a singular witness. So what is the says, Ida is not believed no matter what. Kind of says, Ida has zero credibility. Whether it's close, whether it's the whole body, only of this close thing on the phone, which means there's no single witness is close. Or the single witness comes along, and single witness has some positive press for the defendant, except, let's say, interestingly enough, we're going to see the single, what does that mean? What is it? What you notice just over here that what it means is that even if one of these witnesses then find some other exonerated testimony, accepted, and I thought that was back when I came to that. What is the meaning of this? It says, it means even one of the students who is in the basement. What is that mean? This is incredibly important. This follows. You saw this before. That in the basement, there in front of the basement themselves. Now that was two things. Number one, best way to train a new judge is out. Train new judges, right? But let them be there after being held. But also, what was allowed for was, right? If something happened to one of the sitting judges, they were able to pull someone literally from the bench, leave from the bench, and add them in. So Papa says, listen to this. As the proceedings are going on, one of the students in the country sees some type of exoneration for the defendant. Speak up. Speak up. You must have a long down now. My time there is a rule. Now, what's the view of the rule is like? You must say, Rama says, 8 efforts, and 8 efforts that testify about a person that is put to death. Romans we get in the order. You can't go and testify to somebody that. Avalushos, again, but generate the absolute compensation. Again, what an 8 effort can actually accomplish is different, right? So what is it? He offers some examining and what? So we'll see in that session. But the idea is that we see further testimony. I'm going to show you the next section of the baby show. But I want to say no, we don't accept it. But I want to say, so it's his testimony. That's it. See, ahead, and then afterwards, some witnesses came along and they gave random testimony. Right? All right. So they gave testimony again reflected on the defendant. So I want to say, one of the witnesses said, oh, you know what, I just thought of something and it's contradictory. Can't do that. That looks like you're going to cover your bases in the event that you found. That looks to be a false witness. So she can't do that. Once you do your testimony, choose a team, and that's it. I almost my dad today. What do I want to do with the aforementioned text that says, "In effort, well, yeah, I never never." What do you do with that? You want to look to the so they say again, but again, if one of the students in the court sees some exoneration for the defendant, and ultimately again they are believed to give that testimony. One of the students in the court says, I have some way to go ahead and go ahead and find something about the defendant. I don't touch one of the witnesses. Witnesses said, so again, frame the case. One of the witnesses he gave negative testimony about it, then turns around and might have some positive testimony. 19 Sholo, I don't even know if again we do not listen to that in once you said peace, you said the peace. Nine the academic community also very such tremendous right in this, which is, witnesses, once they say things locked in, once they say goodness has to be if we measure every word, it's natural. So once say it, I can't see it. Let's just take into that. Imagine how much different it is. How different if you realize that once it came out, cannot change. Once you say it, you can't retract it, you can't reframe it, you can't regroup, you can't reword it. It has different, again, speech. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, "Come on, Eina Chabayana, Minayin V'Achim Lachayim V'Kamar, Eish Elam El Chova, Minayin Shin Shomelo." How do you know if Halacha L'Mais again? If one of the students in the days decides to purposely be playing on, and one of the students in the days says that Halacha L'Mais again, I have some indicting testimony to go ahead and the United States, right? In that case, we don't listen to the students. So the only time we listen to the students is when they have any positive to say. Okay, something negative to references to them. So we'll say a lot of things connected. First of all, again, we say, at least even the witnesses who please give every testimony, the question is positive, have the ability to go ahead and introduce that to that. But everyone seems to the students sitting in work if they see some point that could be helpful to the defendant are believed to introduce that. Is that okay? Let's devise our thing. Watch this. Hamalami. So what's this? This is negative. Mishnah said, the way it works in capital cases is that you go ahead and you introduce, let's say, Malaman Kova, so the witnesses go ahead and court goes ahead and wants to find the person guilty. If they change their mind and find the person argue for his innocence. Conversely, if they argue for his innocence, they can't change their mind and go ahead and argue for his innocence. I was thinking about this yesterday. It sounds so beautiful. Beijing doesn't want to put someone to death. On the other hand, like in other words, trying to support parents over here is capital cases. So if you just the halacha premise, which is human judgment is never perfect, right? So in other words, there's this understanding, that I think one of the key phrases always keep in mind. The Gemara says, "Ain't it dying from those? A judge only judge based on his deceit." And again, witnesses, who is not truthful witnesses. So when you testimony, you're giving over the truth. What is that truth based on? What is that truth based on? Right? The way we see it was that all perceive truth in different. So we see a form of human judgment, right? So the witnesses are presenting truth based on the way the judges aren't facts based on the way they perceive it, they see it. So if you think about it, the actual truth, objective truth, is filled with the witnesses' truth. Again, everybody's the people. Witnesses' truth, judges' truth, and now we arrive at birth. Which means it's possible that you are 2 steps removed from what actual reality is. So monetary things, figure this out. Okay, let's go through it. Let's go chase there. Money ends up in hands. Here's the thing. That's easy. So basically put money in the wrong hands with all the best intentions, no problem. You're going to go ahead and right? You go ahead. This is much far, right? You can move the money. Capital cases. So basically, it's a life. Again, even with all the truth, quote-unquote, facts, that is a pretty good reverse. Essentially, also just medicine to put someone to death is basically the recognition that human judgment, and that means what is it flawed. Limits. That's what life is. We are very, very reticent to so that's why, again, so you have this idea. But once you went ahead, once they were seeing the pattern, you can't change the mind. It says the Rothschild, that's not so much. What is this true that they can't reverse quotations and reverse? That's when they're arguing with that. Right? In other words, when it's agrees, generation.
British now
Think
lost
about
8,000.
it.
The siege of Jerusalem.
Analyzing those facts. Don't change course.
Partially
The chance to marry again, but it's kind of the right? Suppose focus. This is fascinating. Kind of the verdict. Kind of the verdict. You've really worked. That's what the literature exonerates. And that there are grounds to indicate. You could change your mind. And in this scene, or to entire process. That is like, it's so counterintuitive. I refer to the opposite. So not if you want to change your mind before first, you can do it before. You can flip flop. You can change your mind. I'm in the verdict. No. It's based on these to exonerate, see that process through. Go through the master of the so that's having the verdict, and now you're ready for the other side. So the Gemara says, Meishvei, L'machra, this is Jewish. The advice is as follows. This is capital case. L'machra, the next morning. What does next morning mean? So basically, it's deliberation. Very close before. And capital is this verdict never delivered that same day. Based on the verdict is delivered the next day. Therefore, the Bible says as follows. The next day. So let's say again, they sat in session on Sunday. Now again, they're sleeping on it. Monday morning, the Machras, the next morning they come to they come back to the day. So what happens? I'm a Zaka. So the one you find is he wants to exonerate you. The Zaka, I need to come here. I stay in my place. In other words, I'm staying my ground. And the Chayyim already in the Chayyim. The Chayyim didn't call me. The Chayyim says, again, I want to find a job. You understand? And let me hold them on these clothes. So again, let's say, we wanted to find to change your mind about Hamalah. So let me hold. But one over the other one. And so you can't see his mind. I was saying, never touched this. Thinking about what? So Hamalah for us is married to this. And what do you see from your answer to these guys? So that having the verdict, you can't change your mind. All the time, and use the same logic. Us must help in Matan reflect. So the next thing, the next morning, ultimately again. So what the follow up margin? So muscle need like up. You really get up in the next morning. Okay, I can take the other good back. Maybe there's still some more back. The shots muscle muscle. Right? These prices that's talking about the next time they verdict. Rather again, it's talking again. It's going all the way back and forth. So see what Ross said before. No one should change their mind. Why? Because it's very important. What's one thing is like this. You're going to choose an approach. You're going to choose an approach. And you're going to choose an approach. And see it. There doesn't preclude you change your mind, but be a well thought out to this. Right? See this all the time. That people like to change their idea. Stuff is to change their idea. Because that really well thought out. Then time's not so much on think through what you want to make. Private decision. If you want to change, there's always be a better decision. But the chance not so much you can't change your mind. The chance to mind again before the verdict is officially delivered, you can't change your mind. You gotta go for touch mind. You've done it in a little actually then on the height of the shot. What happens? We allow the case to come out until ultimately, again, one of the judges wants to find guilty, switches over to the side of the defendant. So, this thing I'm you can have, let's say, again, or some cover. Some covers onions. Let Raisa also say that the guilty is looking for an innocent outcome, not for let's see one of the students who never report found to exonerate. And then what happens? He's telling before the verdict was delivered, lower also to be hiking hormones. Fascinating. The view of this is still alive since he's part of the deliberations, and therefore opinion as an innocent opinion. The Amai, you will have a kind of a situation. He was alive. He would have changed his mind. He could have changed his mind, but right now, I remember the Rothschild, the cloud. I've said, right, Yossi, you are not excluding yourself from things of our future. All right. So what's that? Tashma. That's not we're not finished. So we're trying to figure out that we remember all the cases we come to God. That in the capital case, once there's been expressed an opinion for acceleration, it transfers over to so Roth comes on and says that is only during the time of deliberations. Deliberations, you got to stick with it too. During the verdict, before the actual verdict is delivered, when you're already to the verdict, so that's when you can switch to that's what I was analyzing. So fair that on the and so as the court was recording their opinions, there are two scribes were there. White two scribes. One on the right, one on the left. The code and the scribe record again the words of the judge and the words of the judge to examine. Let's analyze it. I understand what you want to find. I tell you, understand. Let's say it's because you want to report opinion to the one who wants to implicate because the minister showed tomorrow, especially this week on it, and you're going to want to review this to examine. I would see him nighttime. Why do you have to record the opinion of the ones who want to find the innocent? All we need is what? Is a quick tally. I don't need to record the logic because the game is why the man says, I'm sorry. Lobby should be fuzzy so much in the bar. Not because they even find the reason to implement will point to their recorded opinions and not allow them to reverse their opinion in favor of patient. What do you see here? That halacha, so once members of the case and find reasons to exonerate, they cannot change their opinion. Which we went low, eventually no rule, Schneider on Acham in the because even the judges who exonerate, as we're going to see, two judges can't espouse the same concept from two different cities. Let's say the operating merge is nothing really crazy about that the Ribono Shel Olam only says things once. You see, well, I'm going to say this once. Right? So the Ribono Shel Olam says things once. But I'm seeing multiple psukim in the Torah that reiterate things. Remember, when you operate every time it isn't reiteration, is for why direction is Kaddish. There's always some new piece of information. If you have two guys, you go ahead and learn out the same exact halachic concept from two different sources, there's a problem. Someone is mistaken. So the Gemara says, so therefore, why do we record? We're going to why do we record the opinions? Even if the judges want to exonerate the writing, because in the event that they find grounds for exoneration, same grounds, different situations, there's something flawed in their logic. We shall know the Shnayim Kam Echad L'Shnei Miklos. The one of the Asher B'Yochanan. Listen to this. Shnayim Kam Echad L'Shnei Miklos. The judges said the same concept. Ultimately, again, from two different sources. So again, in the same exact thing from two different sources. So what's that? And we're like in modern Lahan Ela. What's that? Ultimately, again, we only count them as one opinion. Now, if you look at that, there's three lines up on the lines here. In modern Lahan Ela Echad, the Chad Mechana Klai La Haki Asa. There's also number again. There's no such thing. It's very important. As two espousing the same thing. Therefore, again, if you have two different opinions, the same exact opinion, and you're quoting two different psukim, one of them is wrong. Psukim cannot be saying the same exact. Rashi finishes up. and along, or which shows in some effort. If you have a concept that two psukim cannot teach the singing, you can for Hilchah Chad Mitzvah Tali. One of them is the mistaken. It must be in total line Allah. So therefore, again, if you have two judges espousing the same opinion, according to the psukim, it comes from opinion, there's ultimately them is mistaken. Whereas many of you learn from Rabbi Domat Achos Devar Lekim Shnayim Fu Shamati Ki Oz Melokim. Those are more of a quotes the pasuk from Achos Devar Lekim Shnayim Shamati. Right? Shnayim Shamati. One thing that Hakadosh Baruch Hu said, I heard, but two different things I heard. He always asked, what is this? Mikra Akadosh HaTamid. One thing we interpret multiple ways. Was it's right? In other words, just to be clear, obviously, all of the knowledge is based on multiple ways. One concept you interpret different ways. The aim is Tam Akadosh HaTamid. You can't have the same concept coming from multiple. The there's a Torah banner that strikes against the stone. Not Hakim Schalak coming in Sotos and the stone against the Rothschild, hammer against the stone. It's going to shatter into multiple pieces of Mikra Echa Yotze with Hamatan. So too, one passage can be interpreted in multiple ways. But again, multiple ways. And what's the reason give an example of one passage, or excuse me, of two pieces being interpreted in the same exact way. Rabbi Zvi Kurdistan, here's an example of this. Mizbeach Mekadesh Asarot. We have a concept that the Mizbeach ultimately sanctifies anything that is fit to come on the Mizbeach. Rabbi said, well, we're going to look at Mizis. If you accidentally put something that is possible, like on the Mizbeach, you don't take it down. Like, the Mizbeach essentially is no such thing as going to this. Again, even saying that should not have been something like that, but again, anything that technically speaking could have gone with there, but had some disqualification associated with it, therefore shouldn't have been put there. But it was put there, doesn't come down. Although Yeshua says anything that is fit for the shires, like let's say we're disqualified for something, but you ended up putting it on his back, you don't take it. נאמר, העולה על נפגע. מה עולה שיגורי זה like עולה is fit. Also located. And even for עולה for some reason you want to spell. Right? Right? The עולה stop. The round is back. You do not take it down. So I usually other loyal. Don't do anything else that is 50% higher. If for some reason you want to disqualify, you don't take it down. Remember, Gulliel says, Chloride of his back, anything fits in his back, and Allah low states ultimately, again, it went up on his back, it does not touch. נאמר, יעולה על מוגע על המזבח. מעולה שיועיל את המזבח and also לטרף, אף כל שיועיל על המזבח. Value, my kind of carbu. So I say, what are you trying to learn is that? There's not supposed to come down. Good. So talking about here, it's passing a lot. You go ahead and you put something that's on with that. Now that it's once you put it in, don't take it down. Don't take it down. Because the Gemara says, why am I sitting in Torah? Why am I sitting on this bath? So what's interesting enough, both when I saw, they're both discounting the same idea, but different second. Versus I bahas mitzvot and sefer in being given the middle of Yeshua Allah Hadam ban. But it's not true. It's not saying the same. Versus there's a distinction. Just the distinction. One and one. So the one that so the real one the real says easy. Blood. Those are only place there or one only two places. It's now they were showing it. This is Rabbi Yeshua. We are saying the same thing. I'm not about these sites. Well, trying to figure out, an example of this brand new concept which we never used before, which is that you is espousing the same concept. Well, we're going to have some two different watch, someone's wrong. Because if I was also, that is right. That was right. You know, kind of like society. entitled to an opinion is right. Now, choosing but again, not every yeah. This is incredibly important. So because everyone's right, then we don't have to. Some people have to be right, some people have to be wrong.
One of the many parallels that
So
come
that concept comes from absolutely does. Saying the same thing to different sources, something's wrong. Something's wrong. You can't do that the Torah is saying the same thing in different contexts. Try to get an illustration of this. So the verse says like this: Ella Amra Papa. Last line. Can sign it. Joseph video. He says, "You talk shit at my boss." On the base. On the base.
for a developmentally superior political
Yeah. All right. So it says like this.
exploitation and
Says
reorganization
like
of their
this. Ella Amra Papa. Can sign it. This we don't talk shit at my boss. That we talk. Anything I won't say. And again, once again, this is talking about inbound sacrificial.
they represent
So invalid
imperialism
under this
were
that
actually manifestations
ultimately again is concentrated.
which was the rise of enlightenment
And you can write your things saying, all right, so what does that mean? I didn't say and not spiritually say
based on
what was that? Now actually points out this, for example, what about the R dot, right? Honey and lead. Again, those items are never offered up on the there. For those items are never there. We'll know what the boss. Therefore, the boss says the evening alcohol which is very important. So, in other words, here's the principle. And this principle says that if you put something on the left, that's not the big. What does that mean? Is that a blemished animal, right? Or for me that something happens. You should put on the there. But you do, you don't take it down. But that's only something that is technically fit for this there. If you put something that was never invalid, for example, honey, there's no honey of any kind. That is sacrificial life. So if you act on the there, that are not the Kiva says, Ola, you're going to Ola, not Ola, just like Ola, just like Ola. For the Mishra, so we'll take anything that exists for the Mishra, but invalidates for some reason, if you went ahead and you put it on, you don't take it off. If you want to take it out, might come in us, and both do what the Gemara says, they're going ahead and currently being down for that. So my mind one is the one is their fault. So what's the reason? Two opinions bring the same concept from the system. Offering on this nice one of those busing all of us all flow. Things like busing and it's down. But if you put the dollars on that day after lunch, take it down. When you said Allah, even Allah over the action of the foot, the dollars over there, don't once again do not really serious. Allah Rashi says as follows. Dan Ichoshev Dan Shava, Rabos S Hazore, Juve Rabbi. So this is talking about what's over here of Shute quotes. Shute quotes. What Shute quotes? Allah says you are not allowed to offer a cover outside of resistance. And if you do, that's called Shute. Also, something outside the comments of English. That's why I hope that's listening to this. So Daniel is literally again a capitalized word. Unfortunately, this Daniel shop. Look at the Rabos as Hazor. This comes to include not only someone who offers a carbon, but even solution. Like the offering of sacrifice, very small. The Kiva says, oh, Seba, Rabbi says, Hazor. It also comes to include some of the sprinkled blood. Also, right here, what are they doing? What's happening over here? Certain names saying the same thing in different verses. My Kamarabu, what are they both coming to the category of so
territory without a point. And the fratricidal songs that prevented Afghan annexation in the Soviet. But none of these events could have accurately predicted or planned for the dramatic impact they had on indigenous states. It's also sensible of the aforementioned efficiency of feudal India during this time, without a strong bureaucracy to provide military replacement. With experienced military and untested results in a period of extreme state weakness, making it extremely difficult for any state to resist conquest for extended periods of time, especially against states mostly that did not have such rules as British India.
Into one category. And therefore, I'm also nice and very
Conquest of India
that if
from
you were to check
1798 to 1806
were to
can be
check
said to
and
have been
outside of the
capacity.
basic one
By
would
the
be
late
higher
18th
than
century,
one.
the advantage that the
So I'm also nice, I'm
European
also nice,
states
I'm
enjoyed
here
here
as follows.
was so
First of all,
great
there's this
that
interesting
a new
concept.
generation
So
of
that again, if you're
British
Philippines,
exemplified by
learning
government
the
general
same
Washington,
concept of
could
the
plausibly push for
someone is wrong.
hegemony over
Someone
the
is wrong. And
Indian
also,
subcontinent.
so again, why is this important for
That
us?
was to
Because
maintain
in a
British
base,
power against
you have two
revolutionary
giants.
threats. And while the campaign was generally
This is true whether it's implicated or not. And what is
in reality,
and it basically
they
the
were
same
very much
exact
by the
set
fragility
of
of
two
the
different
Indian states.
really
Those
comes
people
someone is
the
born
state,
in their
the level
analysis,
of
and therefore
resource
you
needed for a
but they are
successful
only
resistance.
they're counting collectively
Result
as
British
one
management
incredible
organization. But in
second
the
one,
process,
tiene más o menos
Brits were a resilient
tiene
also
Tiene
important
Mamones.
to Indian society.
Tiene
Later
Mamones.
states of
Go
South
ahead,
were
you
direct
can
descendants
like
of this
this,
tradition.
and you can go ahead
In this
and
sense,
finish
the
it
British
at night.
colonies of
Tiene
feudal
the
India
fascists,
also
fascists
towards the
are
beginning
judged
of their
by
birth.
day, and they have to be finished by day.
Thanks for watching the video.
You cannot
And please like, subscribe, and hit the bell button. If you have any questions,
Fine.
have
Whatever
them
I get next
in
was,
the
you
comment
know,
section.
you can go ahead and adjudicate and conclude the case that same day. And in the fascists, you can't complete the case, can't live until the next one. That's that one. Says the Gemara. So Dine Mamonis is done by you. So what's behind me? Where do I know that? So where's Dine Mamonis is adjudicated? Or is the other? And it was, by the way, he's adjudicated by the end, he finished the same day as well. The shock to us, to be adjudicated that he can only even deliver the birth at night. And that's the thing. First, the monetary law, adjudicated by day, and prescription right there. And this is clear. Let's. Behind me, where do you know this? Which is eager to do that night. Papa Damascus, the shock to us, the choice, all times. At all times. So you see from here, even to do the judgment, he does din of course proceeding at night. But beginning that night, which reminds us Peter Rabbi, reminds us the Rabbi Ramik Sif, the Rabbi went ahead. Right, Rabbi Ramik Sif, the Shastas and the college, the consequences which are judged about all times, which sounds like what? You should even be able to begin a court proceeding at night. Stephen the Apostle says, no, as part of there was an inheritance law. The Apostle says, will be on the day he speaks to his son. So also, which sounds like what now became his son. So this is a state law. So a state law is going to be done by day. So what's going on about this? What's all this is monetary law. The monetary law is done at night. Talking about the really well. No, this last name. So the case is only initiated by me, but neither of these times. So it's how you let each other to the only purpose by day, which you are allowed to finish it, it's not higher there, Renee said, not on the Omar, and yet only the whole mega case in the basement will be adjudicated any rich and any nega. I was saying now what I refer to. If I refer to Taras, versus image reading based on the good. Because reading means conflicts, right? Based on without conflicts. So why isn't it good? Why is Saras up over here in the context of reading? As a matrix reading in the God. First comes to compare, right? Conflicts like resolution, conflicts. So you go ahead, mining cutting for you, was it just like Saras, right? Saras, the only examiner, the only see that the point. By you can sit, you don't hear out forward. You don't hear out forward. Actually, you can hire, so again, if you get to of the cases of conflicts, the only people that know. Man is very slow to just like one side, right? Again, you cannot, right? A person who is blind cannot rule on, right? It's simple, right? You'll say this is fascinating. I love some judges can't be blind. Isn't that fascinating, right? You cannot have a blind judge. And this is based on the comparison between reason, communication of cases, and the gun. Saras, point is to have sight. Just like when has to have sight, the judges have to have sight as well. So by the way, it's fascinating to say yourself why. Is it just because the information? No, because the truth is in judgment, seeing the way people act, seeing the way people present, seeing the way people react to information being said for them, against them, is incredibly important in the process as well. So the Gemara says, well, that's it. I'm not sure we're going to read it. I'm not reading something called again. We also compare just like the adjudication of cases. You can't have judges who are relatives. After the gun show the problem. It's interesting. So apparently by Saras, you can't go to a coin who is related to you. This also makes sense in your case. I'm not reading the Shosha after that. Then we should say just like the case by reading has to be supplied to three people. So maybe Saras also has to be seen by three people. Because like Mamono is it's marks and cases have to be adjudicated by these. Certain cases involving your physical body require a brief However, Shuriba El Aranak Coin, or Achabibano. I'm going to talk Shakti point after Ross. So that's where the comparison starts. Because by the gun, by Saras, it's quite exclusive. It's going to be what Aranak Coin. To us, you need a coin, and you need only one in order to rule on Saras. This is incredible story. How is Sunday now that you say that the Yochanan was a strong man who lived in the Yochanan and he adjudicated cases as a judge. And the Yochanan never said anything. Listen, we just said before the clock. A blind person can't say he's a judge. Lucky, I'm lucky. I was able to turn the Yochanan. I love that this time is not. I said, Yochanan thinks I love that this is not. I wanted to say, Pasha Lodri, Pasha whoever is to give judgment, if that's no yesh shekasher lahar. By the way, this works in that action. Whoever is fit to be a judge is always fit to be a witness. But whoever is fit to be a witness is not necessarily always fit to be a judge. Yeah, that's what we just said before. Now, a blind person can be a judge. So how we can go for allowing sex? Rabbi Yochanan says, Rabbi Yochanan said, it's going to include even someone who is blind in one eye. And even someone who is blind in one eye is not allowed to be a judge. Which the Gemara says, you're right, Rabbi Yochanan is not asking this question. Rabbi Yochanan understands. So you could begin the case by day and finish the next. So the Gemara says, it's finished, done it by Yom, but going by life, finished that night. So it's interesting enough. So you know what I'm saying? To stop with it. So my only the high standard. So ultimately, why is this standard? Why is this one stronger than the other one? Because everybody's in a stomach of that device. First of all, again, this second stand is stated more in the Latin. Everybody's in the 20 ultimately, again, furthermore, again, this second stand Mishnah is halacha l'maisa according to the context of other court-related laws. So because of that, let's say if you look at Rashi says the stomach the machshir. So let's say, so now how does this second brisa support blind judges? Because the assumption is like this: if you could include a case at night you want to consider to be vision. So since you're allowed to verdict at night, therefore what? Therefore, Rabbi Yochanan posits that even a blind judge is able to. So stop over here. Again, we'll get resolution of that because that's essentially kind of fascinating. I don't know. So that tomorrow we'll say. All right, everyone's doing a great day anymore. Good to see everyone. Stars doubles. All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all the women here today. Our annual co-sponsor for Tafshin Tehei, for dedicating all the children of Russia this year as a support for the service levels for all of the families. Our co-sponsors for the month of Payday, Sabah, being a Tova, family memory of the brother of fighting in Gaza, and precious and his family. Our Zafiomi sponsors for today, Baruch and Rifkin, in honor of the Yortzeit of Rabbi, the speed of Ruben, in America, all the Jewish staff of your families in the summer, all those who are here, over Israel, the Charles of Yer Hashem, great Omar Hashem, and the great David Rapp, hopefully, so children of Yer Hashem, today, for the return of incredible, beautifulness in Yer Hashem, and families to their people today. We open the Yer Hashem, to our Torah, Holy Soul. I'll say so today's daf is Lamed Gimel 33. So we are picking up the Yer Hashem on today's daf. Yesterday, we are picking up at white lines, 3 lines, different white lines. Remember that the not go ahead and skew. In capital cases, we do try to skew the merit of the get up. We must take them. How do we do that? It says, I'm ready. How do we again. Moving is important. So what ends up happening? So with this obviously the way that the Torah gets started is that certain system is saying we still don't anybody on the Gemara says that the James says the witnesses, he says you're right. He says you're right. That's how we start. In other words, he says you're that way. And ultimately again, what that means is at a practical level. The reason I'm practical level is that your skewed, like the slant feature of the so doesn't that muzzle the words? Doesn't that muzzle the test of this muzzle? So what? But then the muzzle, you don't have to do it. Nasir es even local level. So if you keep those guys on, you have to keep on it. General or some things you move them all around. Like you move this here, you move them there. In order that you can reach and the other company. So then it's oriented this is a little bit that so you can't really stack over. Itself is going ahead and offset that. Omar Allah confident he's going to say, Rafa Eden, Lahas, and ultimately again, when David comes to meeting goes ahead, he says, so basically comes out, it is exactly witness comes to lay, just because he's a living person. So then basically the other witnesses to go ahead most reasonable although they got that. So if you post pictures, you social that. You go ahead and what's it? Sketch and this after go ahead and defend the accused. You're essentially transferring down upon the witnesses that comes forward. And transferring them to the potential authorities. But some very good going in a lot of again, the whole thing just started. And then it turns out that the like very resolved. Don't tell you that is just doing themselves as only sentence. But if they're maybe resolving, well, they will simply spend a lot of money again, really not help you. Even Sussex, I did reach my today. When my city was I mean, of us, so it's still okay. So, everyone sounds well, after it passed, then I love when I said something that the want to that's what you want to be able to act someone else that is disadvantaged. So very nice activity we have the defendant. What about the actions versus on the evening? Allah Rabbi, you should look at even that. Where witnesses show up and they so now what happens? We go ahead and so witnesses show up and witnesses say we saw them so Shimon based in Jersey living. And witnesses will contradict. Nothing simply contradict. Allah is very back basically says that the witnesses first come to testify. So basically says we think that the way we count this. After witnesses say we saw really good. Basically says that we think that we'll be able to find the source for exoneration. I'm related to the practice, what it's called. Abai Rabbi essentially say like this. Now what we do, the things we says is they say there's nothing didn't do anything wrong, nothing bad is going to happen. Go ahead and visit ultimately against it. So let's say, what's going to happen? And he said, that in the capital case, and not single, and it tells you what a boot is to put someone to death. So essentially, based out of the gate, advocates on behalf of the defendant. That's what's happening. And so we're just trying to figure out how does that advocacy take form. So the last position of Rabbi and Rabbi is essentially based, again, just to understand how all this gets started. Right? We're getting up to today's game. The witnesses come. What do the witnesses say? But that's what it is, right? We saw moving Shimon. That's what the witnesses are saying. At that moment, Rabbi and Rabbi says, based on Shimon, it's a unit. You didn't do anything wrong, somehow, the truth will come out and you have nothing to worry about in these proceedings. The actually says, come to the of this, you all open your money. Basically, an announcement, what's the announcement? Basically says, whoever has some type of court ruling, come forward to call for support. It's incredible. So time to come up with Rabbi and Rabbi. The license needs to support Rabbi and Rabbi. What happened? So you do this. The Rabbi says, in those shaka, in most satis, so what is he going to say? He says to the Sultan that if you do not feel about you, you're looking for. So what do you see from there? Lap of Lama. You know, skin at the beginning of Russia's feelings. See from there that in capital cases, we really advocate on behalf of the defendant. So Just like by Sota, the Kohen says that if you didn't do anything wrong, you have nothing to see with you. Sota, the Gemara uses this as a paradigm in every capital case. Halacha L'maisa, again, if you did nothing wrong, you have nothing further. And please, he says this to the defendant as part of the proceedings. Incredible. Remember again, we saw in the Mishnah that by Dini Mamadis, if it turns out that the Jew was Jewish maybe incorrectly, Mahzini, you can go ahead and back in and essentially reverse it. Reverse it says you are really actual amigu, or you can catch up, done something, if it based in the adjudicated case, Shika Sakai, Kira Sazakai, Kira Satar, Kira Satir. Masha Asa Asli, okay, so it was anyway, that Allah says, that the Jews adjudicates the case, and if you say, then if you say, how do you make a mistake again, the sky is parking on those parking, summon, car, coming in, what happens when they make a mistake? We don't reverse the ruling, but the judges become personally liable to make it up to you at least to the wrong party. See, like the Mishnah. Our Mishnah says that you can reverse an erroneous ruling. Here, the Brisa says you can't reverse an erroneous ruling. What's going on here? So this is fascinating. One is talking about an expert, John is talking about the non-expert. What does that mean? You can look at the second line from the top. So what's the listen to this? In the case of an expert judge with made mistakes, so again, basically has the right to reverse their ruling. Interestingly enough, a non-expert judge, this is fascinating, actually he doesn't have the ability to reverse his ruling. Why? Because since he's not an expert, he's to say that the reversal is any better than the first ruling. See, an expert judge, he has the capacity and the ability to deliver a proper ruling. So if he makes a mistake, it's reversible. Non-expert judge, it's not reversible because since there's a lack of expertise, who says the second one will be any better than the first one? Or the Mumcha Machzir, is that true? Is that true that by an expert judge you could reverse a ruling? That's when we learn in our Mumcha Lebezdin, Hatan the Shalim. We learned that if somebody was a Mumcha to Bezdin, and somebody was a Mumcha, like Hatan the Shalim, again, they are exempt from going ahead and paying. So let's say that if he goes ahead and makes a mistake, Hatan the Shalim means he's not personally liable. Now, the only one you would say that a judge is not personally liable is when if they're not reversing the decision. Because again, otherwise, if a guy is made a mistake, let them just go back and reverse the decision. The fact that the Brisa here says that a Mumcha is Hatan the Shalim seems to indicate us that either a Mumcha, even an expert, doesn't reverse it, and I'm not going to do that. Can she each double in an opinion? Can she each double in the hospital in the one case is talking about the good body. Rather than a huge double in the also double maxim the bar of that. There's a greater judge, like greater judge and ability to reverse the decision of but if there's no greater judge, you don't look again, it's amazing. It's incredible. The Trisha says, Khan and what's it? So, Khan Shet Tishra, Khan Shet Hadas. Everything depends on the nature of the mistake which was made. If the judge made a mistake with what we call Dvar Mishnah, what's the Dvar Mishnah? Something that is explicit. Right, so again, there's just such a thing as human error. So in human error, again, a judge can make a mistake, the same way as an explicit halacha. If the judge makes a mistake, he's doing an explicit halacha, that is a reversible mistake. If he makes a mistake with shikul hadas, what shikul hadas? It requires opinion for analysis, which is not based on, let's say, per se, what we call it halacha yibesha, which is clear-cut halacha. There's a level of opinion, there's a certain level of analysis that has to go in. You have to weigh different things. So the right thing, so the suggestion is like this. If a judge makes a mistake, it's just an explicit halacha, that judgment is reversible. If he makes a mistake with hadas, saying it's more of an opinion way, that's not reversible. If a judge makes a explicit halacha, it's reversible If he makes a mistake, the saying is more genuine. It's not reversal. So Rabbi is trying to figure out what exactly is a good example of an explicit halacha. For example, Rabbi says Rashi, even if you didn't make a mistake in the meaning of a that being an example of was an explicit halacha. I think the Rabbi Shmuel, even if it was the same as Rabbi Shmuel, right there, yeah, that's also an example of explicit halacha. I think the deed, so this is Rashi. Someone makes a mistake, you're like, how are we doing stuff? To Jabin the spot. I'm going to up to, I don't cutting, what are we, three cutters in a swamp? So, essentially, the modern transition is like, what are we chopping? Same idea. Like, we're also important. So, therefore, our movies are also considered to be explicit movies. So, we'll say, so essentially, the definition of an explicit movie is anything that is an explicit movie. That's it. Reading down to the exact about that. So, listen to this. So, the says, what's an example of an opinion? Like some requires like a more opinion-based view, right? I'm going to help with one straight Hanoi and straight Amorai. It could be Ahadabi. A good example is to be, let's say, Makotis Tirai, Makotis Amorai. Well, the Lo Kimar, Lo Chasa, Lo Kimar, the Lo Kimar. And again, we're talking about something where a definitive ruling was not delivered. The issue is, but Allah Kicharina, the Sugi Bishmai, the Sugi Bishmai, the Arsli, and so let's say, so what happened? So let's say like that's what we do. And the situation is not, and the truth is, there's not a cross halacha. And then what happens? The Dalit activated according to me, but conventional wisdom goes with the other. So that's, they can't call that in this movement. Now again, it turns out that it's against conventional wisdom, but because there isn't a definitive ruling, the judge is just used as analysis. So therefore, again, that's not incredible. So if a literary kasha, so let's listen to this now. So this is the Sheshes is understanding this halacha. But if a judge makes a mistake with what we call the Divine Mishnah, an explicit halacha, such a ruling is reversible. He makes a mistake, an opinion-based opinion, it's not reversible. Okay, easy the more Sheshes, so Ramirez has negotiations, nice, the para, it's not from Shinit Laha Eilov. So, it happened, also listen to this one time, somebody came to the Catherine with a Shiloh animal. This animal had its uterus removed. And had uterus removed. The Catherine declared the animal was a trophy. Remember again, when animal was a trophy, not allowed to eat it, even if it has proper shita, you're still not allowed to eat it. So the Catherine ruled that the animal that didn't have uterus removed, ultimately again, was a trophy, and therefore again, it means you have to step to the dog. So you can get benefit from it, you like it, you can get benefit from it, but you can't eat it. Okay? The Boma said they're coming out, in this case, in for the coming out, it's you up. And the Chum said it's not a trophy. They dispute the Catherine. They said it's not a trait at all. Sha'amar Tudos Harofe, because Tokus, the doctor said, Ein Haraka Chazira Yotzim Yelach Zanzir Shamasayim, Ela Inkin Hochkin Shalom, Shimon. So apparently, again, it was contact Israel Zanzia, they would remove the uterus from the collection and become pregnant, right? And yet the animal is not a trait. So there is some medical knowledge that obviously the animal like this is not a choice. So it turns out that Rabbi Tarfon ruled erroneously. Rabbi Tarfon says, Harfa Shamar Tarfon. So essentially, Rabbi Tarfon said, Tarfon, there goes your donkeys. Now, what that meant was that Tarfon thought that he was going to have to sell off his possessions in order to pay back the owner of the cow. Because remember, again, by declaring the cow a shell, he effectively deprived the owner of his that animal. So Tarfon, There goes the donkey. You have to sell off your possession in order to go ahead and be wronged party. I'll keep Rabbi do this. No. Hashata keeps the tongue down. How many fine? Because anyone who's an expert judge, by definition, is hot from pain. So we're going to analyze this actually a little bit more. Because essentially what there is like, essentially it's kind of like a little bit like a malpractice insurance. Like that halacha has to cover people when they make mistakes, because otherwise no one's ever going to want to do things for community service, right? So for diamond, so Rabbi Kiva said, you're covered. You're covered, you're fine. You don't have to pay anything. Because anyone who is an expert to the masses, ultimately again, does not have to go ahead and pay back. So the Gemara says, but then Kakaludi do make a mistake, and this is a mistake because of halacha. Nobody can just come back and reverse the mistake. In other words, this is reversible. Since it's reversible, let him just come back and say, I made a mistake. Right? I made a mistake. That's all there is to say. So the Gemara says, Chazal Rabbi Kiva saying two things. Chazal, we're talking about Mishnah. We're talking about Mishnah Choser. First of all, the captain, calm down. Just reverse the decision. You're good to go. Just reverse it. It's reversible. Reverse it. Furthermore, for all, even if this was an opinion-based ruling, even in that case, right, and you made a mistake, you are an expert. You are a recognized expert, and then you have like a professional liability coverage. You're fine. So you're not one second. My promotion. That was they tell the careful you can go and reverse his decision, decision, which means it's gone. Like this isn't like a case of where let's say money exchange hands to reverse the decision. The conscious, if the careful said feed it to the dog. So let's say by the way, the same thing but also means was the rejecting and the passion, rejecting and the for God to son, is a reversal. In which the Gemara says, there's no need to say, I'm at this from a topic about Mishnah in a Choser, if you say that ultimately again, when you go ahead and even if you make a mistake with the Mishnah, is not reversible. Almost come enough. Therefore, again, the rules tend to come out to the that's every time was upset. The Amar by Kivu and then Kivu comes and says to him, we come of being out of part of the Shalom. So Rabbi now makes sense. In other words, if you hold that topic of Mishnah doesn't go back, doesn't reverse, the Talmud is all upset because the reason is the other one. Right? And if Rabbi Kivu comes on and tells him, don't worry about it, you are a Mincha, and therefore it's your partial liability. However, on the topic of Mishnah Choser, you see that when a dying mistake in an explicit halacha is reversible, label way, even the evil topic not lo klum avarka, hash benanu lo klum avarka. Say if the cow was still here, your review would be reversed. Even if the cow is not fit, but these people are not liable. Okay, well, there's everything that's just understand. This frustration is incredibly important because this frustration is what is going to go ahead and really guide much of our discussion going forward. Since opinion is the diamond makes a mistake with all the divine Mishnah and not in the explicit halacha, the ruling is with if he makes a mistake with Shigo Hadas, in opinion, the ruling is not reversible. Okay, but this is another issue. This the Amar Khan should not have been nothing beyond. So this says, one case is part of situation where ultimately again the judge himself handed over money from one party to the other. And the judge himself handed over the money from one party to the other, the judgment is irreversible. When ultimately again the judge himself did not hand over the money from one party to the other, rather as actually says, I let's see about it, so again if the judge just instructed one of the parties to hand over the money to the other party, then that ruling is reversible. It says the Gemara, in the case where it says he went ahead and he made the party liable, then it says the don't shame not hold the nuts. So again, that would mean the guy took money from one party and gave it over to the other. Elazika as a guy who hates the Mishkan, but if you made the we'll call the guilt guilty party, innocent, where is their transfer? So your partner, I the hard not of the son again. The judge himself is not moving from one party to the other. Since he says Potter, it's as if he's moving money from one party to the other. Also, the committee said that monetary law cases are reversible. They're reversible either way, right? So the basic rule that the defendant is guilty, they can reverse it to say that he's innocent, and if he's innocent, they can reverse it to say that he's guilty. So the United States family so I understand ultimately that if we're reversing the fact that he's innocent, that makes him a new color. In the beginning, Jason said that the defendant was guilty. The loan not son, we are going to get a chance for any money over to him, and it's over. In the stock. We have to see a versatile liability. On the right, he said the defendant is partner. I got given away partner at the emotion not of the not sad dummy. We just said that once you say partner is also equivalent to using money from one party to the other. Which we must have the categories. Giving Mamonis, Maxim the Puss, the Swiss sheep holder. What's interesting enough, giving Mamonis, you could reverse the ruling. In the case of ultimately again Swiss, that also have a liability. I've also got in the functions as again correspondingly by capital cases. Maximum source on the base, the aim maximum. The reverse of judgment ultimately again to find the defendant innocent, but not to find him guilty. Maximum source. So ultimately again we can reverse it to source only the source. Maybe maximum over the source should cover. So the word is covering demand. So when you say it's a liability, who is a liability for? Holokashia. Go out. So this is what I said. When you bring it in capital case, when you bring the defendant, like when you reverse the judgment, everything is without guilty, and ultimately not being innocent. So the Gemara says this is a reversal judgment that is a fault, that is a source, but also a fault. So it's a source for the defendant, but who is for the goal of Adam. And what's the case when you don't kill Shimon, and now basically it's from the court case, witnesses saying he's tried to testify that he didn't kill Shimon intentionally. It turns out that he didn't kill Shimon accidentally. Right? So the mice again now, that'll be, so we didn't kill Shimon at all. So that's again, that's a detriment for the goal of Adam. For the relative of Shimon, it's understood. Because the goal of Adam is going to be inconvenienced. There's a covenant that we're not going to reverse the decision for Reuben the defendant. My day. Furthermore, again, the Mishnah version of day. What's the distinction? That's Kasha. You're right, this is a contradiction. He's an outstanding Kasha. Rabbi says, Shahaya Lov Yadom Mashkom, the not more Minelli. So here says the case in the ultimate again where there was collateral, and the collateral was moved from one party to the other. It says, Tinas Atar, the ugly Sheretz. What's the case of Tinas Atar? The ultimate again is Sheretz, Tar item, Tinas Atar, She'ir Ban Ben Kedora. In the case of Tinas Atar, it could be ultimately again, where the common item is mixed in with other parties. Okay, so what comes out of all this? Let's say a number of very important things to it. So number one. The idea here is we're all about the reversal of monetary law. Right? So when basic issues a monetary verdict, such a verdict is reversible. First of all, so Mishnah tells us it's reversible either way. Whether based in found defendant guilty and now they're reversing it to innocent, or they found it innocent and reversing it to guilty, basically always have the ability to reverse it. Now that's that is a conscious distinction to capital cases. The capital cases, the only thing you do is what? Change the guilty verdict to innocent. We'll see this because when you can't change innocent guilty, but back to monetary law, under what circumstances can a based in reverse its ruling? And the answer I will say, remember that I'm is essentially in accordance with the Shas, Shavot, and Ma'aseh, Tav, No, is reversible. Jason makes a mistake with an explicit ruling. Allah says that is a reversible psak. But Jason makes a mistake with what we call shibud hadas, an opinion or ruling based idea. Ultimately, again, that is not reversible. Now, the other piece that we also have to clarify, which is back to it still, is this idea about a mulcha versus an ilm. Right? Remember the expert judges versus not expert judges. Who has what we call like professional liability coverage? Who doesn't have liability coverage? And how does shibud hadas and Vanishma fit in with those? We still have to put those pieces together. Okay, let's go back there. So Dina the fascists. Dina the fascists. So remember again, the said that Allah the capital cases are not reversible. Like you cannot go once a capital case. Once a case has ruled on a capital case, it's not reversible. Again, when is it not reversible? If they found the defendant innocent. If they found him innocent, they can't revisit it and give a guilty plea. But if there was a guilty verdict, they can reverse that innocence. It's not about what's that otherwise. You know, they say, now you do not know what stress. Now you should not see yourself. But it's not a whole. How do you know? Someone left days in your time. Like so someone had and was found guilty of this. And then what happens? Now this is a capital case. And then someone comes along and he says, wait a second, you found this thing Shirin. I have a proof. I have something to benefit you. Bring benefit you. How do you know? How do you know that we revisit the case and listen to the testimony again? I will go by the al-Qaeda. Plus it says this, and Genesis, don't kill it. So if I give it any ground that the individual is innocent, I'm going to read here and listen to that thing. I mean, I know some of that guy, the Omar Akar. So, but that's a risk. I don't know if someone was exonerated against, and then again after the verdict was given, someone comes along and says, "But wait, I have incriminating evidence that even didn't back commit the crime, the murder." But Jason does not listen to that individual. Sajid al-Hawad. Because it says essentially when someone is found to be Sajid. Ultimately, again, do not go ahead and yes, you know, it's interesting by the way. I just pointed out this question of Sajid al-Tayr, right? That here, anytime you are using it, that Allah once again, within the future tradition, right? Then there's this whole thing, Torah. It turns out that Reuben was exonerated, okay? After he's exonerated, so someone else comes along and says, I have incriminating testimony about you. This is say, not listening. Why? Because Tabakaro, both said it's fascinating. I have all things that you would call Ruvain. But it's the one thing you wouldn't call him as well. Is it Tzaddik? Or just sitting there something really that after a person goes through the process, in this case, judgment, they come out the other side of that themselves. Right? So to go through the process, ultimately you're going to have a reckoning of your deeds, and you come out of that, ultimately you're going to be straight through. And it's not just true in a basic human. This is also the way to look at it also. A lot of times the greatest challenge of the is that even if I think that my shirk is sincere, I feel that I emerge from the sugar process, right? So maybe I'm different, right? Maybe if I get to the level that I believe that I'm doing, and I believe that I can get a chance, and I believe that I can really start. I don't believe actually starting with influence. I feel that like I'm just because after I was going to make last night, getting set up. So funny, I myself like telling people, those people can't. You know, stop, move the chair, move the door a little bit. You know, because what happens when like sitting you, it's like really beautiful, like, first of all, every single step, you know, the notebook guy has my number, because last night, I was going to all the friends, and he gives me $125, I'll come up with charity, but like everything, because you know what happens, like, sometimes when something is new, to be honest, you don't feel it. You don't feel it. And even when I get triggered, I don't really feel you. I feel mixed and I feel tarnished and I feel damaged. Okay, but God is not going to show me because I'm out there. He's forgiving me that. But what the pastor is saying is, Sakish al-Kalo. I just get to go through the due process. What are they? What are they? Let's see if they see but what? What's up? The way they stay in court, the court found him innocent. Therefore, again, after he's innocent, he said something. I'm engaged in the process of Shabbat. When I come out to that process, once it's so when I come out of that process, it's not just that when I come out of Shabbat, so now I am not liable to punishment. And if we think of ourselves as tzaddikim, when we come out on the other side of this, then it gives us a whole new perspective on what we are and a whole new perspective on what we can accomplish. When we can step out of things and he's bringing desires, he's not simply innocent, he's silent. When I do real tshuva, I'm exonerated and infinitely, I'm excited. I don't wish I could do anything whatever I want. I just have to make sure that I see in my life. It's so incredible. And other people actually, if you look out, maybe one exception to this rule is in the region basis. It needs to say, so that's also a capital. You saw from those in the sector. That we have little capital cases, you just saw. These people advocate on behalf of the defendant. Absolutely no. In this case of Avodah Zarah, and this is someone who's on trial between Sarah and Avodah Zarah, David's will not advocate on their behalf. Not only that, but again, also on the basis, even if they found him innocent, if someone comes along and says, I have to bring the evidence, what do? They'll bring it back. They'll open up the Torah again. For Sachmo, for Sechas Salva, incredible. Yes, so we'll say, so it makes sense by Avodah Zarah. By Avodah Zarah, there's just a different mindset with all of this. This individual just really felt this way. By the way, in GML churches, how did God see? So this is actually an interesting case. What about Chaydagolas? Right? Let's say there is also what's Chaydagolas. Remember, there's one kid on the shoulder. You didn't go shoulder to shoulder. And let's say the whole say, that's the kid who's on top of the shoulder. Without now finding innocent, and then as he really court, someone comes along and says, great, I have a clean case about Ruben. So do we open up the trial again? Let's say, if you jail, let's say, by Chaydagolas, let's say, by murder, essentially treat a Golas case like a capital case. The capital case. And therefore, again, once he's exonerated, you don't open it up again. Obviously, if he's been found liable, we will open it up. Hiding not, yes, but if somebody's hiding not, so it says, no, hiding not is to be anything, right? And you can do it because you're the cheeseburger or whatever, that's it, right? You call shots, whatever, that's all the shots, whatever. But hiding not is, so again, let's say David found him innocent, but after they found him innocent, now what happens? They want to go ahead and now someone comes with a community evidence. Ask the Russia, ultimately they make Russia, prepared ultimately to Nisa. A mock case is like a capital case also, which makes sense, because Malta is looking briefly at how many Maltas they could take, but the next is just a capital case. What's really interesting, so Gala's case is going to be like a capital case. Malta's case is going to be a capital case. So all of these cases, if they find the defendant guilty, in a sense, when someone comes afterwards and says committing evidence, you don't listen. Conversely, if they found him guilty, and someone says, I have evidence to exonerate, we will open it up again. Anyway, after that supports this, Chaydagolas Minayin, Asya Seach, Chaydagolas Minayin, Asya Yashar. Okay, so as I step out of myself, what comes out of me is as follows. But therefore, again, all capital cases, if you find defendant cases, you don't do this to take the someone else comes forward with other testimony, but if you found him guilty, Marcus cases, line cases are just like capital cases just like capital cases as well. Next, in the focus that we just said before, if the case was exonerated, a capital case, even if someone comes forward with evidence, we simply do not accept it. Said the Gemara, I'm not here, but I'm not here. But who should talk, the devil should not speak in negative. And that's like, no, by the way, that we do not revisit capital cases That is assuming, by the way, that the things do not like an explicit mistake. So, for example, we mentioned that's really speaking yourself like you're not believing being polished about that. It isn't even all to the truth, it's not to the side. So, which means that made a mistake. It's something explicit, like even something that is speaking with the that's an error. That's your error. And theory is reversible. We'll see, for example, about how the God that's speaking nothing about still code daily life. But if the things in there, the thing is something explicit in it, just an explicit custom. For example, an act which is liable to death, right? And things that made a mistake when they exonerated the guy, but they just made a mistake of an explicit halacha, that is reversible. That is reversible. Even though, again, we just said, well, that in that case, as long as it's exonerated, you cannot find him liable. But again, if the mistake was made with something explicit that absolutely is reversible. That's the Gemara. So how why you need a thing about top and right no FS knowledge. So for example, let's say we can rebut the is it accused of committing adultery with Rothschild. Right? And what happens? It's in its mistake. We find innocent, right? Because they got adultery was wicked. Right? So, whatever, they just made an explicit mistake in the case. So let's have a case like that. But again, it's a mistake that even the stupid would understand. Unless the face color, he correct itself. Which makes things like this. When the fire is burning, your words burn. Just so we are there, right? The idea is that you already said the answer, otherwise do it explicitly fine. That means that the charge is burning, once his word tarnishes, the answer is already explicit by contempt of your own eyes. And obviously, the person is making an explicit mistake. They said that, the adultery is murder. Adultery is answer, that's the explicit meaning of these examples. And then, just going to go ahead and be able to reverse that particular decision. So the Gemara says as follows. I'm ready from the top, and I already told you the mistake about adultery. And when constantly adultery was permitted, ultimately, again, therefore the examiner reading, such is reversible. Ella, anything done in so what would be the example ultimately looks like, give me an example ultimately again of letters, a case where they made a mistake, exonerated someone, should have exonerated them. But it would be a case where we would not reverse that rule. I'm not going to go to the car, to most of that. I suppose it's an interesting case of that. Let's say again, you didn't commit adultery with Rothschild, but you committed adultery with Shemokidaka. So committing Shemokidaka is also a still form of adultery, but it's very much a defend yourself. Which can just plural, which means 2 forms of intercourse are prohibited. So let's say again, the base thing only thought that on the natural intercourse always punishable by death, but they thought that the Shemokidaka is not adultery, so therefore they exonerated the so it's value in example of a case where you will not reverse the decision. Why? Because that's not explicit. That's not explicit, right? But let's that's Russia, that's that's a Russia. That's a Russia. So now again, if there was a natural action and the base in itself, that's a personal decision because even if you would agree with that, that's obvious. In a more nuanced mistake, for example, Shemokidaka's mutter, something incorrect, and it results in Russia. Such a mistake like that ultimately would not be reversed. Arthur says, this morning, so we're going to stop with just a few moments. He says, straight after everyone, we are here tomorrow morning, so again, we're ready to leave your stuff. We're going to be tomorrow morning, and then we're going to figure out what we're going to do. I want to share for the 95 minutes. 95 minutes is going to happen in rooms 2 and 3, and it's not this. Everyone.
And so they were going by this white house in the history of the world because they had such a strong identification. Places of other kinds of security. People just took them at their words. And so they could have done more caution than people. They should have done more caution.
Now, what we do with the reason says, what I'm trying to say is, there's only word that you didn't do anything wrong, nothing bad is going to happen. That's how we go ahead and distribute ultimately again. So let's look at what's happening. The Mishnah says that in the capital case, and it's just fascinating, and it tells you how connected a person is to push someone to death. So essentially, these things out of the group advocates on behalf of the defendant. That's what I'm doing. So I'm just trying to figure out what that advocacy takes for. So the last position of a buying level is essentially basically says to you, so again, just see what thing all started, right? Ruben walks into the basement, the witnesses come. What do the witnesses say? First order of business, right? So Ruben that's the basis of sin. It's not buying level says, they can take for them today. If you didn't do anything wrong, you're not lost. Somehow, some way, the truth will come to you. You don't need to worry about the proceedings. But actually, it actually says, you're both the running the left. And the answer is what, basically says, whoever has some type of support for you, come forward. So beautiful puts out the call for support for you. Incredible. So kind of correctly that I love. That's just used to support that I love. What happened? You know, as we read this lesson, says, the Zakah is soft, it is no such. So it's a scenario in the sofa. So what is it going to say? The Kohen says to the sofa, that if you do not be adultery, you're nothing to worry about. That of Lama Gimel, 33. You see from here that in capital cases, application is a habit. So just like by sofa, the Kohen says that if you didn't do anything wrong, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. So to the Gemara uses this as a paradigm. In every capital case, halacha l'mayim, and then if you do nothing wrong, you have nothing to worry about. And basically says this to the defendant as part of the proceedings. Incredible. I didn't know see it. Was it number again? Sorry, Mishnah, that I didn't know this. It turns out that the dream was not here. You can go ahead and go back and say, the rest says the reading is actually illegal. Or you can pass it up. You've done this one. If you're safe for you to take these days, you can't say, Mada Asa Asli, you shine very so. They will say, I'm not going to race yourself. If you need to increase the case, you make a mistake. You make a mistake. How do you make a mistake? If you said one of the skies is parking, one of the parking skies is coming. Mistake. What happens if they make a mistake? We don't reverse the ruling, but the judges become personally liable to the wrong party. It's understood. Understood says that you can reverse the erroneous ruling. Here, Rabbi says you can't reverse the erroneous ruling. It's going on over here. First of all, and the Mufa and the Shittim. That's the answer. One is talking about an expert judge, and one is talking about an expert judge to reverse the rule. Since non-expert judge, he doesn't have the ability to reverse it. Why? Because since he's not an expert, he's to say if the reversal is any better than the first rule. See, as an expert, he has the capacity and the ability to deliver proper rulings. So if he makes mistakes, it's reversible. Non-expert judge, it's not reversible because there's a lack of expertise. Who said this should be any better than the first one? And the movie cannot see that true, talking about expert. This is the person that empire manufacturing happening in the challenge. That if somebody was able to cultivate these, and somebody was able to like happening in the challenge, again, they are exempt from going ahead and getting. So this is what means that if the military goes ahead and makes mistakes, happening in the challenge is not personally liable. Then you say that a judge is not liable as well, if you're not reversing because again, otherwise the guy in prison made a mistake, they can just go back and reverse the decision. In fact, what the vice here says, a Muntaz, challenge seems to indicate us that either an expert doesn't reverse their decision. Can she struggle with the possible opinion? Can she struggle with the possible opinion? One piece is talking about the action. Rather than the huge struggle in the middle, also model max. If there's a greater judge, the judge has the ability to reverse the decision of the lesser judge. But if there's no greater judge, then ultimately the means to reverse. Incredible. So she says, can is very interesting. Can, and that's what this means I love it. So, can shaitan the Quran Mishnah, can shaitan the Shikul Hadas. Everything depends on the nature of the mistake which is made. The judge made a mistake is what we call Divine Mishnah. What's the Divine Mishnah? Something that you must accept. There's such a concept of human error. So human error is a mistake. We say it as an explicit halacha. If the judge makes a mistake, we say it as explicit halacha. That is a reversible mistake. Now, she makes me shikul hadas. What shikul hadas? Something which requires opinion, right, or analysis, which is not based on let's say, we call it halacha, which is clear-cut halacha. There's a certain level of opinion, there's a certain level of analysis that has to go in. You have to weigh different things. So the one thing is so cases like this. If a judge makes a mistake, it's just an explicit halacha, that judgment is reversed. If he makes a mistake with the shikul hadas and it's more than opinion, the next way, that's not reversible. He wants to know if it's shikul hadas. Topic on Mishnah says that if a judge makes a mistake with explicit halacha, it's reversible. The shikul hadas, you don't hold that. If he makes a mistake with saying it's more than opinion, you don't feel like it. It's not reversible. I'm going to actually talk. Yeah, Rothschild. So Rabbi is trying to figure out what exactly is an explicit halacha. That's not actually, even if it's a mistake in the meaning of the Rothschild, how many things that are being considered as a mistake within explicit halacha? I feel the Rabbi Shmuel, even if it was a statement of Rabbi Shmuel, I'm like, yeah, that's also an example of an explicit halacha. I feel the BD. So he said that actually, even if someone makes a mistake in like power users, is that the source of stuff off? Because I mean, it's obvious. I'm going to ask you, I'm not funny, but I'm not one of the cutters and swell. So, essentially, the man is like, what is Chuck? Remember, it's like, we're also important. So, therefore, our users are also considered to be explicit movies. So, I'll say, so essentially, the definition of an explicit movie is anything that is an explicit movie. That's it. Moving down country. So that's this. So he says, anytime shikul hadas. What's an example of an image? Like something that requires a more opinion based, right? I'm going to help us to trade tanoi or trade amoroi to prove that hadad. Example, so let's say my focus is amoroi. For what which my hooks are working hard, for what came out. Again, the tossing method where a definitive ruling was not chosen. The ikri, for our Sufani, the city is Shmei, the art is Sujia, the Shmei, the art will keep you. So, I should have actually. The situation is not focused. Everything is clear cut, halacha, according to this. You know what? The Italian actually according to the image, but conventional wisdom goes with the other. So that's the key. All that in now, it turns out that it's against the conventional wisdom, but because it's not. So therefore, again, that's not reversible. This is the changes understanding this halacha. The judge makes a mistake of the public charge. Such a moving is reversible. He makes a mistake at the opinions and opinions. It's not reversible. Now, this is the rotations. There are literally rotations. Nice at the para. The capital problem was one time. Linking to the China that looks like this. That's why it's useful. I don't have either to move. The animal is straight. When the animal is a straight, You're not allowed, even if it has proper teeth, though, you're still not allowed to use it. So the proper rules are that animal that didn't have you can use it, you can open it again, was a straight up, and therefore they need to let that to the dog. You can get back. Okay, the bomb I said they come down there, they say it's being for the coming down there, they do you up. And if some said it's not trade, then they speak of the powerful, then they say it's not trade at all. So I'm going to speak of Harofe, because told us that the doctor said, any part of the Hazina, floating on the Hazina, Shami Fire, and it would be hoping that in Shalo, to be Shalo, to live. Currently, again, it's coming back to the death, you know, I think it's removing the cows, that's true, become pregnant, right? And yet the animal's not a trade ball. So there was certain medical knowledge that obviously the animal case is not a trade ball. So it turns out that every Catholic rule to prolong this thing. However, Catholic says, how far from all the Catholic? So essentially, the Catholic says, Catholic, they're going to done. Now, what that meant was the Catholic thought his possessions in order to chase back the owner of the cow, right? Because remember again, by declaring the cow a trade off, he effectively defined the owner of consuming that animal. That's a loss. So Catholic said, they're going to be done. You have to sell off your possessions in order to go ahead and pay back the wrong party. However, you keep that, you just remember that. Calm down, you're fine. So when you come around and talking to the shadows, so anyone who's an expert judge, by definition, is hot different things. We're going to analyze this, actually, this concept a bit more. Because essentially, what there is like, simply it's kind of like a little bit of a malpractice insurance. Right? That what that has to cover people when they make mistakes, because otherwise, no one's ever should have wanted service, right? So for that, so the people should be passing you cover it, you're fine. You don't have to pay for it. Anyone who's an expert to the masses, ultimately, again, does not have to go ahead and pay back. So the Gemara says, fine. So for our mother's house, Esau, later, talking about this, I thought, it's not about this, the concept, but what's happening? It's easy, it's very happening to make a mistake, and this is a mistake that it's supposed to come up, right? Look at how just come back and reverse the decision. Well, like, it's reversible. Since it's reversible, let him just go back and say, I made a mistake, right? I made a mistake, that's all there is to say. So the Gemara says, how do the old talk about that? He was on the top of two things. How do so talking about this shot, we're talking about first of all, just reverse the decision. Look at go. Just reverse it. It's irreversible. Reverse it down the way. First of all, you should be like that. Even if this was an opinion-based in that case, and you make a mistake, one kind of that in that thought, you are an expert. You are like a recognized expert, and therefore you are a professional by doing coverage. You try. You know, so not by itself, but one second. I promote about how many relationships you para, flooding the message you got. That is clear. It tells the title, reverse the decision maker, freeze the door, which means it's gone. It's gone, right? This isn't like the police that will let the money exchange hands with the reverse decision. The consequence is that the guy can say, feed it to the dog, which you want to say, by the way, you say feed it to the dog, you can also use one to be shocked already. Right? Passions to be shocked already. Shocked already. Because the dog is gone, which is your reversal. To which the Gemara says, how do you do it? I'm a Kishtama Kabbalah by Mishnah in a Kozer. If you say that ultimately again, when you go ahead and even if you make a mistake, therefore again the meaning says, I need to come out and become Catholic. That's what happened. Exactly. I'm going to you and become executive. Now it makes sense. In other words, if you hold that Kabbalah Mishnah doesn't go back, doesn't reverse, then the company will upset because you need to do another host. Right? And when Kiva comes on and tells them, don't worry about if you are a new and therefore again you have no personal liability. However, I would be under Kabbalah Mishnah holds that. But if you see that when a guy makes a mistake and then explicit halach, so he's reversible, label lay, Kepa Yino Habekara Dinas Lag. You know, Mokum Abarata, Konami, Mokum Abarata. So if the cow was still here, you're really good. Even if the cow was technically speaking, you're not liable. Okay, so it's not a just from This structure is very important because this structure is what is going to go ahead and really drive much of our discussion. The synthesis of the thing is Italian mix and this is what we call the divine Mishnah, and the explicit halacha. The ruling is reversible. If you mix in Shito Hadas, the opinion, the ruling is not reversible. Okay, but this is not reversible. Amar kan shenakol b'nasan biyad, kan shelo nakol b'nasan biyad. So it's interesting. Fisher says one piece is talking about a situation where ultimately again the judge himself handed over the money from one party to the other. When the judge himself handed over the money from one party to the other, the judgment is irreversible. When ultimately the judge himself did not hand the money from one party to the other, rather as actually says, I was simple about it, was so again, if the judge checks the parties to hand over money to the other parties, then that ruling is reversible. Besides the Gemara, so again, in the case where it says he went ahead and he made the innocent party liable, then it says, don't show not all the nuts and the yard. So again, that would mean the guy is like some money from one party to the other. However, Sika as a guy is a from the staff as well. But you have a guilty party, innocent, where their transfer of money over there. Everything is bad. I'm going to make he said, you're about to have a hard one, not but again, the judge himself is not moving anything from one party to the other. Even I'm a Potter actor, emotion, not all the since he says Potter, it's as if he's taking money from one party to the other. However, he's telling you, being anonymous, not doing his test, doing it. Also, the commissioner said that monetary law, by monetary cases, are reversible. They are reversible either way, right? It's a reversible rule, the basic rule that the defendant is guilty, they can reverse it to say that he's innocent, and if he's innocent, they can reverse it to say that he's guilty. So the Jewish problem is first of all, the iron is ultimately going to reverse it to the fact that he's innocent, that makes sense. I mean, so in the beginning stages, the defendant is guilty, but the law not so the argument didn't transfer any money over in our over. From the staff. Already ever seen a versatile liability. The like Potter Atta. When he said that the family of this Potter, Amrit gave it over the Potter Atta, not of the Nos and the Yad coming. And we just said that once you say Potter, Potter is also equivalent of moving money from one party to the other, to which the Imam says, Kata Katani. The Imam says, Maxim the first is Chus Sheikh Holga. So it's interesting enough, the Imam is versus ruling. In the case of ultimately again a source, that is also like the liability. The Kavasa gathering the questions has again correspondingly by capital cases, Machzir the source on the days, the aim Machzir Lakova. You can reverse a judgment ultimately again to defendant innocent, but not to find him guilty. Machzir the source, so ultimately again we can reverse it to source, but only the source. The aim Machzir Lakova, the source should Chova. So the verse is Chavas in demand. So when we say it's a liability, who is a liability for? Halotashia Chavas in Goral Hadam. So this is interesting on this side. When we bring this in a capital case, when we bring the defendant back, right, and we reverse the judgment, making the person found him guilty and ultimately not having him innocent. So the Gemara says this is a reversal of judgment that is a fault, that is a source, but also a fault. So emphasis for the defendant, but who a fault for? The Goral Hadam. Again, let's say in the case when they killed Shimon, and now facing the court case, witnesses came and they killed Shimon intentionally. It turns out they killed Shimon accidentally, right? So again, now that'll be, or so you didn't kill Shimon. Again, that's a detriment for the Goral Hadam, for the relative of Shimon, for which they were silenced them. We shouldn't compare the Goral Hadam, silence them because the Goral Hadam is the inconvenience. His avenue that we're not going to reverse the decision to leave the defendant. Furthermore, again, the Mishnah using of Bain days, what's the distinction? Yeah, Pasha. You're right, this is a contradiction. Or these are any Pasha. Ravina says, you don't shahaya lo yadom mashton, the not many. It's like the case that you all think again where there was collateral, and it was moved from one party to the other. The Gemara says, Tinei Satar, the argument is sherats. What's the case of Tinei Satar? But ultimately, again, sherats, cut. guitar item. Tira Satame, Sheir Van Benkerosa. In the case of Tira Satame, could be open again with the Tame items mixed in with other properties. Okay, so one side. What comes out of all this? A number of very important things. Number one, the idea. This whole piece is all about the reversal of monetary law. Right? So when Basin issues a monetary verdict, such a verdict is reversible. First of all, so Mishnah tells us it's reversible either way. Whether Basin found guilty and now they're reversing it to innocent, or they found it innocent and reversing it to guilty, Basin always has the ability to reverse it. Now that's pause there. That stands in constant distinction to capital cases. In capital cases, the only thing you can do is what? Guilty verdict to innocent. You can't, we'll see this just moment, you can't change innocent to guilty. Go back to monetary law. Under what circumstances can a Basin reverse its ruling? And the answer I will say, Rabbi Hoskins is essentially in accordance with the Sheshas, that is again, Ta'ah is reversible. Right? So again, a mistake with an explicit ruling, Allah said that is a reversible psah. But based on a mistake, with what we call shahadas, an opinion or opinion-based idea, ultimately again, that is not good. Now, the other piece I have to clarify, which we're not finished, we'll come back to it still, is this idea about a mocha versus an eno mocha. Right? Remember again, expert judges versus not expert judges. Who has what we'll call it professional liability coverage? Who doesn't have liability coverage? And how does Shikul Hadas and the Mishnah fit in with those two? We still have to put those pieces together. Okay, let's go back to says the Gemara, Dina Nefashis. So we remember again, the Gemara said that halacha myself, so capital cases are not reversible. Right? You cannot go once a capital case, once a thing has ruled on a capital case, it's not reversible. Again, reversible if they found the defendant innocent. If they found him innocent, they can't revisit it and give a guilty plea. But if there was a guilty verdict, they can reverse that to innocence. So it's not about what's that was. Here we also have been saying how do we know that if someone left Basin and the Chayiv, right, so went ahead and was found guilty in Basin, and then what happened? Now this is a capital case, and then someone comes along and says, "1 second, you found you guilty of killing Shemin. I have a proof. I have something to benefit Ruvain. Has any benefit Ruvain?" How do we know? You mentioned also. How do we know that we revisit the case and listen to the testimony again? Hamur Bomar, my power. But he's innocent, don't kill him. So if there's any grounds that individual is innocent, we're going to read here and listen to that case. You know, what about the reverse case? That if someone went out, if someone was exonerated and raised, and then again after the verdict was delivered, I had incriminating evidence that Ruvain did in fact commit the crime. How do we know that they listen to that individual? Talmud Lomar, Sadik al Taro. The pasuk says essentially when someone's been found to be a tzaddik, you again do not go ahead and judge him. It's interesting, by the way. I just pointed out this lesson of Sadik al Taro. Right? That here, this is how he was using it. He was using it that Allah again, was accused of shitting. Right? Then there's this holding Torah. So it turns out that Ruvain was exonerated. Okay, what happened? After he's exonerated, so someone else comes along and says, I have incriminating testimony about you. What does it say? Not listen to you. Why? Because it's fascinating. And out of all the things that you would call him, right, the one thing you probably wouldn't call him is what? Is it tzaddik? What you see here is something really incredible. That after a person goes through the process of in this judgment, when they come out the other side of that, they're tzaddik. Right? When you go through the process, ultimately you're going to have a reckoning of your deeds, and you come out of that, ultimately again the slate is clean. And it's not just true in a basin of bus or a dam in a human court. This is also the way to make it shuvah also. A lot of times the greatest challenge we have with shuvah is even if I think that my shuvah is sincere, I feel I emerged from the tshuva process, right? So maybe I'm right. Maybe if I'm going to say this level that I believe that I'm forgiven, and I believe that I can get a second, and I believe that I can really start it. I don't believe that I'm actually starting with clean slates. I feel that like I'm trying to tell you at the new building late last night, getting everything set up. So it's so funny. Like I find myself like telling people. Like, don't put your hands on the walls, right? Like, don't stop. Move the chairs away a little bit. Because what happens when like something is new and something is beautiful, like first of all, every single scratch, I think that the notebook guy has blocked my number because last night I go to all the furniture, so this isn't it, you already told me I'll come up, but like everything. But see, because you know what happens, like sometimes when something is new, it's beautiful, it's pristine, but to be honest, you don't feel like we're new. You don't feel like and even when I do shoot, I don't really feel you. I feel mixed and I feel tarnished and I feel damaged. Because Rabbi's not going to doesn't matter there. She's forgiving me that. But what the Pasuk is saying is, Sadik al Kalo. After a person goes through their due process, what are they? They're simply innocent. But what? It's like, he's in court. The court found him innocent. Therefore, again, after he's innocent, he's a tzaddik. I engage in the process. When I come out to that process, when I come out of that process, it's not just the shot that I like when I come out of tshuva, that now I am not liable to punishment. I'm a tzaddik. And if we think of ourselves as tzaddik, when we come out on the other side of the tshuva process, and that gives us a whole new perspective on who we are and a whole new perspective we can accomplish. So Ruben steps out of days and he's been exonerated. He's not simply in, he's excited. When I do real tshuva, I'm not just simply exonerated and free from liability and culpability. I am excited. And as excited, I can accomplish, I can be, and I can do whatever I want. I just have to make sure that I see myself through the right lens. It's so incredible. All right, I'm going to see Rashi. If you move forward in the basis, now the one exception to this rule is the basis. So who's the basis? The basis is the guy who incites people to worship Avodah Zarah. So that's also a capital case. You saw somebody earlier that we have normally capital cases, we just saw they will advocate on behalf of the defendant. They absolutely will. In the case of Avodah Zarah, a mace is someone who's on trial to Avodah Zarah, they will not advocate on their behalf. Not only that, but again, also maces, even if they found him innocent, if someone comes along and says, have you given me evidence, what do? They'll bring it back. They'll open up the Torah again. Incredible. Again, so most says by Avodah Zarah. By Avodah Zarah, there's just a different mind, such ways that are just being dealt with in a separate kind of way. So what's actually interesting? What about Chaydedolos? Right? So remember, somebody killed someone, you didn't kill someone. And let's say the whole side, thanks, maybe they've done the showgate. What happens now if they find him innocent? And then as he court, someone comes along and says, wait, I have incriminating evidence about Ruben. She opened up the trial again. Asyo, making zero shot, by Chaydedolos, by murder. Essentially, we treat the capital case, and therefore, once he's exonerated, we'll open it up again. Obviously, if he's been found liable, we'll open it up again. Chavim milk, yes, but if someone's high milk, so say, high milk or anything, right? Or bringing bathing to some cards out here, or whatever, you want shots, whatever, right? Well, the shop is not but Chavi Malchus, so let's say they found him innocent, but after the innocent, now what happens? They want to go ahead and now someone comes with the community evidence. Asya Russia. Only make zero Shabbat Russia. Comparing it ultimately to Nisa. Malchus case is like the capital, which makes sense, because Malchus is much as based on assesses someone how many Malchus they get. But when I say shares similar with a capital case, so Susan is interesting. So Goros case is going to be at the capital. Malchus case is going to be at the capital. A lot of Lamaisa, if they find the defendant guilty, innocent, and when someone comes afterwards and says, I'm accumulating evidence, we don't listen. Conversely, if they've been guilty and someone says evidence to exonerate, we read up again. I know Rabbi that supports this. Okay, so we'll say, what comes out of your is as follows. And therefore, again, by all capital cases, if they find the defendant innocent, you don't revisit the case and someone else comes forward with other testimony. But if it's empty, we will revisit it. Malchus cases, Lashes cases are just like capital cases. Minus cases just like capital cases. Next, as we just said, if the defendant was exonerated in a capital case, even if someone was with other evidence, we simply do not accept it. Says the Gemara, I'm ready to hear about I'm ready to know, but who shut up the Davar speaking Mogendos? This is interesting. I must say, now what you say, by the way, that we do not revisit capital cases, that is assuming, by the way, that the Basin did not make like an explicit mistake. So, for example, it's speaking will accept that do not believe in Torah Shabbat. I don't believe in all tradition. I just believe in Torah Shabbat. So, which means that if Basin made a mistake with something explicit, like even something that Putin would believe in, then that's a real error. That's your error, and that then is reversible. We'll see, for example, about Rothschild speaking Zil Kari, but if the Basin made a mistake, it's like explicit in the Torah. It's just an explicit. And so, in other words, liable to death. And Basin made a mistake and they exonerated the guy, but they just made a mistake with an explicit halacha. That is reversible. That is reversible. Even though, again, we just said before that in capital cases, someone is exonerated, you cannot find them liable. But again, if the mistake was made with something explicit, that actually is reversible. Says the Gemara. So for example, let's say Ruben is brought to Basin accused of committing adultery with Rothschild. Right? And what happens? Basin makes a mistake. And they find him innocent. They find him innocent, right? Because they thought adultery was murder. Right, whatever, just made an explicit mistake in the case. So what fell off in such case as well as Ruben got off scot-free. But again, it's a mistake that even the Stukim would understand. On the leg, is in your face. Ad Mikada Yakif Zil Chotz Kaf Mitzvah. Which makes things like this. When your fire is burning, roast your gourds on it. Much better than the idea, right? But the idea is like, you already said the answer. In other words, the answer is explicit in front of you. If the fire is already burning, roast your gourds on it means the answer is explicit right in front of your own eyes. And obviously, if the Basin is making an explicit mistake, and they said that adultery is murder, when adultery is really usher, that's an explicit mistake. Even though you're exonerated Ruben, you're still going to go on and be able to reverse that particular decision. So the Gemara says as follows: Itmar Nami, Amrabi Ami, Amrabi Yochanan, Tabanoid, Kozer, and Jason made a mistake about adultery, and when constantly adultery committed, ultimately again they exonerated Ruben. Such a ruling is reversible. So what would be the example ultimately again? So what's like, give me an example ultimately again of, let's say, a case where they made a mistake, exonerated someone, should not have exonerated them. Right? Well, that'd be a case where we will not reverse that ruling. I suppose it's an interesting case over here. Let's say again, you don't committed adultery with Rothschild, but he committed adultery with Bia Shaloki Darka. So Bia Shaloki Darka is also a still form of adultery. Like the Zog's Losha of Mishkavei Isha. Mishkavei Isha, which is plural, which means two forms of it are prohibited. So let's say again, the Beis Din only thought that only natural intercourse again is punishable by death, but they thought that Mishaloki Darka is not adultery, therefore they exonerated Ruben. So that would be an example of a case where we would not reverse the decision. Why? Because that's not explicit. That's not explicit, right? But that's drasha that Bia Shaloki Darka is treated like Bia. That's a drasha. That's a drasha. So now, if there was a natural, and the Beis Din exonerated Ruben, that's irreversible decision because even if Stuki would agree with that, that's obvious. More nuanced mistake, for example, they thought the Darka as Mutter. Russia, such a mistake like that, again, is not the reversible. I can say this, I have a comment on saving this morning, so we're going to stop over here just a few moments early. Let's say, straight up everyone, and we are here tomorrow morning still, where you can do stuff, we're going to be here tomorrow morning, and then that's our show. Tomorrow we'll figure out. Let's say, everyone who's here for the 9 o'clock meeting is going to happen in rooms 2 and 3. Sheriff, everyone's in.
Robot lunchbox vapes, those big old crazy waves blowing. It's like a power bar on the side of it's ridiculous. And he blows his, but it's all like he fills it with natural oil, so it's air quotes healthy. Air quotes. Yeah.
First of all, say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning here to thank our annual comic-con sponsor. For Tafshin Tehei, the Fulson Shpas Potentials this year, as a Zuchus for the Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tevei, Sabah Alina Latova, the common family in memory of Amit ben David Levy, brother of Itai Levy, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. May his precious Neshama have an Aliyah and his family in Neshama. Our Daf Yomi sponsors for today, Baruch and Bracha Rivkin, in honor of the yard site of Harav Ruben ben Tzvi, Rabbi Ruben Rivkin, Zichron of Drash. We hope that in America, Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas having the families in the family, all those who are fortunate having to get with Kol Chol Yisrael. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Hashem should bring home our hostages, Shalom and B'Kalav, and we wait with bated breath for the hopefully B'Shalom and Yeres Hashem today for the return of incredible, beautiful Neshamas and Yeres Hashem to their families, to their people, to their land today. We hope that in Yeres Hashem this our holy soldiers will be successful, full, see a day, and we should hope that Hashem to share brachas for our Israel. So today's daf is Lamed Gimel 33. So we are picking up in Yeres Hashem on Lamed Beis and the Beis. Great daf yesterday. We are picking up after the 2 dots into the white lines, 3 lines into the white lines. Remember again, the Gemara said as follows, that when it comes to giving mamonos, you do not go ahead and skew. That would be in the first couple of cases, we do try to skew the ruling in the merit ultimately again of you. We must say to you, so how do we do that? It says, Haki on you know, we actually do that. So we'll say the following scenario. Imagine halacha l'maisa again, moving is accused of killing children. So what ends up happening? So witnesses come on. Obviously, the way that the Din Torah is started is that witnesses come and they say, we saw you anyone else kill children. The Gemara says that the base, he says to the witnesses, who says you're right? Who says you're right? That's how we start. In other words, who says you're correct? And again, once obviously the basing begins that way, then ultimately again, what that means at a practical level, is that halacha l'maisa, you're skewing, like the slanter in favor of the defendant. So here's the problem. But doesn't that muzzle the witnesses? In other words, if the witnesses feel that the basing is dealing with them in a more contrarian fashion out of the gate, doesn't that muzzle their testimony? Which they must what? But the muzzle I did or Shimon ben in general, witnesses shall be what we do is move them all around, we move them from here and move them there. In order that we should recant. The Gemara says, "Me dummy." That's a different. It's not a good comparison. Also, when they look at it, so they're disoriented witnesses a little bit and can't go back on it. Oh, against the witnesses from the beginning, they did it ahead and offset the witnesses. To say, so ultimately, again, so when Basin goes ahead, Basin says, so Basin comes out. Basin says, witnesses come and say, they think he'll chill it. So then he comes and says, hey, do you have any witnesses to go ahead and to these witnesses to take each other? Rabbi, if he poured this Iso Shazah, she called also Shazah, do we go ahead now and it was in this case effort to go ahead and defend moving defendant, right? In the effort to defend the accused, you're essentially casting doubt upon the witnesses who are coming forward and kind of casting them in the role of potential agents only. So you must if they are Zolomim, it's not still why, but kind of either an aim even Zolomim Halogim, Adi Imar Hadim. Again, remember again, the halacha is as follows. The halacha is that eating Zolomim, like the witnesses come and testify, they wouldn't kill children. And then it turns out that they're lying. Eating Zolomim, the one time you would be put to death is if Ruvain himself was already sentenced. But if they were made into eating Zolomim before Ruvain was sentenced, then halacha l'maisa again, they would not be a guilty verdict. Which the must do. How can you know? Even Shasik Hai Ad Nigmar Dine, who might see even Mazin, how do they social self? So it's still okay. So everyone is silent. No one is even go after the verdict is passed. Then our local and I said, "You're relegated to a death sentence." The idea is, I understand that in a capital case, we want to stick up for the defendant. That's what we want to do. We want to be able to advocate on behalf of the defendant. But you can't advocate on behalf of the defendant in a way that puts someone else at a disadvantage. So very nice when advocate on behalf of the defendant. What about the fact that you cast the versions on the eating? So that's what we say is like this. When witnesses show up and the witnesses say we're going to kill Shimon. So now what happens? So what happens? So rather Rabbi says, so witnesses show up in Beis Din, and the witnesses say, Ruvain kill Shimon, in terms of Ruvain. You predict these witnesses. Remember, not making agents only, simply contradiction. Rav Kana Amar Medubayim is back and forth. Rav Kana says like this. Beis Din says that the witnesses first come to trial, Ruvain killed Shimon. So Beis Din says, we think that Ruvain is going to be found innocent. First, after the witnesses saw Ruvain killed Shimon, it says, but we think that we're going to be supposed to exonerate Ruvain. Amar Rabbi, Rabbi Yonah Tadayu, Amar Lei, Lokatris, Lotir. So Rabbi and Rabbi essentially say, yeah, what the Beis says is, they say, Ruvain, there's nothing to worry about. Anything wrong, nothing bad to you. That's how we go ahead and chiseled ultimately again. So what's this? He just said it's happening. Mishnah said that in the capital case, it tells you how reluctant a Beis Din is to put someone to death. So essentially, basically, advocates on behalf of the defendant. That's what's happening. And so we're just trying to figure out how does that advocacy take. So the last picture of Rabbi and Rabbi is the same Beis Din says to Ruvain. So again, just to understand how all of this gets started, right? Ruvain walks into Beis Din. The witnesses come. What do the witnesses say? My first order of business, right? We saw Ruvain kill Shimon. That's what the witnesses are saying. At that moment, Rabbi and Rabbi says, Beis Din told Ruvain and Ruvain, if you didn't do anything wrong, you have nothing to worry about. Somehow, some way, the truth will come out, and you have nothing to worry about in these proceedings. Rashi says, Beis Din makes an announcement. And what's the announcement? Beis Din says, whoever has some type of support for Ruvain, come forward. So Beis Din puts out the call for support to Ruvain. Incredible. So time to come us. Spices seems to support Rabbi and Rabbi. What happens? He knows that he this Rabbi Omerez in those
they're so athletic. Look at the move. This is unprecedented.
Cohen says to himself that if you do not commit, you have nothing to worry about. What do you see from the earth? That of Lamed Gimel, 33. Any time, Shin, between the Pashas, you see from here, capital cases, we advocate on behalf of the defendant. So just like by Soka, the Cohen says that if you didn't do anything wrong, you have absolutely nothing to. So to the Gemara uses as a paradigm in every capital case, all of the minds again, you did nothing wrong, you have nothing for that reason says this to defendant as part of the proceeding. Incredible. Give me a moment, nothing again. We saw in the Mishnah that by Dine Mamonis, if it turns out that the din was a Jewish, it is incorrect. We could go ahead and go back and essentially reverse it. Reverse it says really is that true or not? What is the kasha? Donis Hadin, based in adjudicated the case, Zika Sachayiv, Kiev Zakai, Time Esatar, Tira Satime, Masha Asa Asli, Yishan Beso. It also be learned that Allah from the says that if these are adjudicated the case, they make a mistake. How do they make a mistake again? He said the one who was Chayiv is part of the one who was Pater is Chayiv, Tame, they made a mistake. What happens when Beis makes a mistake? We don't reverse the ruling, but the judges become personally liable to make it up to the wrong party. So you see, our Mishnah says that you can reverse an erroneous ruling. Here, the Bryson says you can't an erroneous ruling. What's going on over here? I'm not Yosef Okashia, Khan the Mumcha, Khan the She'ina Mumcha. So this is fascinating. One is talking about an expert judge, and one is talking about a non-expert judge. Now, what does that mean? The second line from the top, so let's listen to this. In the case of an expert judge, if made a mistake, so again, he has the right to reverse their ruling. Interestingly enough, in a non-expert judge, this is fascinating. Now, she points out he doesn't have the ability to reverse his ruling. Why? Because since he's not an expert, who's to say that the reversal is any better than the first one? See, in an expert judge, he has the capacity and the ability to deliver a verdict. So if he makes a mistake, it's reversible. Non-expert judge, it's not reversible because since there's a lack of expertise, who says the second one will be any better than the first one? Over Mumcha Maxim, is that true? Is that true that by an expert judge, we could reverse a ruling? You learn, we learned that if somebody was a mumcha at the basement, like somebody was a mumcha, like part of the shaling, again, you are exempt from going ahead and paying. So in other words, that the mumcha goes ahead and makes it. Part of the shaling is not personally liable. Now, the only time you would say that a judge is not personally liable is when if they're not reversing the decision, because again, otherwise, I am making a mistake. But then you actually reverse the decision. That's what the Vice here says that a mumcha is part of the shaling. Even an expert doesn't reverse their decision. One case is talking about the Rashi. Rashi said, also God will maximize the bar of Shalzeh. If there's a greater judge, so that greater judge has the ability to reverse the decision of the lesser judge. But if there's no greater judge, then ultimately again it remains irreversible. Incredible. Rav Shesha says, Khan is very interesting. Khan, and most of these also nice. So Khan sheta b'dvar mishnah, Khan sheta b'shikol hadas. Everything depends on the nature of the mistake was made. If you made a mistake with what we call dvar mishnah, what's dvar mishnah? Something that is explicit, right? So there's just concept of human error. So in human error, again, a judge can make a mistake, say that it's an explicit halacha. If the judge makes a mistake, say that it's explicit halacha, that is a reversible mistake. It's something which requires opinion, right, or analysis, which is not based on let's say what we call like halacha yidusha, just clear cut halacha. There's a certain level of opinion, there's a certain level of analysis that has to go in. You have to win things. So the other thing is sort of social suggestion is like this: if a judge makes a mistake halacha, that judgment is reversed. If you make that's more than opinion, they ask for rain, that's not reversed. So the most dumber is if a judge makes a explicit halacha, it's the shikol hadas. If he makes a mistake, it's saying that it's more than opinion, then it's not reversible. Rashi, so Rabbi was trying to feel out exactly is a good example, an explicit. So for example, Rabbi said, even if you made a mistake in the ruling of a Bechira, of making a mistake was an explicit halacha. I feel well, even if it was a statement of halacha, I feel b'didi or b'jidah. So Rabbi said to Rashi, even when someone makes a mistake in like our ruling, is that considered explicit halacha? Which Rabbi responded, "Amale atu anan kadli kani ba'agma." What do we read cutter small? So, essentially, the modern translation is like chopped liver, same idea. Like, we're also important, so therefore our rulings are also considered to be explicit rulings. So, essentially, the definition of an explicit ruling is anything that is an explicit ruling. That's it. Written down, Parashat Itzat, Parashat Ba'al. So, listen to this. So, the Gemara says, what's an example of an opinion? But it's something that requires like a more opinion-based ruling. I'm not talking to go straight Hanoi and straight Amorai, the Pligi Ahadon. A good example should be, let's say, Focus Hanoi, Focus Amorai. So, the law is my Hilfa Salo Kimar. And again, we're talking about where a definitive ruling was not delivered. The Ikri, Ba'abat Kechaninayu, the Sugya Shmaita, the Sugya Shmaita, Az Pliki Ida. And so let's say, so what happened? So we did a sheet of Adas review. The situation is not focus. And the truth is, there's not a clear cut halacha according to one. What happened? The dying actually according to one opinion, but conventional wisdom goes with the other. So you can't call that an erroneous ruling. Now again, it turns out that it's against conventional opinion, that because it's not really a definitive ruling, the judge used his logic, used his analysis. But again, that's not a reversible decision. Incredible. So Ace, the Shesha supposed to listen to this. Now, this is the Shesha standing in this halacha. If a judge makes a mistake with the fire mishko, an explicit halacha, so reversible. He makes a mistake with an opinion-based ruling, it's not reversible. Okay, now easier. So I'm going to say nice the para shabes from shnit laha inshallah the khidra bitaf the somebody came to its uterus removed. I don't have uterus removed. Rabbi Tarfon, the animal was a treifa. The animal was a treifa. You're not allowed to eat it, even if it has proper sheet. You're still not allowed to eat it. So the proper rules for that animal that didn't have that uterus removed, ultimately again was a treifa, and therefore again it means he had it fed to the dog. You can eat it from it, right? You grab it from it, but you can't eat it. Okay. All my second Hamiyana, this case came before the Hamiyana, the Tirua, and the Hamiyana said it's not true. They dispute Rabbi Tarfon, right? They said it's not a trait at all. Sha'amar Kudos Harofe, because told us the doctor said, ain't part of the Shazira, don't say me about San, just from the science. Ella ain't so apparently again it was common practice around Alexandria that they would remove the uterus from the cows and become pregnant, right? And yet the animal is not a treifa. So they were citing medical knowledge that obviously an animal like this is not a treifa. So it turns out that Rabbi Tarfon ruled erroneously. Rabbi Tarfon says, Halfa from Tarfon. So essentially the Rabbi said, Tarfon, there goes what that meant was that he thought that he was going to sell off his possession in order to pay back the owner of the cow. Right? Remember again, by declaring the cow a treifa, he effectively deprived the owner of consuming that animal. That's a loss. So Tarfon, you have to sell off your possession in order to go ahead and pay back the wrong cow. I'm going to keep it. No. Please calm down. No, you're fine. It says anyone who's judged by definition has different things. So let's analyze this actually this concept a little bit more. Because essentially what there is like essentially a little bit like a malpractice. Like that halacha has to cover people when they make mistakes, because otherwise no one's ever going to do things for human service, right? So Rabbi, this is every time when you're covered. So you're fine. You don't have to pay anything. Whereas anyone who is to the masses, ultimately does not have to go ahead and pay back. So the Gemara says, fine. One second. It's even if every time really did make and this is a mistake with an explicit halacha, then Rabbi Tarfon just go back and reverse the decision. So this is reversible. Since it's reversible, let's go back and say, I made a mistake, right? I made a mistake. All there is to say. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Kiva was saying the top is Ram Mishnah. First of all, it happened, come down. Just reverse the decision. You're good to go. Reverse it. It's reversible. Reverse it. You don't have for anything. Furthermore, even if this was in based even in that case, right, and you made a mistake, first one line, you are an expert, you are a recognized expert, and therefore again you have like a professional liability coverage. You're fine. I'm not going to 1 second. My commercial para I was kidding. That tell Talmud that he can go and reverse it. Remember, it always his decision. Which means it's gone. It's gone. Right? This isn't like a case of say money exchange hands where you reverse the decision. The Parish goes that the entire thing to go. What also means was it was shechted already. It was shechted already. Shechted already. Fed it to the God. It's done. There's no reversal. The Gemara says, "How come there's nothing to say?" If you say that ultimately again, when you go ahead and even if you make a mistake, what did Rabbi the ruling is not reversible. Therefore, again, this was I need to come out to the Catherine. That's why Catherine was upset. The Amr and Rabbi Kiva comes and says, so Rabbi now makes sense. In other words, if you hold that Tabit Rabbi Mishnah that doesn't reverse, then Rabbi Catherine is all upset because he thinks he's going to be on the right, and Rabbi Kiva comes along and tells him, don't worry about it, you are a mumcha, and therefore, again, you have no personal liability. However, that when a dying makes a mistake in an explicit halacha, is reversible. Says if the cow was still here, the ruling would be reversible. So even if the cow is not here, technically speaking, not chargeable. What comes out of here, so just to understand, this Rav Sheshes is incredibly important because this Rav Sheshes is what it is. Sheshes' opinion is if by Mishnah, by explicit halacha, reversible. If he makes a mistake with Shikol Das, an opinion, the ruling is not okay. The Chistik is not Chista Amar can not all the Nasim Biyad, can Shimon not all the Nasim. So this is interesting. Chista says, one case is talking about a situation where ultimately, again, the judge handed over money from one party to the other. One party to the other, the judgment is irreversible. But ultimately, again, the judge himself did not hand over the money from one party to the other. Either as Rashi says, so again, if the judge just instructed, then that ruling is reversible. He says that guy. So again, in the case where it says he went ahead and he made the innocent party liable, that makes sense. So again, that would mean the diner took money from one party, gave it over to the other. If you made the we'll call the guilty party, where is their transfer? He said, your partner, I behalo nos son biyad. But again, the judge himself is moving everything from one party to the other. Since he says Potter, he's moving money from one to the other. Okay, he's in the money. Dominance is not deceiving and being supposed to be in the Torah. Also, the Mishnah said that monetary law, right? Monetary cases are reversible. They're reversible either way, right? It's reversible. Let's say that they ruled that the defendant is guilty. They could reverse it to say that he's guilty. So the Gemara says, so I understand ultimately, again, if you want to reverse it to the fact that he's innocent, that makes sense. In the beginning, Basin said that the defendant was guilty. Lo natal, v'lo nasan biyad, and he didn't transfer any money over to him. But where do you ever see a reversal for liability purposes? The Amalei Potter Ata, where he said the defendant is Potter. I Amrit gave an Amalei Potter Ata. Kimoshin Natal Nasan biyad. Just said that once you say Potter, it's the equivalent of moving money from one party to the other. So the verse is Chadakat money. Dini Mamanis, Maxir Lefus, Lefus, Sheep Hova. So it's interesting enough, Dini Mamanis, you can reverse a ruling. In the case of ultimately, again, a Lefus, that is also like a liability. Havase Gabi Nefashos, as again, correspondingly by capital cases, Maxir Lefus on the base, Be'er Maxir Lefova. You could reverse a judgment ultimately again to find the defendant innocent, but not to find him guilty. Was so ultimately again the Britain could reverse it to Swiss, but only the Swiss. Maybe not zero the football. The Swiss shoe hole. So we must Kavasi demand. So what do we say to liability? Who's the liability? Or Hello Kasha, Kavasi with Zoel had and when you bring it in the capital case, you bring the defendant back, right? First the judgment, guilty, finding him innocent. So the Gemara says this is a reversal of judgment that is a schus, but also a chol. So I understand that it's a schus for the defendant, but who is it a chol for? The Gal Adam. Again, let's say in a case where you think Shimon, and trying the court case where things try to testify that he killed Shimon intentionally. It turns out that he didn't kill Shimon accidentally. Right, so Lamais again now that'll be or Reuven didn't kill Shimon at all. Shalosh Lamais again, that's a detriment for the Gal Adam. For the relative of Shimon, this was tells that you shouldn't call the Gal Adam Hadino or the high. Salas said because it's going to be inconvenience. There's a Havamir that we're not going to reverse the decision for Reuven. But oh, my day. Or again, the Mishnah used Russian of day. What's the distinction there? You're right. Radina says, he goes, Shahaya Lo Yadom Mashkom, and not Lo Mimenu. Radina says the priest would be ultimately again where there was collateral, and the collateral was moved from one party to another. The Gemara says, Kimei Satar, the Agide Sheret. That's the case of Kimei Satar, the ultimate part. The tar item, yes, Atame, Shir Van Ben also. In the case of yes, Atame could be ultimately again, but the tummy item is mixed in with other produce. Okay, so we'll say, what comes out of this? So we'll say a number of very important things. So number one, the idea over here is this whole piece was all about the reversal of monetary law. Right, so when basic issues a monetary verdict is reversed. First of all, so Mishnah tells us it's reversible either way. Whether Jason found the defendant guilty and now they're reversing it to innocent, or the innocent and reversing it to guilty, Jason always has the ability to reverse it. Now that's pause there. That's the capital cases. The capital cases, the only thing you could do is what? Change verdict to innocent. We'll see it's just you can't change innocent, but that's monetary law. Or circumstances can easily reverse his ruling. And the answer is essentially in accordance with Sheshas. The Allah again, Ta'abidvan Mishnah is reversible. So again, Basin makes a mistake. Illicit ruling, that is a reversal. But a Basin makes a mistake. With Hadas, an opinion idea, ultimately that is not reversible. Now, the other piece that we also have to do, which we're not finished with still, is this idea about a mumcha versus a no mumcha. Right? Remember again, expert judges versus not expert judges. Who has what we'll call like professional liability coverage? Who doesn't have liability coverage? And how does Shikun Hadas and the Mishnah fit in those two? We still have to put okay, that's what I think. Says the Gemara, So if you remember again, you remember myself, capital cases are not reversible. Right? You cannot go once a capital case, once a case has ruled on a capital case, it's not reversible. Again, if they found the defendant innocent. If they're innocent, they can't revisit and give a guilty plea. But if it was a guilty verdict, they can reverse that to innocence. It's not about what was. You know, so basically, the Afshiname below Swiss. Minayin Shematzir also. How do we know that if someone left Basin and died, right? So someone went ahead and was found guilty, and then what happened? Now this is a capital case. And then someone comes forward and says, one second, you found him guilty, I have a proof something to benefit you. How do we know? Minayin Shematzir also. How do we know that we revisit the case? And so, I will go now, not the success is innocent. Don't kill their argument. There's any grounds that the individual is innocent, we're going to rehear and listen to that. I am the notes in the case, the Zakai, the Amar Echad, so how do I know that if someone was exonerated in Basin, and then again after the verdict was delivered, someone comes along and says, "But wait, I have incriminating evidence that Reuben did in fact commit the crime, the murder." How do we know that Basin does not listen to that individual? Talmud Lomar, Sadik al-Taro. The pasuk says essentially, once someone's been found to be a tzaddik, ultimately again, do not go ahead and kill him. Unless you know it's interesting, by the way. I just pointed out this lashon of Sadik al-Taro, right? That here, this is how the Gemara is using it. The Gemara is using it that Allah again, Reuben was accused of killing Shimon. Right, then there's this whole Torah. It turns out that Reuben exonerated. Okay, after he's exonerated, so someone comes along and says, "I have incriminating testimony about this." What does Basin say? Not listening to you. Why? Because Tzaddik al-Tayo. So it's fascinating. All the things that you would call Reuben, right? The one thing you probably wouldn't call him is what? Is a tzaddik. Is a tzaddik. Or just seeking or something really incredible. After a person goes through the process of, in this case, judgment, when they come out like that, they're tzaddik. Right? Whereas when you go through the process, ultimately, again, of a reckoning of your deeds, and you come out of that, ultimately, again, the slate is clean. And it's not just true in a basin of Basra. This is also the look at Shuvah also. A lot of times, the greatest challenge we have with Shuvah is that even if I think that my shuvah is sincere, I emerge from the shuvah process tarnished. Like maybe I'm forgiven, right? Maybe I get to the level that I believe. That I believe that I can get a second chance, that I can really start again. I don't believe that I'm actually starting with a clean slate. I feel that, like, I'm because I'll tell you. At the getting everything set up, right? Stop. Move the chairs away a little bit. Because what happens when something is new, it's beautiful. Like, first of all, every single scratch, the most guy has blocked my network for the last, and there's all the children like, this isn't it. You already 25 out, come up, etc. Like everything. Because you know what, it's like sometimes when something beautiful is persistent, but to be honest, we don't feel like we're new. And when I do Shabbat, I don't even feel unique, and I feel tarnished, and I feel damaged. Okay, because who's not going to there? She's forgiving me that. What is saying is, I think al-Taro. After a person goes through their due process, what are they? Not simply innocent. What? What's up? Moving where is in court? The court found him innocent. Therefore, again, after he's innocent, he said something. I engage in the process of Shabbat when I was when I come out of that process. It's not just shot that when I come out of Shabbat, so that now I am not liable to punishment. And if we can think of ourselves when we come out on the Shabbat process, it gives us a whole new perspective on what we are and a whole new perspective on what we can accomplish. When moving Sarah faced it, and he's been exonerated. He's not simply innocent. He's tzaddik. When I do real tshuva, I'm not just simply exonerated and free from liability and culpability. And as a tzaddik, I've accomplished, I can be, and I can use whatever I want. I just have to make sure that I see my joys. It's so incredible. If you look at the basis, now, the one exception to this rule was the basis. Basis is the guy who is able to worship Avodah Zarah. Now, that's also a capital case. We saw it very early in the chapter. That we're rolling in capital cases, we just saw Beis Din will advocate on behalf of the defendant. They absolutely will. In the case of Avodah Zarah, amazing someone who's on trial because he incited on Avodah Zarah, Beis Din will not advocate on their behalf. Not only that, but again, I will say with the Maces, even if they found him innocent, if someone comes along and says, I have incriminating evidence, what do? They'll bring it back. They'll open up the Torah again. They'll sack more, they'll sit up. Incredible. Rav Kana Master, Harov Pargeni. Again, so we'll say, so Avodah Zarah. By Avodah Zarah, there's just a different set with all of them. Such an individual just going to be dealt with in a separate kind of way. Rabbi Zim Rav Sheshes. Hi, big Galos Minai. So this is actually interesting things. What about Chai Galos? Right? Let's say, so Chai Galos. Remember again, somebody killed someone, they killed, right? We didn't kill Shul Shogeg. We'll say, that's the case. Somebody's on trial for killing the Shogeg. What happens now if they find him innocent? Innocent, and then as he's leaving court, someone comes along and says, wait, I have the criminal evidence. So do we open up the trial again? Make it zero chance of by high dollars, by murder. Essentially, we treat this case like a capital case. The capital case, and there again, once he's exonerated, don't open it up again. Obviously, if he's been found liable, we will. Chayde Malchus, let somebody's Chayde Malchus. Say, Chayde Malchus could be any, right? We're bringing things there. Moving to days in the comes whatever, you wore shotguns, whatever. But Chayde Malchus. So again, let's say based on innocent, but after they found him innocent, they want to go and now someone comes with this. Ask the Russia. Ultimately, you're making your Shabbat Russia, comparing it ultimately to Musa. A Malchus case is like a capital case also, which makes sense, right? Because Malchus, as much as Gates and assesses someone how many Malchus they could take, but the Maisa shares similarities with a capital case. Also, so Golos, any Golos case is going to be like a capital case. Malchus case is going to be like the capital case. All of these cases, a lot of the Maisa, if they feel guilty, Joshua says, I have incriminating evidence, we don't listen. When they found them guilty, and one says, I have evidence to exonerate, we will open it up again. I know, Rabbi that supports this. Chayve Golios Minayim, Asio Seach, Chayve Malkios Minayim, Asio Rasha. Okay, so also says, if I look for myself, what comes out of here is as follows. The different cases, if you find defendants, you can go through this case and this else. But if we found them guilty, we will revisit it. Malchus cases, Lash cases are just like capital cases. Galus cases just like capital. Next, they must in the Chova. As we just said, if the defendant was exonerated in a capital case, even if someone comes forward with evidence, we do not. Says the Gemara, I'm going to be here about Abdul.
Billy, what up? I'm lovely, my man. How can I help you?
I gave the work to my friend to send me one of the video this evening. So once you send the video, I'm going to send it to you. Tell me what's amazing on the video.
Okay, why did you send it to him?
My device came.
Did you do the Grok app?
Yeah, the Grok app is on my phone. My phone is outdated.
That's right.
So I have to upgrade the
That's right.
and it's not available.
That's right. Let's find you a way to do
So
it.
I actually.
No, I understand, but it's going to take you too long if you're going to a friend. So just.
All right.
of a person promoting their social media video super futuristic. Say to send somebody a message in the DMs if they're you.
Oh,
No, you're good. Not you. Not you. Not you. Not you. Not you. We're gonna have you try one. You're gonna have to sign up for it. It's free though. Billy. So I will. You. Okay, go to the that I just sent you.
okay.
And read the instructions. I'm going to send you a prompt.
Okay.
All right, Billy. I'm about to send you
I
the prompt that I want you to use. Um, actually, hold on one second. I'm deleting that one. I need to customize it for you. Just one minute. All right, try it now, big.
check it out.
Absolutely. Let me know what happens.
Okay.
Yo, what up, UK? How are you? UK, what's new? UK. Okay. Shema Israel Adonai
Bahushatab cannot speak in Mogan Books. This is interesting. I must say, now, when you say, by the way, that we do not revisit capital cases, that is a sign, by the way, that the policeman did not make explicit mistake. So the metric we use is, it wasn't really speaking. The speaking were a set that did not believe in Torah Shabbat. They didn't believe in all tradition. They believed in Side. So they should made a mistake with something explicit, like even something that the speaking would believe in, then that's a real error. That's a real error, and that din is reversible. We'll see, for example, about Tar B'Darsha speaking both involved Zil Kari Pilav. But if the Beis Din made a mistake, saying this like explicit in Torah, just an explicit passage. In other words, an act which is liable to death, right? And they made a mistake and they exonerated the guy. But they just made a mistake with an explicit halacha, that is reversible. That is reversible. Even though, again, we just said before that in capital cases, someone is exonerated, you cannot find them liable. But again, if the mistake was made with something explicit, that absolutely is reversible. So for example, let's say Ruvain is brought to Beis Din accused of committing adultery with Rachel, right? And what happens? Beis Din makes a mistake. They find him innocent. Right? Because they thought adultery was mutter, right? Or whatever, they just made an explicit mistake in the case. So what fell off in such case like that? So Ruvain got off scot-free. But again, it's a mistake that even the team would understand. Amalei is a great face. As we cut off Yasrid Zil Karak itself. The expression is like this: when your fire is burning, roast your gourds on it. Much better, right? The idea is like You already said the answer. In other words, the answer. That means the fire is already roast your boards on it. Means the answer is already explicit right in front of your owner. So obviously, if the Beis Din is making an explicit mistake, and they said that adultery is murder, when adultery is really usher, that's an explicit mistake. And even though Beis Din exonerated Ruvain, they're still going to go ahead and be able to reverse that particular decision.
Such a good
So
dog.
the Gemara says as follows: If Marnami, Amar the Amir Yochanan, Tarbanoi, suppose they're making a mistake about adultery, and they answer adultery as committed, ultimately, and therefore they exonerated Ruvain. Such a ruling is reversible. Ella, hey, you dummy ain't false. So what would be the example ultimately again? So we'll say, give me an example ultimately again of, let's say, a case where Beis Din made a mistake, exonerated someone, should not have exonerated them. Right? Well, it'd be a case where we would not reverse that. I'm Rabbi Yochanan Kigun Shita Shalot Kidarka. I suppose there's an interesting case over here. Let's say again, Ruvain committed adultery, but he committed adultery with Bia Shalot Kidarka. So Bia Shalot Kidarka is also a form of adultery. Like his Rothschild, Mishvei Isha. Mishvei Isha, which is plural, which means two forms of intercourse are prohibited. So let's say again, the Beis Din only thought that only natural intercourse ultimately again is punishable by death. But they thought that Bia Shalot Kidarka is not adultery, so therefore they exonerated Ruvain. So we'll say, so that would be an example of a case where not reverse the decision. Why? It's not explicit. That's not explicit, right? In other words, that Bia Shalot Kidarka, like Bia, that's a drasha. That's a drasha. If there was a natural act of Bia and the Beis Din married Ruvain, that's a reversible decision because even if you would agree with that, that's obvious. But again, in a more nuanced mistake, for example, they thought Bia Shalot Kidarka was mutter. It's like in the Torah. It's a drasha. Such a mistake like that ultimately would not be reversible. I just want to say, I promised I'd say this morning, so we're going to stop over here just a few moments early. Let's say, Shreich everyone, tremendous. We are here tomorrow morning. Where you can start, we're going to be here tomorrow morning, and then tomorrow we'll figure out. Let's say, anyone who's here for Hak Minyan, the other Hak Minyan is going to rooms 2 and 3. Shreich everyone. Shreich everyone Zoom.
He's just so adorable. At one time, someone took a wolf and turned that wolf into a bitch, and enough of a bitch. I turn you into more bitch and more floppy ears. It's so weird what humans have done to dogs. And we've created all these totally helpless little tiny breeds.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Here to thank our annual commentary sponsor for Tafshin Pei, the Tosin Spot, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a zechus for Besoros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month, Abba Alina Latova, the Kelman family of Amit Ben David Levy, brother of Itai Levy, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. May his precious Neshama have an Aliyah and his family in Milchama. Our Daf Yomi sponsors for today, Baruch and Bracha Rifkin, in honor of the yahrzeit of Rav Ruvain Ben Tzvi, Rabbi Rifkin Zichron Livrach. We are Tavash Talmud Torah, Looking at Neshama Saad and Aliyah, the family in Milchama, all those who are fortunate to have us get with Kol Cholei Yisrael. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Meretz Hashem should bring home our hostages b'shalom and b'kalav, and we wait with bated breath for the hopefully b'sorah Hashem today for the return of incredible, beautiful Neshama Hashem to their families, to their land today. We hope that in Meretz Hashem, this is our Torah, holy soldiers, will be successful Maaseh and we should just be Zoch and Meretz Hashem to share brachos for Israel. So today's daf is Gimel 33. So Meretz Hashem on Lamed Beis in the daf yesterday. We are asked for 2 dots into the white lines, 3 lines into the white lines. Remember, the Gemara said as follows, that when it comes to being a nominus, you do not go ahead and skew that locally. When it comes to being a focus, when it comes to cases, we do try to skew the ruling in the marriage, ultimately, again, of the accused. How do we do that? It says the Gemara,
see the video.
Hawking
Difference
on
between the way a German Shepherd approaches
so what ends up happening? So witnesses come on. The way that the Supreme Court gets started is that witnesses come and they say, "We said you're Gemara says that witnesses who says you're right. Who says how we start? In other words, who said correct? I'm going to leave you wrong. We'll say advocate the reason we do that way, and ultimately again, what that means on a practical level. What that means on a practical level is that halacha l'maisa, you're skewing, slanting, like the slanting in favor of the defendant. So here's the problem: doesn't that muzzle the witnesses? In other words, if the witnesses feel that the police was dealing with them in a more contrary fashion out of the gate, doesn't that muzzle their testimony? But the muzzle Milo Tandin or Shuman Ben Elazar, Nasim as Ha'itim Makom Lomom, you should teach them Yachsruba, general and witnesses shopping basically. What we do is move them all around, right? We move them from here, we move them to there, in order that they should recant. So then again, about some kind of disorient witnesses a little bit, and that goes to track on their own. Basically, comes out against the witnesses from the beginning. Based in itself is going ahead and offsetting the testimony. To which the Gemara says, Allah, Amar, so ultimately, again, when Beijing comes, so Reuben goes ahead. Reuben says, so Beijing comes, Beijing says the session. Witnesses come and say, Reuben, test witnesses, but Reuben killed children. So then Beijing comes, Reuben and says, Reuben, if you have any witnesses and hands to make these witnesses console, Amar Rabbi, if he posts in his social that, so we go ahead now and in this effort to go ahead and defend Reuben, you're essentially casting doubt upon the witnesses who are coming, and kind of casting them in the potential. It's not such a big deal, but trying to be very ancient in Herodium, again, remember again, the halacha is as follows. The halacha is that even so, right, if you testify, then it turns out that they're eating Zolomid. The only time they would be put to death is if Reuben himself was holy. But if they were made into eating Zolomid before Reuben was sentenced, then Halamaisa again, you have to be a good divorce. So you must be right, so we'll say, so still okay, so everyone is silent, after the verdict is passed, then Allah essentially you're relegating these people to identity. So the idea is, I understand that in a capital case, we want to stop for the defendant. That's what we want to do. We want to be able to advocate on behalf of the defendant. But you can't advocate on behalf of the way that someone else said at this event. Nice to advocate on behalf of the defendant. What about the fact that you're casting this on your ether? So rather what we say is like this. We're witnesses to show up in days and the witnesses say we saw the location, and so now what happens? We go ahead and so let's say, so what happens? So Rabbi says, witnesses show up in days and the witnesses say, we saw Reuben kill Shimon, based in terms of Reuben. Do you have any witnesses who contradict these witnesses? They're not making them even Zoman, simply contradict them. Rav Kana Amar Megudayan is that the point. Rav Kana says what Bezdin says is like this. Bezdin says that the witnesses first come to testify that Reuben killed Shimon. So Bezdin says we think that Reuben really found innocent. Because after the witnesses say we saw Reuben kill Shimon, Bezdin says that we think that be able to find this close to exonerate. Rabbi essentially say like this. Yeah, what he says is, he says to Reuben, he's only worried about. If you didn't do anything wrong, nothing bad is going to happen to you. That's how we go into physics, ultimately against what's happening. said in capital case, it is just fascinating. It tells you how reluctant a basis is to put someone to death. So it says Adam was on behalf of the defendant. That's what's happening. And so we're just trying to figure out how does that advocacy take form. So the last position of Rabbi and Rabbi is essentially Jason says to them. So again, just in the sense that all this gets started. Ruvain walks into Beis Din. The witnesses come. The witnesses say, first one, we saw shake. That's what the witness says. At that moment, Rabbi and Rabbi says, Jason takes the way. If you didn't do anything wrong, you're totally out. Somehow, some way, the truth will come out, and we will back in this. Rashi says, for me, Yovel Yelame Bala. Beis Din makes an announcement. And what's the announcement? Beis Din says, whoever has some type of support for Ruvain, come forward. So Beis Din puts out a call for support to Ruvain. Incredible. So time is Rabbi Rabbi. The Rabbi seems to support Rabbi and Rabbi. What happened? So you might see this. Rabbi says, Ilo Shafak Ish Osach Ilo Satis. So what's the saying? That is Sota. So what does the Torah say? The Kohen says to Sota that if you did not commit adultery, you're nothing to worry about. So what do you see from there? Tap of Lamed Gimel 33. Amy Khan Shepskin Begini Nefashos Tchila Lisvos. You see from here that in capital cases, we really advocate on behalf of the defendant. It's just like by Sota, the Kohen says to her, if you didn't do anything wrong, you have absolutely nothing to worry about. So to the Gemara uses this right in every capital. Halacha reminds that again, if you did nothing wrong, you're correct. Beis Din says this to the defendant as part of the proceeding. Incredible. So also remember again, we saw in the Mishnah that by day Mamoris, turns out that the din was adjudicated incorrectly. We could go ahead and go back and essentially reverse it. Reverse it says really is actually amazing. It's a kasha. Done as Hadin. If it basically the case, Zika Sachayiv, Kiyevesa Zakai, Time Esatar, Tivesa Time. Masha Asa Asri, Yishai so. It also learned that Allah says that if Beis Din adjudicates the case, they make a mistake. They make a mistake. How did they make a mistake again? They said one was Chayv, one was Partners, Chayv, Kameh, Tar, they made a mistake. What happens when Beis Din makes a mistake? We don't bring, but the judges become personally liable to make it up to the agreed to wrong party. Our Mishnah says that you can reverse the erroneous ruling, but the Rashi says you can't reverse the erroneous ruling. Rabbi Yosef Akasha, Kan Mumcha, Kan B'She'in Mumcha. So this is fascinating. One is talking about an expert judge, and one is talking about an expert judge. What does that mean? Mumcha, second line from the top. Lachzor, Shalomatsu Neymar Lei Baldin Ana, Ki Kaima, Kama Dida. So listen to this. In the case of an expert judge, if you made a mistake, so again, interesting enough, in a non-expert judge, this is fascinating. It doesn't have the ability to reverse his ruling. Why? Because since he's not an expert, who's to say that the reversal is any better than the first? An expert judge, he has the ability to deliver proper ruling. So if he makes a mistake, it's reversible. Non-expert judge is not reversible because since there's a lack of expert, who says the second one will be any better than the first one? Over Maximum, is that true? Is that by an expert judge? You reverse a ruling. Can you learn in Hayamukha, the Beis Din, Hatam in the Shalim? Yet also we learn that if somebody was a mumcha to Beis Din, if somebody was a mumcha, like Hatam in the Shalim, ultimately they are exempt from going ahead and pay. So it's that if Mumcha goes ahead and makes a mistake, Hakim in the Shaila means he's not personally liable. Now, the only time you would say that a judge is not personally liable is they're not reversing the decision. Otherwise, if the guy is making a mistake, just go back and reverse the decision. The fact that I see here says that a mumcha is part of Shaila seems to indicate that a mumcha, even an expert, reverse their decision. I'm not going to go. Kan sheyesh gadol of a minion, kan gadol him in the chachma of a minion. One case is talking about people who Rashi said, "Yesh gadol himenu, also gadol matzil dvarav shazeh." If there's a greater judge, that greater judge has the ability to reverse the decision of the lesser judge. But if there's no greater judge, then ultimately again it's universal. Incredible. So Rav Sheshes says, "Kan very interesting. Kan emzini halacha myself. Kan shetav b'dvar mishnah. Kan shetav b'shikol hadas." Everything depends on the nature of the mistake which was made. If the judge made a mistake with what we call dvar mishnah, what's the dvar mishnah? Something that's explicit. Like, there's just such a concept of human error. So human error, again, if judge makes a mistake, consider it as an explicit halacha. If the judge makes a mistake, consider it as explicit halacha. That is a reversible mistake. Makes a mistake with shikul hadas. What's shikul hadas? Something which requires, what's the right word?
It's a funny thing that
opinion, right? Or analysis, which is not based on let's say per se what we call it halacha yedesha, just clear cut halacha. There's a certain level of opinion, there's a certain level of analysis that has to go in. You have to weigh different things. So the Gemara is making some sort of changes and suggesting like this: if a judge makes a mistake with just explicit halacha, that judgment is reversed. If he makes a mistake with shikol hadas, and it's more than an opinion that he has to weigh, that's not reversible. So the Gemara says, if a judge makes a mistake with explicit halacha, it's reversible. If he makes a mistake with saying there's more than an opinion, then ultimately again it's not reversible. So Rabbi is trying to figure out what exactly
Really?
of explicit halacha. So for example, Rabbi said to Rashi,
No, sir. Just one moment. It's okay. It's not ideal at best.
Okay. I can just make a voice over that.
No, don't worry about that. Okay, so what we're gonna do, we're not gonna put 10 videos up. We'll just put 10 pictures up. Well, let me read it. Yeah, no, just the text at the bottom is really bad. Okay, so I think you can go to Sora.com and you can make 10 pictures. 10 pictures. And your prompt, you can use the same prompt that I sent you. Absolutely. And send them to me. We'll look at them, and then we'll upload them, okay?
All right. No problem. I'll see you on the show.
Absolutely. Take your time, man.
Musical. I don't have any musical talent. I can't play any instruments, so it's just I don't ever think like, oh, I wonder why they did it that way. I could just entertained.
Great.
And I think music drug in and of itself because it does something to your great and powerful to you.
Yeah.
Like it'll make you feel powerful emotions or powerful inspiration.
Yeah.
Like, it does something that nothing else does in a weird way.
And it feels so good, like when you have a song that somebody comes up and says, that song changed my life. That song, you know, I have one called House Built Me that's like the one people come up to me the most and like, that's my story. And I didn't write it. I'm like, but that's when I heard it, that's why I was like, this is my story too. And those are and like, as a songwriter, when you write a song like that, that's the ultimate like reminder, like, this is why I do that. Like, it made somebody feel something, it made somebody get through something, it made somebody want to punch somebody, whatever the emotion is, as long as it brings out emotion, we've done our job, right?
Think how many people have done that too. How nuts that is. Like you've had so many hit songs, you've had so many songs that resonated with people where they all felt that feeling when that song came on. Like, oh, that's my song.
Yeah.
That's my song. Turn it up.
I have like a lot of the feisty, I mean, I'm a little calmer now, but I used to be quite the firecracker, just pew, 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 pew. There's a reason I have revolvers tattooed on my arm and now I'm shooting them off floors. It's like just a little like pistol personality, I guess. And so like my feisty songs, I mean, at every single show, pretty much every single show, there's a girl fight in the pit.
Really?
Yeah, they just get riled up.
Girl
They
fights
get
in your
riled
shows?
up. I'm telling you, they just get, I mean,
I wonder if you have more girl fights than other female singers.
I don't know.
I bet you do. If every single show you have a girl,
Almost every show.
I bet that's real odd. Have you talked to other female singers? Do they have similar
I
stories?
asked them, how many girls fight your show? I should ask.
You should totally ask.
Like, it's like towards the part where it's like, I call it my ramp up. It's like, got her in lead, little red wagon, mama's broken heart, and like they just start getting wild.
Yeah, they think about their ex now.
Yeah, or he's there and they're fighting. Like, it's just a lot.
He's
And I have a front row seat to it. I'll stop if it gets real bad. I just stop and go, hey y'all, tone her down a little bit.
Really, every show?
Almost every show.
That's really odd, Miranda.
I know.
I think that's odd. I think that might be a very specific reaction that you have on people.
Maybe I mean, now, and I'm pretty calm now. I'm like, it's all right. We got some ballots coming up. Everybody take a sip. Take a seat. Y'all settle down.
I think it's great. They're feeling something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bringing out emotion.
Yeah.
That's my job.
100%. Yeah. I bet those songs. About that bitch they punched in the closet. The electrical machine.
I have a lot of those, like, girl, you're my bitch. Like, those kind of girls there.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, you can't buy that. That's a weird feeling.
It is.
Yeah. You have to earn that feeling.
You'll have to come to a show that's like one that I know for sure is gonna be one of those. Like,
I would love to. I would love to.
watch her stage.
I loved you at the McConaughey event. It was amazing.
And that's such a cool event too.
It's such a good event.
And I love all those boys and Jack. I mean, Jackie was one of my heroes from back in the day. Like, I started watching him when I was 15, and he had such charisma. And I thought, I'm gonna do that. You know?
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I've known him for a long time.
It's such a cool thing when you're going to an event like that, and it's for a great cause. So everybody's like super positive about why they're there. It's not just to have fun. It's also, it does like such an amazing service for people.
It does, and they do such a good job with that show.
They
It's
do.
put together so well.
You know, blew me away at that show too. That's Lucas.
Yeah, he's great. I love him. He is great.
People are like, oh, it's Willie Nelson's son. I'm like, oh, okay, that'd be cool. And then he started singing. I was like, holy shit. Like, this guy's fucking great. He's not just good, he's great.
Great musician, and he's a sweetheart.
Sweetheart. Yeah. Yeah, I had to play on him now. He's a really nice guy. Genuine nice guy. God, can you say?
He can.
Like,
He
that's
does that
pipes.
when he really leans into the soul, more soul to it. It just makes him like,
Yeah.
because it's just so different than what people would think it was gonna be.
Right.
You know?
Right. And his pipes.
Yeah.
Well, the notes he has, I'm like,
And when he goes for it, he like sings with his body, like his whole body, like you know he's going for it. And I love it.
yeah.
And he does this like, I don't know, it's gonna hurt later in life. But he does this like back bend thing. I mean, like, he's on his knees, he's like bent all the way back playing a guitar solo, and I'm like, God, how does he do that? Is that adrenaline or what is that?
It's stretching.
Yeah.
It's just stretching.
Yeah, I could probably do that a decade ago.
I bet you could.
I'm not gonna try. Well, not on stage.
Well, you must have core strength to be on that horse when you're shooting at things.
Yeah. You know what helps with that is Pilates.
Oh, I'm sure.
Like, I ride so much better when I'm doing, like, consistent Pilates.
I did Pilates once with my wife. I was like,
It's hard.
oh, it's a lot harder. It's like yoga in a way that, like, people think, oh, yoga, you just go and stretch it. No. Like, go do it. It's fucking hard. It's hard. Pilates is hard. I was like, oh, this is weird. This is using weird muscles.
Yeah, like shaky ones.
Like
shaking.
Yeah, like stabilizing muscles.
Yeah.
But it's like a really good thing to balance out other stuff.
Yeah.
You know, but that would definitely improve your core strength and allow you to be able to.
When I first started riding, I was still not great. And I still have fear, on a horse. Like, I'm just not super comfortable all the time, when we're going fast. So I'm just learning to work up to that. But when I first started riding, I didn't start riding a horse ever until I was 30 years old. And I wish I'd started at 4 when I was fearless. You know what I mean? Like, but starting at 30, like, getting on this giant animal and you don't know what you're doing. And my trainer at the time was like, you need to do Pilates. And so I started Pilates, and it really helped me. Like, it helped me, like, stabilize myself a little more.
That's interesting. Your trainer told you to do Pilates to help push you.
She was training my horses and teaching me how to ride. She was like, you don't have core strength at all. You need to go do Pilates.
That's interesting that you would choose that. I guess it makes sense. But I would think that there's other stuff you can do too, like those. You ever see what a Bosu ball is?
Oh, yeah.
Like standing on that ball with a flat bottom,
Yeah.
where you like bounce.
Yes, and they have this. It's like this saddle you sit on, and it's for that. Like it's almost like one of those balls, but it's a saddle you sit on. Like if you're sitting on a yoga ball.
Oh.
And like my shooting coach, Kinda, my friend Kinda, she'll tell me, get your gun belt on, get your guns out, and sit on your. Is that the yoga ball, the big one, the big workout ball? Sit on that and shoot off that.
That makes sense.
When you're doing your drills.
Because you got to stabilize. It's all just about stabilizing.
Yeah.
No, I know a lot of people sit at their desk on all those.
Yeah, she's smart.
I guess.
I'm glad I don't have to sit at a desk. I don't think I do well.
Well, I have to sit at this desk, but these chairs, they keep you upright. These are really good. They're good. They make you sit correctly, or at least encourage you to sit correctly.
Yeah.
But when you started doing that, when you were 30, how long did it take before you started shooting guns off of
I just started that last year.
Oh, okay.
I just started last year. I showed gypsy banners. They're like lazy draft horses, kind of. I got into those because I was 30 and like I can't afford to get hurt. Like I'm on the road all the time. So I wanted something safe to learn on. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, I tried to do 100 jumper. I thought I wanted to be. I was like, I'm excited. I'm like, I'm gonna be a cowgirl. I'm gonna finally be a cowgirl. I'm a barrel race. And then I learned I don't want to barrel race. Which kind of the guns, it's faster. You have to go around. So kind of back to that. But this old cowboy trainer where I got my first horse, he was like, you need to go take English lessons because you need your fundamentals. Because you're not just going to get a Western saddle and act like you know what you're doing. Go take lessons because English is so proper.
What is English?
English and it's like the hunter jump, the dressage. It's like very proper. English riding teaches you the fundamentals. Look, I'm sure you're talking about that. To where Western is more loose, and so it just taught me a lot taking English lessons. But I thought I'd do hunter jumper, which is like jumping over the poles.
Right.
And that's where I really hit the ground a few times. Like, I wasn't ready for that, you know what I mean? But it's been a cool journey. I mean, it's a lot to learn.
It's a lot to learn. I'm imagining it's also like rough on the body too.
Yeah, it is. That's why I'm like, get me your safest. My horse, he is super safe. I want to learn really quickly and I want to grow better, but I don't want to do it at a certain cost. Like,
do you enter competitions or anything?
I showed my banners for 10 years.
What does that mean?
I just went to horse shows. Like,
you said some words I don't understand. I showed my banners.
My banners. That sounds dirty when you say it back like that. What's a banner?
Right.
No, it's my gypsy banners are the kind of horses I have.
Oh.
So I went and showed them in competitions, like just English pleasure, Western pleasure, like just riding around the rail, and it's about your technique, and it's not like jumping or.
So in English, it's just about being in control of the horse.
Yeah, it's your technique. Yeah. And then I got into going back.
Are you gonna do competitions for the shoe?
I did one last year, just to like get my first one out of the way, and it was fun. It was a lot. I mean, scary as shit. Honestly, but like all these girls I ride with are so good. Like they go 100 miles an hour. Like I gotta show you Kendra. Like she's amazing.
What's her last name?
My name is Lanses. Google it. I'm spelling it wrong. She's amazing. They go so fast, and it's a time. I mean, it's a time demand, right? So you're competing just to get to you. Really, like how precise and how fast you can go on a horse.
So you have like a green light, and then you go.
Green light, you go.
How do they start you off?
You do.
What do they say?
They flag.
Oh, they drop a flag and then you go.
I didn't go that fast. Mine in like 28 seconds. She does it in like 8 seconds.
Of course.
Yeah. It's insane. But that's like, it's something to work towards. Like,
how many times has she went down?
Oh, she's broke down with it. She's broke down. She has cowgirl broke down, but she's still going. She wiped out so bad last year. It just gets right behind. Keeps going. Riding in a cast, like just cowgirl way.
Riding in a cast.
They're different. They are.
Here we go. I want to see this. This is how you really do it. So it looks like mine.
It is fun.
They have one of those where they do bow and arrow.
They have bow and arrows. They have bow and arrows, rifles. The rifles are crazy.
A ranch with a pistol in her hand.
She is legit.
That's crazy.
She's more bestie.
Is there high speed when they're not showing it? Here it goes. Oh, wow. That's crazy.
She is a girl. Never misses. There's 83 patterns. So the horse never runs the same pattern.
How was she shooting that many times?
It's 5 shots and it does change. So
you have to change
your gun. Yeah.
So how many shots is it total in one of these rounds we run?
10.
So that's 10 days.
It's like highlighters. Yeah.
10 shots.
Yeah, so that's what I see these 2 shots.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So serious flip screw loose to get that. Wow. Oh my god. This dude. Wow. How about your Kinga? 12 and 0. 7 and 0. I don't know what those numbers mean, but it looks awesome.
She did. Yeah, it's good. And it's,
It's a very country thing.
well, yes. Kids want to do it.
It's perfect. It's perfect.
Dude, eat my virus.
This is archery, fucking hunting. I'll fill in the blank. Yeah, exactly. That's a very country activity because it's not just horse riding. It's horse riding with pistols. Yeah. It's funny that I didn't know that was such a big thing. See, that's one where they do it up with bows and arrows. I want to see that.
It's crazy.
That's
I haven't seen that in person, but the rifles. Like,
rifles they do too.
rifles, they don't have reins. Because you use 2 hands to shoot the rifle. Like, they're riding with their legs. Right?
Right. No, horses making wild turns. Crazy strength in your legs.
Oh,
yeah. So you can find one where they do it at bows and arrows. Because I know that's how the Mongols did it, that's how the Comanches did it. They learned how to shoot while they learned how to time the release of their arrow while the horse is in the air. They had the least amount of disturbance. What is this one? Mountain archery. Is this a competition? British horseback archery. He's got crazy rumble hat on too. It's really cool. Yeah, so very similar kind of deal. Yeah, exactly. Pterodactyls, tactical range, California, where go. That's where Keanu Reeves went. I used to go there when I lived in California. You do like shoot already?
Yeah. That's what we shoot out at. It's every shooting facility, and it's like all of that. Anything that can be shot is shot there. So, and they know how to build a rodeo arena, so we can do all those moves.
That would be the coolest thing to have on your property.
Yeah.
Have it to a ranch. Right on the property.
This place is huge. It's out there in the desert, so like there's plenty of space to do all things.
That's what I'm thinking about. The shooting pistols on the horses, like when did they figure out to not use bullets? Because
Something happened. And the horses wear earplugs too, which is great.
They probably had to figure that out.
Yeah, horses wear earplugs.
They figure out how many people got shot before they realized, hey, I shouldn't be using real bullets to shoot these balloons.
Yeah, like powder mapping.
Because you got all these people in the audience, and you got this one on the horn.
Yeah, it is. And she catches hell for where people are.
It's athleticism. It's really,
safe for the horses.
really
Everybody
impressive,
wants
isn't it?
black powder. Everybody wants to binge about something.
Right.
You know.
But that's just housekeeping.
You would know. I don't need to tell you.
You're always going to make someone mad. As long as you stay offline.
Yeah, stay off that TikTok.
Stay out of that river. That TikTok river.
Yeah.
folks, I really want to just summarize this athleticism.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about
This is just unprecedented. Look at this body. Look at this body. One of just muscles. Bitches call me muscles. Muscles on muscles. This motherfucker has muscles, and his muscles have muscles. Sickest shit ever.
Social media,
on all your social media platforms.
Bitch, you on Imager? No. Well, then you're not on them all, baby. Folks, Joe Rogan Podcast. Check it out. Train by day, podcast by night. All day. Look at this.
Even if you did
Folks.
a mistake, you really as a you're like, oh, I'm making a mistake. I feel the Rabbi Shmuel, even if it was the same with the Shmuel, I'm like, and yeah, for example, I'm going to fell off. The deed will be done. So they said to Rashi, even when someone makes a mistake, like our ruling, is that the sense of stuff? Which I'm going to respond. I'm really actually actually planning back on one of the reed cutters in the swamp. So essentially, the man is like, what do we have to liver? You know, it's the same idea. Same idea. Yeah, we're also important. So therefore, our rulings are also considered to be explicit rulings. So we'll say, so essentially, deficit ruling is anything is an explicit ruling. That's it. Written down Parashat itself, it's about that. So listen to this.
Let me just summarize this for you. If you're watching at home, this motherfucker gotta take such a shit.
Right? Something that requires like a more opinion-based ruling. I'm gonna focus on going straight Hanoi. Okay, I'm alright.
Look at this.
Because my focus tonight, my focus alright. The law Ikmar Hilchas Lo Kimar, the Lo Kimar. And again, we're talking about something where a definitive ruling was not the Ikri, but Kechal Minayu, the Sugi the Shmaita, the Sugya the Shmaita, the Azli. And so what happened? So as the Shidra Adas would be, and the Shidra is not focused. And because there's not a clear cut halach one. And then what happened? The Dayan acted in accordance with one opinion, but conventional wisdom goes with the other opinion. So that's, you can't call that an erroneous ruling. Now again, it turns out that it's against conventional opinion, but because it's not really a definitive ruling, the judge used his logic, he used his analysis. So therefore, again, it's not a reversible decision. Incredible. So this is the now. So this is the Shesh's understanding this halach. That if a judge makes a mistake with what we call the Shvar Mishnah, makes halacha, such a reversible. He made a mistake with an opinion-based ruling, it's not reversible. Okay, now easier from the Rav Sheshes. So Rav Nuris has the Rav Sheshes. Nice, the Parah, Shabbos Menachem, Shemit Laha Ein Shalom. That he Rabbi Tarfon will come. Let's listen to this one time. Somebody came to Rabbi Tarfon with a Shaila animal. This animal had its uterus removed. I will have uterus removed. Rabbi Tarfon declared the animal was a treifa. Remember, when an animal is a treifa, you're not allowed to eat it. Even if it has proper shkita, you're still not so the rule that uterus removed ultimately again was a trace fed to the dog. So you can get benefit from it, right? You can try benefit, but you can't eat it. Okay? This case came for the Chamiyana, the Tiyuah, and the Chum said it's not a trace. They dispute every time, right? They said it's not a trace at all. Sha'amar Tudos Harofe has told the doctor said, "Ein azira yotzei mi'alaksanjir shel Mitzrayim, ela ein ken chotzim shelo kidei shelo telei." So apparently, again, it was common practice in Alexandria that they would remove the uterus from the cow so that she would become pregnant, right? And yet the animal is not a treifa. So they were citing medical knowledge. Obviously, an animal like this is not a treifa. So they'll say, so it turns out that Rabbi Tarfon ruled erroneously. Rabbi Tarfon says, Halfa Amar Tarfon. Essentially, Rabbi Tarfon said, Tarfon, there goes your donkey. Now, what that meant was that Tarfon thought that he was going to have to sell off his possessions in order to pay back the owner of the cow. Right? So remember again, by declaring the cow a treifa, he effectively deprived the owner of consuming that animal. That's a loss. So Tarfon said, Tarfon, there goes your donkey. You have all of your possessions in order to go ahead and pay back the wronged party. I want to repeat that. Repeat this. No. Calm down. You're fine. Because anyone who is an expert judge, by definition, is potter from things. So we're going to analyze this concept a little bit more. Because essentially what there is like, essentially it's kind of like a little bit like a malpractice insurance. Like that halacha has to cover people when they make mistakes, because otherwise they're going to want to do things in a service. Right? So for diamond, so Rabbi Kids, Rabbi Tarfon, you're covered. You're fine. You don't pay anything. Because anyone who is an expert to the masses, ultimately, again, does not have to go and pay back. So the Gemara says, but 1 second. If Rabbi Tarfon really did make and this is a mistake with an explicit time, let Rabbi Tarfon just go back and reverse the decision. In other words, this is reversible. Since it's reversible, let him just go back. Right? I made a mistake. That's all there is to say. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Tarfon 2 things. Chados, the Tablet Mishnah, our Mishnah Choser. First of all, Rabbi, come down. Just reverse the decision. You're good to go. This is reversible. Reversible for anything. Furthermore, Va'od, Iman B'Shikaladas, even if this was an opinion-based ruling, even in that case, right, and you made a mistake, first of all, you are an expert. You are the recognized expert, and therefore again you have like a professional liability coverage. You're fine. I'm not Rabbi. One second. My para hareafila leklavin velesek. I was thinking, what do you mean? That Rabbi's iPhone that you go ahead and reverse his decision. Remember, what was Rabbi Tarfon's decision? What was his decision? Feed it to dogs, which means it's gone. It's gone. This isn't like a case like where, let's say, money exchange hands. The parish goes, if Rabbi Tarfon said feed it to the dogs, which was by the way, the same feed it to the dogs, that also means was b'shechted already. Right? It has b'shechted already. B'shechted already. Fed it to the dogs. It's done. There's no reversal. To which the Gemara says, "How the Gemara? There's what it needs to say." If you say that ultimately again, when you had, and even if you make a mistake, the ruling is not good. Therefore, again, the ruling stands, and you can come out from Rabbi Tarfon. That's Rabbi Tarfon was upset. And Rabbi Kiva comes and says to him, so Rabbi Tarfon now makes sense. In other words, if you hold that Talmud Rabbi Mishnah doesn't go back, doesn't reverse, then Rabbi Tarfon is all upset because he thinks he's going to be on the hook. Right? And Rabbi Kiva comes along and tells him, don't that you are a mumcha, and therefore again you have no personal liability. However, but if you say that when a mind makes a mistake and an explicit that is reversible, says if the cow was still here, your ruling was reversible. So even if the cow is not technically speaking, you're not liable. So listen, what comes out of this to understand, this Rav Sheshes is incredibly important. Because this Rav Sheshes is what is going to go ahead and really guide the discussion going forward. Rav Sheshes' opinion is that Dayan makes a mistake with the Mishnah, and the Mishnah, and the explicit halachos, the ruling is reversible. If he makes a mistake with Shikol an opinion, the ruling is not reversible. Okay, so this is another answer. This kan shenakol biyad, kan shelo biyad. So what's this? This says, one case is talking about a situation where ultimately, again, money from one party to the other. When the judge himself handed over the money from one party to the other, the judgment is irreversible. When ultimately, again, the judge did not hand over the money from one party to the other. Rather, as Rashi says, so again, the judge just instructed one of the parties to hand over money to the other party. Then that ruling is reversible. It says the Gemara, so again, in the case where it says he went ahead and made the innocent party liable, then it says they don't so again, that would mean the dying took Elazika as a high but if you made the guilty party innocent, where is their transfer of money over there? Anything was shafas. I'm like he said, "Your butter, I bahalo nos not of the nosan biyad." But again, the judge himself is moving from one party to the other. He says Potter is as if he's moving from one party to the other. Okay, but the Mishnah said monetary law, right? Monetary are reversible. And they're reversible either way, right? It's reversible. They ruled the basic rule: the defendant is guilty. They should reverse it to say that he's innocent. Guilty. So the Gemara says, so I understand ultimately, again, if you want to reverse it to the fact that he's innocent, that makes sense. The defendant was guilty. Below Natal, below Nasan, and they didn't transfer any money below the full ball. Where do you ever see a versatile licenses? The Amalei Potter Ata. And we said there's Potter, Iva, Amrit, Kevin Amalei Potter Ata, Kimosha Natal, the Nosan Yad, Danny. And we just said, once you say Potter, Potter is also equivalent to moving money from one party to the other. To which the Marchada Katani. This, Maxim Hus, this Hus, she Hova. Was this interesting? In the case of ultimately, I guess that is also like a liability. Abasa Gabi the Fashos, as again correspondingly by capital cases, Maxim on the days, the aid Maxim. You can reverse it and ultimately against the final vengeance in a city, not to define him, but not to find him, but not to Maxim was great dasa. So ultimately, again, we can reverse it. What's the ultimate supposed to be? Maxim over the supposed to over. Pretty much, it's Kabasi demand. So when you say liability, who is the liability? Kasha or Basi is
athleticism.
Says this is a reversal of judgment that is a fault that is a source but also a fault.
Someday I'm going to see somebody unprecedented athleticism will respect themselves.
I remember again, let's say in a case where you think and now facing the time for court case, these things try to justify that living Christian intentionally. It turns out that living only Christian intentionally, right? So the might again now, that'll be, or living Christian at all. Allah has a detriment for the Baal Adam, for the relative of Shimon. Because the Baal Adam is going to be inconvenienced. There's a Havamina that we're not going to refer to the Ruben and the defendant. Va'od, my main thing. Furthermore, again, the main question of main things. What's the distinction there? Ravina, you don't shahaya lo maston, the not mo mimeni. Travel, and move from one party to the other. Gemara says, the ugly sheriff. It means the Kineas ultimately going to share a touch guitar item. Yes, I'm coming. Yes, I'm coming. Ultimately, again, so the coming item is mixed in with other types. What comes out of it? So what's that? A number of very important things. So number one, the idea of this whole piece was the reversal of monetary law. As when they choose a monetary verdict, such a verdict is reversed. First, it's reversible either way. Whether they found the defendant guilty and now they're reversing it to innocent, or the defendant innocent and reversing it to guilty, they always have the ability to reverse. Now that's pause there. That's very hard for distinction to capital cases. In capital cases, things what? Guilty verdict to innocent. You can't change to guilty. Go back to monetary law. And the answer I will say, is essentially accordance with the Sheshan. So I will again, our Mishnah is reversible. Right? So Jason makes a mistake. Explicit ruling. Allah said that is a reversible fact. But a basin makes a mistake. It's what we call Shito Hadas, an opinion-based idea. Ultimately, again, that is not reversible. Now, the other piece that we also have to clarify, which we're not finished with, we can actually still, is this sugya about a mumchar versus a mumchar. Right? Again, expert judges, this is not expert judges. Who has what we'll call like professional liability coverage, who doesn't have liability coverage, and how does Shikul Hadas and Divine Mishnah fit in with those two? We just have to put those pieces together. Okay, let's go. Says the Gemara, Dinei Nefashis. So remember again, the Gemara said that halach itself, the capital cases are not reversible. Right? You cannot once a capital case, once a case is ruled on a capital case, it's not reversible. Again, it isn't irreversible. If they found the defendant innocent. If they found him innocent, they can't revisit it and he was guilty. But if there was a guilty verdict, you can reverse that case. There are some days and someone went ahead and was found guilty of this. And then what happens? Now this is the capital case. And then someone comes along and says, "We found you guilty of killing shit. Then have a proof. I have something to prove. How do we know? We're not seeing ourselves. How do we know that we revisit the case and listen to the testimony again? I'm like, Omar, not the Arayo. Plus, it's innocent. Don't kill him. So if I do it, there's any grounds that the individual is innocent, we're going to read here and read this evidence. Minayim Yotzim is Zakai. So, what about the business? I don't know that if someone went out, if someone was exonerated in the case, and then again after the verdict was delivered, someone comes along and says, "But wait, I have incriminating evidence that you did in fact commit the crime, the murder." How do we know that James was not this individual? Talmud Omar, Tzaddik al-Taro. The pasuk says essentially when someone's been found to be a tzaddik, ultimately again do not go ahead and by the way, I'll just point out this lesson of Tzaddik al-Taro, right? That here, it was having more using it. He was using it that Allah for nice again, Reuben was accused of killing Shimon. Right? Then there's this whole thing Torah. It turns out that Reuben was exonerated. Okay. Now what happens? After he's exonerated, so someone else comes and says, "I have incriminating testimony about this." What does Jason say? Not listening to me. Why? They said it's fancy. Out of all things that you would call Reuben, right? The one thing you probably wouldn't call him is what? Is it tzaddik? Is it tzaddik? What you see is something really kind of that after a person goes through the process of his judgment, when they come out the other side of tzaddik, right? Or when you go through the process, ultimately they're going to reckon that you're using out of that. Ultimately, again, and it's not just true in a basin of dust of a dummy. This is also the sugar also. A lot of times, even if I think that my sugar is sincere, I feel that I emerged from the sugar test tarnished. Right? So maybe I'm forgiven, right? Maybe if I get a second chance, I believe that I can really start again. I don't believe that I'm actually starting with a clean slate. I feel that, like, I'm just this. Stop. Move the chairs, or whatever. Because what happens? Like something is new, something different. Like first of all, every single splash, the what the guy has blocked my number last night. I was going through all the furniture. So this is it. You already 25 hours. Come up with everything. Like everything. Because you know what happens? Like sometimes when something is new, it's beautiful. To be honest, we don't feel like we're new. We don't feel like we're new. And even when I don't really feel new. I feel tarnished and I feel damaged. Okay, my God is not going to kill me there. Just forgive me that. What the pasuk is saying is, so how? As a person goes through the due process, what are they? That's innocent, but what? Reuben went his day in court. Therefore, again, after he's innocent, he said something. I involved when I come when I come out of that process, it's just the shot that when I come out of Shubha, so now I am not going to punish it. It's tzaddik. And if you think of ourselves as tzaddikim, when we come out on the kind of the Shubha process, then that gives us a whole new perspective of who we are and a whole new perspective of what we can accomplish. And even if that kind of thing is exonerated, it's not simply innocent. It's tzaddik. When I do real tshuva, I'm not just simply exonerated and free from liability and culpability. I am a tzaddik. And as a tzaddik, I can accomplish, I can use, and I can do whatever I want. Yes, I can make sure that I see myself feeling likewise. It's so incredible. All right, let's see about the Mason. Now, the one exception to this rule is the Mason. The Mason is the guy who incites people to work his own. So that's also a capital case. He shows what he in the Sachar. We're learning capital cases, you just saw. Based in will advocate on behalf of the defense. Absolutely well. In the case of Avodah Zarah, maybe somebody's on trial because he decided to Avodah Zarah, Bezdin will not advocate on their behalf. Not only that, but again, also with the Maces, even if they found him innocent, if someone comes along and says, I have incriminating evidence, what do? They'll bring it back. They'll open up the Torah, they'll sackmold, and they'll say, incredible. Rav Kana Master, Harod Kar. Yes, and we'll say, so which makes sense by Avodah Zarah. By Avodah Zarah, there's just a different mindset with all. Such an individual who's really dealt with a separate thing. But anyway, let me say my questions. What about high dollars? Right? Let's say, so what's high dollars? Remember, when you kill someone with children, you don't kill children. And let's say that's the case. When everybody's on trial for what happens now if they find him innocent? And then Anas is reading court, some song says, wait, I have the evidence about Ruben. So do we open up the trial again? Ask Rothschild, make it zero shot, Rothschild, like $100. Essentially, treat a Gullah's case as a capital case. The capital case, and therefore, again, once he's exonerated, open it up again. Obviously, if he's liable, we will open it up again. Chayvin Malchus, what if somebody says Malchus? So we'll say, Chayvin Malchus could be anything, right? Reading things there, because you're the chief, or whatever, you work with. So, whatever, right? Well, but again, so again, let's say, basically, found him innocent, but after. Now what happens? They want to go ahead and now someone comes to the community. Ask the Russia. You're going to make zero Shabbat Russia. You don't do it in Nisa. A Malchus case is like a capital case also, which makes sense, right? Because Malchus, as much as basically assesses someone under the tape, otherwise it shares similarities with a capital case. Most of it's usually interesting. So Golos, any Golos case is going to be a capital. Marcus case is going to be so all of these cases. Allah for the if they find the defendant guilty, innocent, and then someone comes afterwards and says, I'm incriminating evidence, we don't listen. Firstly, if they found him guilty, and someone says, I have evidence to exonerate, we will open it up. I don't know, Rabbi has support. Okay, so also step out of myself comes out of here as follows. By all capital cases, if it's unconstrained, we don't treat the someone else comes forward with other testimony. We found him guilty, we will reconsider. Smallest cases, largest cases are just like capital cases, lowest cases, just like cases as well. Next. As we just heard, if the defendant was exonerated in a capital case, even if someone comes forward with other evidence, we simply do not agree. Says the Gemara, I'm not here, but I'm not here. But we should never cannot speak in multiple ones. I'm going to say, now, when we say, by the way, that we do not revisit capital cases, that is assuming, by the way, that the case can be not made like an explicit history. So, for example, if we get to use it, the two of us use it speaking will accept that do not believe in knowledge about that. They all do it different parts of the side. So, things that made a mistake with something explicit, like even something that the true people would believe in, then that's no error, and that thing is reversible. We'll see, for example, about how the dark side is talking about Zil Kari Deiras. But if the Basin made a mistake, the thing is like explicit in the Torah, just an explicit custom. In other words, an act which is liable to death, right? And Basin made a mistake and they exonerated the guy. But they just made a mistake with an explicit halacha, that is reversible. Even though, again, we just said that in capital cases, someone is exonerated, you cannot find them liable, but again, the mistake was made with some explicit that absolutely is reversible. Says the Gemara. So the heart, who's buying the name of the about it? So for example, let's say is brought to Basin accused of committing adult with Rothschild, right? And what happens? Basin makes a mistake, and they find him innocent, right? Because they thought adultery was with him, right? So, whatever, they just made an explicit mistake in the case. So what's halacha in such case like that? So in other words, Ruvain got off scot-free. But again, it's a mistake that even the tzdukim would understand. On the leg, there's a mistake. As in Kadosh, Yakib, Zil, Hot, Karak, itself. When your fire is burning, roast your gourds on it. The idea is like, in other words, you already said yes. In other words, the answer is explicit. That means if the fire is already burning, roast your gourds on it means the answer is already explicit right in front of your own eyes. Obviously, the reason is making explicit mistakes. And they said that adultery is mutter, when adultery is really usher, that's what explicit mistake. Even though Bezin exonerated Ruvain, they're still going to go ahead and be able to reverse that particular instance. So the Gemara says as follows: Ishmael Nami, Annoyed, suppose there Bezin in adultery, and asking adultery was committed. Ultimately, again, Ruvain, such ruling is reversible. However, hey, dummy interest. So what we do? Therefore, ultimately, again, so what's like? Give me an example. Ultimately, again, of let's say. If made a mistake, exonerated someone, should have exonerated them. There would be a case where we would not reverse that. Rabbi, I'm a bill for them to go tall, shalom to God. I suppose it's an interesting case over here. Let's say again, we committed adultery with Rothschild, but he committed adultery with Bia Shalom to God. So Bia Shalom to God is also still a form of adultery. Like this very much like Mishkav Shah. Which means two forms of intercourse are prohibited. So let's say the Beis Din thought that only natural intercourse ultimately are going to be punishable by death, but they thought that the Shalom Kidarko is not adultery, so therefore they exonerated Ruvain. So we'll say so that would be an example of a case where we would not reverse the decision. Why? Because that's not explicit. That's not explicit, right? In other words, that's that that's a drasha. That's a drasha. So now again, if there was a natural act of Theo and the Beis Din exonerated Ruvain, that's a reversible decision because even the thinking would agree with that. That's obvious. But again, in a more nuanced mistake, for example, it's a drasha. Such a mistake like that again would not. I will say this that has have so we're going to stop over here just a few moments. We'll say, everyone, tremendous. We are here tomorrow morning. So again, we're very soon to eat some stuff. We're going to be here tomorrow morning, and then we're going to tomorrow we'll figure out what's real. Let's say, I want to be here for the 9 o'clock meeting. Then it moves 2 and 3. Okay, everyone. Okay, have a Zoom.
Which also seems kind of unlikely. I think everyone's going to take just as reason as trying to get anything on life is like it's not easy. Everything right that's right. And I calculated the amount of energy over a few billion years. A lot of chances all this stuff is equivalent to it's like a background check. Hundreds of Hiroshima type.
Everyone will start from the top of Lama J. So how much
so that's where probably one should right now. Yeah, you do a background check on
So the Mishnah is going to now compare and contrast Dine Mamonos and Dine Bashar. Like Echad Dine Mamonos, the Echad Dine Nefashos, whether it be Dine Mamonos or Dine Nefashos, the Drisha B'Hakira, the halakha of Drisha B'Hakira, which is the analysis, the question of the agent, is similar for both Dine Mamonos and Dine Nefashos. Now, although these percentages are similar, the Mishnah is actually going to list off a number of distinctions between Dine Mamonos and Dine Nefashos. Drisha and Hakira are two different questions that we have to the agent. One of the Hakira is typically the slides later on are going to discuss. Hakira is the general questions we ask them about the time and place, just to establish some of the facts about the events. Risha is a little bit specific questions pertaining to that particular consent. So attribution is there are different types of questions, the analysis and the question that we use. So how do we know that Imamos and the Nefashos both have this halakha dusha kafira? And then our mishpat echad yiralacha. Look at Rashi for a second. Second Rashi on the page. Rashi says dusha kafira. Kafira to dusha. The kafira is the question that we ask. How do you know this? Where do you know this halacha from? It says mishpat yiralacha. It says that they have when discussing the type of capital cases or monetary cases. It says mishpat echad yiralacha. One law. The din in the nefashos, and by din in the nefashos we find it says the Rothschild. So that you have to ask and question the witnesses, and it compares din in the nefashos. By both of them, you require the halakha. Now the Mishnah says ma bein. However, although he said that they're both similar with respect to dusha kafira, what are the differences between capital cases and matzahs when it comes to it says the din in the mamanos the shlosha. The halakha we know is that the mamanos adjudicated by a judge of three. However, a capital case is tried by a judge of three. Learned the Mishnah, first Mishnah in the Masechta learned that out from Sukkot. And it learned it out. It says Ida, so you need 20. It says derived that Ida 10. It says 20. Then you need another extra 3. It explains exactly how we need that. So that's where we learn out that those halachas of that phase on the page. Between nominals, post and stainless age, monetary, we can begin the discussion, the deliberation, whether we want to be the side of non-liability, we're supposed to be exempt from payment, defended, or whether or not we want to make him liable. So you can open up the discussion in the court whether or not you were trying to make him liable or not make him liable. Any type of discussion regarding his liabilities you can open. Between the nefashos, however, in contrast, between the nefashos, we always begin our discussions in a capital case trying to exonerate the defendant. The aim close to the close up, and Gemara is going to explain exactly what that means. The aim is close to the we will not begin our discussions in a negative tone where we're trying to find that's another mominos. With respect to the mominos, matching up the apple. We know the halakha is generally when we have a case, we try to follow up generally as well with the majority. So with the mominos, matching up the apple, all we need is a single majority figure to tilt the halakha. Famous book, whether that be in favor of the defendant or to try to lie. Getting the nefashos, however, with respect to getting the nefashos, not the absolute discourse. We want to find him not guilty. So we can then use a single majority. Find him not guilty, all we need is one person. However, find him guilty without denying the vote. However, and Gemara learned this out as well, we will require a two-member majority of the Sanhedrin to find him guilty. That's why we use the judgment of 23, so therefore you can have 10 plus an additional 2, so you have 12 against 12 against. Yeah, 12 against. What? You want what?
To keep things in line. No, I don't even thought I would. I'm okay with the wall condo.
I'm going to continue. Yeah. Okay. You have to have the ability to have. So for Koba, to find guilt, you need a majority of two of the at least two of the judges. Dina Mominos, with respect to Dina Mominos, another distinction again. The mission is going to continue with the distinction between adjudication of monetary cases and Dina Mominos, Machirin, they disclose in the Kova. In Dina Mominos, the judges are allowed to reject the ruling, whether it be disclosed or change the ruling, I should say. They disclose the Kova, whether it be to find him liable or not liable. in the process, however, with respect to the process, not fearing this book, we can change the board's book in favor of the defendant, find his accuracy. They feel the book, however, once we pass him, once we pass him that he's guilty, I'm sorry. But in the process, we can change the ruling to find him liable. However, they will not feel the book. However, we will not change the ruling from not guilty to guilty. And once we pass him that he's not guilty, we will no longer change it anymore to find him guilty. And that, oh, by the way, a lot of the halachas by the capital halakha, the halakha says the tzila is that we find any opportunity to save the person from death or whatever we need to do death. We try to find a means in which to save. Therefore, any opportunity we have to avoid this, not to do it. So, anyone in attendance, Rashi explains, even the communities who are sitting in front of the Sanhedrin that aren't having actually as judges, so anyone is allowed to offer an opinion with respect to the first anyone's allowed to offer any reasons for not lying. In the process, anyone is allowed to offer an opinion or a reason or some sort of anyone is allowed to offer argument with respect to his finding him not guilty. He may not come out and however, we do not listen to anyone. We only listen to judges when we are offering an argument to find him guilty. Again, another distinction. The person who began with the line of reasoning to find him liable, the changes can then and offer a line of questioning or a line of reasoning to find him not liable. Or start out with a reasoning to find him he would be allowed to then switch to find him liable. In the process, however, with respect to capital case, the person started with a line of questioning or reasoning or arguing with and guilty, the Lamed process is allowed again. This part of trying to find him not guilty would be allowed to then with his argument guilty. But once he begins his argument to find him not guilty, he's not allowed to then provide a reason to find him guilty. Therefore, out actually a little bit across and a little bit to the right and a little bit down. And closing the line of Rashi says sorry, it's really it's logical. The reason because as I said before, it's all doctrine has the question that we find ways of finding that. Tomorrow, looking at the Shas Master Rashi said that the Gemara later on is going to explain that this is talking about the delivery. It's not after the before that this is talking about what after this is actually talking about the delivery. The Shas Master during the time of deliberation, once the husband says to him, "Hello, Lobster," he's not allowed to switch questions. Hazar Acharai, he's going to search for different proofs to both of his claims, making the claim that the person is not liable or not guilty. So if we lock him into that line of reasoning, he'll go ahead and search how to find different reasons to support the claim, not allowing him to switch. So if we look at after Acharai, to support this claim, the Shema Yimtarai supposed perhaps the five good to big argument. However, once they reach the Farkazar after stuff that ready for the shoe, and they've already gone through all the different reasons, you're alone to Abraham and Conan, and it's only fine that still support his claim of innocence. At that point, he is obviously no one people is doing his rulings, so we will obviously allow him to change his law. However, during his question phase, we don't allow him to at that point. We try to have him find supporting information to support his claim of it. Okay. Dine Mominos, the last short line. Dine Mominos, that is the known the life. The halacha is that Dine Mominos, you can begin the deliberation during the day, and you're on you're allowed to finish the however, university in the capital case is done for more than the begin the deliberation during the day, and any day as well. So that day is during the time as well. Dine Mominos are treated you complete the case on that day. They was supposed to inform whether it be finding them liable or not finding them in the process. However, the numbers of the owners with respect to you find them in the sense. So we did it again, we want him to be as quickly as possible. You complete the case on that day. However, with respect to a guilty verdict, the judge shall have to have the process. Anytime there's going to be a guilty verdict, the verdict is issued to the verdict. You want to give the judges as much time as they need to possibly find an argument to it in this system. We will not do it today, we will do it on the following day. It said because of that, because those, we have to wait an extra day in order to issue the verdict and whatever the election is. Shabbos for the Arab Muslims. Therefore, we cannot sit in judgment of the case of Arab Shabbos and Arab Muslims. Why? That will require us to issue a verdict the following day, which will be Shabbos and Arab Muslims. We can't tell anyone on Shabbos and Arab Muslims. Therefore, we would not be allowed to hold the case Arab Shabbos and Arab Muslims. Dine Mominos, whether it be Dine Mominos, Hasaneah from the Mishnah has also adjudicated you begin, so the way of death instruction was set up was it was in a semicircle. The greatest of the judges sat in the center and was flanked, and as you reach the outer limits, the lowest ranking judge is sitting. And so the Mishnah says, with respect to being monetary cases, masculine are those you begin from the center, from the most highest ranking judge, and then you work your way outwards. And the above shows masculine outside. Other respect to capital cases, we begin with the lowest ranking judge. The reason for this is, again, based on the that we don't want anyone influenced by the primary judge. So they will begin with and he issues his initially, so everyone can say, oh wow, that's and then they start talking about what's already possible. What's his argument? So we have to start with the lowest ranking person and then work our way back up to the highest ranking. I'll feel that now. So everyone, even Rashi, the manager is allowed to sit in judgment for a monetary case. They don't compare love with each other. However, no one is allowed to stand in judgment for any foreign lady Rachel who would be allowed in his lineage would allow him to marry would be allowed to sit in on a bed for 1 hour. The Gemara is now going to discuss some of these. Starting from the Gemara, 5 lines down in the Gemara. When with respect to the Mishnah said again, Dine Mominos also requires just as Dine Mominos requires the questioning of the agent, so also does Dine Mominos. One's going to ask, that actually Mominos meeting is does Dine Mominos actually require us to question the agent? Again, there's the primary questions that establish the time and place, the general facts, and then there's the supplementary stuff. Does Dine the purpose actually require us to ask Dine Mominos? Does it actually require us to question the agent? Agent that way? Learning? I'll ask you this here. Which has on it written that if you loan occurred on the visa in the future year. Mark can explain later on why it's so expensive, but let's just take case at face value. It just says this guy has a certain amount of money lent from a mama to a mother on the first week, and then eating paid on one, it says, paid for a second set of 8 days. And they said, hey, how can they eat them up, guys? How are the agent signing this document? How are you able to give testimony on this? Star, follow your pony. You were out doing something. You were out together. There's no way that you had time to sign to witness the case that he was going to get it. Remember, there's two types of different. You can have a set of agents that you can called agent hamakushim, and usually they're out there. And the second form is where agents offer, and the second set of agents, they don't offer any information about the case particularly, but they do say that it's impossible for you, the first set of agents, because you were with us on the day, and then all the halachos of Hazama apply. So they said, the second set of agents said, how could you give testimony on this case? You were with us in the first case. The word says, so the halacha is shtar kasher, the shtar document is valid. The agent and the agent are valid. Why is that true? Because they lie. So the word says, Hashem and Shemet is Peru. Perhaps the document was posted. Why? What happened? They witnessed the event. Then I didn't have an opportunity to write it down and sign the document. Later on the first review, when they had the opportunity to write it, this was the day they were spending with the other agent. So at some point during that day, they wrote down the document, signed it, and didn't write the date of the actual transaction, just wrote that particular day. So that's what we're focused for, and therefore we assume that we have presumption that the agent are not lying, they're actually testifying the truth, and the document, the actual date of the document is not necessarily so integral to the document. Predated it would make a difference, but fine. So the Gemara says, now, the Esau, the guy between the here, now if it's true that we question the Eden with respect to the time and date, all the different facts about the transaction, if that's important, if that's part of the process of monetary cases, how is it possible for us to say that the agent were not sure or weren't careful about the date? That's a very important part, and there's what actually has them about that. And that would be important. If they wouldn't be able to verify that, then the whole document would start. So it's impossible for us to say, how could we say that maybe they didn't write it on the right day? That's a very important part of the Jewish process, and therefore agents wouldn't miss the wrong date. And if had they done that, they would have go to authorize the star. There's a question about that, and it will come out that that's the wrong date. So we shouldn't just say that we shouldn't have this that perhaps the voter on the different thing. These talk about the introduction of the Hashira, make you wanted to say that we actually do require questioning of the Eden, specifically about the events and all that information, the time, place, all that about the event. So then, how is it possible that we would be concerned Shemi Kayu just post-dated the star? The Gemara says, that's the question. According to your line of reasoning, you don't have to ask for it. I give you a direct Mishnah, you ask a similar question. What's the Mishnah? And the Mishnah is, again, going to be stronger than the Brisa, so it's more authoritative than the Brisa. Your Mishnah is, you have a star code, a star of liability, right? If it's predated, it's fluid. You know that a star code, right? A document that says you owe someone else if it's predated. The problem is that the star allow the ticket holders to collect from encumbered properties, and if he writes it, if he thinks it, and he still feels the interim between the star and when the actual the specific holder is allowed to collect from fields that were not necessarily encumbered by the certificate. Fine. So, star is called Hamisham Psuin. A star code that is Muslim, that is predated, is called however, it's post-dated. It's shared. It's a similar case to what we just said. If you write the later date, so therefore you're ceding essentially the authority to collect the fields earlier you're changing the date to later on, but nevertheless, if you have a star and you the date later, it's question. Now, the Isaac could actually it's the same question. It's important for us to know exactly through the agent when exactly this moment. So then, how is it possible allow one to start an occur? Shouldn't work. The part of my chair. You should not allow a star to occur. That's important for us to. The reason why it's important is that the reason. Let me back up. I didn't explain this earlier, but the reason why it's important for us to ask questions to the agent is to establish the base for which we be allowed to the agent, as in an agent zone. We ask questions to establish a baseline so that other agents can now say, you agent define your testimony as happening today, this time, this place. Now, any agent has to be subject to agent zone. People should be attached. Other agents have to be allowed to come in and question the authority of those initial agents. So we have to establish the baseline by asking these very specific questions. So again, if these questions are important for the process of agent in a monetary case, so then we should never allow a star note. We should never allow a date to not be propagated in a star. The Gemara says no. The Gemara asks a question of Rabbi, then asks a stronger question from the Mishnah. The Gemara says no, it's not a stronger question. Hello, Kasha, that your question from the Mishnah is not in fact stronger. Our question from the Brisa was in fact a stronger question. Why? Now we get back to why we said it was on the first of Nisan on the even on the first of Nisan on the year, the most frequent is because it's not normal for a person to post a star in Shemitah. Shemitah itself, once a year is over, or during the Shemitah year, at some point, all loans are canceled. So a person would want to give himself the greatest window to collect his loan. So a person would not post a star during the Shemitah year. He's in the window of collection. So you would have thought maybe you wouldn't set a person perhaps post the star during the Shemitah year. The mostly the person would not post it to Lekala because we would not. Where we wouldn't say that a person can remove the loan tomorrow the start because he's essentially hurting, right? He's hurting his ability to collect. Nevertheless, even the Shvias. So from the Shemitah, so the additional kiddush is no. We will say that even in the Shemitah year, because he still will have time. Why? The cancellation of the loan only occurs at the end of the year. So even if let's say he begins the loan is actually taken out in the beginning of the year. And post dates is 6 months later in Nisan, he still has another 6 months until the end of the year to go ahead and collect. So we will still offer that hashaf and say perhaps when you wrote it on the first of Nisan, it didn't occur on the first of Nisan, it actually occurred earlier, you even post-dated it, and therefore, fine. Therefore, we will say that the star is kosher and the eagle is kosher. Fine. The word nevertheless is left, and that's how the Gemara resolves the question, why the question for the Brisa is that question. And what we did, they were saying, we started out the Mishnah saying that being a process, being a nominal require Kira, requiring customers of Eden, more just enter the Mishnah. We do not. We allow the date of it, it's not really so, as long as it's not predated, it's not so important to the authenticity of the stars. The Gemara says we come up with practice, so we're left with the question. Do we require Eden for Kira by being a nominal or do we not? The Gemara says now offer 3 or 4 different answers on different areas. I'm going to tell you that. It says, the halacha media arises on a biblical level. Effort being monument, the effort being a bunch of producing here, as we saw from the pasuk, it says mishpat effort sorry. It says that there was one law with respect to the monument. Right? It says you have to check out the reason. Therefore, we apply that to both giving the Bominos and giving the Pasuk. Based on Mishpat Effort. Tanemar, Mishpat Effort. Fine. So, Minat Torah, we do require custom. And why did the Chachamim say? Why did the Rabbanim do not require, and I feel that the question will be either by Dina Mominos, because Dina Mominos, Umat comes, Dina Mominos over here. So why don't we require it? We see Mishnayos and the Brisa that we don't require it. So why don't we require it on a rabbinic level? Again, the Chachamim are in monetary cases have a lot of latitude because of Allah, like Hector that is out there. There's in the sense to control everyone's money, so therefore Bezin is allowed to, in cases where they find it necessary, to change the ruling or even to dispute it, to hear from the halacha side, the biblical law, and change it for whatever reasons they find. So the Lord says over here, why does it come and find it necessary in the case of Rishon here with respect to question the agent to change it? But the basic was kind of delicate name up. They didn't, again, the Jewish market for loaning money is not a hot market. You're not making money. That person is not charging interest. So therefore people are essentially loaning money without getting interest back. Yeah, it's not popular money. So we allow every opportunity or incentivize people or remove any impediment that would cause people to not want to loan money. If we make it more difficult for them to loan money, again, by requiring agents to be harder to find agents, the whole process it becomes more strenuous. So therefore, they said, you know what, we're going to forego this type of stuff. We're not going to require you to touch agent, thereby making loan a little bit more fair. Therefore, creation will kill us because of so we didn't want to close the door on the borrowers. Therefore, they lifted this halacha. Ta'u, no you shall lose. Halacha is the bezdin. Typically, bezdin offers a verdict that is a verdict to be a mistaken verdict. So some of that is the liability in certain cases falls upon the bezdin to restore. So let's say they ruled against the other. So they were the money to offer themselves in their own funds. Umar says, "Oh no, you Now Rashi, if you look at the first Rashi says, "Oh, there's a good moment. If there's a mistake in the monetary case, no, you they shouldn't have to pay their funds. The Dilma, why? They'll say, they'll offer the following: "You shop this individual for not giving us the opportunity to properly investigate." How the Rothschild know how to tell. We would have had more time. We would have been able to deliberate more properly. We would have had trusted the agent how we're typically accustomed to the agent. And we wouldn't have made a mistake. A mistake there, blaming the mistake, perhaps we're not able to question the agent. Therefore, they will be able to exempt themselves from having to pay. Or ask if you don't require them to your opportunity for you're making it easier for people to loan money, you're making it harder on the flip side for the Dayanim to exempt as well. They're going to make the claim that had they been able to it's harder on the Malva. You're trying to make it easier on the local, but you're also making it harder on the Malva now. Because now the Malva will not be able to go back to the Bezin and say, why don't you pay me? They'll say, listen, we didn't have the opportunity to that. But no. Culture case to Philadelphia say, no. If we required that far, we wouldn't go. Why? Because if we would allow, not only would we allow the agent to not also allow them to not pay, but people are not going to money anymore. They're like going to say, if Bezos not going to back me anymore, if Bezos can make a claim and talk to them, right? If Bezos can claim and say, we didn't have the opportunity to protect the agent, and therefore we're not liable, people are certainly not going to let back. So therefore, they went as far as to not require you to question the agent. They still made Bezos liable if they so that distinction is biblical and rabbinic. So neither right we take out. Rabbanon, the basic distinction is Rabbanon on a Rabbanon level based on the King of Bezos 11, but you do not have to. That's what next is. Rabbi says that since the Hafaz is not mixed with distinction in the Morris itself, it says that it should be, and not the Raisa. It says really they're both all in it's only Rabbanon. It says the Dina Knossos with respect to Hafaz the Dina Knossos, the Ida, the Hogos, the Havos. Look at Rabbi Rabbi Amar the third line. Actually, Kavayu Basu Takam Rabbanon. both the Mishnah and the Brisa were discussing the Durabana. On the Durabana level, again, with the Brisa, you always have to check out the agent. With Durabana, we said you don't. But we just said that the reason was because of what? Some of the best at their level. With respect to people, we want to incentivize people. We don't want to prevent people from learning money anymore. That would only be with respect to cases in which there are loans involved. So that has to do with regard transfer of money with respect to an admission, or transfer of money with respect to a halal. Back again, I'm sorry. So with respect to Pagano, we have that concern of that we don't want you to not loan money anymore. Knessos, regular Knessos like Dallas or people, when they're deliberating those halachos, there's no concern of ensuring that people aren't going to loan money anymore. So therefore, it's not necessary for us to say in that case that you don't have to question it. Offensively, the other ones that don't get the answer are going to say that once they made a decision by Dini Mominos not to require the question of the agent because of loans, we want to incent loans that went across the board, even they didn't distinguish between different Dini Mominos that went across the board to all cases of the Mominos that we don't require. And there was a couple of distinctionalities between Knessos and Hodel. In Mominos, there are two different forms of judges. How about another answer? It's such as both cases, no. I'm talking about cases of loans. Now, cases of loans, what is the distinction? Which requires us to check out the agent, and the Brisa and Mishnah that do not. It says, "Kan b'meruma, kan." So it has to or not, the judges suspect that something untoward in this case. Rashi says, the basin right across. Rashi says, the basin, they either recognize that the person, one of the litigants, is actually, they've encountered him in other scenarios in which he's found to be a liar or some sort of trying to trick them in some way. Oh, they're being kind of drama with Barbara. Somehow they don't know him personally, but they can sense from his line of reasoning, from his argument, from presenting his case, that something is happening that is not correct. And therefore, in that particular, so again, the distinction will be generally in a in the ordinary course, we wouldn't the agent. Right? We would not be agent. However, certain scenarios in which it makes sense that something is happening over here in this case, that something is not correct in this case, something deceitful is happening in this case, and in that scenario, they would question the agent. That's the distinction. And he's going to bring it before the Pasuk. The Pasuk from Mississippi. The Pasuk has the following series. There's two different sets. It says the Tzedek Tishbonam, the judge defendant, right? It says the church is Tzedek Tzedek run after justice. Why is the Pasuk two different variations of the same thing? Okay, so how's this possible? Within the room, there's a form of justice, and then there's an added level of justice. The added level of justice is necessary in the case where the sense that something is happening that is Yuruma is deceitful. So that's the Tzedek go after, certainly go after justice, where they would have to question create an additional layer of justice. Rashi now is going to come and explain the variation of the Sukkin of the Mishnah, not necessarily for the Mishnah. Rashi let's listen to the Mishnah. The answer for the Mishnah, we already have answers. We already gave a few answers. We gave an answer for Rabbi, we gave an answer for Papa. We have an answer for the Mishnah. Let's go with one of those answers. But what is going to be the distinction between the pasuk? What about the Sukkim? How do we understand the pasuk? One says Tzedek Tishbon on the Sefer, and Tzedek. Sorry, after the din, after the Torah. One is talking about the strict justice. However, Tzedek, the additional layer of justice, that's referring to the Torah to compromise, which is actually built into the fabric of the justice system, where even though it's not necessarily operating by the strict letter of the law, it's not necessarily like the right ruling, but is a course where Bezin tends to resist in certain scenarios to compromise between the two parties. To the Tanya, how do you know this? We have the following verse in Tzedek. Tzedek here, though, it's not Tzedek. Surely don't act with justice. Ephod V'din, whether it be one is for standard justice, the Ephod V'shara, and one is for compromise. What is this? So it says, this gives us over to us. You have two boats crossing or passing a narrow stream, and they reach each other, and they're both going in opposite directions, and the place for either one to pass. They're both going to each other. In over, they over. If it's so narrow that if they both try and pass each other, then someone is going to drown, and both of them are going to drown. However, if they go one after the other, then they will be able to pass. One either pull aside or wait for the other one, they will both be able to pass. The famous similarly, snake and tell you only the mala, two camels and two caravans that are going up opposite sides of the mountain. The mountain is Torah. It's the top of the steep was very narrow, and going up was very narrow. The others at the top, climax of the mountain, they both reach each other, and again, there's not enough room for them to pass. In all which and they both go ahead and try and pass each other. Right, Shan, Milton, it's like going down the subway in the morning. Now, so okay, so it says if they both try and pass Shan, Milton, will both fall off the mountain. However, if they wait, if one retreats back to a safe spot where he's able to then allow down the mountain, Shan, Olam, and both of them will be able to ultimately ascend and cross over the mountain. So now, okay, so what should you do? So Uno, how do you make that distinction? Who goes first? So, okay, so it's carrying the load, and one's not carrying the load. So obviously the one that's carrying the load is going to first. It's one, the distance from the starting point is closer to one, meaning if one has been on this for a shorter period of time, one can journey for a longer period of time. The one who's been traveling for longer will go first. So the one who's closer to his origin will go second. He will be side in the face of the who is coming from a greater. What if they're both everything's the same? I think those things. Out of Shara in AM, so they'll give us compromise. Hello, stars who will somehow the other to go first, and we'll say whichever allows the other to go first, and we'll have to retreat and come back up the mountain. He will then be compensated from the other party somehow because of his time, whether it be just his time waited, or he actually has to go down the mountain and go back up the mountain. That's the star. That's the compromise. Fine. That's the more illustration of the star. Turn it on. We're going to talk about the process again. So it's like, what does it mean? Seven telling you should certainly follow it. Go after propagation. After Eliezer, Lud go after Eliezer, Lud after Eliezer, then Zakev will Rothschild, and go after and go if you can seek the Bezin of Rabbi from Zakai in Rothschild. Torah time, the board of the Lord discussing something about Rothschild. Torah time before you, if you hear the mill, the sound of the mill before you, they weren't allowed to have open decisions, so they would run the mill, which would sometimes be an indication that there's a brisk happening, like an announcement. Or Haner, if you saw the light of a candle, either a wedding feast or a bris, and especially that's where there's some custom to have a candle by a bris or by a recipe coming from this scenario. What about it? Is that a good hello? Similar to what we just said before. You should go into the yeshiva to find a course. That's what they have. After really, as a look, after Yochum Mizak Rafael, after Yochum Mizak Rafael, after Ian, for the Shulam Tziyim, this is where the yeshivas of all these people work. After the Gamliel Yada, after the yeshiva of Nebrak, after the student of Nebrak, after Rabbi Masir Leromi, after Rabbi Masir Leromi, after the Hanani the Chadi was strictly, after Yosef, before after Yosef, after we give them the Sarah was Stephen, Sarah was Stephen, after we both changes this to not Yeshua because we had Yeshua before, but he changes it to Hanina ben Akira Yeshua. Lagola to Balas and Kukuisa. After Rebbe with the Sharon, after Rebbe, Sharon, after Chachamim, Lishkas Sagazis, after the Chachamim to the Lishkas Sagazis where they resided in the temple area. Now, Gini Momenos, so we said before that Gini Momenos we start with deliberating in defense of I'm sorry, Dina Momenos we would say we start Dina Kova, Dina Skos, and Kova and Dina Nikosha we start only with Skos. Because what does it mean to start only with Skos? Only start deliberating a non-guilty verdict. And what do we say? This is what we say. Is it actually, they say to the Asian the following. Is it actually true what you're saying? Are you think you're right? There's a challenge, you essentially challenge the agent outright. You're scaring them. You're scare off the agent. They're going to retract. You're trying to offer testimony. You just say, is there any truth to what you're saying? You're going to force them to convert their statement. So what? What's wrong? You can intimidate them. Milo Tanya, did we not learn the right of Shimon Elazar Omer? The CNS Aiden Muffin, Shimon Elazar says that we transfer the Eden from place to place. Why? People guys of the actors. We want them to get a not guilty verdict. So therefore, we transfer the Eden from place to place, giving them perhaps time to reconsider their argument. So we see that we do want them to reconsider. So Gemara says, no, you dummies that similar Hassam and Mela conviction. They're the ones who are retracting. You're not telling them to retract. You're actively trying to get them to change the course of their reasoning. Gemara says, that can't be what we say to them. This is what we say to them. Guys, do you have any contradicting agents? Are there agents around that can make you agents? Gemara says, Rabbi. She posts them. It's offering the support for the defendant, but you're trying to make them into zoning. So it's actually the opportunity for the defendant, it ends up being a liability for the agent themselves. So even though you're trying to be lenient towards one, you're being strict towards the agent themselves. You're trying to make them into zoning, so that's possible. When you have a also, is it actually a kova? Is it actually a liability for the agent zoning? But we learn in the following mission. In agent zoning, we don't kill agent zoning. I should give margin. The halacha is that if because agents offer an argument and are found to be zoning, it's only become zoning if the verdict is actually found in favor of their argument. That's because if we question them and look for agent zoning in the deliberation stage, it's not going to force them. They'll be knocked off, but they will not become agent zoning. The Gemara says, this is what I meant to say. This is what I meant my question to be. If that was my question. You ask them, this is the following. The following is the classic. Let's say we own them and the person doesn't present them right away and we wait. Issue the verdict and then go because of the instructions that went ahead to find going and re-instruction. Had we waited, I believe until the din was actually administered, and then we'll bring Adim to be Mazim to create the first Adim into Adim. How does the Kabbalah show that? It will be again a liability to Adim, so that cannot be how we argue our judgment. Rabbi says the following: I'm reading late. Do we have Adim are making them but alternate sets of Adim that are going to offer a different opinion for the case. Kana Omar, Kana says we say the following: you can break him in his doctor opponent. They just start in a positive way. Say from your words, it seems like the defendant is going to found. Not that they're saying that it's necessarily a report of him not being guilty, but from your words, we seem to be able to challenge. We seem to be able to find him not guilty. Abai and Rava say, I'm relay, he lokas no tisha. They say no. They speak directly to the defendant. They say if you kill anyone, you're never to worry. Ashi Amar, Homi Shiodelos. This is how they begin their adjudication. Anyone who has is there anyone around that has something positive to say about the defendant, come forward and say it. Rabbi the Rava. We have a brisa that supports Rabbi and Rava. Why? Rabbi, we say to the Sota, the Kohen says to the Sota, in Moshacha B'Israel, in Moshacha, he starts out in the positive. If nothing happens, if you in fact are not guilty, don't worry about drinking from the waters. They're going to cause you, they're going to give you a great bracha. And only then does he go into what the negative effects of the waters. The top of Lama Gimel, supposed to us Kula was supposed to. You see from the itself, we learn out derived from the Sota that we begin positively, and only then do we turn to the more negative discussion.
After 3 years, I was ready to come back home. And then I've been pushing ever since, like 18 years of pushing, and yeah, I don't know where my next gig is going to come from, but I do know that I've got a special coming up. I do know that I am getting 2 to 3 spots. I mean, those ticket takes
Good morning, let us begin.
I do feel good about my comedy.
Thank you for thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Thanks. Our technical sponsor for the year of Top Shifting, our annual campaign sponsor, the Social Spot Events, all the true sponsors of this, as is just for the service promotion on the Sierra Festival, last year, some those sponsors for the most of the favorites of our people, common family, memory of Anita today, that was Levy brother of Peter, who was timing and hands on the first night. The also should provide you with some of the idea of services and that I'm going to talk this a lot about it the last night, so I'm not going to speak about it more this morning, but the overwhelming news on the very Israel, the rest of some of the community of Israel, and there's Israel already on Sunday, and there's Hashem, so October women's last night, especially like last night back to see this. Whatever the feelings about the deal, as it is complicated discussion, but the idea that some of our brothers and sisters, they're going to leave us family and others will never have them coming home. On Sundays, over the just having God, that is that partner, that is like Angola, the rest of our brothers and sisters should come home. Our home soldiers to visit the whole master of the day, and understand we get the whole seconds, the first 2 seconds. Let's do that. Let us begin. Today's topic is on hour 31. We have a lot to do today. A lot to do today. And we are starting on the line on the 30 news. Almost was a little bit of that. All is that worked out. And I'm ready. Everybody's going to go for this. You know, it's similar to when you talk about it, you know, this much. You should have a lot of your team, and you're trying very hard to do this. You know, upon the most of the career. The long talk was sky in your stuff, but it wasn't working out. Also, it's a good lesson. Sometimes you like, you try very hard to make things work. And it just doesn't work out. Yom Echad, Haba, Yoshik, Neighbor, Yochel. So one day you see more Yochel, but you remember, this was the Shimba Yochel was trying to go ahead and go so the nice so he was trying to do it. So one day you see more from Yochel. However, maybe he's Yochel, Halach, to be sure that Yochel. So what happened? The Yochel asked, does anyone know that the Halach follow when you look at Yochel or not? I mean, it's more like you Yochel. So this is a guy who knows. He's really good racing, very familiar. Lima also, coming to come here, holiday, this is very so he's such a Disney so he says, oh, nothing, so give this guy a sneak up, let's give this guy the meat. That guy is very sneak up, let's give him sneak up, so I'm happy to tell you that. It's okay, give him sneak up. I'm going to use it for myself, now they're not. This is the book speaking to Rabbi Yosef. And one Kita Shamati, what did you hear about? Some of the Kat Shamati, this is here again, just the English results for a moment. Really not focused in yesterday's dance about the nature of ages, right? Really like this how to comment that Allah when I said even witnesses have to sin affect together. When you shove and come, they do not have to see it together, but they have to be open testimony together in this thing. And then Rabbi Nelson they come on 15 days to be able to give their English and reach with the language. Now that they're trying to figure out who is God, the Allah Father. So now what happened? Sorry, Anyway, says all this. Shimon Rabbi Shimon so the Karma is more than to Rabbi Nassan. Effectively, it uses Rabbi Nassan meaning that the witnesses to even and give over testimony separately from the itself. One second, so just the other says I need this guy to tell me this. I don't know if you ever had the idea of your God, but you know, I got you right. Of course, it's going to come home. The Shabbat holds that witnesses don't even deceive them together. You know, a lot of us come to the Karma, we all know that they don't convey the testimony together. So he said, I'm going to support the real start that the Simcha was not working. Not working. So I'm going to hold on to Alisa military, but once I do this, I'm not going to take down the organization. I'm going to say, God, I'm giving a son of police in the year. Once you do this, you don't take it back. Okay, it's an interesting story. I'm going to hear, I'm going to are different, right? If you understood that according to the Karma, essentially, the same way that witnesses don't have to witness the event together, they also don't have to convey it together. That's not the way that the Karma is stated or is quoted on other dollars. And on other is quoted as they don't have to witness the event together, right? They see the event separately, when they come to Beis Din, they must testify together in order to form a cohesive testimonial unit. You know what I'm saying? Now, what about the Karma? David got both things on whether you're talking about again, Idris over Karka or Idris over Talmud. You know about the Karka, the Karka, about the Talmud. So it says, about the Talmud. So on the other hand, Ulla says, that was the first time for the Karka, but where only by Karka, not by Talmud. Not by the Talmud. Says to jump. If you take a look at that Karka and the Talmud. Concrete. There in front of us. So therefore, again, I can see how I can check for these positions. Even if the witnesses don't go ahead and see each other, I won't go ahead and combine the other because hopefully it's not here. It's not here. It's not together. And because it's not together, I just really want to make it. Okay, I'm going to buy it. I'm not from the problem. Interestingly enough, you have to go ahead and say the halakha about this. What is that indicating? That indicates that halakha about this. There's someone who argues. Five, I'm going to be out. Moving from the Karka, the English Karka, we understand the common the Karka, the Karka, to English and Karka. Anyway, we are obviously the Karka, and we are obviously talking in the Karka. You see that the Karka, moving the Hungary to the Karka, the English book, the English Karka, the English Karka. And all looking again, the common of each and all of these aforementioned halachic discussions. Which you might as well say. It's not a contradiction where people have different opinions. People have different opinions. Right? And halakha rights again. So some say that they come agree with the concept. So or which cases there is agreement. In which case is disagreement. That's not a steal. That's not a contradiction. My opinion, that's not the case, by the way. What's the case? You know, I the case, by the way, it's literally one on the back. So this left with the question of philosophy that the child is considered to be a bubble when they have these two pairs. So there's a discussion terms of the place that those need in order to be unified scientific maturation. So okay, that's what I mean. It says one, it doesn't literally mean on the back or on the stomach. They both have each other front, but the back is Chinese education. Ella Ethel Owen Stein the Rebel, but Ethel Owen Stein, that was what he had. Yes, it says that two hairs were in one place. It says two hairs were in different places. I'm like, you're saying, I'm not even saying, how about you should have talked about? Maybe the Kakos being public. I hold that the Lord you should have talked about. Both by Karka and the public, but I'm one of the Asli Huza, but I'm one of the communities I'm representing the Kakos. They say that the Lord you should have talked about by Karka and not by the house. Rabbi Tane, so that goes according to the reason why the Murad, so it says this is facet. If you look at Rashi, Rashi's on the first wide line. Actually go back up. The second to last short line. The fun I hold the line, I'm going to ask about the Shabbos. But yeah, over the fun I hold the line. So they both testifying that moving owes Shimon money. Interestingly enough, they testifying that it occurred on different days. Now again, that's the beginning of the next Mishnah. We'll see this a little bit. So when that holds, that says these two witnesses combined. This is combined. Let's just interestingly enough, so this is, I'm sorry, right, so this is a conception after a mission, or a mission after a loan. So your husband allows lots of times allowed his two witnesses to combine, like, you don't have to this way. If witnesses cannot get their story right about which baby occurs, a lot of times it's okay, but they're still testifying about the same day. Contrast with let's say you says, I saw Ruben borrow $1,000 machine on Sunday. And when the 17 says, I saw Ruben borrow $1,000 machine on Monday. Those two things go combined. Why not? Why not? Because it's possible that what? Two different roles. In other words, if witness number one says, I saw the mission on Sunday, witness number two says, I saw the mission on Monday, it's most probable they're talking about the same thing. But loans can be two different loans. I was going to say right now about you talking about why is it that again, Lord testifies about how long was holding on Sunday, and witness the two testifies about the telling on Monday that they can't provide, that they cannot provide, because the money that got fuzzy high, both got fuzzy high. It is possible that $1,000 number one is testifying about not the same $1,000 of some of the going, I will go, I will go, Nani, I'm just a little coming. No, I think it must be something in this. Maybe when we $1,000 on Sunday, that's $15,000 in this day on Monday. So I'm going to high pass behind money that I'll be like, come on. Or do you now need to make code? So this is the case where Ruben says, to the witness, so the second witness, the same $1,000 that I committed to in front of the first guy, the first witness, that's the same $1,000 that I committed to in front of you. First one says, that's fine. I can't do possibly come up with never. That's fine. So now the second witness goes. The first one doesn't. Come up, I think it's kind of identical. So goes back to the again, and so there, I think maybe it's like the first surprise, the first one. The second guy almost stood up in My dear man, she's so easy. Okay, I'm going to manage to have it. Obviously, what I've heard about you, that you are a guy who goes ahead and chops down palm trees and then replants them. So I said, which is an expression that's very good expression. So this expression that here would actually says it's full on the bottom. So at least two people with a superman, shot and machine, focusing the color, the focusing the milk and also. So what do? You chop down holding the soul. That's an equation of Hazak and Shkanta. It's an expression of strength, chopping down and replanting that represents people who ask questions and then see problems afterwards. Right, so that's a good expression. Okay, now Joy says, like boots and knives could be a short but like this I'm like maybe some of these shows can do it too. What about you test what about ways is contradict each other to be close. Very close to each other. So we had this algorithm where examining the issues and take a look. Four lines of talk about it. But in Rashi, even the Sheva Kakiros, the Ezekiel, the Ezeshah, shall someone to Rabbi. It was the original Kakiros are what was called specific details. At times, through which even those situations like crazy spots. How do you know this is like so? How do you know it? Remember, people are not lying about the event. What do they call that about? There's no way you could have seen what you could have seen because you were with us. Now, how do you know witnesses if there's a the witnesses say the event occurred at this place. At this time, on this date, along with a couple of other details. Those are kilos. Those are called kilos. So again, if a witness messes up on any of the kilos, or they contradict each other about the kilos, they are disqualified. But even if you remember the deposits, that if they contradict each other with the decos, then this is still be trusted. For example, let's say, what's a good example about the decos? We asked, let's say again, witnesses show up and they say, we didn't earn $20,000. So the question asked them, by the way, what was Ruben wearing? What does Ruben wear? So it turns out they testified that Ruben was wearing a black suit. He was wearing a white suit. So the nice again has no way out because that's what he said. It is on the contract to the shade. The contract is each other, some others because it's for contract. That's only the amount of time. So all of the stuff is when you look at all the Heineken Stroll, all the Heineken Libanor. So for example, let's say again, so what is the shopping? So you did let's say salary, you said, okay, what color was the money bag? It says it was black, it says it was that bag. It doesn't really matter. About Africa and Mother's part, the Africa and Mama is for example, let's say one thing was said, using one shilling, land these coins. And what if it says, no, we don't issue old coins, not in detail, but if it contradicts each other, we'll disqualify them. That's what I was saying. By the way, what's the difference between white money bag, black money bag, and new coins and old coins? Very big distinction. Remember, below is the coins. When it contradicts each other by the detail in the coins, that is a detail in the loan itself. The color of the money bag is by it's very detailed, but it's not really material to the transaction itself. The irony is trying to give you a bunch of folks. So what it sounds like is that halacha l'maisa, that is by monetary law. But But it sounds like it's that by capital cases, for example, let's say that witnesses show up in a sitting for children, and one witness says Ruben was wearing white clothing, another witness says Ruben was wearing black clothing. It's not the case that we just said that would disqualify the Yildos. Is that Shurvama Krishna, Economic Society, Hagula, Economic, the Habiban, Hagu, in that nothing. So let's listen to this. What this is saying is that witnesses show up, they say Ruben killed children. One witness says Ruben killed children with a sword. The other thing says Ruben killed children with a dagger. So what's the halacha? In Zenachah. Zenachah means the witnesses don't combine. They don't combine. They're contradicting each other. Where they cut clear his shoulder, that on the clear of Rothschild, how many Zenachah? On the other hand, one witness says Ruben was wearing white clothing, one witness says Ruben was wearing black clothing. That's fine. That's right. What's like Papa Brown Arab? 31 A. Food Sima said, it's not focus. Listen, so fascinating enough, here's what is happening. Everyone agrees by being muggers. If witnesses contradict each other, is what calls a non-transaction material fact. Then it doesn't matter to us. What's an example of that? $200,000. Once it's wearing black clothing, once it's wearing white clothing, that doesn't matter to the transaction. So therefore, the interest will still be good. One witness says it was new coins, the other witness says it was old coins, that's material. That's about the money itself. That will disqualify them. So what about if they contradict each other with what we call a non-material fact or a non-event material fact when it comes to capital cases? Is that going to disqualify? That's not focus. That's not focus. If two witnesses show up and they say so we don't kill children, one witness says we don't wear white clothing, one witness says we wear black clothing, is that disqualified? That's not focus. Okay, top of our mouth, we'll say 31 here. I thought it was going to say, people even if one witness says white clothing, one witness says black clothing, they still combine. That's what we should have caught. So now what we're doing over here is very interesting. We're looking a lot into the Rabbi Yeshua Karka box. Remember again, what Rabbi Yeshua Karka said? Yeshua Karka said that halacha witnesses do not have to see the same event together in order to come and form a cohesive testimonial unit. Now what we're doing over here is not one of the things that is fascinating. The Yeshua Karka also holds if witnesses contradict each other with a non-material event, with non-material piece of evidence, that's okay also. Which means hold up. Anyone shall say that Yeshua Karka, take on the Kashuan. What do you do Yeshua Karka say that combined? When you're not contradicting each other, right? It's like, is that witnesses, you cannot witness the same event together. Don't witness the same event together. But when I saw, that's what he says, they contradict each other, they could not meet other, right? But again, like, you might get a chance. Who's on the Quran? He wasn't fine, here we go. I want to know about that. No, not with the Chinese, so last week, you that's on there, that's not how you listen to this. There's two sets of witnesses now, right? Group one, Ruben owes Shimon $2,000. Group two said Ruben owes Shimon $1,000. So the Gemara says, you're not touching each other. Why? Each the drama signing money. That's what's interesting enough now again. Why? Because they do agree on something. What do they agree on? $1,000. Okay, so the second one is dispute, but at least you have two sets of witnesses that Ruben owes Shimon at least $1,000. I'm not that. What happens in one testimonial group? What happens if you have two witnesses? One witness says Ruben owes Shimon $1,000, and one witness says Ruben owes Shimon $2,000. What do you do with those two witnesses? Should we Shammai or Mer's next to the son? But Shammai says you got to throw it out. You got to throw it out. So it's called the Shimon Mufasha. They're inherently contradictory. Therefore, it doesn't work. The show resources never help. It's not true. Actually, it doesn't. Because it's fascinating when you're not. They are in agreement on one part fact, which is that Ruben always should $1,000. Okay, let's say, isn't that fascinating? So, according to this law, they actually told us a recent testimonial unit about the 1,000. The other 1,000, not the first 1,000. But you know, watch this. After I'm going to publish that, I'm going to publish that. Listen to this. What happens if, like, you have two witnesses? and call on the nation of the Bible. And one thing it says, Ruben owes Shimon a barrel of wine. Another one says, Ruben owes Shimon a barrel of oil. So what do you do with this? How about Rabbi Satan? Yes, Rabbi Ami, and the case came before Rabbi Ami. Rabbi Shalom le Chavisa the Kamra, Nigo Chavisa. I must say, we must not be over here. But a barrel of oil is more expensive, the more valuable barrel of wine. See, this case happened. This is Rabbi Ami. What's Rabbi Ami saying? Rabbi Amma, Rabbi Ami, obligated Ruben Shimon the value of a barrel of wine. Because what it was the same thing as 1,000, 2,000. Both are agreeing that Ruben owes Shimon at least the value of a barrel of wine. Just one is saying that's the total obligation. The other is saying that's owing plus the value of oil. To which the Gemara says, what is value? The Gemara says, who's this opinion? Said, like a short answer. Emir Kamesh Shimon answer. Hey, but we use the Klama Shayim Maya. The Agaf of the Mute Amar. They said it's very strange. These are comparable to the case of 1,000 versus 2,000. In 1,000 and 2,000, what are they referring to? Same commodities, money. In this case, it's two different commodities. Like one witness is saying a barrel of wine, one witness is saying a barrel of wine. How does it make sense that the unobligated moving carry assuming the value of a barrel of wine? It doesn't make any sense. So it's going to be people, you're done. No. So the case actually making about a barrel of wine, about what it was about value. That one witness said we're going to value of a barrel of oil. One witness said he owed the value of a barrel of wine, and that he obligated the value of a barrel of oil because the amount that they both agreed on. Like the one claim, you might do this. I will say that back to you. So listen to this. Witnesses come forward and they say that Ruben lent $20,000. What do they argue about? But let's follow the detail. One says the loan took place on the upper story of the house. And one says the loan took place on the lower story of the house. So what's the halacha? One says, I'm going to be turning up my son of Fana Rabbi, the seriously concerned. So this happened, right? The beginning of the time, and Rabbi went ahead and combined their ages. That's halacha l'maisa again. They were contradicting each other about a non-material fact. So let's at this point out over here as follows. The way we pass the like Rabbi Shlab and Kalfa. Now, he makes a difference between what we call monetary law and capital law. In capital law, like in capital cases, the witnesses must witness the capital event together. Like I did in the first of this is same law in our own Savera capital. So with any capital case, capital case doesn't have to be a case of murder. It's any capital case is a case where a person dangerous is going to result in a protection penalty. So in those cases, witnesses have to see the event together. But by doing this, that even if witnesses do not see the event together, they can still combine to form a testimonial unit. Aber beginning moments out of the show, no, it's you some extra pizza. I'm going to have to find a ball. You're funny. I'm going to see the thing. I'm going to show about the fire. I'll be a best. I'm going to eat stuff. It's the two things happening here. Number like it should have witnesses can go ahead and witness the event separately. But I'm not. But I love the nice again. Combine. It's still combined. And also still combined. Now that could even contradict a non-transactional material fact and have a good test to put out. Those boys, they got the first step. Go back to the Nigel she is. So let's remember when the Mishnah said, "No, not for myself." After they do whatever decision, so the judge cannot, even if they were dissenting opinions, the judges should not take litigants, I was really on the side of what's against you. So you must set up our about Asa. Having Rabbi Sahadim that after the adjudication of the case, the judges didn't come out and say litigants. I was really on your side, but I think the majority was against you. The majority is Talmud. Let's say the talk about that. So it says not be a classic. So he is Ashna, holding drop on the guy's say, person who walks like a rock, like a spice salesman. Like the spice salesman talks to everyone, does everyone, sneezes with everyone. So don't be like that. Don't become the person who rocker and the guy every time you do not pick up the color in yourself. My bunch of bots were asking the type of thing. There's a typical comment in this message. The rumor went out that he was revealing secrets that happened 22 years ago. What happened? So stuff happens in the business, like the adjudicator and therefore word got out that this guy was spilling certain secrets. So what happened? After the answer, this is a reviewer of secrets. So about how important it is to be able to keep confidence by certain things. That is the service to be shared, but other things that you really has to be a vault. And when it needs to be a vault, you really keep yourself in what we all notice. Once you share information with someone, even if it's in confidence, you have absolutely no expectation that it's going to remain in confidence. The one's credibility to do conflict like that, unfortunately, their entire credibility is truly undermined. Incredible. Most of the things I say that's acting out, but absolutely untrue. Mishnah, called much of Midiah, so says in this. Once I see now, we're focusing a little more on the litigant. Right? So Ruvain's in court. That's what Ruvain was, like, typically in today's things, like, really over $10,000. And Ruvain is supposed to does not own everything. So what's halacha? So every time that Ruvain could bring proof, right? Anytime that Ruvain could bring proof, right? Halacha, again, Ruvain is allowed to furnish proof to prove that he doesn't own it. Right, so says like it. That she says over Kos mentioned maybe Raya. That she said, Kos guys, Haba, the bathroom, the Ohio says the Kusa Yada, Yatsan, maybe it's in Kaye, the Aha, man, much as guys, the Kusa Yada, so they see a social media, the possible Messiah, and she knows. So it's starting it. And this seems to indicate to us that pretty much you should go back and prove your case anymore. Let's say again, you're going to today, then during only Sunday, you're going to not prove that you did, or shouldn't prove that you did. You're going to count the proof. So basically, you're going to assume about $10,000. You're going to find some proof later on. You're going to go back to basement and basically open up the case. There's no statute of limitations. He goes back and opens up the case and ultimately realizes that he's done anything. So basically, this is Amalo Koriah Shoes. I didn't play that social media. So what happens is basically say, here's the deal. This because the last 30 days. So whatever proof you have 30 days to finish. After 30 days, we're done. Once we start social media, it's all set. So if you find within 30 days, good. After social media, it's all set. But after 30 days, you're done. Because we're coming from a hold that the reason has the ability to really go ahead and put repeatedly though. This court is going to take 30 days. The other proof you have 30 days left to finish. You can't finish it within 30 days. We're done. I said that my answer is that's what's on social media. Much less my line. What's after social media? It's saying nothing. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. How is that fair reading? When reading only gets the proof 35 days, 45 days, I think within 2 days. It's not his fault. And therefore, again, Allah we are told that whenever Reuben finds proof, he's able to come back to David and reopen the case. So it's a fundamental process. First one, you must see what happened. See what happened. Versus Hebrew. Let's say there is a section. Then he support the claims and bring it. It says, Amar, having Raya, and this would Reuben bring to support the position, but I'm not really I don't have any. So the offense might be here, let's say, and then later on, Reuben finds witnesses, or Reuben finds proof of time. Hoskins, inadmissible. Why is it inadmissible? Because Ruben said, I don't have witnesses. And Ruben said, I don't have proof. So I'm also we are concerned that what? If somebody who shows up as, some witnesses that found proof that the president doesn't smell that. That doesn't smell right. It doesn't like it is appropriate. It's not at all. My answer is that she's she was tonight. He didn't know. Because he had no witnesses yet. Because he had no proof. It doesn't have to be that there's anything illegal happening over here. Somebody's supposed to just doesn't know what the tools they have at their disposal. And it is admissible. I'll say pretty incredible. So fundamental hypothesis is unlimited how to come home that basically has the right to create a window. Furnish any proof you have within the window. If you can't meet the window, then you're out. So this is anytime you find proof, anytime you find witnesses, you can bring it back. These are things that will have to rehear or rehear your case. Next, Jesus says to Ruben, bring your witnesses, none. Bring your proof, I have none. Time comes, okay, once you've none, you can't introduce anything that is what are you talking about? Of course you can. Of course you can. At the end of the day, maybe you just didn't know that we had witnesses, you didn't know we had proof. Excellent. Let's go back. Rothschild is highly within. The Amar, currently this morning, right? So what happens? So the merchant is found. Rothschild is highly within. The Amar, Kugel, Tony, whatever you do. Also by the Tapas to Russell. So it's a hard to get in a book. So this last piece is very interesting as well. In this last piece, I'll show you guys like as follows. So Ruben sees that he's losing the case. You realize when you see that he's losing the case. So what does he do? He says, you know what, guys, more witnesses. Go ahead and bring these additional witnesses here. Or he pulls out a staff from underneath his cloak. Like the surprise, like the surprise of evidence. Like surprise evidence. I like to introduce new evidence into the proceedings. Right? So let's say, it's funny. First, so we'll come back. So he introduces new evidence. So we'll start how is the airport? No shit. You had witnesses to introduce them earlier on. You had evidence to introduce that. You're waiting now to introduce this until you see that you're using the case. So again, the listener said, sounds suspicious to us. And therefore, again, not introducible. Second, I'm not about it. How long is what are you going to say? Always furnish new proof to the base. Whether it's outside the window that they should impose, or whether you sensitive. When they can ask you witnesses, do you have evidence? Even if you said no, if you have proof, you have witnesses, you can always introduce it. So let's just a lot about what it says two things. In statement number one, it says, Halacha follows the Shaliach. In statement number two, he says, the Halacha follows the Chachamim. So the Gemara says, Halacha does not follow the Chachamim. The Lord said, that's effectively saying the same thing. So that, even the Amar Halacha Shalom Mio, then maybe we kind of get Halacha the Chachamim. The Lord says, those things are understood. Once you say that the Halacha follows the Shalom Mio, that the Halacha does not follow the Chachamim. What's going on? How do you do the Katila? I would have thought that this is the Katila. In other words, the Katila we follow is in the else. Right? About the Evan Shapirism. Maybe the Evan Shapirism Krabanon. In other words, they have a basic hospital Krabanon. Let's say after the window. It is the secret. Right? Even though we have these issues. Right? Or again, after saying he doesn't have proof, they didn't admit anything. The other not again, Ruben comes out with new proof. If doesn't listen to him, they decide with Shimon, he will force David to overturn his ruling and to go ahead and return whatever it was to Ruben. Incredible. Some of our even Right? And the second thing, what's happening over here? Do you have witnesses? And he says, no. They say, Ruben, you have evidence. And Ruben says, no. Ruben brings evidence, or Ruben brings witnesses. It's okay, but some say it's not okay. It's not okay. Once you enter the meeting, it's not okay. So now, Rabbi, for the second part, but I'm going to wrap up back up. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. You know, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Once again, sheep up. Everyone's going to have a people with a hundred, but maybe you're down there, not come to the US. But once again, I don't need to test it done. Once you come to have a hundred single meals, and I know the Habakkuk does not follow the Muhammad. Once Habakkuk comes, I know Habakkuk does not follow the meal. Which pretty much is Habakkuk because the Habakkuk the meal, Habakkuk the meal. Because it comes to the Habakkuk, the normally in this Habakkuk, you don't follow the meal. But normally you do follow the meal. I'm a rabbi by the for most Shishana, the Julia, the Mishkasina, also, in general, what you actually see is actually one of those two things that's good to know. Whenever you see the Julia mentioned in Mishnah, the halacha always follows it. Except it reduces this. They already Sido the Raya Aslora. Let's say, so remember again, so let's say, already Sido the case. What's Raya Aslora? That's our case. Raya Aslora is the case where basis says we're going to live. Do you have any witnesses? And they says no. Is there any evidence? Ruben says no. And then Ruben comes around and Raya after and he comes back and he says, oh, I do have witnesses. I do have evidence. So Truman says it's admissible. But Muhammad say inadmissible. And this is one of the cases where you're asking against the Truman you're asking like the Muhammad and therefore it is inadmissible. So it says, let's put this that we are point out that in case number one of the mission was present mainly again, including up 30 days to furnish your witnesses and evidence, and Ruben comes on day 35. The kind of comment says, sorry, you misbelieved it. And so says, no, it's admissible. That's positive from the piece number two, David says, do you have any witnesses? Do you have any evidence? And Ruben says, no. So then, and then later on, it introduces new evidence to testimony. Kind of comment says, inadmissible, and Julian says, admissible. She passed the lecture. Inadmissible, not the Shemir. I'll say some stories. How do you recover? Oh, you go, let's say, super loud. There's a bunch of child retribution. So let's say that what this wasn't a state case. Like, this wasn't so the state charges back to the so I'm not going to say you have any about the claim. So ultimately say no, it's the Chalai that I'm going to go. It's no, I do not need the child. The child said a crime. How do you sound guilty? I'm like, no, he's not liable in the baby. That's what happens. He was Shamua I'm in the kind of a neighbor. People heard about the kid's crime. They heard about the kid. You know about your father's affairs. We know that your father's actually not liable. So let's just see how that happens. So here's a perfect case. The would not just say to the kid, you have any evidence? He said no. The evidence said no. So therefore he lost. Now it turns out that this is evidence. Listen to this. I'm not talking about what I'm going to really got one another. In this case, it was everyone agrees. Even that one of the reviews, that the evidence is admissible. Why? Because everyone knows that a child not necessarily birth of the estate of his father. And therefore, again, this kind of new evidence would be admissible. It's kind of how do you exercise enough to try to keep it out? I'm going to be about the part of the Parada. This is the source of women, and she produced the star in days. Produced the star in days. I will say, in the star said that Ruben lent Shimon money. The third party, the food star was deposited. She comes to this and she says, I know that they could get his pay. She didn't pay back the debt. So the payment of not believe her, he accepted her word. Why is that? She was already not but the also because already holds that really again also which means that when you hold the star, holding the star so gives you the right to flash. Therefore, technically speaking, we'll call it Rothschild. The Rothschild is a condition she's holding the star up the chair on her, she gets collecting this thing. Therefore, again, the fact that she says, I'm telling you that she didn't pay back his debt, it's like a ego. Since she gets collecting with it, she's believing that the debt is repaid. I'm going to let you check me out, inside of calcium. They also burned it. They destroyed it. Of course, they didn't build it. No one knew about that except her. Right? No one was thinking about the stuff. They also destroyed it, and no one would have ever known the difference. Because she comes destroyed it, she's doing it. She comes forth and gets money about go hand me up. Obviously, no. The case is actually where the woman comes to Basin. She's holding this guy that's $1,000, and she's saying that I lost my nice she didn't pay that for it. So, according to this version, the Nachman didn't believe her. The Rabbi Nachman, the whole by holidays, God, you by call. So, and why wouldn't you believe her? After all, she could go ahead. She could have burned it. She burned it. There's no creating this house of religion. You buy house that one. Because this is actually making up the idea. She points out this was a start to heaven. This was a start certification. Once a start has been certified in Basin, then these people know about it. Because about it, you can claim that a lot of the money stuff, she could have gone ahead and destroyed it. Okay, so fine. So let's say about the way you passed in that case, it was according to the first version. But if Rothschild shows up with this document, and no one really knew about it except Rothschild, and now it says that we didn't $2,000, and Rothschild's claiming that she got the debt, she is believed. She is believed to make that claim. Ultimately, again, really because she couldn't destroy it, she could not want it out, so therefore she believes this basically. Because what we see that we're talking about nothing, simple, she should have even this kind of for some of, I will say simple. Simple is it. It's going to see, like, it's a star that says a debt was paid. So if there's even on this simple, then ultimately kind of for some of them, it's for the party things, we're good to go. We know what people want to talk about this week. But obviously, what we're going to see is, but a third party produces that document. So, she yards the after sequence stars, or it's written in the document itself after the document, culture, ultimately in its culture, almost research, let's say, what do you see from there? When a third party produces information that no one else knew about, the third party is believed to qualify the information. It's a simple result. Which means you're not guilty of that. That refutes the second version of the not what you just had before. Guess what? We all make you lie in the same side. Ultimately, then you can always rely on and go ahead and so let's read the words. Let's read the words I'm screening it right up. The words themselves are not going to make sense. We have to interpret them. So we're going to read. We all love many lies. So it's a back to our previous discussion. What was our second discussion on this? I'll tell you that's what was. At what are the rights of a litigant to introduce new evidence? That's really what I'm asking you. So no answer is the only maybe lie of the source that a litigant can always bring new information, new proof, and literally censor and contradict. Actually, starting the time yourself. Until ultimately, again, his claims are closed off. Now look at actually, it's almost like a question, actually, starting the time yourself, actually, it's not actually. I'm not debating, even because of our previous one, so in the team of social channels of Loma English. So let's say, so now, let's translate it. A person can always bring the proof and contradict what he said until his claims are closed off. Okay, so you know what it says. You know what, Harvard 2020 building, you could say, like so-and-so come and testify on that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's thing that doesn't really say. I'm going to catch up. I'm going to start getting shot off. So on one hand, he said his claim is closed. And his claim is closed. So again, the debate is ignorant. You have any proof? Ruben says no. Do you have any witnesses? Yes. Ruben says no. So does that sound like this was a drama? But once you say no, we're done. But then you can't say anything new. And then it says, the Hagar Amar, here they each pony day, something real. But then it sounds like after you said no, what can you do? What can you do? You could say, I want to introduce new testimony. That's what I'm saying. So which one is it? If we say that after you say no, work's done, no more introduction of any evidence, or no, you can always introduce new evidence. What's going on here? If we take a conviction on the author's from the far age, maybe you can get over the original, and really, we're just interpreting what the original stuff. My actually stopping kind of stuff. What does it mean ultimately again until he closes off? It's like he's closing off his claims. Actually, no man, here we're closing your claim in the agent. But what it means to close off his claims is until you introduce ultimately, again, the final testimony. So it says, נכנסים הלוך למוסו, חוץ מציון ורעי אחרונה. That was what we just said before, right? We just said on the dollar. Right. Generally, the halacha follows the Shimon Gamliel, except when these three cases. That was right now, the first two are exactly important, but not important for us. Now, there are things in our life, there are things in life that are important, but they're not necessarily important now. So again, is important now, but for now, are you going not? Right, but right now, focusing on Raya Chona, right? What's Raya Chona? Raya Chona is exactly our case that we just mentioned before. Raya Chona is, but again, those who say witnesses, you have witnesses? No. You have any evidence? No. And then you want to introduce us. Even though says it's fun, we do not asking like we're children in that case. What's going on here? I would guess that's what we go looking on video. We only the so sad actually this don't time ourselves. In reality, a really big always has the right to introduce new testimony until he closes off his no below. Have a agent, Va'omer any agent, have a liar, Va'omer a liar. So it says he's interested. So you would need more than this. Any evidence you want. Now, this is also the students. After the evidence has been introduced, what has been introduced, this is what we're going to show you. But do you have any more testimony? Accept. If he then says no, never mind. No. We're supposed to understand like, surely it has to work that way. Right? Because if it keeps saying yes, or you allow time to actually point in time where the control ends. So the man says, and that's what we said before. So again, by Raya, we do not translate to the world has like a cover. Beautiful. The world is coming together. Let's therefore again, one second. So I just want to point out, so one more piece about Bo Edin Gina Sayam, Oshai said, this sakish of it was Kedas Biadaka, a reason every night was also. But if we this came from overseas, or someone discovered a trove of documents that belonged to Ruben's father, right, that no one ever knew about, those are admissible. Something amazing. If after the business says to Ruben, do you have any more witnesses? Do you have any more evidence? And Ruben says no. The case is closed, and Ruben can't introduce anything new. But if there is new evidence that comes to light that is clear, no one knew about, witnesses coming from overseas, literally discover a new trove of documents, that's admissible. I wouldn't use that's admissible because there's no way that anyone could have known about that. That becomes admissible into court. Incredible. That's Rabbi. I'm going to be open on. I told you this, Rabbi. Okay, this is a fascinating case. Happens all the time. Ruben shouldn't have a legal dispute. And what happens? Ruben says, I'd like to go to the local basis. Says, no, I want to go to a greater base. Makamabad means like a assembly base, right? I want to go to a better base, a different base. So what's that? So we make a Makamabad. So again, Shimon has the ability to say to them, no, we're going to the greater base, Makamabad. So I'm going to follow everybody. He said, Rabbi, you should also be having a mother. You don't see money. Let's say you're in Shimon, go ahead and have a dispute about $500. So now, like you said, it's adjudicated. He says, no, I would like to approve it in the Miami Beach. Sounds good. Right, I would do this every single day. So, I would go to Miami Beach. So now, you're welcome to Miami Beach. But I can't do this. I want to go to Miami Beach. So again, you're going to spend hundreds of dollars to get to Florida to adjudicate a case of $500. That doesn't make any sense. I would hope you also have done this in Dundee law. I read on both sides. If one person wants to adjudicate a book, and the other person wants to adjudicate out of town, the Gemara says that you adjudicate it locally. Now again, that's really more possible. Sometimes the reality is a bit more complex than being able to do, but that's how local. That's all about it. I'm going to stop that. Sanctions on Snippet Game. If you have two people who got into it, two people locked in the street. Only those One says that's adjudicated here, one says that's supposed to be covered, one says that's why lying on the bottom coconut, so then zero. So ultimately, again, force ultimately again for the adjudication of the king count. In Butzla, Rabbi, Post maybe inside. The Mitzvah for the shops. Post says, one second, what if this basement of Miami is much better than the basement of Baltimore? So again, what happens if a question comes up that we can't answer over here? No problem. The Mitzvah for the shops sends me the shop to send a question. Send it. Like send a letter. I sent an email over to the other day. No answer. They all like kiss me to using the 80 country. Comes to the next level. So now it's when someone loses a case, a person has a right to request a written opinion from a person. A right to request a written opinion. Explain to me why you judge against me, and Basin is obligated to go and furnish that. Right here. I will say that interestingly enough, as much as we said that in general, the halacha is that if one limited wants a local business, one wants an out-of-town business, you have to look for local business. There are exceptions to it, but better stated is chalitza. Chalitza has to be done in the presence of a business. So let's say again, either wants to go to one business, the other wants to go to a different business. Rachel has to go for the using ones. Why? How far? Even from Tirana to Tzipori, I also want just to point out, Tirana and Tzipori is actually not that far, right? So if you would have told me ever from there to Tzipori, I remember when Tirana to Rabbi close to the Yehudas over here, Tirana had a yeshiva and a real place. Tzipori is more mysterious that. But yet ultimately, again, the argument I want to go to Tzipori, Americano, Micro, what's the pasuk? The color goes Sikne Iro, below Sikne Iro. But it's interesting enough the way that the pasuk, by using this phrase, it says the elders of his city, right? And not the elders for the city. You see from here that by Chalitza is a novel living process, and therefore he has the right to choose the venue. I'm not going to hold the hope and also the unit of so I name it by the way, before I sounded like the point of the guns, the local venue, another one of these was the actions before they go to the local game. Somebody else says, no, the local is one of the fucking game is clearly secure level. Even if it's out of town, there is a local police security. Out of town days is superior. You can force to change the venue to the out of town days. I'm really actually, I know not. Well, it's not what you said. Because they have local races. One of the parties wants a local venue, the other party wants an out-of-town venue. We force it to a local venue. How do you make it become a local? When can out-of-town change the venue? The borrower wants the lender to an out-of-town venue. That's not going to work. The lender wants to stay in town, but ultimately, again, the borrower cannot force to change the venue. But if the lender wants an out-of-town venue, then the lender has the right to go ahead and force that. Why? The Ishmael, also we see this theme for as well as the pasuk says that literally again a borrower pasuk from borrower is considered good to the lender. When you borrow money from someone, so again you are a stickle certain to that person, and therefore the lender wants to change the venue, go ahead and so we'll say we go. So we're about o'clock. So we'll say they said that the column is Ishmael o'clock. Late kebab bitya. Shalom o'clock. Shalom. Shalom was an incredible idea. So they switched them out of that. So let's say, I want to point out how incredibly amazing this is. They called them out o'clock. Like they said to the person who has the visage, like the Torah appearance of Dar B'Tziyah. Who's Dar B'Tziyah? Who's Dar B'Tziyah? Dar B'Tziyah is Moshe Rabbeinu. So let's say, right? That's this week's parsha. That's this week's parsha. Besides the fact that there was no reasonable way that we, I'm not sure, should have gotten to this tomorrow, right? Let's just point out how incredible this is. On a 7.5-year cycle. A 7.5-year cycle that we are able to go ahead to this section of Bidya. Bidya was the door the one, but Kishmat as Amasa, the woman who went ahead and saved Moshe Rabbeinu from denial. Yeah, just to understand how absolutely overwhelmingly incredible this is. A tremendous conflict of those. There was also a hostage deal that was signed on Erev Shal Parashat Shmos. Parashat Shmos, is ultimately, again, is the story of Auschwitz. It's the story of servitude. And that's the next story of servitude is the story of one incredible child being saved. Like one child was motivated. So let's say there's some things that tells us. I have a plan. I promise you I have a plan. Because Trevor, so often you look around the world and it's hard to see a plan. And it's hard to see that there's some greater imagination that is at work. It's hard to see all the disparate pieces that somehow, someday, I know it's not going to happen today, but somehow, someday, will come together. And what Rothschild does is he leaves us like breadcrumbs. He kind of just puts things around. And when you put things and you put them together, it's somehow like it gives you the insurance. Somehow, somewhere, in order that it's focused on there's so much difficulty. But somehow everything will come together. Right? So on the Arab Shabbos, when the Torah speaks about Jews in captivity, right? So I'm going to put his Bible says, I'm going to bring some of them home. On the Arab Shabbos, about Moshe in a 7.5-year cycle, the Rothschild talks about Bitya, the daughter of Paro, who literally again heroically saved Moshe Rabbi from the Nile. So what do I do with all of these disparate factors? But here's what I know. I know when I put it all together, what I know is that there's a beautiful and loving Ribono Shalom in this people. And that somehow, someway, everything is going to be okay. Doesn't mean that there's not difficulty and that there's not pain ahead, because there is. But even as we bring home some of our brothers and sisters, so many others still languish in captivity. And what the old messages so that other messages so we use no one on the other end is able to truly negotiate with. We don't know what's going to be. But what I do know is there's not much the breadcrumb. This after this, hug after hug, and he is in control, that he is the awesome, holy, spiritual choreographer, and that somewhere, however student is, all the pieces will drop perfectly together. So what's that? Stop over for today. So you're going to have that. Sorry. We're going to keep going. But again, I just want to point out that please just when we started, and please just look where we finished. There's a best of mine with that.
When did you watch it? On or after? Okay, spontaneous. Yeah, it was.
All right, I will say good morning. Let us begin with all of our responses for this morning. Should you think? Our telephone response. Before, you know, pay here, I know from the response, toasting the block of earth, so dedicating all the children trushes this year. As is close to the sun, Kabbalah, thank them for their incredible time. From Torah sponsors for the month of Teves, Abba Agu, with the Tolman family, in memory of Amit Ben David Levy, brother of Itai Levy, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. And it was part of the American Hashem provided for Hashem with Rabbi, his family, and Baruch Hashem, you know, we spoke about this a lot last night, so I'm not going to speak about it more this morning, but the overwhelming news of the whatever the feelings about the deal. As a matter of fact, in 2005 to now for 6 months,
was played by a man. So that was
All that got on Friday. Even so, the book is Low cost in this, but it wasn't working out. It's a good lesson. So I tried very hard to make it work, and it just didn't work out. But Yossi made a yoga. So one day we sitting before a yoga. So you remember, this was the Shimda Yossi was trying to go ahead and to do sneaker. Right? So the nice stuff, it didn't work out. One day, however, you need to eat what to do so that So what happened? Someone asks, does anyone know, does the halacha follow if you show up in karma or not? I'm going to look in Yada. So yes, he's a guy who knows. He's the Nosy Ready from Amalei. Lema Amalei is very so he just nothing says that this guy is evil. There's a people, I want to give you some story to tell you. So sometimes being people, I'm going to meet with my son, and I was going to remember this is a real one. And one of these kids said, Shema, what did you hear? What's the halacha? And when they talk Shema, because remember again, just the oriental folks for a moment. Our three-way MacBook guest yesterday is down. I got the new trip of leaders, right? Remember, we had Tarakama. Tarakama says, I love when I say witnesses have to see the same event together. So the Shub and Karfa, they do not have to see it together, but they have to be open testimony together. And then Rabbi Nassan, they come on days to be able to give their Eagles and we could combine it. Now Rabbi Nassan trying to figure out who does the halacha follow. So now, what happens? So Tomorrow is the I got you right. Of course, it's going to come from that witnesses don't need to see events together. When a lot of us come up, they all know that they don't have to convey their testimony together. But it says, I'm going to the person who is the yoke of himself, that the simcha was not worth it. It was not worth it. So I'm going to only about yourself, so once I do the simcha, I'm not going to take you down. Once you do this simcha, you don't take it back. Okay, all right, that's how remember again, what's going to happen? I want to point out over here, the real use of Karpa was stated of $100, and the way that he was understood by Yochanan are different. Right? But Yochanan understood that the Rebbe was Karpa, essentially, the same way that witnesses don't have to witness the event together, they also don't have to convey it together. That's not the way that Rebbe Karpa is stated or quoted $100. On other he's quoting as they don't have to witness the event together, they can see the event separately. When it comes to Beis Din, they must testify together in order to form a cohesive testimonial unit. Now you are saying, whether it's talking about again, Hebrews over charcoal or Hebrews over Rula says, is going to talk about where only by charcoal, not by coffee. Says the Gemara, let's see. Karka is concrete. It's concrete. It's right there in front of us. So therefore, again, I can see how I can accept the Yeshua Ben Chachma's position that even if the Muslims don't go ahead and see each other, I'm also going to still go ahead and provide community. Hopefully, it's not here. It's not here. It's not together. And because it's not together again, I'm still going to work and buy it. I'm not going to find it. Interestingly enough, when everything has to go ahead and do the halal what is that? People have different views. Some say that some of you or they are young, stress that is Allah, for example, let's say you made someone says, I saw you didn't follow $1,000 consumer on Sunday. I witnessed someone who said, I saw you didn't follow $1,000 consumer on Monday. Those two disciplines combined. Why not? Why not? This is talking about what? Missing. In other words, if witness number one says somebody missed on Sunday, witness number two says somebody missed on Monday, it's most probable they're talking about the same thing. Alone should be alone. As to say that my youth about people that were too off, only might have why is it that again, if people were that they are only afraid on Sunday, and the two testifies about it occurred on Monday, with this person combined, second time after combined, you know, so the money that has wasn't high, low cost budget high. It's symbol that $1,000 that we number one is testifying about is not $15,000 of which it's going to keep in these two different loans. I will go, and money. I wanted to promote the family high. No, maybe when you raise a $18,000 on Sunday, that's $15,000 when you create on Monday. The other way, the high bank flow, the high one of the everyday come off, is really non-committed. This is this, but what peace is where Ruben says, to the witness, $10,000 $15,000 in front of the first witness, that's $10,000 that we need for the interview. Which means that that's fine. I can't be asked to that. Come on, no, that's fine. The second witness is the first one. So we can measure that. I can argue, I'm going to move the time off, I'm on the ODA time off, ODA running coming change. So again, this is where the litigant goes back and looks at it again in front of the first witness. Back to the first witness, and since the first witness, not to the measure of the same money, right? The same money, the same $1,000 that was just released. The second guy almost turned that in the anyway, the real high score, so it's not that okay. Thank you for putting my mind at ease. I do my to be paid because you put the money to have it for my needs. Rather than doing a state that's struggling, I got lots of money go. After how far? I'm seeing my because again, and that is these questions are very easy. That's a lot of money to say. I need to see the article that needs to be if you are a guy who goes ahead and acts countries and then you transfer. So I said, you expect this especially I feel exactly like you said before at the bottom, there are missing techniques that you can make shots and machine, focusing the college, focusing the notion also. So what do? You tap that on two reasons. And Lomar, holding the social, is actually pushing us like that's starting. So it's an expression of Christ tapping down and retracting that presents people who ask questions and then to be covered afterwards. And so that's the first now it's very, I say, the status. And I'm going to say, the key is to involve all of these pieces. Like group command to be sure that ultimately again, like when you say, no, you know, it is nothing close to do it. Listen, what about you trust what about you with each other for the details? When it comes to the details, so you have this algorithm when examining witnesses, and activities. People look 4 lines up from the bottom, or not. Where you go, you share the activities, the easy yoke, the easy shot, shall summer to me about what's the English of it. Activities are what we call the specific details in which agents could be made so much. Remember again, Remember, ignorant children are not called out for lying about the offense. What are they called out about? What do they call that about? No, what you could have seen, what you claim to have seen, because you were with us. Now, how do you make witnesses to say the event occurred at this place, right? At this time, on this date, along with a couple of other details. Those are called katiras. Right? Those are called katiras. So I go to the witness and they say, well, any of the katiras, or the contradiction about the katiras, you're disqualified. But interesting enough, when you do the katiras, when you contradict each other with equals, then they can still be trusted. For example, what's a good example about the egos? The application that you show up. So you don't want to do that. So the question asked, by the way, what was you been wearing? What was you been wearing? So it turns out that this person was wearing a black suit. He was wearing a white suit. Right? He was wearing a white suit, so the man said again, testimony is not known out. That's what we do. Ignorance and affection are using the egos to say that. You contradict each other with someone that's in the egos. That's the only true matter. When you're starting with the ego, that's what I'm about. For example, let's say again, so what is instruction? We say you didn't mention $1,000. What color was the money bag, the money purse? So one would say it was black, one would say it was white. Because it doesn't matter. However, about Echad Omer Mana Shachar, the Echad Omer Mana Lava is the especially one would say, you didn't rent brand new coins. A little bit that says, no, we didn't rent old coins. That's a detail, but it's actually because of the qualified listen, by the way, what's the difference between white money back, black money back, and new coins, old coins? Very big distinction. Remember, the loan is the coins. When they try to get each other about the details of the coins, that is the detail in the loan itself. The color of the money back is just the sight, the same detail, but it's not really trivial to the transaction itself. Dying is very deep. Those are the sound like, is that off the myself, that is what you American. But it sounds like you have like capital cases and capital. For example, let's say again, the witnesses show up and they say you didn't kill children. Right? The one that says you didn't wear white children, the other one that says you didn't wear black children. Trying to say that we just said that would disqualify you. That's Muhammad stuff. That's an always side over the Aviran Harbu. Ain't that nothing? Witnesses show up, they say you didn't kill children. One witness says you didn't kill the sword. The other thing says you didn't kill children with a dagger. So what's the problem? Who's enough? Is it easy enough for you? The witness is going to mind. They open mind. That's the thing. Echad Omer is still a story. Echad Omer is a reporter, but it's enough. On the other hand, let's say when one witness says you was wearing white clothing, one witness says you was black clothing, that's fine. That's right. What was that? Kappa Ramen Outlet. 31A. 3 months and it's not focus. It's not focus. Listen, it's fascinating when you have 3.7. Everybody agrees by doing moments. If witnesses contradict each other in what we call a non-transactional material fact, then it doesn't matter. What's an example of that? Say witness is shocked and says you don't $1,000. One says you didn't burn black clothing, the other says you white clothing. That doesn't matter to the transaction. So therefore, this is still the good. One witness says it was new coin. The other witness says it was old coin. That's the term. Because that's about the money itself. That will disqualify. So what about the equality with what we call a material fact? And so a non-average. Is that what we call that's not the focus. If you show up and they say you don't get children, one witness says you were wearing white clothing, one witness says you were wearing black clothing. Is that the spelling of this fact? Okay, this is 31A. Here we go. Hey, we're going to say, I think I don't know stuff. What up, big dog? Yes, sir. We're lumping a lot into the let me go. Look at the Shulchan Aruch. The Shulchan Aruch says that I'm not for myself. I'm not for Witnesses must have to see the same of together in order to come and form a cohesive testimony. Now holds that even if this contradict each other, if a non-material event with non-material piece of information, that's okay. Anyone that comes with a different platform, they can go with actually. When you're doing something that is combined, when you're not contradicting each other. First thing it says is that witnesses need not witness the same event together. They don't have to witness the same event together. Right? But when I saw, that's what he says, but when they contradict each other, they don't do a Rothschild doesn't mean Omar. Right? But again, the different type of thing that witnesses can combine for this each other. Ella, who's Omar Kiaita, right? He goes in far, here we go. Samuel. So that's what they try to fill out. Sha'akas, Omeres Masayim, Omeres Monam. You have two sets of witnesses. Right? Group one says, Ruben owes Shimon $2,000. Group said Ruben owes Shimon $1,000. The Gemara says, why? Use the Masayim Monam. So it's interesting enough now again why. They do it the other something. What do they do? $1,000. Money. Okay. So the second one is at least get two sets of things. And Ruben owes Shimon at least $1,000. I'll cut half. What happens if one testimony? What happens if you have one say Ruben owes Shimon $1,000? One say $2,000. What do you do with those two witnesses? Shammai and then national price. Son, Shammai says you gotta throw it out. It's one of the biggest professions. We're inherently confused. My local license doesn't work. It doesn't work. Slowly, is another way. I'm not saying much money. Actually, it doesn't work. The part of the one stroke which is that $200,000. They asked you for the testimony about the first child. In other words, like people are feeling about what do you do with this? How about this happen? Yes, it is Rabbi. I mean, the woman they have the camera, Hadith of the barrel of oil is more expensive, more valuable than a barrel of oil. This is the not the space as a thing like I'm like that. I'm not that the honest with you. The value of this barrel of oil. What is the same thing as 1,000? Both are agreeing that Ruben owes Shimon the value of a barrel of oil. This one is saying that's the total obligation, the other saying that's the cost of the value of oil. This should be mentioned. What is that? Remember, Shimon was in Mergamah, Shimon was a paycard to use this signing money. Yeah, I got from you, Omar. Look at this first thing. This is not counted. This is 1,000, 2,000. 1,000, 2,000. What do you refer to? Commodity, money. In this case, it's two different commodities. Right? One way is to sing a barrel of wine, one way is to sing a barrel of wine. How does it make sense that the only obligated even today is the value of a barrel of wine? It doesn't make sense. It's like my seahawk, you're done. No, the case actually wasn't about a barrel of wine. Value. Like one way you said you're going to change the value of the barrel of oil. One way you said you only value of the barrel of oil. Obligated, you didn't influence the value of a barrel of oil because that was the amount that you overagreed on, like the 1,000 and the 2,000. Fascinating. You must have used after all, let's say back to you, talking about the value of the barrel. So listen to this. Witnesses come forward and they say that you didn't lend $20,000. Where did I do that? They went following the details. One says that the loan took place on the upper story of the house, and one says the loan took place on the lower story. What's the halacha? So it says, I'm going to be turning up nice about a finite ready to see it. So this happened Right? We were studying time before Rabbi, and Rabbi went ahead and combined their English. Rabbi combined their English. Because Allah mentioned again, they were contradicting each other about a non-material fact. So what's at this point out over here, the halacha is as follows. The Rabbi Pasuk, Lama Pasuk, like the Yisrael Pasuk. Now, it makes a difference between what's called non-capital law and capital law. The capital law, like the capital cases, the witnesses must witness the murder, must witness the capital event together. Right? Anything the Pasuk says is stand low in our own side of the capital. With any capital case, capital case doesn't have to be a case of murder. Any capital case is any case where a person is essentially resulting in potential death penalty. So in most cases, witnesses have to see the event together. But by doing Mamas, the Rambam Paskins, Apapi Shalom, Elos, Elos, and Jusan Mitzvahs. The Rambam says, the Rambam Paskins like the Shalom Haracham, that even if witnesses do not see the event together, they can still combine from a testimonial unit. About beginning Mamas, Apapi Shalom, Elos, Elos, and Jusan Mitzvahs. Ketzad Amra Echad Lefanayin Levav Yochoni, all the time, all the love Amra Shini, the animation of Balam Lefanayin, all the Yom Acher, and the Ilu Mitzvahs. The two things happening over here. Number one, like everything in Kalfa, that Allah again witnesses can go ahead and witness the event separately, but Allah again is still combined. It's still combined. Simply because you get the Egypt one after the other and also still combined. And not only that, you can even contradict each other on non-transactional material facts and have their testimonies for us. Okay, a lot more meat to put on those bones, but that's the consequence. Good, let's go back there. United to the Shiyah, so that's remember when the Mishnah said, and Allah for myself, after they delivered this decision, so that the judge cannot, even if there was dissenting opinions, the judges should not take the litigants. No, I was on the side. What the majority was against you. So that's about about Ma'asa. So how did Rabbi alive? So how did Rabbi say that attribute to the case of the case? So the judges need to not be safe from litigation. I was doing on your side, but what can I do? The majority was against me. So the majority was Talmud Omar. They're saying it's not about that. So they're saying it's not be a custom. Holding rough on the kind of stage. Person who walks like a rougher, what's a rougher is a question of rougher, like the spice itself. Like the spice salesman talks to everyone, gossips to everyone, accuses everyone. So don't be like that. Don't be the kind of person who is rougher on the Dallas soul, the Jewish and who can we bring nothing that will color to color yourself. It might be just a muscle asking the conscience. Went out about him that he was revealing that happened 22 years ago. What happened? This stuff happens to this man. Try to adjudicate cases, and then again, and then the word got out that this guy was still in citizenship. So what happened after the Arab that the army from out of this register? Then going last season, he was also another year of season in the expensive song that searching is delivered to each country. Really has to be a vault. And when it needs to be a vault, it really is something that we all know. Once you share information with someone, even if it's something you have absolutely no expectation. Once a person lacks that ability, there's higher identity to incredible mission. I wasn't similar to that tomorrow, but absolutely unclear. Mishnah, hold much in the diet, hold much in the diet. So, once you see that, we're focusing a little more on the video. With your days in point. The name was like shipping today's so really over 10,000. And Ruvain is protesting because not own it. So what's the halacha? So any time that Ruvain could prove, anytime that Ruvain could be proof, right? Allah again allows the proof that he doesn't go in. Right? So it says something. Rashi says Rashi says, Haba Medeistin, and Ohio Stars of the other, Yatsan, Medeistin, Hayir, Ula'achas, Man, Matas, Stars, of the so separately, they see a social and you know, the customer having a pretty much you could go back and pay anything you want. And they smooth over the integration, giving only $10,000. Moving to not prove that game. Assuming is that it will give you a account to prove. So based on that, they will then open an account $10,000. Moving then find some proof later on. Moving to go back to facing and Hazen opens up the case. There's no statute of limitations. He goes back and opens up the case and ultimately identifies to prove that it doesn't say anything. So basically, I want to see much as I call violence, she needs to call. I've been in current person. But so what happens if cases say, do this, here's the deal. This thing for the last 30 days. So whatever proof you have, you have 30 days. After 30 we're done. The month is so social, so set. 35 within 30 days, good. After social, but after 30 days, we're done. Because it's the kind of hold that even has the ability to really go ahead and put this court is going to be we're done. So that's kind of common. And it's, my guy is almost the first one. What's the after social? It's really most actually not. How is that fair to moving? Some parents moving under 35 days, 45 days, 52 days. It's not too slow. And therefore, again, I love for the myself to be on your hold that whenever moving find truth, is able to conduct relations and you open. It's a fundamental hold. First 5 lines. So what happened? What happened? Amalo have eaten for our any eating was a they support the bring witnesses. Amar have a liar, so they say cases with moving bring truth to support the position. But Amar is liar. I don't have any proof. The Akhaz man really liar once a week. How is it in the court? And then later on, moving finds Hoskins, inadmissible. Why is it inadmissible? Because Ruben said, I don't have witnesses. Ruben said, I don't have proof. So I love the mention we are concerned that what? If somebody shows up and oh, I found witnesses, I found proof, looks like that doesn't look like that. That doesn't smell right. It doesn't look like it is appropriate. Not at all. My answer is that you know how you get to so agent, must agent, how you get to Soraya or Masaraya. He was the guy. He didn't know. He had no witnesses yet. He had proof. It doesn't have to be that there's anything legal happening over here. So the person just doesn't know what they have at their disposal. And therefore, again, is admissible. Let's say incredible. So fundamental quote. How to come a whole patient has the right to keep a window. Furnish any book you have within the window, if you can't reach the window, then you're out. So it's not true. Anytime you find things, anytime you find witnesses, you can bring it back. Please don't have to repeal it. Next, he says to Ruben, bring your witness, you have none. Bring your proof, I have none. Okay, once you have it, what are you talking about? Of course you can. At the end of the day, maybe you just didn't know that he had witnesses. You didn't know that. That's it. Let's go back there. Rothschild is high. Right? So what happens? The Gemara says as follows. Rothschild is high. But Amar Kirby Tony is one of the usually. Oshal died in Tachas in Brussels. The Hari is the last piece is very interesting. In the last piece of the Gemara says as follows. So moving sees of using the case. And we realize we see them using the case. So what does he do? You know what? I have more witnesses. Go ahead and bring these additional witnesses here. Or pulls out a staff from underneath them. Like surprise, like the surprise evidence. Like surprise that I like to introduce new evidence to the proceedings. Right? So it's especially first of all because so right, he introduces proof. How is the interpret? No. No choice. If you have witnesses to introduce, you have evidence to introduce, you things. So this was a science issue, and therefore again, not remember says you can always furnish new proof to the base. Whether you're outside the legal base imposed or whether you answer in negative, the basic question, do you have witnesses? Do you have evidence? Even if you said no, you must just hold off for the Mesa. If you have proof, you have witnesses, you always introduce it. It says two statements. Statement number one, it says, "Halacha follows and saying the meal." Statement number two, he says, "The halacha follows the chachamim." So you might say, "She does not follow the chachamim." That's effectively saying the same thing. Pshita. Even the halacha saying the meal, the maybe down at the halacha chachamim. Let's say those statements are understood. Once you say that the halacha follows, you should understood that the halacha does not you're not the most honey I would like this is the Lakina we follow is right. About the evidence, maybe the evidence constellation, or is it a basic constellation? Let's say after the window, he didn't listen to you. Right? So, or again, after saying he doesn't have witnesses, doesn't have proof, they do is make anything. It's not saying he's of it, not jealous. No. Means that actually passing to the meal. And if I walk to the mice again, Ruben comes after the window, Ruben comes with new proof, and Jason doesn't listen to him, and therefore Jason sides with Shimon, he will force Jason to overturn the community and to go ahead and return whatever to you. Incredible. Now go say, I'm going to get this to the second case, right? In the second case, what's happening over here? Jason is Ruben. You have witnesses. He says no. Jason Ruben, you have evidence. Jason Ruben says no. And afterwards, Ruben brings witnesses. Obviously, someone else says it's okay, but come say it's not okay. It's not okay, so the negative, it's not okay. Now, Rabbi, from the sense, Allah calls the Chachamim. But Rabbi, I'm going to do it. So, in Allah goes to your Allah goes to your we'll say, once again, Shita. Even though Allah can do Chachamim, but maybe you're down there. We'll say, once again. I don't need to get done. Once you come with Allah follows to a real, Allah does not follow the Chachamim. Once you have Allah Chachamim, I know that Allah does not follow the real. Let's do the Hakwa Salah, the Bahai, the real, Habit Kulu Allah Chachamim. Once it comes to the Bahai, in this Hayat, we don't follow the real. But we do follow the real. So I'm not bad. I'm not the other. For Malcolm, for sure, I'm sure you have been saying how to so in general, whenever you see this, actually one of those things that's good to know. Whenever you see the we are mentioning in Mishnah, the halacha always follows. Just in case it puts the Sidon the Raya. What's I so remember again? So what's the other than Sidon the case? What's Raya Corona? That's our case. Raya Corona is the case where Jason says to Ruben, do you have any witnesses? This is no. Do you have any evidence? He says no. And then Ruben comes back later on, comes back and says, oh, I do have witnesses. I do have evidence. So Shimon says it's admissible. If you come and say inadmissible, and this is one of the cases where we pass it against we pass it and therefore it is inadmissible. So I'll say, so it's interesting that I'll point out that in case number one of the mission of presence, namely again, Daisy says that you have 30 days to furnish your witnesses and evidence, and Ruben comes on day 35. The kind of comment says, sorry, you disclaimed it. And Shmuel says, no, it's admissible. That case, we pass it from the meal. Case number two, Daisy says, return meal. Do you have any witnesses? Do you have any evidence? And Ruben says, no. So again, then later on, he introduces your evidence to testimony. Hanakama says, inadmissible. And Shmuel says, admissible. Because beautiful. Sorry. How who Yunuka? Let's say 600 for that. Who Yunuka? It's a whole idea. There was once a child who was brought to the what this means is this was a state case. This wasn't a state case. So the state charges what the thing. It's not going to be. Allah is not Sahabi, but not going to say, do you have any witnesses about things? So I'm going to know, he said no, it's not right, any proof, I'm going to know. No. So what happens? I have nothing made the child be a state liable. The bottom for Oslo, the child started crying. How do you start breaking it? It's not liable in the basement. That's what happened. I said, Shamua, I'm going to people have got to keep time. He said, you know about your father's affairs. Right? I remember, you know that your father's actually liable. Not liable. So what's happened? So here's a perfect case about it. Basin was not said to the kid, you have any evidence? He said, no. You have any evidence? He said, no. Therefore, he lost. So now it turns out there are witnesses. So let's listen to this. I'm not going to in this case, we'll say everyone agrees, even that I want to agree that the new evidence is in use. Why? Because everyone knows that a child is not necessarily versed in the mistake of his father. And therefore, this type of new evidence will be incredible. I use this as something that is starting to see it up. I'm going to lay it down, but I started the parada. Which is a woman who used to start in days. So let's say that in the star is said that Ruben lent Shimon money. Now she was a third party with whom the star was the person. She comes to this and she says, I know that the debt is paid. Shimon paid the debt. So the Gemara says, Henry Rav Nachman not believe that he accepted her words actually was only Rabbi Rav Nachman Kiman. Rabbi, but not also Rabbi was ready for that literally again. And you open the star itself gives you the right to there's a technical issue for it. You're not going to get in 240 what she had done with it. She could have selected it. Therefore, again, the fact that she says, I'm telling you that she didn't take back this debt, it's like a new deal. Since she was selected with it, she needs to say that the debt is I'm going to let you tell you buy a calcium. She's also burned it. Also destroyed. In other words, no one knew about this star except her. I don't know anything about this star. The most destroyed it, no one would have ever given it. Because she can describe it, she believes when she comes forth against the money about what you got me. Go ahead of that. Obviously, none of it. Actually, there's only consideration. Only title for you didn't $200,000. Claim that according to this version, but not didn't believe her. I'm going to run that. I, the heart, by Omicron. But why wouldn't she believe her? After all, she could go out. She could have burned it. She could have burned it. This person is running. They were just how they do that. We buy a house up on it. Because this is actually again, the star with the hex. This is the star with certification. Once the star has been certified in Beijing, she can because you know about it, you can't that a lot of the stuff, she could have gone ahead and destroyed it. Okay, so fine. By the way, where you transfer in that case is punish the first thing. But if Rothschild was up with his document, no one really knew about it except Rothschild. And now it says that even when she was $1,000, and Rothschild didn't pay back the debt, to make it that thing. Ultimately, again, really because of the legal, it's flood. It's not going to fall at all. So therefore, it's simple, you cannot even use kinds of somehow. So let's say simple. Simple is a receipt. Receipt, like it's a standard size of that thing. So it's even on the simple, so those things kind of open up and you just go. You know what people have to have to do. What happens if you're we're done with this? What it does is the third party has to use that document. So, not to have or speaking the document itself after the document, partial, ultimately again it's partial. How much details was it when you see there? When a third party produces information that no one else knew about, the third party is believed to qualify for you're not going to that refuse the second version of the not the English yes, the one, the only that makes the value of the sensor, ultimately, always bring a raya and go ahead. So let's do words. Let's read the words. But the words rise up. The words themselves are not going to make sense. We all love me right. So the backdrop is what was second, what was our second was at one point there's one of the lights that really we will ask you. The real message is all the lady right, so a little bit always and literally social and practical actually be happening. And so also things are really strong. So look at that. That's almost like a person can only bring a group to get what he said and cook which things are closed off. You know what Chicago California does? You can say that so-and-so and so-and-so don't testify like that. I'm going to start in college. So, on one hand, he said, his place is closed. So again, the business is living. You have any religions? No. Living, you have any witnesses? Yes, no. What does that sound like? But once you say no, then you say you no. The Hadra Amar, careful each only for a but then it sounds like he asked me, said, no, what can you do? What can you do? You could say, I want to do that. That's what the Which one is it? Which one is it? If we say that after you say no, work done, no more introduction of English. No, it's always whatever it is. Maybe you can only now, and really we're just interpreting what the English says. Not actually starting time. So what does it mean ultimately again? It's in closing off. Like the fact that we're closing off the things. As you know, man, here's what's going to play here. When we close off the page, it's completely introduced. Ultimately, again, the final text. The Bahamara, I'm not going to show you the real in this one. See, I want you to get they already do it for half of them. But we just said before, right? You just set up on the download. Right. Generally, the house putting on the except when you see the most of the right. Now, the first two are in that was cooking to us. And the rest of the life. Cooking, not necessarily so again, everything about it is cooking. But right now all of it is on that. But right now, Raya right? Raya is actually our piece that we just Raya again, okay. You have any test witnesses? No. You have any evidence? No. Everyone wants to do something new. Even though it's sitting there, it's fine. You do not. Personally, like the children on the other case, I was just a Rabbi, he was on the look though. The older lady, right? It was so sad. I just don't understand. A little kid always has the right to introduce. Don't closes off. No, have they eaten? But over eating, have they died? But over eating died. So, we're going to do it like this. I'm going to go through this evidence. Now, actually, evidence is quite good. This is just going to sort of debate. Do you have any more witnesses? Like, do you have anyone has told at that point? If Ruben says no, come on. We're done. We can also know you understand, like, procedurally, actually. Right? Because, again, if you say yes, without or the happiness, this is and that's the one that we said before. But again, by Rono, you do not translate the real beautiful, not putting together. Right? So therefore, as I just want to point out, so one of the goals is to be a young, or try to sacrifice others, right? But if witnesses came from overseas, or someone discovered the trove of documents that belong to Ruben's father, right, that no one ever knew about, those are missing. So also, this is something amazing. The document basis says we did it. The other one is the more evidence, and Ruben says no. Ruben says no. The case is closed, and Ruben can't introduce anything. But if there is new evidence that comes to light, that it's clear no one knew about it. No one knew about it. This is coming from overseas. Literally, discovered a huge trove of documents that's admissible. Everybody agrees that's admissible because there was no way that anyone could have known about that. That becomes admissible. That's what we know. They open on, I thought this was coming in. After all, you don't come after all, no, it's made up from up about that. Okay, this is about your reason. I think all the time. We're going to shoot up with what happened? Ruben says, I'd like to go to the local base. And Shimon says, no, I want to go to a greater base. Not talking about back means like an assembly space. Right? I want to go to a better base, a different base. What's that? Well, for us, we did from up to that. So again, Shimon has the ability to simply, you know, we're going to the greater base. So I'm going to find out whether I'm going to well, I would like to adjudicate it in the right? And guys, so I want to go to this one. So again, you can send I would hope most of the done with the right of us, like if one person wants to do it locally, the other wants to do it sometimes the reality is that's not local. This might not be real. People got in people watching the dispute. One says once there's a special variation of sacrifice line and buying confidence and zero. Ultimately again, force ultimately again, the case here, in town, in first draw, most of them games out there. It's up to okay, but 1 second. What if the basement of my memory is much better than the basement? So again, what happens if the question comes up that we can't answer? No problem. You look at the result, pull yourself and send a question. I send a letter, send an email over to the other day. Answer it in over a peaceful community that leaves the content. Post it. Also, say now a second on the heart. When someone uses mistakes, so these days, a person has a right to request a written opinion from the patient. Explain to me why you judge me and basically obligated to go into that. The Hayavama will let us act like Latira. I will say, interestingly enough, as much as you said that the halacha is that if one litigant wants a local base, you have to look for local base. And there are exceptions to the or better stated, Hamisa has to be done in the so let's say again one Lawful has to go to whatever base moving even from Shivaya to Tzipori, just to point out, Tzipori is actually not that far, right? Or if you would have told me, I'm not from Be'er Shava to Tzipori. Whenever I don't know what's going on to get here, over here, very often had a real base. Tzipori was confused. Yet ultimately, again, the husband says, I want to go to Tzipori, you go to Tzipori. I'm not going to, Mike, what's the conflict? The Shiro knows Sikme Ero, below Sikme Ero. But it's interesting enough the way that the Pasuk has even this phrase, it says the elder his city, right? And not the elder person. So you see from here that by Chalitza is a Yovam living process, and therefore he has the right to choose the venue. I'm So I said, by the way, beforehand, it sounded like the one that we want, the local venues, not really we want the out-of-town basin, before somebody goes to the local basin, comes on there and says, no, that local is, it's one of the fucking things, even if it's out of town, the local basin is inferior, the out-of-town basin is superior, you can change the venue to the out-of-town basin. Really, actually, I may not. No, I'm not the ones that spoken also of the venue. That's not what you said. You just said, I love the myself. If one of the parties wants a local venue, the other party wants out-of-town venue, you force it to a local venue. How do you get the community low down the mouth? Oh, I can't enforce an out-of-town venue. That's when the killer wants to take the lender to an out-of-town basin. That's not going to work. If the lender wants to be in town, then ultimately again the borrower cannot force to change the venue. About Moses, but if the lender wants an out-of-town venue, then the lender has the right to go ahead and force it. Why? Eved Lovel Ishmael. It was receiving over and over, as the pasuk says. That literally you're going to borrow. Pasuk from Mishnah, the borrower is considered to be to the lender. When you borrow money, so again you are a fickle servant to that person, and therefore if the Malva wants to do the venue, you got it. So once again, sent the holiness of Shema. We receive Lake Barbitia. Shalom Okva. Right, Shalom. Right, Shalom. So once again, this is incredible. We sent the holiness of Shema. Once again, just Allah comes out. Incredibly amazing. It's called Okva. The first thing we have the Ziv. Right, the Torah punished. The appearance of Bar Bitya. Bitya is Moshe Rabbeinu. So let's not point that. Right? That's this is church. This week's calendar. That's this week's calendar. Besides the fact that there's no way that you right? Let's actually point out how incredible half-year cycle, the 7.5-year cycle, that we are able to go ahead and get to this section of Bitya. It's like Bitya was the glory of power. The one, but two thoughts as myself, the woman who went ahead and saved Moshe Rabbeinu from the just to understand, how absolutely overwhelmingly incredible is it? A tremendous confidence of us. There was also a hospital that was saying, and every Shabbos is consciousness. Like, consciousness is ultimately, again, it's the story of us. It's the story of servitude. And message in that story of servitude is the story of one incredible child being saved. Now that one child was Moshe Rabbeinu. Once there was some papers that he's almost just in them tells us, I promise you I have a plan. Promise you I have a plan. It's happened so often as you look around the world, and it's hard to see that there's a plan. And it's hard to see that there's some greater imagination that is at work. It's hard to see all these disparate pieces will someday, I know it's not going to happen today, but somehow come together. And the conventional process releases us like this because it just moves around. And we put people and we put them together, and somehow that's easy to show us. That somehow, some way, in a world that is filled sometimes with so much pain, so much difficulty, that somehow everything will come together. Right? So on other chapters, the Torah speaks about Jews' captivity. Right? So again, for the part of the Torah, I'm going to bring some of them home. Everyone a half-year cycle, but it also talks about Bitya. The brother Paro, literally again, the Lord would say to most of that. So what do I do with all of these disparate facts? I don't know what to do with them. But here's what I know. I know when I put them all together, what I know is it is incredible and beautiful and that somehow, somewhere, everything is going to be like that. Doesn't mean that there's not difficulty, but there's not because even if you think so many others still language in activity. And what you need the military campaign and all the connections that we said that's only something that really is no one on the other end of the table could see negotiate with. He doesn't know what's going to be. But I do know this. He goes from his beginning to come after breastfeed, kiss after kiss, hug after hug, and it reminds me that he is in control, that he is the awesome, holy, and spiritual choreographer, and that somehow, somewhere, some of us speedily in our days, all the pieces were wrapped perfectly in place. So what's like, stars with it. So we didn't finish the paragraph. Sorry. Just gotta regulate 646. We're gonna, again, I just want to point out that please just look where we started, and please just look where we finished. Let's have a finish the fact tomorrow. Next time, you guys want to do another time. All right, so you have a great day, everyone. A good Erev Shabbos.
I don't disagree, but there are also safeguards in place. That, like, so my dad's entire family grew up in a small town on the river in Oregon, and his entire family. Well, that industry was coming to an end, and the longshoremen's union actually paid to have this industry. So that's great. That's great. Yeah. So I would love for there to be some protections for women who inevitably use jobs that there are options for it
This morning, you have to thank our Congress first country who are on your Congress for dedicating all of the year and dress up this year and the songs colors. The first country to know that this have all over the coming family. This month, we read off a mix, showing that the first president of Gaza and the first American television showing Maria family come up with the American everyone has to become home and color for the soldiers will be still the call from the assay. So that's let us be a lot to manage it up. Today's is stop lying. But we have to do that in this Hashem. That tough test on the beach, instantly and we left off 4 lines down from Tahu. The Ahu was having this process. This is when they get remember, this is like accumulation in money, and now they're moving, of course, that's normally what happens. So, but even does a little bit of a setup. And what he does is he hid witnesses behind the canopy of the bed. He's having conversation with Shimon. Shimon has no idea about what's going on. Yes? You're going to hide witnesses. So what happened? And Gemara says, anyway, money you got that. So we didn't say, Shimon, do you have any money? I'm going to hand you Shimon, yes, only $1,000. Amar, do you even shut through the hell out of us? So he says, Shimon, do you accept upon you that both people who are weak and people who are sleeping should do the witnesses? So Shimon now just got a whole dog. He just got an mission. Sorry, moving this kind of mission from Shimon, and everyone witnesses in order to let him mission to be binding. We spoke about yesterday. So he says, people are around, let everyone who's awake and let everyone who's asleep witness this. With the hope that we're going to agree to that, with the understanding that most people were asleep. And therefore, there really wouldn't be anything binding. I'm going to love so it's not agreeing to any type of witnessing of my ignorance. So I'm not love. Let's look at no. Somebody else is trying to be ongoing. It's interesting because up until this degree, the followers goes ahead and saves the money to the light of our much more on the fact that it's not enough that one good is ultimately again witnessing of that initiative. One is the witnessing of that initiative. Another is not finding Tamuda after the average, sinking $4,000, and the leading up in the cemetery. And even when I had time to witnesses in the cemetery, he did them, I'm going to be up that so with this $2,000, I'm going to make yes. So we must highly wish to have to repeat that for both living and the dead should go ahead and witness this. Admit this in the presence of the living and the dead. Thinking of course that soon as there's a no problem for 2 hours in the cemetery, I mean, there's people like that. You can't really do anything with the phone with it. I'm going to know. Looks like no, I'm going to I'm going to go. He said no, no is no. And therefore, he didn't need to fight this. Obviously, I said, yeah, I'm going to go. I'm going to be not public. Not me, no. How come I'm going to get me out? This is we do it. All of these kids to follow this. So then, in order for witnesses, in witnessing a particular transaction, so the party involved have to say you are our witness. Witness designates. It's not we shall signal that. So whether the borrower said this or whether the lender said this in the presence of the borrower and the borrower not object, that would be binding or testimonial. Tend to underlay most people ultimately again why in these cases because the borrower says no, don't want to about you trusting they had the borrower being excited. How can I ultimately again so what's this reference to the decision is following. An admission by itself is not going to create a binding obligation. It's only an admission witness by witness. So at the end of the day, the witness is only work if the borrower consents to witnessing. If the borrower did not consent to having them there, then the borrower's initially is not going to be assassinated. Like I was explaining, so the card tablet, there was a guy who named the Cobb of Debt. That was the business. Now, Cobb, right? Not the same thing. Cobb is a large measure. So what does it mean to call someone a Cobb Russia, a Cobb of Debt? It means he owed a lot of people a lot of money. So I'm going to, my message to you, I look for you, that people call you in Top Russia with Top of Debt. Because I don't owe a lot of people money. I just happen to owe you $1,000, and she needs $2,000. That's all I owe. She was like, in the process of trying to clear his name, she admitted that he owed certain money. Now, of course, society guilty was the status of those situations. He was just telling you. So sure enough, what happens? We're going to bring into business. Because it was like, I just admitted you. I mean, you just admitted you. I mean, $2,000. So don't. And nothing other than so no, there has to be what is used before. Sometimes people say that they owe other people money in order to avoid a perception that they're wealthy. So in other words, nothing we're saying was, you can't go at this guy, Cobb Russian guy, he's making kindness before you and money please come to you. Because it wasn't in front of you, because you get me. And number two, it's like sometimes people go ahead and claim that they are in order to diminish their appearance of wealth. For example, the shock that the others, who was another guy who's being that great? This other guy, they called him the mouse that sleeps on money. And they're saying, what does that mean? That the other means is something very cheap. Very cheap. Like got Cobb Russian, you got to use it. Very hard to use that. But we've got Cobb Russian, the Cobb is a top of debt, just like a mountain of debt. And so they after the shock about the money. The man that sleeps on money, that miser. That's the miser. You just hold all his money for himself. So keep on shopping. So he says, actually, it's valuable. This guy said, find your masturbation. Okay, this is to this. So we'll call him the miser. The miser, when he was dying, he said, by the way, I owe money to legal insurance. Then he said, he needs to sign a statement, touch the shop, and after that, So obviously after the miser dies, so what happens? So we go in children come and petition Yoshi to pay the money. Like, oh, your father, the mouse that speaks on money, your father admitted that he owed us money for him today. He called the Yoshi. Also, the Rothschild Yoshi, the Rothschild Yoshi, all of the things. The only other also showed how she has personal אבל אני saw no. What's interesting to this? It's not Rabbi Yossi. And Rabbi Yossi said the only time that we say that a person will go ahead and admit to us, say, anytime that a person will say that he owes money, even if he doesn't, in order to go ahead and diminish the existence of wealth, he's alive. He's alive. He doesn't make that thinking when he's going to say. Therefore, Rabbi Yossi has that the miser's admission is a valid admission and instructed the instruction of the inheritors, the children, to pay the debts to move into shame. Okay, so the Gemara says this other. So Claude has that. So that the kids, the also paid half. So the Yossi was going half of the debts, bring to the other half. So Kavah would be the partner. So the very shame is what the Yossi goes into the other half. So what happened? Also gave Rabbi Tia. This can be given for the Yossi, the king of Rabbi Tia. For every single very particular reason, the way that was happening. So the measure ومن يستشير فأجل أصل لا يحسبية خاص أجل أصل لا يحسبية صالح يعني حسبية صالح so that's so what's interesting in that is that you حسبية لا يحسبية the secret that person you know is saying that he owes money to other people not because that he owes money but only to diminish his own personal things of life. Sometimes a person will do that for his kids also when you diminish the inheritance type at least optically diminish the perception, right? He's inheriting a lot of money. So I say, oh, you know what? This is not all my money. It's not like my freedom. It's not like not in actual state. That's how I can see it possibly. Just like you said that the miser's deathbed statement is not to be binding. And therefore, I'm getting instructed the kids that don't have to pay the other half. I'm like, Ye's not going to have to wait. So okay, so then the kid asks, the other ask again, should he eventually be obligated to pay back the other half? Remember, the other should pay 50% of his quote unquote debt. The student should be able to have to refund the other half. I mean, holders up. No, listen, let me pass it. No, essentially, what the beginning was saying was almost like it's two different Jewish Torah. That came for Rabbi, right? And that he passed to him, the miser sins. And therefore, we instructed the kids to pay that. And then the other half, the second thing, and if he says, I say, don't take the statement seriously, but it goes to the no meaning of Rabbi. Okay, incredible. Incredible. Hold up if you're trying to pull the other. Let's say we're transitioning a little bit to a different subject. So you're going in this friends of you're going to use the whole place is an ocean of $1,000. The code of that, and you're going to kill you. By saying this admission is valuable. Don't say, ultimately again, so now the witnesses are empowered to write down this transaction. It actually says that they're trying to go first in tribal law, the application of our history is time healing and receive all. So what's happening over here? In this case, Sweden is admitting in front of millions of shillings in the presence of witnesses, I even owe you $1,000. So now it's our witnesses there, right? And not only that, so they get a opinion. The opinion essentially makes the admission binding. When that happens, so how much when I say the witnesses are going to tell us to write down your quote south of God. Charlotte does not need permission. What does it say? So if you're taking within a minute, let's say owes $1,000. So they are empowered to write down your document, even though legally did not ask them to do so. I could have didn't ask them to write down anything, but the opinion itself lends itself to be committed to writing. Because if we're supposed to look for it, that if you made this initiative to speak, even if there wasn't an opinion, so that on our code, so that says, Allah saw the witnesses, the huge. They can write it down, you can look at it. That's what he posted about. He said, they changed money, you can't write it out. an explicit either with opinion or explicit instruction to write it down. So so this twist happened. So interestingly enough, in the case of Rome, it's just what this did. This way of reading is admitting his liability in front of two witnesses and make a opinion to make his admission binding. Everyone agrees that Allah myself, that admission is committed to writing. Everyone agrees on that. And then Allah afterwards, what about in the presence of three? There was no agreement. That's not possible. God says, just write down the transaction, write down the admission, and ultimately again what the answer says to those who pray. What's the trouble? So one time this type of case happened. And Rab himself yielded to and therefore again they do not ban Shtarja. Amar Abba Abba Pa Udisa Zin Zin below Kasim Star Udisa. Udisa is a document of admission. That's all. It's a document that says Reuben admitted that he owed Shimon $1,000. By the way, the Zin Udisa, interestingly, that Shimon Udisa is not like Shimon Udisa. Shimon Udisa is just simply when you admit that you owe something. Right, or you admit to a certain reality. One time it happened. Like the Imam says, how agree says in the Kasir is in the Kasir. Some this like this document of admission. Sometimes you committed to that and sometimes you don't. But we are seeing a Kasir, so I think there is a group of people gathered and Reuben admitted in front of them that he owed them money. So because Reuben did not go ahead and gather the group, so the group can't automatically commit to writing. We ask you for opinion or the expected to do so. But if we gather the group, right, if we gather the group, so that is the fact that we want to distribute his admission, and therefore again it could commit the admission to writing. Rabbi says, I think consider it make Hasmian and the other public in a live dialogue. Rabbi said, no, even if Reuben is like gathers the group, Allah said they should not commit the admissions to writing until he explicitly says, be my witnesses. Once he says, be my witnesses, then Allah said they could commit and transaction of the admissions to writing. لماذا راشد says, no. A big thing, I should say, has the ability to go ahead and choose to write to make a result. That's only the function as a basin. What's the definition of functioning as a basin? They have an established place where they operate out of, right? And they're going ahead and summon people in. So that's a basin. That's a basin. And that type of basin, you go ahead and you get something you write and you go to the hold over the house like the kind of the other places. Let's say, hold up, sorry. Let's say you're doing a mistake, you're in the house. Materials in the Allah. So what's that like? Ultimately, on the other hand, you didn't get to live, that can be committed to writing. You're not in cases, not in close writing, it's like in the car call, what about your life? What about fight? Now, what's my mistake? What about car call? It's really admits, even admits that he's social in the field. So now what happens, and there's no company opinion to cement that admission. And that can be committed to writing. So let's say, it's not clear about the opening statement as a tension is over. It's quite fascinating because it could, when you see this stuff, and why are we even having this discussion? If we really admit something to shouldn't, that an admission is an admission. So of course, write it down, do whatever. So what's the tension? Typically, it's a Khazar restriction is that, so it's like crazy. Sometimes people say stuff that's not true. Right? I know, it's a shock. Right? In other words, and even in the world of addictions, sometimes people say that they owe other people stuff in order to diminish their own, the perception of their own right. That's what's happening over here. That's happening over here. So in essence, because you have this tension, you're not trying to figure out, so when can we commit something to writing? When can't we commit something to writing? Obviously, if the emitter is empowering you to commit writing that we talked about. These shadows come up into where the emitter, the person making the admission, the emitter right, is not saying anything. What do we do in those cases? That's our very loving question. What happens if you don't admit that he owes Shimon money? Ultimately, again, no, Stephen, so now what happens? So what happens if you went ahead and admitted to Shimon that he owes him part, but ultimately, again, no communion was done. That's not under those circumstances. So the message is, I mean, I'm an inconsistent. I mean, it says ultimately, again, you can't commit to writing. Then we say, Mazucha, I'm a constant. Mazucha says yes, and they say, let me again, this is Karka. So Karka is a much bigger deal than the Talmud. So what do you do under those circumstances? We hope this out, helps you. So let's say, this is the issue breakthrough. That's the breakthrough here. But if we didn't just always share Karka, so that was a very substantive type of admission. So because of that can be committed to writing, even if what? Even if Halacha said there was no instruction to do so. So that's a big breakthrough. Okay, so even so even if called Hariya, okay, I'm going to give you again, what's the logic? The logic of the own card. That's like what an admission like that is incredibly subject itself to be written down even without any instruction from the emitter. So we want to suggest that the carefully let's extend has that same status. Because the calculus is very different. Why? The calculus, even though it's extends, it's not collected. There's this another major process over here that has to be done. In order to the calculation, which means it has to be collected. So because it has to be collected, therefore admission is not enough for us to do that. Haru, or these are the public custom. So remember the Rothschild himself is a document that is an initial fact, right? It's a declarative statement that tells you that something occurred. Something occurred. So there was this charity, so there were customs laws. Although another silver custom was a public. Let's listen to this. So normally it was every year. Rune admitted to us in front of Shimon that owes $1,000 and instructed us to convey the money to Shimon. The example of the style of Esau. So let's see how the style so inside of this, but inside the church, you have the physiology or living culture right down to the back. It doesn't have that. How do you drink fish? Is it like just get focused on the very common focus? Because if you focus on that, you can not some brother. Not some brother. So much like in general, it's not just others following premise. We listen to those sign up something unless they know it to be bona fide and correct. That's something. That's what the senior policy do. So this is a real. It's like witnesses will not commit to the signature to the document if they don't know that the parties involved are adults. So some people in the focus shows if Mississippi did not start, assuming that we can validate the signature of these people don't sign us until the next thing else to be correct. Semantics are happy with the Lashuna of Yeshua, the so the thing this makes it sound like that the social scribes and patrons are more knowledgeable than us. Rabbi, which the Gemara says, Shalom is something that Rabbi, the something Rabbi, so much they ask this halacha to the sourcing of the days of Rabbi, so from the brother, Talmud is about a very victory history as a top of Rambam, 38. Entonces, what's the style of this? One style of this, it's broken inside. Let's just go to the last Rashi of test on the page. So that's just like a different history. Not have a custom, but she cannot do this Colossian, even Colossian, Sikron, Varim, the Russian dynamic. So okay, so they had a style of this, but nobody will get a style of this is really from a testimonial perspective. Here, this style of this is really more from a musician perspective. like judges recounting what it is that they saw. You know, it says the whole top of the 38, the whole mission of the Hila. And it had much more of like a document type of view. The law of said that the most of plus had not the Kadmos had it. And it didn't say, but also it's so this document, this is what happened. This document was really more from the perspective of like basically overseeing the process that it is by a style of visa. Like style of visa normally is people acting in the capacity of witnesses in the transaction, usually giving an opinion as well, and recording everything that happened in the document. This document over here is really much more from the perspective of overseeing the transaction. What's the problem? The problem is witnesses are two, a base witness. So yes, again, the problem is only two witnesses signed on it. Now, if two witnesses signed on it, this is the reason. We'll have a custom problem. Most of plus side now, the problem is covered. Now, again, what's the problem? And the thing is, you can have a basing document that's signed by two. But how can you have a basing document signed by two? If you say there were three of us, and one is no longer. One is no longer. I will say now, no longer to me a variety of different things. He died. That's just being dropped out of the judicial process at some point. One that he really is here, but at some point there was a base. So essentially, what you have over here is a document like a basing document, but only signed by two witnesses. There's no basis. So what do you do? So several people, when they're not one of those documents, but people want to say, oh, this is the piece of a document. That's what it is like. So it's like you said, usually don't sign anything. People don't sign on stuff unless they qualify and so when I said you do not understand, no, it's really have to be considered that if you see a judicial document, and it's not signed by two, it's only signed by two witnesses, you have to be considered that maybe someone here does not know what they're doing. Well, that's not what I expect. Because of the suicide, it says they do not say things, they don't look near nothing else is going to be necessary. So you know it says as follows. The Dilma facing consequences was that maybe it's a question. What's the difference? That much more shine, should done is being in this. I was thinking there's a couple of really happens in video in the sector. Sure, I don't know myself. Simply speaking, two people could say this before. But if they do so, that is spoken arrogant or implicitly exchange. So this is technically speaking, it works. Technically it works. But it's considered to be a specific thing. So you might as well the cost of day, they deal the Rabbi Ashi. No, we're Christ, that we are like the basic of the Rashi. What is doing is anything but the Rashi basing was like a gold standard basing. So we're indicating in the document that we are operating as a bona fide basing. Dilma Rabbanon, Shadira Rashi, Kishmir Smirno. So maybe the rabbis of Rashi basing or Rashi Yeshiva. How do I shmuel? What does shmuel say? That a basing of two technically works, but it's just called the basing of possible. So it's like a sieve bow. It says ultimately again, it says in the document itself, and Rabbi Ashi told them about this. Rashi says over here, first last part of Rashi, but they can do higher shem, the stomach of Siva, so essentially the document says that someone of a high standing instructed them to do this. When someone of a high standing tells them to do this, the assumption is that the process is playing out correctly. Okay, I'm going to on effort. So I was supposed to do this case, very interesting. So we'll say 4 lines up in the point is why. I'm going to on effort. One guy says, I'm going to say before you say it's in mode, it's either turn in the next. So a witness comes along. A witness says, let's say you're going to say, but you're going to say, I saw your father, Yaakov. I saw your father, Yaakov. I saw your father hide money. She did put it in means like in a chest, in a carriage. I saw him hide money somewhere. And I saw, so really, this is coming from telling the kids that Reuben and Shimon didn't know about this money. They know about this money. So when this is coming along and saying, I will tell you, I saw your father. I saw your father. Go ahead and hide money somewhere. And your father said, this money it belongs to Yehuda. Or this money is nicer shade. So that's how I say. So now again, obviously the kids find the money. So in other words, the witness was told there's money. What's the Shiloh? The Shiloh is the money someone else's money? Is it nicer shady money? Right? Someone else's slash nicer shady. Right? Or because the kids claim it as their own. So that's how I thought. But I used more on the film. The Saga Via Kalamish. The money is found in the house. The statement of the witness is meaningless. If it's found in the field, we believe the witness. Most of us collage, right? Logic is if the money's in the field, the witness could have taken it for himself. Right? It's open, it's accessible. He could have taken it for himself. So therefore, because he didn't take it for himself, and now he's claiming that he belongs. The father said it belongs to someone else. Oh, it's not for sure you believe him. But if the money was in the house, meaning the witness had no access to it in the house of the kids. So the witness had no access to it, therefore the witness is not holy. And the money is considered to be the possession, the inheritance of the kids. Very interesting. First one I have is a Rothschild brother. The rule is like this. Rothschild level with one about Colombia, and the other with law on us. Let me come to the witness as the ability to take the money for himself. So he is believed to qualify the nature of the money. When he doesn't have the ability to take it for himself, he is not believed to qualify the nature of the money. Fascinating. It's almost like Rothschild, it's almost like a meetup. Almost like a meetup. Very interesting. How do you listen to this? How do you show us that the curriculum knows to see what they're on the bus? Listen to this. Second case, the kids. Reuben and Shimon see their father, Yaakov, hiding money, like in a chest, in a garage, in a tower. Shall quote you some nice shady. So this is what I'm saying. This money belongs to them. I'm sorry, it belongs to you. Or he claims that it's nice as sheen. So what halacha? It's the most bar halal. So ultimately, in the part of Ramakom, this is very interesting. So now what happens? If the father, right, if the father seems to be genuine in his statement, then the kids are able to, I will say, obviously the part that the father then dies, the kids get this money. So the shaila is, what can we do with this money? So if it appears that the father is genuine in his statement, then Allah you go ahead and you listen to the father. If at the end of the day it appears that the father is not, and just means that, he's doing a little bit sneaky, then you go to the father. And again, the kids should keep the money for themselves. Fantastic. Let's listen to this. Father dies. What happens? The kids use the father left them money. Yaakov got little food, and literally, so his father left the money. What was the problem? Reuben couldn't find the money. What happens? The ball father followed the captain up with Tony, great financial. So this, and then what happens? He has a dream. And the Balak column, who's the Balak column? Balak column actually says it's he's in charge of angels. God is in charge of dreams. The Malach is in charge of dreams. Gave Reuben a dream, right? And Reuben read about the money. And in this dream, the Malach told him the location of the money, but also told him, by the way, the money. Reuben wakes up, and what does he do? That's the only checklist. And then afterwards, looks for the money. And what happens? Finds the money. So what's the Shiloh? The Shiloh now is what's the Shiloh? That money. So this happened. And again, the psak was things don't have a halakhic impact. And therefore, again, essentially, Reuben was allowed to keep the money as clean, as regular unconsecrated money. So that's many beautiful things to say about this tomorrow. The first thing I will say is interesting that you see a lot about a person, about what they dream about. Which is an incredibly important say. Rothschild makes this observation that Yaakov Avinu, when he left his father's home, remember when the first dream that Yaakov Avinu had, was about the sea of the dream. ladder. So then he drops him on a hand that over the edge involved. And he goes up and down the ladder. Which is again, you're on the couch, that didn't have another dream. Like what was the other dream? The second was about sheep. About sheep. Like the Gentiles when they get the speckled sheep, the brown sheep, all the different sheep. I feel like Father says he sees something so amazing. Same person, you know the guy who's dreaming about dreaming about things or spiritual sense going up and down the ladder. At the end of the dream, what are you dreaming about? The end of the dreaming about? Money. Yeah, money. That's what it says. What do you attribute this distinction to? Well, this is what happens when you put yourself in negative circumstances. You're not going to have no choice. You have to be there. But you see the impact of your surroundings on when he's in the house and he's growing up in the house of Yitzchak Avinu, his father. He dreams about spiritual grace. But he's living in a house of Laban for over 2 decades. His dreams fundamentally change to monetary greatness. So it's just incredible you said sometimes what we dream about says a lot, obviously, especially if you go with the idea. Dreams are a manifestation of our subconscious. A lot of us are It is interesting to see kind of what comes out when the mechanisms of suppression are no longer there. What do you dream about? What is rattling around in your subconscious? What the stuff that you aspire to when all of your suppression mechanisms are no longer there? Tremendous witness test of where we're heading in life. Now listen, but ultimately that last thing is so incredible. Dreams essentially are meaningless. You're not that attention, you're not detrimental, you're nothing. Listen, I can see that. Dreams are so beautiful, and dreams are so incredible, and dreams are the very engine for accomplishment, but that's just it. Dreams are only meaningful if they lead to accomplishment. The problem with dreams so often in life, they just remain different colomos. That's what you want to say. Different colomos. If all you have are dreams, if that's all you got, if all you have are different colomos, and your action translated my dreams into something concrete, you're not a lomo region. It's nothing. It's not bad. It's not bad, but it's also not good. If different colomos into nice and cold, but if your dreams turn into concrete, that is profound. But if my dreams always remain simple, bigger colors, just understand, it's very nice, mildly, remotely. It does not move the needle on your life at all. Incredible. Incredible. Okay, let's get out here. Try on the back. So just remember again, the Mishnah said, what is the Mishnah? Oh gosh, I should. Okay, it wasn't a Mishnah. It wasn't a Mishnah. Right? In the Mishnah, where are you? Oh, just okay, guys. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Right, so what's this morning again? Mishnah said as follows. So Mishnah said, and this is the reality of these are actually classes. But okay, all right. So Gemara says as follows. So what ended up happening? So Gemara says, Jason reaches a verdict. Jason reaches a verdict. And then it says that, and then, good. Actually, good. So what's that? After the whole right, and Zaka, that time over the third. After the third, after the second, good. Then what's that? So it says, so we go through the entire process of the judicial increase. So what happens? The Gemara says, Mr. Make exceeded. So Mr. Make exceeded to write down the deal. So what did I do? When you're on a Zaka. So we say, what is the verbiage of a psak? So let's say again, Ruben comes in, regulation from division, Ruben says, she knows $2,000, she says, I owe you nothing. So let's say the Beis Din goes ahead and is split on your decision, but they ultimately end up siding with Ruben. So what's the halacha? So how do they write? How do they write the spouse? So Rabbi Yochanan Amar Zakkai, the second Amar, 40 the Zakkai, 40 the Chayil. So listen to this. So Yochanan says, all the statement writes is, we find Ruben innocent. That's right. We side with Ruben. The judge says no, but that's actually says some of the judges will be for Ruben, some of the judges didn't rule for Ruben. Rabbi says, the Rebbein is back at home. From your words of the Rebbein, based on the psak over here, from the words of the Rebbein, so Ruben has been found right. Let's say some of the different used by the let's not create a community opinion. So it turns out, so it turns out they could get animal wrong. They misjudge. So what we're going to discuss about what level of liability occurs when they're in this case over here, they get them wrong. They judge the case erroneously. So they're obligated to make the abuse highly whole. So what about the judge? So are the judges who ruled erroneously obligated to go ahead and make up for the portion of the judge who ruled correctly? So let's say there's a two of them use it for one of them use against, and then use against. Turns out that I don't have the majority of the right, either is right. It turns out that either is wrong. So what's that look over there? So much, we learned that was back on the side. So what he says ultimately again, that I look on the other side, the basically as a whole rule to a system, everyone's got to play a part. We're not going to play the Zakin, putting the Kaiser on the Shali, as long as it's ultimately again, it's that Havok on the other side, that we know we can make a split decision. So therefore, then the judge will correct. He doesn't have to participate in any type of competition. So remind them of Zakan Mishtalim. But the one says ultimately again, Zakan Mishtalim, right? Nima Rehu, Bizita Sishon, Hasim, Nami Loshi, right? So again, we're saying, all the judge will rule correctly at the end of the day, we can say to the guys, Hebra, how do you listen to me? One of you have to pay anything. So in other words, the judge will should he have to pay any type of judge to the aggrieved parties. Otherwise, say now, if you're going to the Shalom evil months of the day. You're right. The judgment will correctly doesn't have to pay it all. China is the other judges, i.e. the ones who will incorrectly, are the obligated to pay the portion of the judge who rules correctly, right? Because at the end of the day, the big part is a loss, or a single loss. So we're not going to show you. First one is really like the Saturday, it's always been exonerated, which makes it so much more difficult. So therefore, the judges who rule correctly are obligated to pay the portion of the judge who rules correctly. If you might say, the man that putting the judges, putting the guidance, not the shaman, but when it says no, that it indicates in decision, that it was a split decision, that it was a split decision, so therefore, only the judges who rule erroneously are obligated to pay, and they're only obligated to pay their portion. But they're not obligated to pay the portion of the judge who rules correctly, and the judge who rules correctly is also not obligated to pay. He can see rules correctly, and not that there's that kind of shaman, but anyway, he like the Hadon, no other solid fee of review. Again, that's interesting. The one who says that you just put it out, you put out the decision as a complete decision. Why should the judge who rule correctly since the judge ruled incorrectly? It's your fault. Had you not sat in on the Din Torah, there would have never been a binding Psak Halacha, because they would have only been two. And had there never been a binding Psak Halacha, you would not be obligated to pay. Which the Gemara says, this is incredible. So Rabbi Yochanan Amar Zakan Mishimosel Bracha. Rabbi Yochanan says, whenever a basin is issues a decision, the decision has to be written in a beautiful way. It has to say the basin found Ruvain innocent. Because if it indicates from the sanction, what's going to happen? It's going to lead to speculation about which judges ruled in which way and could potentially feel much higher. It's like this hour, phony is out, phony McCarthy, you should the next second shift up. So it's like you said, yeah, you have to import it's a split decision, you have to why? Because if you just make it look like a uniform decision, then that's really misleading. That's not the case. And therefore, next second shift is actually to look fortunate and false if you don't indicate the split decision. So it's like, but Rabbi Rothschild, the magic is they deny. Rabbi Rothschild ultimately again holds it components of it. Like, let's all hasi. Therefore, again, the best way to try to calculate this out, with the very end, is that testimony. Based on their deliberations, Ruvain was found innocent. So let's say, what's the beauty of that lesson? The beauty of that lesson is, on one hand, this forward a uniform Psak. So the Big is testing that Ruvain is right. But that lesson would be very from their words or from their deliberations. What does it sound like? What does that clearly indicate to you? They were deliberations. What could deliberations actually mean? But it wasn't a uniform thing. So therefore, I'm going to say something. We have this document to look changes. So therefore, again, if there's not unanimity, we want the document in one hand to indicate that there's not unanimity. On the other hand, we can't start blaming which judges ruled in which way, because Halacha will say what happens. Came up to the question, therefore we use this lotion to indicate there wasn't unanimity in the decision, but this is the uniform decision of the Beis Din. Incredible. Almost another patient, when Beis Din is ready to deliver their psak, they would bring in the people. So you might say, you're not really bringing in, even with a valid union. So if you want to say for litigious, or some kind of litigious what is that? You're going to come to eat. What it means is we bring back the witnesses. You might both let me know, so not saying nothing. So this time, the only areas was that is actually taken. But there's never going to double the into the halachos of testimony. Anyway, the basis of this, and it kind of says that halachos of witnesses cannot come to testimony unless, of course, they see the same event together. They must witness the event together. So you must ensure that all the actual has that. It's the whole group here again. You're sure about the minerals. They don't have to see the event together. Even if they see the same event consecutively or separately, that's fine as well, as long as what? Actually, you share I'm sorry. I realize that I believe this is actually you share. So you should have done like this. They don't have to see the event together, but they must testify engagement together. Okay, so interesting as well. They can see the sun separately, but they have to testify engagement together. Because instead of another device as I own, you say, I'm in enough for some of this vote. And she says, no, they can even go ahead and come consecutively to Beis Din. So let's say, so again, interesting about this. So kind of come off, they have to see the event together. So if you have to see the event, then you should have to testify that together. Then you shouldn't pop up. They don't have to see it together, but they have to testify it together. That the Yossan, they can even testify about it separately. So that's more suggesting if the mission is telling you that we bring the witnesses back together, that's not what Rabbi does. It's what Rabbi does. You don't really need the witnesses to be together at all. The issue is no, the only one is no, not so we bring them back into the verdict, each of them, but then ultimately into litigants. So what's Rabbi Yefani on the top of the language of Yerushalayim, this is how the Tzadikim of Yerushalayim used to do. Machnisim of Alidiyim, so that's how it is when they say you still had that. That's the first of those people who want to just be beyond good. And they want them to be good. The Halidim, Machnisim of Alidiyim, so they would hear about the ladies, the showing the parents, they would hear their words, the Machnisim as Ha'idim was showing the parents, and then they bring in the witnesses and share their testimony, and they see it also on the books. Then they think everybody obeys them. The next to the other, also again, the Dayanim themselves would go ahead and kind of handle it, like they did back and forth. So, and then ultimately again, when they finish their deliberations, they brought back in the Bible. The Beis Din has to have an ability to go ahead and discuss the case. And the best way to do that, of course, is how? Not in the presence of the litigant. So you get all of your information and then do your deliberations in the Bible. And when you finish your deliberations, bring back in the I got you over. I better say the Bible says that when they finish, they bring back in the witnesses. That's not like Rabbi Nosson. Okay, so if I will say again, not exactly who is really bad. Right, bring it back. Now it seems to be that the Rambam passages like that right so. But the bringing back is a reference to the litigants. Right? So you don't really need the witnesses anymore. What we need now is the litigants. So again, bringing the witnesses, bringing the litigants, ask all the questions you need to ask and separately, right? Put together, then together, and then everybody's out, deliberations occur, then call back the litigants, call back for the decision. So now we might be able to jump back a little bit. We might be able to the only way we can start actually understand that, but we should have started on that to the disaster. So let's go back to just a moment. This was an interesting focus, right? So we had kind of and we should have kind of come ahead. In order for witnesses to come together and testimony, what has to happen? Halach myself, they have to see the event together. The Rebbe Karka says, no, they can go ahead and not even see it. They don't have to see it together, but what? They have to testify together in days. So let's not focus on here. What's not focus on here? Everybody that's in the Svara. The Pasuk will be about logic. Everybody's in the Svara. So if you want to say it's about focus on logic, you can go. So the most important time, we wanted to come out and I will come out. Ultimately, again, the concept like this. How can people form a testimonial unit if they're not witnessing the same together? Because maybe at the day they're not even seeing the same event. You only need to know that witnesses are actually witnessing the same exact event as how, for them actually see it together. Otherwise, for example, let's say again, like they say, we then go ahead and mention the money. We never mention the money. So again, if you're not seeing it together, maybe you didn't appreciate it. Maybe it's two different actions. How do you know? So the Gemara says as follows. The other thing will say, I'm one of the Alma Kabayo Kamasi. Again, so it's the second kind of combo. I'm going to the gospel and say, we trust ultimately again, but Allah Ta'ala said they are testifying in there. That's the slow logic. So the Gemara says, you guys know how this crap. It's a pasuk. The Sibu, A, Ola, Ola, Isaac says usually is, and he saw, or he knew. Tanya Meshash Nehemah Lo Yakum A, the Pasuk says ultimately again, Lo Yakum A, that witness will not be a senior witness. I know that A was senior. What does that to say? You know, so not how long this case is about the meaning of the paragraph. You know, to come up with them, whenever the Torah uses the word A refers to two witnesses. Actually, you first of all, so the Torah goes out of its way to tell you what. The Akira Mana from touch, the name are Ad the Chazi Tabayo Kichad. But ultimately, again, when it's testimony, only when the two witnesses see the same event as one. They witness it together. However, again, the Gemara says that so this I will say, a lot of us we have over the Fernando case. Now, remember, we know we are not addressing Rabbi Yosef. We are not only third opinion. But essentially, we have over here the Mahomes kind of camel and Yeshua ben Tanakh says witnesses only hear a unit if they see the event together. They should have thought if they don't see it together, it's fine as long as ultimately again they testify together. Now there's also what's kind of common that we should have talked about. Even if there's a larger of the pasuk. Now, there's also thirdly of Rabbi Yosef. Rabbi Yosef says they don't have to see it together. They don't even have to testify together. So just to see that I'm not pastor that we should have come from. I love what I say. Witnesses need not actually witness the event together, right? But they must testify together in ways in order to become a testimony of it. Now, the exact framework of that we'll have to see. Let's go a little bit back there. Says the Gemara. It gives him standards of it. He's saying, yeah, but remember again, that this is what he's going to talk about. So the different parts that even when they don't have to see it together, but they have to testify together again. That's the one that he loves from. But he also knows so many parts like that. Yo, it's never how you're not so many parts. He doesn't see the way it's perfect. But he wants to say, no, not only do they not have to see it together, but even what? They can even give their testimony separately in days, right? We just want to come on Wednesday, and we just think we come on Thursday, and it's still combined. So we like to make what's not going to say here. E-bikes in the slow, like say, could be the larger of us, like e-bikes in the slow, maybe it's bad. Not suffer a back, like she actually sure asking, but I don't know, it's one of the things to listen. Whenever I see that witness comes, I see that witness that makes the woman coming to make someone cry for Shvira, right? And I see that witness can never generate the monetary application. And therefore, you know, like, if I walk on the way, so the first thing you will say, when that shows up in the evening, his power is capped at obligating someone with Shvira, never to make them shy with money. We either us to us with the Hadu Hadadu, the fact that will come out. And let me start from there, please. So let's say, so the other thing was, when two witnesses show up in in general, are they talking out of one mouth? They're not talking out of one mouth. Each one has their own mouth. And what do? You combine their statements. How can that be acceptable? What does it matter if you combine two witnesses into a testimony and they're showing up at the same time? Or if they're showing up on consecutive days, you guys say, well, so that's the scenario. You guys say, that's possibility. You're arguing on a pasuk. If a witness does not give his testimony, he will bear his iniquities. We could put it on the PLA and the Shulman Parfa, and everyone agrees that Allah calls that one arguing on the Shulman Parfa. Now, you know, okay. Now, the Rabbanon holds that Halakha witnesses actually go ahead and see the same event together. Remember again, that's the Messiah we're talking about. Everyone agrees that Allah calls the Shulman do we compare the actual experience of the event with the people of the testimony? the actual scene of the event. Just like you have to see the event together, so too testimony has to be conveyed together. And the other thing is, no, we do not compare the witnessing of the event to the actual giving over of the testimony. Okay, I'm sure you're welcome. Have you stuck with what you see everything? What's another story? Another story. Was I said, swear to God. Left here, this is really fascinating. So left here with us, reading that book, right? How does testimony work? Tanakama, witnesses have to see the event together and certainly testify about it together. Then the children have to see it together, but they have to testify together. And Rabbi Rothschild, they don't have to see it together, and they don't have to testify together. Three will not focus, and interesting enough, what we see is all that three will not focus, either svara, logic, or ultimately interpretation of the pasuk. All right, let's see now. Just try. We're fine. We are right on target. Right on target. We're going to finish the parsha until the first Shabbos in some way. Right? That's like fine. Let's stop a bit for today. Thanks, everyone. We got to record some of this. Catch us up a little bit. We'll see how it's going. Like something, great day.
When the hummingbird comes in to take a drink, it just snatches. What do they do with that? It's praying mantises are really sad.
All right, let's say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our Torah sponsor for touching here. I know Torah sponsor Tilson Mishpacha for dedicating all of the shiurim and drashos this year as is for the Sarah's Torahs and the Torah sponsors for the month of Teves Hababim Latova, the Kalman family for dedicating all the shiurim and drashos this month in memory of Amit Ben David Levy, brother of Israel Levy, who was killed fighting in Gaza on the 1st of May of Hanukkah. We hope that in America, our time will the Shom Shabbat Ramiyah, families, come up. We hope that in America, our time will all of our hostages will come home with Shalom and Shekaros, and the soldiers will be successful. The call from the Asay. Once we got to let us read a lot to do for the Hamish today. Today's that is that Lamed. On that hashtag which we left off 4 lines. So remember that it's like you don't make shitty money. Now again, you're gonna of course would like to flex. That's normally what happens. It's orders. But Ruben wants to go ahead. Ruben does a little bit of the set. And what he does is he's trying to keep witnesses behind the canopy of the bed. He's having a time Shimon. Shimon has no idea about what's going on over here. Ruben hides witnesses by the canopy. So what happened? So the mother tells Amalek, Amalek, you owe me money. I'm going to name Shimon says, yes, owe you $1,000. Amalek. He really is shocking the halal. So he says, Shimon, you're telling you that both the people who are awake and the people who are sleeping should be this. So Shimon now just got a hold off. He just got a mission. Sorry, Ruben just got a mission. He wants witnesses in order for that mission to be fine. We don't spoke about it today. He says, people are around, but everyone needs to sleep witnesses. The hope that Ruben would do to that. Understanding that most people were asleep. And therefore, they really wouldn't see anything behind them. So, we're not agreeing to any of witnesses of my I'm not. No. So many of us that we see are those that happens when we see the fuck that and borrower goes ahead and gets and owes the money to the lender without being enough to the binding decision. Much more that is not enough. That one still requires ultimately again is witnessing of that admission. As long as there's no witnessing of that admission. Now, Allah says not fine. Simply Reuben has $1,000, and they're meeting up in the cemetery. And Reuben went ahead and hid witnesses in the cemetery. He hid them. Oh no, Reuben is $1,000. And then it yes. So the Gemara says, you agree that they're both living and the dead should go ahead and make this in the presence of the living and the dead. Thinking, of course, that Shimon is going to say, sure, no problem, because who else is in the cemetery other than people who are dead? We can't really do anything from a personal perspective. Amar Lo, Shimon says no. Amar Lo, Shimon said no. No is no. And therefore, then the admission is not fine. Obviously, my says, good. I'm gonna give you the my papa. Let me know. Say how. How come I'm not doing that? This is we learn out from all of these cases. So again, in order for witnesses to be binding witnesses in witnessing to the transaction, so the parties involved have to say you are. Has been witness designated. Those should not be Amar Loba. So whether the borrower said this or whether the lender said this in the presence of the borrower, and the borrower did not accept. That would create a binding or testimonial. Turns out related law. The reason ultimately again why in these cases this work is because the borrower said, no, I don't want to do this about you trusted, but had the borrower doing this. Often ultimately negative so essentially which is even as a problem. But an admission by itself is not created by the it's only witness eyewitnesses. And at the end of the day, even witnesses only work if the borrower consents to the witnesses being there. If the borrower did not know they were there, but they consent to having them there, and ultimately again the borrower's condition is not going to be bound. Although the college have lost, the guy is holding the cup of death. Now, cup, right? Not cup is a large measure. So, what does it mean to call someone a cup rush or a cup of death? It means he owed a lot of people a lot of money. So, my message, I'm reporting it for you. The guy was upset that people called him a cup rush or a cup of death. He's like, I don't owe a lot of people money. I just happen to owe you $1,000. $1,000. That's all I owe. So in other words, see what's happening right here? In the process of he admitted that he owed certain money. Now, of course, the Chinese issue was the status of those positions. So let's just will do that. So it's about the nothing. So sure enough, what happens? Reuben and Shimon bring him to basement. He was like, I didn't know. You just don't do anything. So probably nothing. I was nothing. Sometimes people say they owe other people money in order to avoid a perception that they're wealthy. So in other words, so what Nachman was saying was, you can't go ahead and make this guy how Russian guy. You can't make him say you have to pay redemption and money based on his submission. Because A, Russian in it's like he doesn't need this. And number two, it's possible that sometimes people go ahead and pay they owe other people money in order to diminish their personal base and wealth. Another story. Suppose you have a partner, you know, this stuff with money, he wasn't on that, he just needs a break. He's got a guy they called him the mouse that sleeps and money. Listen, what does that mean? That's another name for somebody who's very cheap. Very cheap. Like you've got top Russian that you gotta use, right? So you gotta use that. But it's got top Russian, the guy who's a top of debt, just like a mountain of debt. And then there's the upgrade to shut about the miser. Now it's just sleeps on money. That's the miser. That's the miser. He just holds all of his money for himself. So keep on shuffling. Says this guy said, so ultimately, I guess, listen to this. So we're not going to call him the miser. The miser, when he was dying, he said, by the way, I owe money to Reuben and Shimon. What he said, he made the third statement. So he was supposed to be shot with obviously after the miser dies, so what happens? So Reuben and Shimon come and petition Yosef to pay the money. Your father is announced that sleeps on money. Your father admitted that he owes us money, so he didn't days from the Yarshim. Also, the Rabbi Yossi, the case of Rabbi Yossi, Amar the Ami Adam Asher Shalom Hashiyas Ashma Huni Chayim. Abala Anisa Lo. Most of the situations. The case of Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi said the only time that we say that a person will go ahead and admit I should say, the only time that a person will say that he owes money, even if he doesn't, in order to go ahead and diminish his own appearance of wealth, is when he's alive. When he's alive, but a person doesn't make that type of statement when he's going to die. Therefore, Rabbi Yossi trusted that the miser's admission is a valid admission, and he instructed the Yarshim, the inheritors, the children, to pay the debts to Reuben and to Shimon. Okay, so the Gemara says this part. So, Pro Palma, what happened? The kids, the Yarshim paid half. They listened to Rabbi Yossi, they paid half of the debt. They didn't pay the other half. So, Tabal Lukino, the Palma. So, the Yarshim brought the Yarshim to pay the other half. So, what happened? Also, with Rabbi Kia, this time they didn't come before Rabbi Yossi, they came before Rabbi Kia. It doesn't seem to be a particular reason, just the way that it happened. So the verse is, Allah will Kishim Sha'adam Asr Bahashmias Asmo, Adam Asr Sha'Bahashmias Baba. So Allah has to be sorry. So what's interesting enough is from the Kia Paskin, no, it's not true. Say that a person will say that he owes money to other people, not because he actually owes money, but only to diminish his own personal appearance of wealth. Sometimes a person has for his kids also. When he wants to diminish the inheritance pot, right? Or at least optically diminish the perception, right? The kids are inheriting a lot of money. So I'll say, oh, you know what? This is not all my money. Some of it belongs to Ruben, some of it belongs to Shimon, but it's not an actual state. Therefore, this is how the key is asking. Because the key said that the misers, that state is not really binding. And therefore, again, he instructed the kids they don't have to pay the other half. I'm like, they still in the other room. So then the kids asked, the Yarshim asked, so again, shouldn't be obligated to pay the other half? Because remember, the Yarshim paid 50% of the quote-unquote debt. So shouldn't even be have to refund the other half? And then the little car holders up, Rabbi Kaskin. Or essentially, what the Bikini was saying was almost like two different Bnei Torah. There was first Din Torah that came before Rabbi, right? And that he passed that he took the statement of sin, and therefore he instructed it to pay that. And then the other half was the second Din Torah that Bikini says, I say, don't take this statement seriously, but we're not going to reverse the original ruling of Rabbi. Okay, incredible. The mother goes back there. We're transitioning a little bit into a different sense, right? Moving is front of witnesses. I should say, moving is a front of witnesses is the ocean of $1,000. Right? The economy are done, and they did a kingdom. Right? So to make this mission is binding the mission. Kosin ultimately again. So now the witnesses are empowered to write down this transaction. Right? He says that the economy not go close to start hold dog. The Alpha Shlomo Amar Kis with the Stantinian of Ksiva over here. In this case, Ruben is admitting in front of Ruben for Shimon in the presence of witnesses, and Ruben owed you $1,000. So now that there are witnesses there, right? And not only that, they did a kingdom. The kingdom essentially makes the admission binding. When that happens, so halacha l'maisa witnesses are going to empower to write down what's called the shtar hodah. Shtar hodah is a document of admission. What does it say? It says Reuben and then in front of us and he owes $1,000. So they are empowered to write down the document, even though what? Even though Reuben did not ask them to do so. Like Reuben didn't ask them to write down anything, but because there was a king in itself lends itself to be committed to writing. Incredible. It's a shlosh but if you made this initial front of three people, even if there wasn't a shlichim, so Rav Amar Kosri. So Rav says, halacha l'maisa, the way that this because now it's like a base din from the three, they can write it down even without a treaty. Rasi said, no, they can't write it. They can't write it without an explicit either a opinion or explicit instruction to write it down. So so this case happened. So now, interestingly enough, in the case of where Reuben is admitting his liability in front of two witnesses, and they make a opinion to make his admission binding, everyone agrees that Allah that admission is committed to writing. Everyone agrees on that. Right? Then Allah afterwards, what about in the presence of three? There was no kid. That's not focus. God says, just write down the transaction on the admission, and ultimately, again, no, you can't. There's how about also the Hashem, there's a one time this type of case happened, and Rav himself yielded to Rabbi, and therefore, again, they did not write down Shtarod law. Amr Adavar Abba Ha Udisa. Zimnin becomes Zimnin Shtarod Disa. Odisa will say it's a document of admission. So it's a document that says Reuven owed Shimon $1,000. By the way, if you do an Odisa, interestingly enough, Kinyan Odisa is also a Kinyan Odisa. Kinyan Odisa is just simply when you admit that you owe something, right? Or you admit to a certain reality. Gemara says one time it happens. Like Gemara says, sometimes this is not being done. Sometimes you commit it to writing, sometimes you don't. So Gnifi Biasilo Kasina, ultimately people gathered, and Reuben admitted in front of them that he owed Shimon money. So because Reuben did not go ahead and gather the group, so that the group can't automatically commit it to writing without either a Kenyan or the instruction to do so. But if Reuben gathered the group, right? If Reuben himself gathered the group, so that's indicative of the fact that he wants the group to commit his admission, and therefore again they could commit the admission to that. Rabbi says, Rabbi said, no, even if Reuben himself gathers the group, Allah cannot commit the admission to writing until he explicitly says, be my beis din. Once he says, be my beis din, then Allah said they could commit to the transaction of the admission to writing. Rashi says, a beis din, you go ahead and commit things to writing. That's always the function as a beis din. What's the definition of function as a beis din? They have an established place where they operate out of. Right? They've gone ahead and summoned people to din. So that's a beis din. That's a beis din. Not a beis din when they go ahead and you practice and you go to the second grade. How Rabbi is talking about a younger person. Let's say sorry. Let's say Reuben admits that he owes Shimon the Talmud. He admits that he owes him a watch. What's that law? Ultimately, again, on the other hand, you didn't get it to that can be committed to writing. They're not in Kosin, but if not, you can't try to commit it to writing. The Karkari, don't tell them you don't mind. What about fight? That's fine, what about Karkar? Reuben admits that he stole Shimon the field. So now what happens? And there was no company opinion to cement that admission. Can that transaction be committed to writing? So listen, I just want to point out to you what the importance of the thinking is. It's fascinating because intuitively you see this stuff. You're wondering, why do you have this discussion? If Reuben admits something to Shimon, that's an admission. An admission is an admission. So of course, write it down to whatever. So remember, what's the tension? Typically, the Chazal understood to the need to is that, in some cases, sometimes people say stuff that's not true. Right? I know, it's a shocker, right? In other words, and even in the world of the religion, sometimes people say that they owe other people stuff in order to diminish the perception of their own wealth. That's what's happening over here. That's happening over here. So the other is because you have this tension, you might try to figure out, so when can you commit something to writing? When can you commit something to writing? If the emitter is empowering the group to commit writing that we talked about. These shilas come up in cases where the emitter, the person making the admission, the emitter is not saying anything. What do we do in those cases? That's right. They're not going to push it. Probably will come out the night. What happens is again, he owes Shimon. That he owes Shimon money. And ultimately, again, no, So now what happens? So what happens if Ruben went ahead and admitted to Shimon that he owes him karka, but ultimately again no Shimon was done. No Shimon was done. So what is the halacha? What's the halacha under those circumstances? So the Gemara says, "My Amina Amar Equals." Amina says ultimately again you can't commit to that. My Zutra Amar Kostim. My Zutra says yes. The both say remember again it's karka. So karka is a much bigger deal than the kalkul. So what do you do under those circumstances? The whole facade, culture. So I say this is an interesting breakthrough. What's the breakthrough over here? That if it gets to the only shame karka, so that is a very substantive type of admission. So because of that, that can be committed to writing, even if what? Even if Halacha Maisa there was no instruction to do so. So that's a big breakthrough. Okay? Ravina Ekla, Lidam Haria. So Ravina went to a place called Dam Haria. Okay? And then Lidam Haria to Ravina, it helped me basically in life. What happens if Ravina is the old Shia? And the calculation is extent. It's right there. It's right there. So you must analyze the calculation. So existing the calculation or extent the calculation is just like calculation. So I say, again, what's the logic? The whole concept of calculation is that when you admit that you own calculation, own calculation, full calculation, that's right there. That's right there. So an admission like that is incredibly substantive, and that's why the oath itself should be written down even without any instruction from the admitter. So we know to suggest that the counsel in that extent has that same status. Ashiyomar, even the Chashut of Ayolot, actually says no. Because the counsel is very different. Why? Because the counsel, even though it's extent, it's not collective, right? There's still another major process over here that has to be done in order to make the calculation, which means it has to be collected. Because it has to be collected, therefore, the mission is not enough for us to do that. Remember again, Shtar is a document that contains an emission of fact, right? It's essentially, Odisa is a declarative statement that tells that something occurred. Something occurred. There was the Shtar, there was also Amar Lana Silva Kasim of Abulan. So normally the Shtar is the Lord be written. Ruben admitted to us in front of Shimon that he owes $1,000 and instructed us to convey the money to Shimon. This is the example of a Shtar Odisa. So let's say you had a Shtar Odisa, but you signed it, and you decided to start to have the phraseology of, and Ruben told us to write this down on the back. It doesn't have much phrase. So what happened? I was very sluggish. It was very sluggish. I'm very sluggish. I was not getting it. It wasn't our style into that level, right? So let's say, in general, the sluggish happens to follow plus. Witnesses don't sign on something unless they know it to be bona fide. That's the something. That's what the seal of the institution. So this is something here. They say, right? So witnesses will not commit to their signature to a document if they don't know that the parties involved are adults. So like what says, if you see signatures on a shtar, seeing it, signatures, because people don't sign on something unless they know it's so must give them using Yeshua, the Safi today, is interesting. So the thing is, said, well, again, it's the same one. That the social scribes are facing a more knowledgeable than us. Than us. Which the Gemara says, Shalom and Safi Gadai, the Safi Gadai, so turn up their answers, halacha for the social of the Bezin of Rabbi, and they knew it. Social of Rabbi, and they knew it. Halur, he said, on the cost of day, which was Iskimi, was a top of number 38. So there was this Shtar Odisa. And on the Shtar Odisa, if you wrote it inside, let's first just go to the last Rashi and test on the way. So Rashi says, different. Iskimi, lo have a custom thought, Zikaro in this Lashon, even and a Lashon, Zikron, Varim, with the Lashon Dayan. So as I said, they had a Shtar Odisa, but normally for a Shtar Odisa is really for a testimonial. Here, this Shtar Odisa was really more from a judicial perspective, like judges recounting what it is that they saw. The Gemara says, the whole top of the 38, the formation of the Medina, and it had much more of like a court document type of wording to it. But they'll have a custom that the most of Klasa has not the Kadles have it. And it didn't say, but it was significant. So this document this document, listen to what happened. This document was written more from the perspective of like a Beis Din overseeing a process than it is by a Shkara Visa. Like Shkara Visa normally is people acting in the capacity of witnessing the transaction, usually doing an opinion as well, and recording everything that happens in the document. This document over here was written much more from the perspective of a Beis Din overseeing the transaction. What's the problem? The problem is witnesses to a Beis Din is three. So yet again, the problem is only two witnesses. Now, if two witnesses were to sign on it, so they'll have a custom of most of plus Sadia, the Chavlis Havu. Now again, here's the problem. In a Beis Din, you can have a Beis Din document that's signed by two. Right? How can you have a Beis Din document signed by two? If you say there were three of us, and one is no longer. And we'll say now, no, it's right? Let's just drop down the judicial process at some point. But at some point there was a Beis Din. So essentially what you have over here is documents written like a Beis Din document, but only signed by two witnesses with no Beis Din. So what do? So some Rabbi they might hire Rish Lakish. So people want to say, oh, this is the case of Rish Lakish. What does Rish Lakish say? Rish Lakish says witnesses don't sign on something, and people don't sign on stuff unless they know that it is bona fide and correct. Okay, I mean, we should do about cold key. I got no. I shouldn't have a Beis Din told. I was saying this we do have another concern. What's the concern over here? The concern is not every Beis Din knows what they're doing. Let's say this again. Not just the reality. You had different places where you have every guy the best that you can, not every Beis Din knows what they're doing. So the Gemara says, no, if you're not concerned. But if you see essentially what appears to be a judicial document, and it's not signed by three judges, it's only signed by two witnesses, you have to be concerned that maybe someone here does not know what they're doing. Or not because of a Beis Din, ultimately, again, it says Beis Din, they don't work here and nothing else is going to be necessary. So the Gemara says as follows. The Dilma of Beis Din cuts it through. 1 second, maybe it's a close to the Beis Din. What's it? It's a Beis Din. That means small Shnayim Shidam Din. So then we had this in the beginning of the chapter. Shmuel said, I love for myself. Technically speaking, two people could serve as Beis Din. But if they do so, that is called an arrogance or a close to the Beis Din. So this is technically speaking, it works. Technically it works. But it's better to be a close to the Beis Din. The Gemara says the they do not develop no where it writes that we are like Beis Din of Rav Ashi. What they do is something like that. Rav Ashi Beis Din was like a gold standard Beis Din. So they indicate in the document that we are operating as a bona fide Beis Din. Dilma Rabbanon, today Rav Ashi, to Shmuel Sirlu. And maybe the rabbis of Rav Ashi's Beis Din or Rav Ashi's Yeshiva held like Shmuel. What does Shmuel say? That a Beis Din of two technically works, but it's just called the Beis Din Kosov. So the Bo. Where it says ultimately again, it says in the document itself, and Rav Ashi told us tonight. This Rashi says that we are first last line by Rav Ashi. This told Kash, the Haven do Hayasham, the Stamalo Siva, the Fahos. It says that someone of a high standing instructed them to do this. So someone of a high standing instructed them to do this. The assumption is that the process is playing out. Okay, I'm going to have effort. So I was supposed to use this case. Very interesting. So we'll say 4 lines up from the point, it's why. I'm going to have effort. One guy says, and here he said, so a witness comes along. A witness says to, let's say, Reuven and Shimon. Right? Reuven and Shimon, I saw your father, Yaakov. I saw your father, Yaakov. I saw your father hide money. Shida Teva Migdal means like in a chest, in a carriage. Right? I saw him hide money somewhere. Va'amar Shalkoni Hay, Shalmai Soshini Hay. And so the witness is coming forward. He's telling the kids, Reuven and Shimon, they didn't know about this money. They didn't know about this money. So when this is coming along and saying, I will tell you, I saw your father. Go ahead and hide money somewhere. And your father said, this money belongs to Yehuda. Or this money is nice or shit. So what's that saying? So now again, obviously the secret over here is where the kids find the money. So in other words, witness will tell you the truth. What's the shaila? What's the shaila? The shaila is the money someone else's money? Is it necessarily money? Right? Someone else's slash necessarily. Right? Or to the kids pay it as their own. So what's halacha? The buying is lo amatron. The sadat farah halal. So it's very interesting. If the money is found in the house, the statement of the witness is meaningless. If it's found in the field, then we believe the witness. So what's the logic over there? The logic over here is if the money's in the field, the witness could have taken it for himself. Right? It's open, it's accessible. He could have taken it for himself. So therefore, because he didn't take it for himself, and now he's claiming that it either belongs to the father said it belongs to someone else, or it's shouldn't be believed. When he was in the house, meaning that the witness had no access to it. He was in the house of the kids. So the witness had no access to it. Therefore, the witness is not believed. In other words, and the money is considered to be the possession, the inheritance of the kids. Very interesting. First of all, I have this fellow brother. The rule is like this: so the other with one bar kayamin, any person who is has the ability to take the money for himself, so he is believed to qualify the nature of the money. When he doesn't have the ability to take it for himself, he is not believed to qualify the nature of the money. Fascinating. It's almost like a Leo. Almost like a Leo. Very interesting. How do you listen to this? Second case, the kids. Reuben and Shimon see their father, Yaakov, hiding money, right in the chest, in the carriage, tower. So this is what happens. And the father says to his kids, by the way, this money belongs to Reuben. I'm sorry, it belongs to Yehuda, the guy. Or he claims that it's nice to Shimon money. So what's halacha? In Shimoser, Barak Hayam. So ultimately, right, you get into Mahalim, Lamatom. This is very interesting, I would say. So now what happens if the father, right, if the father seems to be genuine in his statement, then the kids are able to leave. I will say that obviously the part that's not able to is the father then dies, the kids get this money. So the shayla is what do you do with this money? So if it appears that the father was genuine in his statement, then Allah you go ahead and you listen to the father. If at the end of the day it appears that the father is married just means that he's giving it to each, then we don't listen to the father. And again, the kids can keep the money for themselves. Very fascinating. So let's listen to this. Father died. What happened? The kids knew that the father left them money. Right to finish. So Yaakov died in his family. And Reuben knew that his father left them money. What was the problem? Reuben couldn't find the money. Just couldn't find it. What happened? So listen to this. And then what happened? He has a dream. And the Bala Cholim. Who's the Bala Cholim? Bala Cholim actually says is Sar Amara Kalomos Balayla. The Malach who's in charge of angels. Who's in charge of dreams. So the Malach who's in charge of dreams gave Reuben a dream. Right? And Reuben dreamt about the money. And in this dream, the Malach told him the location of the money, but also told him, by the way, the money's nice as shit. Reuben wakes up in the morning, what does he do? And then afterwards looks for the money, and what happens? Finds the money. So we'll say, what's the shaila? The shaila now is, what's the status of that money? So this happened. And again, the psak was, dreams don't have a halakhic impact. And therefore, again, essentially, Reuben was allowed to keep the money as schooling, as regular unforgiving money. So let's say many wonderful things to say about this Gemara. So first thing, let's say interesting that you see a lot about a person about what they dream about. It's going to read one of these. But Kaddish makes this option that Yaakov Avinu, when he left his father's home, remember in the first dream that Yaakov Avinu had, he got to see the ladder. And the king over the legend was up and down the ladder. If you notice, the other hand, Shakabin has another dream. Right? What is the other dream? The second dream is about sheep. Right? So that was when they're second sheep, down sheep, all the different sheep. I feel like how says he sees something so amazing. Same person is dreaming about spiritual ascent, up and down the ladder. By the end of the meeting, by the end of the time, about money. Yeah, money. Sometimes what do you think into? This is what happens if you sell money and services. The Yaakov had no choice. But you see the impact of your surroundings on the house. Growing up in the house of his father, he dreams about spirit goodness. When he's in the house of love for over 2 decades, dreams fundamentally change to monetary. Noah says it's just sometimes what we dream about, especially if you go with the idea of dreams are not
Medically, it's like he's like
what comes
motherfucker has gained some even farm.
what is rattling around in this? What's the stuff that you aspire to when all of your suppression mechanisms are no longer there? Tremendous litmus test of where we're holding you in life. Noah said that ultimately that last thing is so incredible. Different dreams, essentially, are meaningless. Right? They're not beneficial, they're not detrimental, they're nothing. That's the happiness in that. Dreams are so beautiful, dreams are so incredible, dreams are the very engine for accomplishing that. Dreams are only